Throne of Vampire. Written by D.S. Murphy. Narrated by Kim Churchill. Chapter 1. My head was slow and fuzzy, with a throbbing pressure that turned to dizziness as I stood on the balcony, allowing my lungs to breathe deeply from the fresh air. I could see further than I ever had in my life, past the stone houses and ramparts of Squirmhead below, the cobblestone streets now lit up with glowing lanterns. In the distance, the wide plains we'd crossed, the forests behind them, leading up to the navy blue silhouettes of mountains on the horizon. Above them, stars burning in the sky, brighter now that the sun was down. I could hear the rumble of the purification engines, but they seemed quieter, now that the air was free of burning ash. Something about it gave me comfort, even though it exposed the lie I'd grown up believing. The engines meant safety and protection against the elements. I wondered how many other people raised in the compounds felt the same way, and how long it would take us to forget our conditioning now that it wasn't needed. Trevor put his hand over mine, and I felt the warmth of his skin. But then I remembered Damien, still lying silent in the bed behind us, and pulled away. I knew the elite were sensitive to sunlight. He should have been moved somewhere deeper underground, without windows, or protected at least. I stepped back inside, securing the heavy drapes, even though the sun had already set. I studied the features of the long, furnished room. It was built with the same black volcanic rock of the mountain, with richly woven carpets and drapes that gave off a musty, spicy scent. The beds were cots that had been rolled in, and apart from a long table and wide leather couch, the room was bare. Wide, abstract paintings and vases full of fresh flowers made a solid impression, but it was more stately than comfortable. The room was empty except for us, and my head felt clear for the first time in days. "Kamina?" I asked. "She's fine," Trevor said. "You know it would take more than riding down a cliff on a demon goat to slow her down." "And the others?" I asked. "Everyone's safe," Trevor said, turning to face me. His warm eyes and stubble were familiar and intimate after the night we shared together in the Shire, but he looked as tired as I felt. There was a purple bruise under one eye and a deep cut that ran along his jaw, but it looked a week old already. He must have been given some elixir to speed the healing. "How did we get here?" I asked. "They had us surrounded and captured us, but before they could do anything, the ash stopped falling. The sun pierced through the dark clouds. It was like a miracle. Some of the soldiers fell to their knees and cried. But I was on the mountain. I forced them to go look for you. Jasmine was pretty convincing as well. We found Damien first, still conscious. He'd climbed down to the cliffs and was curled up in the shadows. He ordered the guards to treat all of us like honored guests, protected by the crown. I found you inside the volcano, practically delirious, covered in blood, with burns all over your body. It was so hot, Em, even after you'd turned it off. I don't know how you did it. Anyway, nobody really knew what to do. The steward brought us here, gave us some elixir, and procured a few dozen pints of blood for Damien, meant for the next shipment. He guzzled them all down and passed out. That was hours ago. But you know how hard the elite are to kill. It's you everyone's been worried about." I nodded, visions and memories flitting in front of my vision like hummingbirds in the dappled light from the window. Damien attacked his father for me, and then I killed him. I was everything they said about me and more. A terrorist. A monster. "The king is dead," I said quietly. The words tasted strange in my mouth, but they were buzzing like bees in my mind, and they fell out when I parted my lips. Trevor's eyebrows shot up, but he didn't seem that surprised. He reached for a leather satchel on a stand near the door and pulled out something shiny. I guessed as much when I found this up there. He held out the crown, but I didn't reach for it. We can't tell anyone, I said. Not yet, not until I have a chance to talk with Damien. Trevor nodded and tucked the crown away again. I knew he had questions, but thankfully he didn't press. I felt raw and unbound, and was still struggling to put my thoughts together. Earlier today, we were rebels and outlaws, being shot at by the city's guards. Now, I didn't know what we were. Damien's status was keeping us protected, but that could shift quickly once Scorm had realized that I'd killed their king. "How about some food?" Trevor said, nodding towards the door. I paused by Damien's bed. Even wrapped in sheets, he was too exposed. His face was pale and his neck and torso stained with blood. A thick scar ran from just under his ear to his Adam's apple. I flinched, remembering the moment when he'd stabbed himself with the dagger. Had he truly meant to die, or was he just trying to distract his father? I wouldn't condone his actions, but neither of us would be alive if he hadn't interfered. I tucked the sheets closer and let my fingers drift down his cheek, checking the curtains again to make sure they were closed. I didn't want to leave him, but he'd be safe enough here for now. I followed Trevor down the hall, and he helped me step down the wide, curving stairway into some kind of living room, with a stone fireplace and an assortment of plush armchairs, side tables, and reading lamps. Jasmine was sprawled out, with her head in Kamina's lap. Luke was at the table, finishing off a bottle of wine. They were scratched and bruised, but they'd been washed and given clean clothes at least, finely woven linen embroidered with silver threads. I nearly pulled away when Jasmine jumped up to hug me, worried I'd soil her clean clothes. She ignored my protests and pulled me closer. Kamina joined us a moment later, while Luke just nodded from the table and raised a bronze chalice. We joined him around the table, and a flurry of servants appeared and vanished, leaving behind a bowl of rabbit stew with fresh bread and butter. "You're not having any?" I asked as they stared at me. "We've eaten," Trevor said. "Some of us never stopped," Kamina said, glaring at Luke, who had several empty dishes piled in front of him. "Compound hospitality. It would be rude to refuse, right?" "Shit, Em. We were so worried. When you first came in, you were in really bad shape. What happened up there?" Their wide eyes reflected the flickering light from the fire. "Let her eat first," Trevor growled. "Then we'll talk. She needs her strength." I tasted the stew, and my stomach rumbled at the savory scent of rosemary. Everyone was watching me as I hesitantly took a bite. I saw their postures stiffen, then relax as I swallowed. "I'm still human," I whispered, half to myself. "No thirst for blood, huh? Well, there's that, at least." "It was touch and go for a while. You'd had so much elixir. If you'd have died, you probably would have turned. Where did you even get so much?" I closed my eyes, pushing away the flood of memories. Damien's sword slicing my innards, and the look of horror that followed, right before he slit his own throat. At Trevor's prompting, I forced down a few more bites of stew, chewing on the soft meat and potatoes. I looked around the room to make sure we were truly alone, and took a sip of wine. "I fed on King Richard," I said quietly. "And then I killed him." There was a moment of stunned silence. Then the others spoke at the same time. "He was here? He's dead?" Luke and Trevor traded glances. "We didn't find the body," Kamina said slowly, And Damien didn't provide any information. You were both so injured. We thought maybe he'd tried to stop you, and you'd fought each other." "No," I said. "He saved me. Even with both of us, it was too close. He was so powerful. We almost failed." "But you didn't," Trevor said. "And now," Kamina said, "everything is different." "Is it?" I asked, pushing a chunk of buttered bread into the bowl and wiping it clean. Somehow I'd already finished the food. "Of course it is," Luke said. "You're free now." Trevor nodded, squeezing my shoulders. I winced in phantom pain at the memory of the king's sword slashing through my shoulder. It had become nothing but a clear white line down my collarbone. "It's over," he said softly. "No more compounds, no more choosing ceremonies. This time, we get to decide. So tell me, what would you like to do first?" My mind immediately went to Damien, and I bit my lip, filled with guilt and shame. A few days ago, I wasn't sure if I'd ever see him again. I'd given myself to Trevor, because of all that he'd suffered, all that he'd done for me. I never considered a future where I could choose who to love. But if I had, I never thought it would be the elite who chose me as his blood companion. A war was coming, and Damien was the enemy. I shook my head, feeling the cobwebs clear for the first time. Honestly, I never thought I'd make it this far. The ash might be gone, but the elite aren't going to just roll over and give up the compounds. So what happens now? I don't know, but this stays between us. Until Damien is up, our position is weak at best. And even then, we don't know how he's going to react, or what he's going to do. "So we stake him," Luke said coldly. "The elite are a threat. They always will be. The only threat. We don't need him now. The elixir, the compounds. It was all based on the ash, wasn't it? We don't need them anymore." I gripped the edge of the table, fighting the visceral reaction to respond to Luke's threat. Thankfully, Jasmine stepped in before I wasted energy arguing. "You grew up in the wilds," she glared, "but the people here, they worshipped Richard like a god. They won't take kindly to his death. They'll be seeking security, consistency. This kind of change, it's not something you can just force on them." "You're saying they'd rather remain as slaves to the bloodsuckers, even when they don't have to?" "I'm saying it's not your decision to make for them." I put my head in my hands, and Trevor pushed his chair back. "We can figure it out tomorrow," he said gruffly. "Em's right, though. If it were any other elite, I'd be tempted to side with Luke. And if Damien is our enemy, we may still need to cross that bridge someday. But if he's on our side, whatever comes next will be easier with him than without him." I nodded thankfully, even though it was frustrating to see how thin our alliance was. We were allies, even friends, and we couldn't even agree on the basics. How much harder would it be when thousands of voices were speaking at once? "Good," Jasmine said, getting up and rolling up her sleeves. "In that case, we've been invited to a party. I suggest we take just one night to actually enjoy ourselves." Jasmine took me by the arm and led me back upstairs, away from the others. The bathroom was done in white and blue tile, with fragrant dark wood. "You looked a little shaky down there," she whispered, "though you might appreciate a chance to gather your thoughts." "Who says I have any?" I grinned weakly. "A lot of people are going to start asking things of you, to make decisions, to make plans. Before the circus starts, unless you want to be pulled into someone else's agenda, you need to make your own choices." "Honestly, I have no idea," I said, pulling my dark hair out of my eyes. My face felt sticky and hot, and although someone had tried to sponge me down, Most of my skin was still bruised and stained with dirt and blood. "A shower, then," Jasmine said, lifting my shirt. "It'll help you think. Or, at least, not stink as much." I caught her wrist, but kept my feet firmly planted. I would have to choose. As long as I didn't move, I was still free. "I feel like one of those death moths we saw earlier," I whispered, "going from flower to flower in search of nectar, never satisfied. Maybe I'll end up in a ball of fire too, my wings burnt to a crisp." "Maybe we both will," Jasmine said with a smirk. "We don't know what's going to be waiting for us back at the Citadel. It's not like there's going to be a smooth transition of power." I nodded again, chewing on my lip. Damien was the crown prince now, but the other elite wouldn't slither away into the darkness just because we'd gotten rid of the ash machines. The other compounds were in danger, and I knew instinctively that things were going to get worse before they got better. Jasmine handed me a towel and a bar of soap and pushed me down the hall towards the bathrooms. I pulled up the thin nightgown and caught my reflection in the mirror. I was thin and pale, but still in one piece, which was a miracle. I ran my finger down the long scar across my abdomen, where the king had forced Damien to stab me. I dropped the towel and stepped into the hot shower, feeling the warm water wash away the sweat and grime. I felt like an insect shedding its skin and becoming something new. Chapter 2. So what's this party? I was wearing a dark green dress of fine fabric that Jasmine had found after raiding the closets. I wasn't sure whose it was, and we hadn't asked permission. I didn't like the idea of wearing someone else's clothes, but it was more comfortable than the drab linen undergarments I'd been wearing earlier, and my own clothes were so torn and stained they were probably beyond repair. Jasmine had convinced us, not wrongly, that our position would be improved if we put in an appearance, and didn't look like the murderous outlaws we were. Trevor and Luke both looked uncomfortable in the long dark robes and trousers that seemed common in Squirmhead. I'd barely spoken to anyone from the compound, and wasn't anxious for a conversation without speaking to Damien. But in our absence, rumors and secrets would spread quickly. Besides, we were only going downstairs into the banquet hall. It was nothing like the vaulted rooms of the Citadel, but much more impressive than anything in Allgrave, with spacious stone walls and high ceilings decorated with tapestries and paintings. The crowds of guests, mostly standing around the main table, still full of pheasants and even a whole pig, parted around us as we stepped into the room. Jasmine was in yellow, and Kamina had chosen a dark navy gown. I hesitated at the threshold, and a tall man with gray hair and a curled mustache appeared at my side. "Ah, the guests of honor have arrived," he said, smiling warmly. "No need to be cautious, my dear. Nothing here can hurt you. Apologies for the mix-up earlier. Your arrival was unexpected, and our guards took you for common raiders. We rarely get visits of any kind, and to receive such esteemed guests from the Citadel, it is truly a blessing." "You know me?" I asked. "We may be far away from the Citadel," he continued, "but we get the same broadcasts as everyone else. Most of us have seen the trials. Few would fail to recognize the brave Emily Sharrow, the royal chosen and escort of Prince Damien." I frowned at him. "If you saw the broadcasts, you'll also know I was branded a traitor and a terrorist, and that I stood Damien up at the altar." He winked at me and curled his mustache. "I learned long ago not to believe everything I see on TV. Besides, Prince Damien himself has assured me it was all a misunderstanding, and I've sworn to protect you until he recovers. I'll take that as my sacred duty tonight. You are here with your lovely chosen companions from distant compounds, and together you've given us back the skies. Whatever you are, Emily Sharrow, you are indeed connected to grand, historical events, and it's not my place to judge. Besides, we can talk politics tomorrow. If anyone bothers you tonight or presses you for answers you aren't prepared to give, I will siphon them away from you." "Fair enough," I said. "So, you're the mayor here?" "Not exactly. My formal role is steward, which is mostly just a fancy title. I'm not a lord, and don't have any official power. Think of me as the grease between the wheels of politics." "Do you have a name, at least?" "Forgive me, of course. It's Fred Tamkin." He had an easy smile, and for some reason, I trusted him. We stood in silence for a few moments, giving me a chance to look around. In the corner, there was a harp and a piano, and a trio of women singing. Waiters filled glasses, and people were dancing. The main doors of the halls were wide open, and the gathering spilled out into the central courtyard, which was half full. Beyond it, down the main street, I caught a glimpse of a marketplace. Stalls of goods and treats and games was packed with pedestrians exploring in either direction. It reminded me a bit of the Citadel, though less diverse. I bowed lamely as we made the rounds with the steward, introducing us to a complex array of Squirmhead's high society. Everyone seemed to be related, with similar names and features and even clothing, until I could swear I was being introduced to the same people over and over again. "And finally, may I present my own wife and 3 charming daughters, Olivia, Almond, Graziella, and Saliba." I nodded as each gave me a stern curtsy. The youngest was shy and reminded me too much of Lorelei. Suddenly, my throat felt tight, and a buzzing anxiety clawed up my arms. I hadn't been around this many people or this much noise for what felt like months. I noticed Trevor finish his drink, and Luke went to look for a refill. I pulled him closer so I could whisper in his ear. "Keep an eye on Luke. He's already had at least a bottle, and we don't need him making a scene." "He can handle himself, Emily. He didn't grow up in the compounds like you did. Don't forget, he hates everything about Richard's system. He thinks everybody here is a blood whore and a sheep. We can't have him running his mouth, getting into arguments or fights." "And you think I'm any better?" Trevor smirked. "Not if you both get drunk, but I can count on you more than I can trust him, and you're the only one he might listen to." Trevor scowled, but stalked off in the direction Luke had disappeared to. I knew he was reluctant to leave me alone with a bunch of strangers. From what I could tell, Squirmhead were loyalists, but until Damien woke up, I was pretty sure I could count on Steward Tamkin. Even so, I felt naked without weapons. But they were probably illegal inside the compound anyway, and it's not like I could hide them in my slimming dress. I eyed the guards nervously, but they weren't the royal guards of the Citadel, the king's troops hyped up on elixir. These looked like ordinary men and women. Strong, sure, but not superhuman. Mostly trained to fend off predators. Plus, I had a feeling the skilled fighters were still on watch, and the guards around the municipal estate were mostly ceremonial. I was so distracted scanning for threats, I didn't hear someone speaking to me until the question was repeated, and the group of well-dressed nobles around me turned their pinched expressions on me, waiting for an answer. "I'm sorry," I said, forcing a smile. "I'm still a bit tired after everything." "Of course," one man said, with dark hair and bushy eyebrows. He leaned forward until I could smell his breath. "As you must be. Why, I heard you had to be practically carried in from the molten peaks. It must have been a gruesome battle. Slagpaw, was it?" He eyed my stomach, as if he could see the scars beneath my dress, and I felt my cheeks flush. His wife elbowed him, but her eyes lit up with curiosity. A vision flashed through my mind, so sharp and cutting, I flinched. "Excuse me," I said. "I think I need some air." "I'll take her," a voice piped up, and a small hand shot around my wrist from just outside the circle. It was one of the steward's daughters, but I couldn't tell which as she pulled me through the crowds towards the exit. I'd lost track of Jasmine, but nodded to Kamina as we passed. She'd similarly been surrounded and was no doubt being pressed for information by Squirmhead's gossips. Separating was a bad idea, but I let myself be pulled through the gathering until I could taste fresh air. Finally, the crowd thinned, and we were standing outside the tall pillars of the main house. The wide stairs were framed by lion statues and a small garden. Orbs of yellow light were spread by lamps that extended down into a roundabout before continuing into the city. Everything looked bigger from here than it had from up above, when we tried to scale past the gates and sneak our way up the mountain. I took a deep breath and held it before exhaling. "Better?" a shy voice asked from my side. I'd almost forgotten about my company. "Yes, thank you, Almond," the girl said. She was the middle daughter, on the cusp of womanhood, but not as curvy as her older sister. "I hate parties," she said. "Me too." I grinned at her. "Does this sort of thing happen often?" She looked to the side, thinking. "We have a festival, after the choosing, but that's months away. Everyone has been looking forward to it. Graziella is hopeful to be chosen this year. I think my mother is nervous, after we lost my Ricky." "Your brother?" I guessed. "What happened?" "I'm not supposed to talk about it," she said. My ears pricked up at the tone in her voice. Secrets were dangerous, and this could be an opportunity to learn more about Squirmhead, as long as I handled it delicately. "I understand. When I first met Damien, I was just trying to protect my family. But we don't keep secrets anymore. Not from each other." "Is that really what it's like, to be chosen?" "Not always." "There are rumors. It's not always pleasant. I think most girls just want to get out of Squirmhead. Me? I like it here. I'd rather not be chosen. But if I had as much freedom as you, to travel to other compounds with my friends, then it doesn't seem so bad. Although you weren't just traveling, were you? You were fighting, and you almost died." I wasn't sure how to talk to her, this strange girl with her wide, dark eyes. But I liked her for some reason. She was afraid for her future, and whatever we decided to do next, it would affect people like her. It would affect everyone. Part of being chosen, perhaps the main part, is to protect our elite companions, I said slowly. Sometimes it's about love, and Damien has protected me many times. I know they seem fast and strong, but they can be vulnerable too, and lonely. Nobody is looking out for them. Nobody cares about them. Ideally, and it doesn't always work out like this, but ideally the choosing pairs them with someone they can trust, someone to have their backs. Because otherwise, the humans would tear them apart for the elixir in their blood, like during the race wars. She nodded. I felt an icy pick in my stomach at how candidly she stated our history. Thinking of Damien, up alone in his room, while I was down here sipping champagne. Luke already wanted to stake him, but he hadn't grown up in the compounds. I hoped nobody raised in Squirmhead would be daring enough to try and steal elixir from an elite, but the whole town knew he was weak and recuperating. It was my job to protect him, and no one else's. At least, if I was still really his chosen. But was I? Did I want to be? I heard familiar laughter and followed it to a crowd gathered around an open area lit with torches. A few dozen men and women were drinking in some sort of line, under a covered tent. At the far end, targets had been set up, bales of hay lined with scarecrows with pumpkin heads, decorated with beastly faces. Luke and Trevor were at the front, holding axes. Each time they threw an axe, it went wide or bounced off the wooden platform. A young man near them shattered 2 out of 3 pumpkins, and a loud cry went up from the crowd, clapping and cheering to celebrate his win. The crowd pushed a tankard of beer into the loser's hands. Trevor and Luke clanked them together before draining them. So much for keeping an eye on each other. A woman with pale blonde hair in a dark blue dress cut through the crowd, her hair pinned up, bruises on her bare arms. It took a moment to recognize her as Kamina. She looked so different from how I was used to seeing her. She paired off against 2 locals and waited for them to go first. Then she cleared space around her, spun twice, and launched all 3 of her axes with stunning precision. There was almost a pause of silence and confusion before the pumpkin split open, spilling seeds and guts. The 2 locals were staring in disbelief as Kamina grabbed a mug for each of them. All the guests had a string of admirers, but Trevor most of all, with a ring of young and pretty girls around him. I wondered what they thought of him. He was handsome and well-built, though in his embroidered robes he seemed more like a noble than the kid from Algrave I'd always known. And for all they knew, he was single. The chosen were spoken for, and foreign visits were rare. Maybe they hoped sharing a bed for the night would earn his favor, or at least a token of his affection. It took me a moment to realize this didn't bother me, and I was anxious about that thought, which bothered me even more. Despite our night together, I still considered Trevor more of a friend than anything else, and the idea of sharing him didn't displease me. I didn't consider him mine to begin with. He was laughing and grinning with a girl, and she whispered something into his ear. He was leaning over her shoulder, bending down closer to her lips, when our eyes connected. He pulled away instantly, with a guilty look on his face. I smiled and gave him a quick wave. He looked sheepish as he waved back. "Want to play?" Almond asked. "I've had enough of sharp weapons recently," I said softly, my fingers grazing the thin fabric covering my stomach. "Then there's something I'd like to show you." I let her pull me away from the crowd, with only a little trepidation. The whirring blades had made me more anxious than I'd realized. But I wasn't reluctant for the stillness or quiet we found on the smaller side streets, and it was a good chance to see more of the city without having to socialize with nobles. In all my years growing up in Algrave, I'd never once been invited to the mayor's house, and barely knew the high-end areas. Nothing as impressive as all this, but finer buildings with imported furniture and plates overflowing with fresh game. Unlike most compounds with a perimeter fence, Squirmhead was built into a deep crevice at the base of the mountain, shrouded by cliff peaks on 3 sides, so it only needed a tall stone wall around the front. The buildings went up the slope, and most of the nicer buildings had balconies with a view of the city. "I hadn't planned on climbing tonight," I said, taking off my shoes as Almond darted up another set of stairs. "Almost there," she said, racing higher. She stopped at a fountain so I could catch my breath. It was one of 3 open canals, only about a foot wide, that cut through the entire city and met at the bottom, in a large fountain in front of the regent's house, which I figured out was a state edifice for royal visits, rather than an individual dwelling. At each level, the canal dipped off the ledge and was funneled through a small gushing spout, in the shape of a winged phoenix. Almond handed me a wooden cup, and I tried to quench my thirst. After the second glass, I realized it wasn't water I was craving. After so much elixir, my body was on fire for more. I'd had daily doses since we left the Shire, and there was no way to tell how much I'd consumed yesterday. I'd taken off April's bracelet and left it in the room. Jasmine said it looked too tacky. But the compounds only received renewal every week, and extra doses were prohibited. Now that I recognized my thirst, my mind fixated on it, scanning the rows of buildings until I found a steepled church, or at least the facade of one, cut into one of the walls up above, with an engraved alcove protecting twin doors. "Feel the water?" Almond asked, looking up at me. She dipped her fingers into the pool and splashed a little on my arm. I nodded. It used to be steaming. At the top levels, hot enough for a bath or even to make tea or boil broth. By the time it gets to the bottom, it's cool enough. I have a feeling my sisters are going to be grumpy tomorrow when they realize there's no hot water. "It comes from an underwater spring?" I guessed, nodding up the mountain. "It did, but you turned off the molten core. Come, this is what I wanted to show you." I licked my lips as we approached the tall entrance to the Renewal Center. I could see candles through the stained glass windows, but the doors were firmly shut. I thought I could almost smell the elixir, but it could have just been the scent of fresh posies that grew in bushes around the structure. We passed the entrance, and Almond led me into a dark corner around the side of the building, then up a flight of stairs carved into the face of the cliff until we were in a little garden above the spires of the dark cathedral. It was wide enough for 3 evenly spaced benches, with a railing to guard against what would have been a nasty fall. At the base of the plateau, set against the rocks, was some kind of altar, lit with red candles. It reminded me of the shrine of messages I'd discovered in the Shire. It seemed striking how, no matter how far we were separated, humans seemed to gravitate around the same kind of rituals. "What is this place?" I asked, stepping into the hollowed-out space behind the altar, like a small grotto. "The monument to the Flame Keepers," she said. "Flame Keepers?" "Squirmhead is unique among the compounds, sacred. Like everyone, we have a choosing ceremony for all suitable consorts when they come of age. But we have another tradition, a mission and charge given solely to us. Once a year, a young man is selected from one of our noble families. It's a prerequisite for sitting on the council and having a private audience with the king on his visits." "Selected for what?" I asked. "Inside the mountain, there's a secret chamber that cannot be accessed. It's important for the entire kingdom, but each year it needs to be sanctified. The molten lava, it's too hot to survive, so it's a one-way trip. We honor the Flame Keepers here, like this." She approached a small framed picture, surrounded by flowers and coins, and dipped her finger into an urn full of ash. Then she swiped it across her forehead, leaving a dark spot on her skin. I felt a tremor run down my spine and shivered, pulling my arms around me. King Richard had tasked the locals to maintain and protect his ash-billowing furnace, turning it into some kind of noble sacrifice. "How many noble families are there?" "8, she said. "Same as the compounds." 8 families. That meant 1 donated offspring for each generation. Not a single one of them would escape without losing a son or sibling. I felt renewed anger against King Richard. Something an elite could easily have performed without this useless violence. "This one was my brother," she said, nodding to the faded picture, and then the mark on her forehead. "He was Flamekeeper 3 years ago. My father always said it was a great honor, and my mother tried to be proud, in public at least, though we could hear her crying in private. He was brave, prepared for it his whole life. It's not a lottery, you see. It's all set out and fair. It was his turn, and he served his purpose." I was too horrified to respond, so I kept quiet. But after a moment, I felt her glancing up at me, her dark eyes wide and curious. "So I guess I'm wondering if it was all so important and necessary. I mean, I'm thankful the ash is gone and we can see the sky. Everyone is. But we're also wondering, did he die for nothing? Why King Richard would expect so much from us. The curates always said the ash protects the elite, and without the elite, Squirmhead would fall to sickness, darkness, death, and ruin. The Flamekeepers and the Chosen were necessary sacrifices to preserve the balance and our way of life here. But now that the ash is off, will there still be Flamekeepers? Is Squirmhead safe?" She was waiting for an answer, and I had none to give her. I'd ended the royal lie, and it would have consequences beyond what I could predict or prevent. I bent down closer and put one arm around her. "I'm sorry about your brother. I'm sure he was very brave. But so are you. With the ash off, things are going to be different. It might take a while, and there could be some violence. But different doesn't have to be bad. Your parents, your grandparents, they never lived through extraordinary times like this one. So you're going to see more than they've seen, and you'll need to be braver than all of them. Squirmhead will be in your hands one day, and I'll do everything I can to help you protect it." This seemed to satisfy her, and she licked her fingers and tapped them into the urn again, before marking my forehead with the sticky ash. "Normally, we only do this after the sanctum ceremony, though families visit their Flamekeepers more often. Don't worry, it's not really my brother. He was consumed by the burning torch. We just pretend it is. Really, the hunters just gather ash from the summit. Isn't it poisonous?" I asked. "It's fine in small amounts," she said. "Besides, we have a renewal ceremony in a few days to purify us." The wet spot on my forehead felt chilly in the cool air, like ice, and I realized I was sweating, my skin flushed and itchy. The mountain was still warm, and I wondered how low the temperature would drop without the furnace, and whether Squirmhead was prepared for what could be a harsh winter. We walked back down the steps together until we found the sparkling lights and laughter of the sprawling party. But if I was feeling antisocial before, my mood now had gone dark. I glanced up at the balcony of the rooms above and saw a silhouette standing there, his eyes glittering in the dark. "Thanks for the tour," I told Almond. "Will you make excuses for me to your family? I'm feeling tired." "Of course," she bowed. I felt her eyes watching me as I turned to leave. I kept toward the outside of the main banquet hall and thankfully slipped upstairs before anyone could pull me into conversation. Chapter 3. When I returned to my room, Damien's bed was empty, the sheets twisted and stained with blood. I paused, my palm lingering on the cold sheets, heavy with the intoxicating scent of sweat and elixir. "You're up?" I called into the darkness. The curtain fluttered, and I headed towards it. The door was open, and Damien was standing outside, watching me, framed by stars.
"You look well."
His voice was low and filled with gravel. He touched his throat, as if startled. His bright eyes slowly drifted down the sleek form of my dress, and then fixed on the dark spot on my forehead. "Local custom," I said, feeling self-conscious. I wiped it off with the back of my hand, and then stood there awkwardly, wondering if I should wipe my hand against my silk dress or on the curtains behind me. Neither seemed very dignified.
"Here,"
he said, stepping forward and taking my palm. He placed it over his chest and rubbed up and down until my hand was clean. I gasped at our proximity. Despite the soiled garments and bandages that clung loosely to his torso, he was as striking as ever, with a quirked eyebrow and slight smirk teasing the edge of his lips. The red scar on his neck had already faded, and he looked younger somehow, as if a weight had been lifted. "Thanks," I said. He didn't drop my hand, and I didn't pull away. There were so many things we needed to talk about, but my tongue felt thick and muddled. Finally, I dropped his hand and stepped back inside. "Did you find your mother?" I asked, taking a seat on the wide couch.
"I did not,"
he said, sitting beside me on the other end. I pulled my feet up and turned to face him.
"I found the house and the cage in the basement. It was just as you said. But she was gone."
"And then?"
"I came back to find you at the Shire, but you'd already left. I followed your trail to Squirmhead, and I found you. Just in time. I'm sorry I couldn't stop him. I was too weak. If anything had happened to you..."
"It didn't. But it would have if you hadn't shown up."
"I swear I didn't know,"
he said.
"About the furnace. I should have, I realize now. Father never let me visit the distant compounds with him, and to be honest, I had little interest."
"It doesn't matter now," I said.
"It matters to me."
He shifted closer, leaning forward so I could see his eyes, and the tips of his fangs. The pupils were large and dark, and a sudden thrill shot through me, of dread mixed with anticipation. "So, what now?" I asked.
I don't know."
This was not the answer I'd been expecting, or waiting for. "The king is dead. You're the prince, the king now. You have to know."
"Why?"
he asked, turning away with a scowl, his face half hidden in shadow.
"I didn't choose this. The kingdoms, the compounds, they were my father's dream."
A flood of anxiety rushed through me, and I stood suddenly. If Damien wasn't in charge, then nobody was. "But they're your responsibility," I said. "Your obligation. All those people in all the compounds, they're probably full of questions already."
"They don't know anything yet."
"But they will soon. Who is going to address them once they learn what we did?"
"The ash is gone. Can't they govern themselves?"
"They're basically locked up, sitting ducks. Easy prey for the elite if the laws of the kingdom no longer hold. And what about the renewal shipments?"
"I thought you were against those."
"That doesn't mean you can just stop them. There will be a panic. And what about the Citadel? There are thousands of people there."
"What exactly are you expecting me to do?"
Damien asked, putting his head in his hands. I could hear the frustration in his voice.
"My father is dead, and I'm just one elite, against hundreds of others. They won't listen to me."
"You're the heir to the throne. They have to listen. Wouldn't they rather follow you and continue their privileged, easy living than risk chaos and war?"
"Maybe."
He sighed, leaning back again.
"But we can't make these decisions lightly. For now, we're safe in Squirmhead. We can't negotiate with the other compounds from here, and for the moment, at least, nobody else knows my father is dead except us. Right?"
"Trevor knows," I said. He found your father's crown. Damien frowned at this. It'll get out eventually, and we'll need to manage it.
Tobias was always better at the political stuff. Once we get back to the Citadel, I'll ask him about it.
I felt my pulse spike, and Damien's eyes shot up, gazing at my neck. Are we going back to the Citadel? I asked.
We don't have to,
Damien said, with an almost hopeful look.
I'm sure they'd be happy to host us here for a few weeks. Longer, even. We could just stay in Squirmhead, Em. Run this place any way we wanted. Just you and me.
We can't, I said. My siblings are still in the Citadel. I have to get them back. Before the elite find out Richard is dead. They'll be all alone and unprotected. Damien frowned, then looked guilty.
Sorry, he said. Of course.
But Squirmhead will need answers too. And soon. The steward said we'd talk politics tomorrow, but the nobles could barely contain their curiosity and fear.
We'll talk with the others before that. He nodded. And figure out a story. I can't make this decision on my own. I won't.
He said this fiercely, with a hard glint in his eyes, and I softened. He wasn't afraid, or avoiding his duties. He just wasn't willing to make choices for everyone else, as his father had done. I sat closer and leaned my cheek against his shoulder. He stiffened, then leaned closer to smell my hair. The elixir in his blood called to me, pulling me closer until I was nuzzling at the nape of his neck. He seemed surprised, but didn't pull away.
There's one thing that we should decide before we discuss things with the others, he said slowly.
What's that? I whispered.
You are protected in Squirmhead, as my chosen, but it goes both ways. The Covenant protects the elite as well. Having a chosen by my side, it gives me legitimacy and assuages any fears of my bloodlust. It's symbolic that humans and elite can live in peace. The chosen represents a kind of placating influence, a sponge to stem the rage of my thirst.
And? I asked.
And? Well, you never asked for it, or chose it. I can't just assume.
What are you getting at?
We were supposed to be married already, remember? But you blew up my wedding ceremony.
That wasn't me.
Even so, many people think it was. And you have supporters, not only among the Havocs, even inside the compounds. They were there before you, but they were never bold enough to move against us. Someone bombed the wedding in your name. You have fans, followers. They are your people. That's your cause. I'm just wondering how they'll feel seeing us back together. At any rate, if I'm going to pretend to be Prince tomorrow and continue this role, it would be advantageous to have a chosen by my side, supporting me. Even a fierce rebel, a symbol of the revolution. It would show continuation, but also possibility. A new covenant, a new deal.
I smiled at the idea, which wasn't terrible. You're better at politics than you think you are. My stomach fluttered as he shot me a dark grin.
So I guess I'm asking, Emily Sharrow, if you'll stand by me, at least until we figure all of this out, even if it's just for appearances.
I pulled away suddenly, standing and turning my back to him so he couldn't see my expression. I don't want to pretend, I said quietly.
I understand,
he said, his voice cracking and heavy.
I will respect your choice. And to be honest, I'm not surprised. You can't trust me after everything my father has done. After what happened on the mountain, you hate me for what my father did, for what I am.
That's not it, I said, turning to face him again, my eyes watering. I don't want to be with you for some symbolic purpose. I don't want to be used for political pageantry. If we're together, I just want it to be real. He froze for a moment, then rushed towards me so quickly I thought he'd knock me over. But he caught me easily in his strong arms, keeping me on my feet.
"You mean that?"
he asked, leaning closer.
"You're not scared of me?"
His presence took my breath away. "I had a vision, I said quietly. A memory, I think, after I tasted King Richard's blood. From your life before. You had a dog named Oreo, and your mom called you Cheese Weasel. It's hard to be scared of someone with a nickname like that." He laughed then, so hard his body shook.
"Let's not tell everyone about that."
"Your secret is safe with me, as long as I can tease you relentlessly about it in private."
"Deal."
He grinned. "You said I can't trust you, but I do. Even though I barely know you, I also feel like, somehow, I know you better than anyone."
"And I you, Emily Sharrow."
He kissed my forehead, and his lips lingered at my temple. For a moment, I wondered if he really knew me, my life in Algrave. A moment ago, he'd forgotten about my siblings. But then I remembered he'd known my grandfather, and probably my whole extended family in Quandam. The compound that had been destroyed for my grandfather's trespasses. And now, I'd killed his father, the king. We seemed bound together in so many ways already. "The way I see it," I said, "with the ash gone, there could be a complete revolution. The race wars all over again, decades of violence. If we do nothing, it will be worse. Your father's system wasn't perfect, and it was based on a lie. But maybe we can do better."
"Maybe we can,"
he murmured. His lips traced my cheek, and then my neck. He leaned back for a long moment, studying me with his eyes. I tilted my chin and leaned forward, eager for his touch. And then he kissed me, and it was magic. It felt as natural as breathing, and just as urgent. Like if he stopped again, I'd die. It wasn't like the timid kiss we'd shared in Quandam, or the chaste goodbye we'd given each other at the Shire a few days before. This kiss lingered and deepened, surprising me with new sensations. He pulled my waist towards him, and we fell together onto the couch, where I straddled him with my legs. The dress folded around me like a wide blanket, and we both seemed to realize how little fabric remained between us. It was warm suddenly, nearly suffocating, and I wondered how hot we could get before we exploded like the volcano behind us. His eyes were nearly dark now with desire, his fangs clearly exposed. My heart was throbbing in my neck and collarbone. He kissed me, lower, and I trembled when he reached the top of my breasts, escaping from the embroidered bodice of the dress. "We shouldn't," I said, holding a hand up to his lips. "At least, not that. Not yet." He studied me for a moment.
"Trevor?"
he asked. "Maybe. I'll find a way to tell him, but until then—"
"I understand,"
he said heavily. He squirmed below me, trying to lift me off his lap. "But that doesn't mean I'm finished with you," I breathed into his ear. He stiffened, and a smile played on his lips as one hand curled around the hair at the nape of my neck. "Have you fed?" I whispered.
"I have, but that doesn't mean I don't want you. Do you want me to?"
"Please," I said, lifting my hair and turning my neck. He grinned mischievously and pushed his mouth between my breasts, pushing one up with his other hand to expose more flesh. I gasped when his teeth pierced my sensitive skin, and he began to drink. His grip tightened, pulling me hard against him until I could feel all of him. I ran my fingers under his shirt, up his smooth abs and chest. I felt the raw elixir from his venom seep into my bloodstream, just above my racing heart, filling me with a rush of energy. I squeezed my thighs around his legs, pulling him closer, frustrated at the thin fabric causing friction between us. He finished, licking blood off his lips, and wet his thumb with his tongue, rubbing the saliva over the wounds on my chest to begin the healing. Then he bit his wrist lightly, leaving a small puncture that bubbled with elite blood. The smell of elixir made me feel weak and dizzy, and when he raised his wrist, I didn't resist, or even hesitate. I latched on eagerly, holding his gaze as I sucked blood from the wound, rolling it over with my tongue. He pulled away soon after, before I'd been sated, and I had to force myself to let go of his arm. I wiped my mouth with the back of my arm and fell off him to the side, collapsing against the soft cushions of the couch and letting out a sigh that was almost a moan.
That was...
he started, raising an eyebrow. That was hot, as Amber would say. Really hot.
In a good way, I hope?
In the best way, I replied. He leaned down over me, and I shifted aside so he could slide beneath me and wrap an arm under my head. Then I lay back, letting myself be carried away by the ocean of bliss that I could feel down to my toes. The quiet music and chatter outside, the hum of the purification engines, became a stream of sensations and colors behind my eyelids. Chapter 4. When I woke, I was alone on the couch, still in my green dress from the night before, my dark hair and stained fingertips tangled in the pillows. Apparently, Damien and I were expected to share a room. Whether because we'd both arrived as invalids or betrothed, I wasn't sure. The drapes were pulled tightly shut, and when I opened them, I was dazzled by the light outside, so bright I had to blink and shield my eyes. The morning sky was even more dramatic than the somber hues of the sunset the night before. A deep, brilliant blue, with fluffy white clouds in all shapes that moved across the vast space like floating ships, morphing and changing shapes as they passed. I could watch it for hours. And the sun? So bright I couldn't look directly at it, a vivid hole in the sky of heat and light. I found an outfit in the closet in the corner, folded neatly in a shelf. I couldn't stand to don another fancy gown, so I picked out a pair of dark slacks, a collared shirt, and a sweater. I'd have to do something for shoes, but couldn't find anything that fit me that weren't heels or embroidered velvet, so I left them and headed downstairs in my bare feet. Apparently, I was the last to arrive again. The table from the night before had been cleared and reset, with formal plateware this time, muffins, pastries, and fresh pears and grapes. I could smell the coffee, and my stomach rumbled. "Morning, sleepyhead," Jasmine called, stepping in from a side entrance, her wet hair wrapped in a towel. I nodded, pouring myself a mug of coffee from the pot on the table and blowing on it. It tasted nearly as good as what they had in the Citadel. Trevor was on the couch this time, reclined with a book, broadcasting a scowl with his tight shirt and dark eyebrows. He sat up, closing it as I settled in beside him, bringing my bare feet up onto the soft upholstery. They were still decorated in faded red stains from the girls at the Shire.
"Did you talk to Damien last night?"
he asked in a low voice. "Yes," I said, "but let's wait until we're all here." His lips pressed together, but he didn't reply. He was wearing the same clothes from yesterday, but without the long coat, with the loose-fitting tunic untucked. Kamina was in pants like me, with a sweater vest and a stocking cap around her choppy blonde hair, while Jasmine, when she returned from changing, had opted for a skirt and tank top that showed off her dark skin. "Okay," Luke said, settling at the table and paring an apple with a knife. "I didn't get it earlier. I mean, Crawlist was nice, but Sezamp was a shithole. If I could live like this every day, however, I think I'd be willing to give up some blood." "Not everyone lives like this," I said, lifting my eyes to the dangling chandelier above the antique furniture. "Most people don't. Not even the mayor's. I heard it's from the mining, gems and precious metals, also some of their handcraft. I think they even have a deal to produce weapons for the Royal Armory."
"That's true,"
Damien said, coming down the stairs. He'd showered and was wearing a neatly pressed shirt woven with gold threads, his hair combed back. I was surprised to see him up and glanced at the windows. The light fell in bright patches along the carpet, near a pair of dark leafy ferns in bronze vases and a marble bust next to a short wooden bookshelf, but didn't reach this far into the room. Even still, Damien seemed to move a little less confidently than he once had, sticking to the darkest corners.
"The prince awakens,"
Trevor grumbled under his breath. I kicked him before sitting up.
"They don't do much trading directly with the other compounds,"
Damien continued.
"but their merchants sell plenty in the Citadel. Everything run through the noble families. It's one of the wealthiest communities."
"Whatever," Jasmine said. "You should visit Denvato sometime. No offense to our host, but this place isn't exactly cozy." We gathered around the table, me seated between Damien and Trevor. Gradually, the chatting died down, and I felt all their eyes on me. "My siblings are still in the Citadel," I started, "so that's where I need to be, at least until I make sure they're safe."
"Things didn't exactly go that well on your last visit," Luke said pointedly.
"This time, it'll be different, if I go back with Damien, as his chosen." Trevor stiffened beside me and drew in a sharp breath. I saw him squeeze his hands into fists and then hide them under the table. "And what about us?" Kamina asked. "None of you have to come with me," I said, "but Damien will find a way to clear your statuses at least. You can return home if you wish." "You know the chosen don't get to go home," Jasmine said. "Not like that. Dismissed, rejected." "And if we follow you to the Citadel," Kamina pressed, "we'll be expected to continue our duties and reunite with our elite companions." I frowned, angry at myself. I hadn't considered any of that when making plans with Damien last night.
"How long will you stay there?"
Trevor asked, his voice a low rumble.
"After you've rescued Lorelai and Jamie?"
"I don't know," I said. "But like you said yesterday, this is going to be easier with Damien than without him."
"You know this isn't what I meant,"
his dark brows furrowing with annoyance.
"Let's just stay here,"
Luke said, his mouth full.
"I mean, we're like royal guests or something. I doubt anything else will ever compare to this." "We can't overstay our welcome," Damien said. "Royal visits are rare and short. They'll get suspicious if we stay too long. Eventually, my father's absence will be noticed. And then
it'll all fall apart," Jasmine said. "If the elixir stops coming, the compounds will stop sending blood shipments. The compounds will grow sick and weak, trade will break down, people will starve. Disease will be rampant. It would be a mercy for a savage horde of elites to raise the whole community."
"The elite in the Citadel will feed on their own citizens first," Damien continued. "And without a king, they won't be kind. They'll ignore all the rules. They'll consume with abandon, feeding and killing until the Citadel is washed in blood. And then they'll get hungry and go after the other compounds."
"A little dark, don't you think?"
"Just trying to paint a picture."
"But the sun is out now," Trevor said. "The humans, they don't have to stay in the compounds. They can leave, grow their own food without the toxic ash."
"They may not be as eager for freedom as the Havocs or Rebels. And the elite won't just let them go. In the absence of a king, someone else will take over. They'll try to keep the system running for as long as possible. And if that fails, they'll lock the gates and keep the humans penned in like cattle."
"So we kill them all," Luke said. "Look, we always knew this wouldn't be easy. It won't be. But the whole compound system thing, it works. It was necessary because of the ash. The humans have choices now.
Someone just has to tell them the truth and offer them an alternative. The elite can't go out in the daytime anymore. That gives humans a lot of time to plan and take action. We could probably evacuate a whole compound in a day, while the elites are sleeping or holed up in the dark somewhere. It's risky, Damien said. What if there are clouds or a storm? Not to mention all the elite guards or the chosen who have been trained to protect the elite. And even if we get them all out, where could they go that the Slagpaw wouldn't find them? I'm just saying, it's a lot to risk. We can't count on the compounds agreeing with us, I added. I mean, not yet. They know King Richard. They trusted him and his plan. There's bound to be a great deal of uncertainty and unrest at first. But we can't just walk in as liberators, asking them to march out into the wilderness. They'd stone us to death. That's why it's got to be Damien, Jasmine said. If he's on the throne, it should settle everyone down. And then, slowly, we can make new laws, new plans. More choice, better regulations. The same system, you mean? Trevor frowned. The Covenant? It doesn't have to be, Kamina said. If we are going to institute big changes, the elite won't like it, but we'll have a much better chance pulling it off from inside, from a seat of power, than as outlaws and rebels. If he's king, he'll control the elite guards, and some of the elite will probably follow along rather than risk their position. And those who don't? Trevor asked. If it comes to a fight, which it will, we need to be prepared. Agreed, Damien said. If I can take the throne easily, none of this will matter. But we should assume the worst so that we aren't caught off guard. What about the antidote? Jasmine asked. It doesn't work, remember? Luke said. That's not exactly true, I said. Damien told me Nigel's eye didn't heal after I attacked him. April stabbed him with the antidote, and he fled for the capital. He's still elite, but it interfered with the healing somehow, at least for a while. So we should go back to the Shire first, Trevor said. Reconnect with April and Penelope. Do more tests and study the antidote. Maybe we can make it work for real. Damien was quiet, and I turned towards him, seeking his opinion. It's what your grandfather wanted, he said quietly. You turned off the ash. Maybe the next step is to get rid of all the elites. Take away the temptation. No blood wars, no vampires, just humans. Trevor raised his eyebrows, and he didn't seem to be the only one surprised by Damien's words. But they didn't know him like I did. And you'd help us? Kamina asked. Help us destroy your kind? Damien sighed deeply, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt. If all the humans are dead, the elite will starve. If all the elite are dead, the humans, they'll survive. It seems like, pragmatically speaking, if I had to choose a side, it should be yours. But I'm not making any recommendations. I'll help you, but this isn't my responsibility, and it's not my decision. But that could take years, I said, feeling anxiety flood my stomach. Testing, the antidote, and it's not like the elite would just take it willingly. So we need a plan, Luke says, and allies. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Kamina said. Emily and Damien may not face much resistance taking the throne, especially if they reach the Citadel quickly before anyone realizes the king is dead. King Richard ruled for a century without a consort, without a queen. Trevor grumbled. Why does Damien need one? And why does it have to be Emily? Because people trust her, Luke said, and not just the citizens, the blood slaves in the compounds, people from Havoc and from the Shire. They've seen her tame a Slagpaw. They've seen her attack the Citadel. If it was just some pretty face on the throne, the rebels, the outlaws, even all the regular citizens who questioned the king's system but would never dare breathe a word of it, it'll be just like before. But if she is on the throne...
They'll know that Damien isn't just like his father, Kamina finished, and that change is coming. That the Chosen aren't just a bartering chip, sold consorts to keep the peace. This time, they'll actually be given a voice.
Will the other elite just let you take the throne? Jasmine asked. Won't there be a fight for power? Damien gave a sly grin. Well, that's one advantage on our side. My father was the first elite, which made him stronger than all the others. He could compulse anyone, not just humans. I shuddered, remembering the display of power he'd managed at Penelope's execution. But now that he's gone, Damien continued, there's only one elite I know who has a similar strength and ability, and he's on our side.
Tobias, I breathed.
And where is he? Luke asked. Citadel, last time I checked. I should probably go in first, but with Tobias on my side, I think the others will fall in line. If not, Tobias could persuade them.
Compulsing is illegal, isn't it? Jasmine asked.
Not for the king, and most humans don't know any better.
We can't do it that way, I said.
We shouldn't have to,
Damien said, furrowing his brows.
But there are still nearly 100 elite in the Citadel, each with a trained assassin at his side. A human chosen, high on elixir, and hundreds of guards. Honestly, my father took our protection very seriously after the whole thing with your grandfather.
Given the choice between mind control and a stake through the heart, Trevor said,
I know what I'd choose. It won't be like that. I won't rule like my father did. But Tobias's gift should allow us to infiltrate the Citadel without bloodshed and avoid unnecessary violence.
I nodded, even though I hated the idea. Compulsing the behavior of others went against everything I thought we were fighting for. But if it prevented more violence and kept my siblings safe, it was a small concession. Once Damien was in charge, we'd have time to make amends. And though the thought of using me as a political symbol was uncomfortable, after last night with Damien, the thought of sharing the royal palace with him wasn't entirely unwelcome.
Excuse the disturbance, Your Majesty. The timid voice came from the tiled hallway outside the room.
What is it? Jasmine yelled back.
The council will see you now.
Damien stood, and the rest of us raised with him, but the messenger frowned, wringing his hands.
Apologies, but since we will be discussing sensitive political matters, perhaps your companions would be more comfortable remaining here. Or, if you'd prefer, I can organize a tour of the city.
Damien was about to agree when I grabbed his arm. As his chosen, I cannot allow Prince Damien to be unescorted.
He's in no danger here, and your rank does not qualify you for sensitive discussions of state.
Even so, I said, he's not going without me.
You guys go ahead, Luke said. I'll stay here. Plenty of napping to do.
I'd like to check out the markets in the daytime, Jasmine said. I heard there are some rare herbs that could be valuable. Might pick something up for my parents. Trevor crossed his arms and stared at us. I had a feeling he was going to demand to attend as well, but I shook my head, and he held his tongue.
Be careful,
he growled, stepping behind me and slipping a small knife into my palm.
Something about this doesn't feel right.
You too, I whispered. Keep your eyes peeled. Damien was already near the door, seeming perfectly at ease with the long line of guardsmen along the corridor, in stately armor and wielding axes. I didn't remember them from the night before, but maybe everyone had been distracted by the party. We were led into a large drawing room in the same building, with a U-shaped formation of long tables that had been prepared with jugs of sweet tea and water, and a selection of muffins and fruit. We were the first to arrive, and the guards closed the door behind us. Something's off, I said.
You were expecting a palace? Damien smirked. A royal courtroom?
Doesn't this feel a little too modest for a courtly visit?
The main halls probably have too much light,
Damien said, nodding towards the windows, which were sealed with heavy drapes and tied shut.
They had to make do. It's not like we gave them much warning.
I suppose, I said, my fingers still lingering on his arm.
You sure it's not just the thirst? Or anxiety from Trevor's warning? I mean, you're right to be cautious, but don't forget you've been on the run for weeks. It's no surprise being indoors, back inside one of the compounds, would feel uncomfortable to you.
I bit my lip, but didn't respond, and he sighed, turning towards me and placing a hand on my shoulder.
It's most likely just a formality, Damien said. The compounds rarely have an opportunity to receive a royal presence, and our visit has been unusual to say the least. They may try to press advantage. They'll probably flatter us, offer some gifts, and get a little face time so they can brag about it with their friends or use it to trade favor for the next few years. Just smile, and it'll be over soon.
But what should we tell them? I whispered, leaning closer. I mean, if they ask what we are doing here, or how we got injured?
Nothing, Damien said, his eyes hardening. First of all, that's none of their business. If they dare have that kind of audacity, I'll remind them of their place. Secondly, until we take control of the Citadel, we can't give anything away that could weaken our position.
Agreed, I said, glad we were on the same page at least. Things were so much easier to decide when it was just the two of us, instead of our entire ensemble of allies. I spun when the door opened, and a line of attendants strode in, followed by 6 guards who stood at the back of the room and framing the windows. The movement caused the drapes to flutter, and Damien shifted uncomfortably as a thin crack of sunlight flashed against the far wall. The nobles came in next, 5 men and 3 women, in somber-hued suits and dresses. I nodded to the steward, who smiled at me and took a seat at the head of the center table. Besides the representatives from the 9 families, there were 3 curates, dressed in full ceremonial attire, similar to what curates wore in Algrave, but more elaborate, their white robes emboldened with bright swaths of embroidered silk, their dark beards and hair curled and styled with gold wire. The hosts took turns bowing and greeting Damien, who had taken a seat in the single padded chair in the center of the tables. Attendants pulled up a small table next to him and poured tea, placing an elaborate display of confectionery.
"That's all for you,"
Damien smirked. They offered him a goblet of fresh blood, but he waved it away, and I watched them set it to the side. I had nowhere to sit, so I stood behind Damien, as Chosen often did.
"Don't worry,"
he whispered, holding my hand.
"When you're queen, I'll make sure we both have thrones."
My cheeks flushed at his words. He was probably joking, but I couldn't tell. I hadn't considered what my future position would be as Damien's consort. Trevor was right. There had never been a queen before. The families took turns making short speeches and offering tokens, specialties from Scormhead, expensive-looking jewels or local crafts, and a few priceless family heirlooms. It took nearly an hour to get through all of it, and I was already getting antsy for us to be done, when the hosts finally took their seats and the mayor addressed Damien directly. He was an older man with a rounded midsection. I hadn't spoken to him before.
"Now that we're through with the formalities," he said, standing, "I trust your highness is well rested and satisfied with our hospitality so far?" "Of course," Damien said, "and I promise I will take your praises back to my father."
There was a shift of energy in the room, and several of the nobles frowned and glanced at each other uncomfortably.
"I appreciate that," the mayor continued in an ingratiating tone, "and I would be bereft in my duties if I didn't also ask, whether there's anything else we can do to make your stay more comfortable. You've already done more than enough. We value your contributions to our kingdom and your continued faith in our agenda. And since you're here, I also wonder whether there's anything else you'd like to convey to us. Meaning?
Damien asked sharply. The shadows in the room seemed to condense around him, darkening his features. I sensed a turn in the conversation.
Well, your appearance here, along with your retinue, caught us off guard. And though it doesn't need to be pointed out, with the ash removed, some of the families are wondering about political instability. We want to make sure when you leave, we won't be forced to deal with any other surprises. The shipments of elixir,
one of the curates cut in,
are essential to our culture and weekly renewal service. But unless I'm mistaken, they were originally offered as protection against the poisonous influence of the toxic ash.
You're seeking assurances that the shipments will continue? I guessed, stepping in. The curate, a tall rail of a man, seemed taken aback that I'd addressed him directly. I saw him glance down at the dark marks on my wrists and fingers, and crossed my arms to hide them. Suddenly, I realized Damien was dressed in his best formal wear, and I was barefoot beside him, in pants and a baggy sweater. I felt a nervous anxiety in the pit of my stomach. It seemed bold of them to ask about the shipments at all, but also oddly specific, when they'd been given no cause to doubt Damien. Even worse, this was definitely something we couldn't promise right now. Not until we took power and figured out how exactly we were going to move forward. So I frowned when Damien raised a hand.
The shipments will continue this month and every month after that, as they have for 100 years. I give you my word. I see.
The mayor pursed his lips.
In that case, I'm very sorry about this.
His eyes flicked to the back of the room. At his nod, 2 of the guards flung open the drapes, letting in the light. Damien hissed and flinched lower, using the back of his chair as a shield. But the curtains had only been drawn halfway, leaving a wall of light that cleft the room in half, separating us from the doors. We were trapped. Chapter 5. I cursed myself for letting my guard down. Not that it mattered, with Damien's blood from last night igniting against the adrenaline in my veins. I grabbed a handful of colorful macaroons from the silver tray and tossed them like marbles. I easily overpowered the first guard, kicking his legs out from under him and swiping his sword from his waist. I threw it across the room in a flash, where it sank into the armor of the second guard. A mistake, I realized a second later, as I was soon surrounded by the remaining 4 guards, with only the small blade Trevor had given me. You really want to do this? I spat. It'll take me 10 seconds to disarm these assholes and shut the drapes again, at which point Prince Damien will devour the heads of your noble families in even less time.
There's no need for all that,
the mayor called loudly.
Then why the stunt?
Damien growled, eyeing the thin wall of blinding sunlight still blocking our exit. Somehow, it made him look paler and even more dangerous. His extended fangs gleamed and eyes cut like sapphires. 3 of the nobles quietly slipped out the door.
Let's just say we're about to have a very serious conversation, and I wanted to make sure I had your full attention. I'm listening,
Damien said, settling back into his chair.
Firstly, as I hope we've just demonstrated, we can't assume things will just continue as usual. Even after I've given my assurances? We received a broadcast from the Citadel early this morning. Most of the nobles haven't even seen this yet. It was requested that we broadcast the entire transmission to the whole compound, something we have yet to do, because we fear it might put you in a delicate situation. As a courtesy, we're choosing to share it with you first. Noted, Go ahead,"
Damien said, waving his hand. Attendants pulled down a screen and set up a small portable projector. I sucked in a breath when Nigel's face appeared on the screen, larger than life. There was silence for a moment, and my skin crawled as Nigel seemed to be staring directly at me. One of his eyes was slightly lighter than the other, and segmented like a cracked pearl. A hairline scar cut through his eyebrow to the center of his cheek. "Greetings from the Citadel," Nigel began, folding his hands in his lap. I shivered as his voice came through the speakers behind me, sending a chill down my spine. "Forgive this intrusion. I know the royal communication devices are meant for kingly speeches, and to my knowledge have never been employed for any other purpose. But given recent events, we felt it necessary to reach out and warn you about a developing situation. You see, King Richard left the Citadel several days ago and has yet to return. His son Damien is also missing. We are sending out elite search parties to protect the royal lineage, who will be with you soon. In the meantime, despite this unfortunate turn of events, I want to personally assure you that order and law will continue exactly as they always have, with uninterrupted shipments of elixir. We expect, in return, to receive the blood shipments, which our elite will collect on their arrival. You will probably have noticed a dramatic change in our skies, and awoken to a sunrise that, for most of you, will have been a fresh and inspiring experience. As King Richard's personal advisor, this is a plan we have been working on for many years, thanks to our advanced scientific research here in the Citadel that will make it easier for you to raise crops. However, please stay within the compounds. Our experts tell us it may be decades before the soil and water outside are safe. We also expect that some rebels may use this new gift of light against the very elite guardians who have provided it. So let me remind you that any violence against elite, for any reason, will be met by swift retribution in kind. In the event of a worst-case scenario, if we cannot retrieve our king or his son successfully, we will appoint an elite council, not to replace our king, but to offer continued leadership to all our beloved compounds until his return. Finally, any person, elite or human, who threatens the divine sanctity of our alliance and covenant will be treated as a traitor and immediately executed. Information leading to the capture of these individuals, even if only the retrieval of their bodies, will be rewarded with 100 vials of elixir. Live together, die apart. The recording paused, freezing on Nigel's face. There was a soft whisper in the room as several people echoed the kingdom's motto, followed by a long silence. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Damien to speak first. "Well, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, I'm right here, and I am unharmed. This is just some kind of misunderstanding." "And your father?" one of the curates spoke up, to murmurs. "It is suspicious, isn't it? Not that we're doubting you, only that we have the kingdom's best interest at heart. You show up with a known traitor to the throne, and now your father is missing? What are we to think?" "Think whatever you want. I don't answer to you." "For speculative purposes, if the king is indisposed," Stuart Tamkin said, "you would be next in line. But that's only if you plan to assume your role. You and this other elite have both promised to uphold your father's covenant, but he is in the Citadel. He's able to deliver on his promises." "That puts us at a disadvantage," the fat curate cut in. "If we let you go, not only do we risk you siding with the rebels and weakening the kingdom, but we'd also lose out on the potential bounty. With your companions, that's 500 vials of elixir." Fire burned through my veins as I flung Trevor's small blade across the room. The curate went pale as it struck and quivered into the wall behind him. I pushed the table aside to retrieve it, leaning past the man and then pulling it out sharply. He jumped at the sound and started sweating when I let the blade linger near his neck. "Careful," I purred. "I'm a dangerous rebel, remember? If you think I'm going to let you sell me for—"
"What do you want?"
Damien asked, rising from his chair. I returned to his side slowly.
"What are you offering?"
The mayor smiled, folding his hands together.
"Let's say we let you leave. You think you could stop us?"
Damien snapped.
"We could try. There are hundreds of guards you'd have to get past. You are one elite, with 3 chosen and a pair of very average young men. We were sworn to protect this mountain. We have died for it. If we have failed, the king will be angry. Unless, as Nigel says, it was his plan all along, and him we should be grateful to."
I glanced at the frightened faces of the remaining nobles, and my anger softened. I gripped Damien's shoulder and gave him a look. "We should tell them," I whispered. "They're just nervous, and they have a right to be." Damien's eyes went wide, but he finally nodded.
"Nigel is a liar. My father didn't turn off the ash. That was Emily,"
Damien said, brushing lint from his shoulder.
"She did it for you, and it nearly cost her her life." "And what happened to your father?" the steward asked. "Why hasn't he returned to the Citadel?"
"The king isn't missing," I said. "He's dead." This brought cries of alarm and discussion, so much that the mayor had to pound the table until everyone settled down again.
"I appreciate you telling us this," he said, "but that puts us all in a precarious situation. You say you will claim the throne and continue your father's shipments, but now Nigel seems in favor, right or not. He controls the elixir, and most of the elites will side with him. Let me put it plainly," Steward Tamkin said. "We are at risk either way during this instability. If there is a war, and we pick the wrong side, it could be devastating for our compound. We only hope to keep our citizens safe, as is our charter. We need assurances."
"Like what?" I asked.
"What do you have to offer? For such a risk, we would need to be well compensated." "Double our elixir shipment for 1 year," the head curate said.
It was the first time he'd spoken, and his golden earrings dangled above his shoulders when he bobbed his head.
"This would give us the opportunity to make it through a period of trials and tribulations. Take care of our compound, defend it if necessary, and make sure we have a surplus of resources. If we can't continue our weekly renewal ceremonies, our people will grow frustrated and then angry. There would likely be a revolt."
"And no offense," said the tall curate by his side, "but at the moment, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. 500 vials of elixir paid up front, immediately, simply for keeping you here until Nigel's elites arrive. That is far more tempting of a bet than letting you go on the premise that your small group of rebels can conquer the Citadel." A few of the men chuckled when he smiled at me. "Damien didn't kill King Richard," I said, scowling at them. "I did. And there's more you don't know, but let's say our chances of victory are higher than what you might assume." Damien grabbed my hand and shook his head.
"We will need to discuss this, privately."
The mayor nodded, and the guards closed and secured the drapes again. I watched 2 of the men pull the sword from the man I'd stabbed and fill his mouth with elixir. I hoped they could save him.
"We'll give you until sunset. We know you won't be able to escape before then."
"Well, there goes that plan," Luke said, crossing his arms once we'd filled in the others about Nigel's broadcast. "He's basically made you a wanted fugitive."
"Welcome to the club, Your Highness,"
Trevor said darkly. What's this mean for us? Jasmine asked. Well, we can't just waltz back into the Citadel, Kamina said. Not anymore. But my siblings? I asked, fighting a flurry of anxiety. I'm just saying, Kamina frowned. We need a plan. We can always fight our way out of here, Luke said. We can't, though, Damien said, hanging his head. I'm sorry. It was stupid of me not to recognize the threat. I can't help you fight. If I step outside, I'll burn. So that leaves the rest of you. A few of you might manage to escape, but all of you at once, and you'd have to leave me behind. That's why he gave us until sunset. Jasmine nodded. He knows. After sunset, Nigel's royal elite will probably arrive soon after. It's smart, though, to negotiate, Damien said, rubbing a hand over his face. Stall for time and play both sides until we elites figure out our own mess without dragging them into it. Why don't we tell them about the antidote? I asked. They'll be more likely to back us if they know we have an advantage. Are you serious? Trevor asked. Those rich bastards in there? They just want to keep their cozy mansions and elevated positions. If you asked the ordinary citizens what they wanted, I'll bet you'd get a lot more support for a systemic societal reform. They have less to lose and more to gain. So why not slaughter the nobles and make a new deal with the public? Luke asked, far too casually. It might cost us less. I squeezed my hands into fists under the table. Jasmine noticed and caught my eye. They aren't our enemies, she said. Then why are they extorting us? Trevor scowled. I let out a slow breath. The elixir made me jumpy and short-tempered. It wasn't even noon, and I'd already maimed a guard. They've paid enough, I said quietly, remembering the gruesome price the nobles had paid for their positions. Without leadership, there would be no order, Kamina said. Things could get worse. Without the elixir, they'd have no reason to stay, Luke grumbled. They'd be free. Do they seem like they want freedom? Jasmine shot back. Have you asked them? Or are you forcing it on them? But we can't negotiate, Damien said. They want double the elixir for the same blood shipments. They've put us in a sticky situation and they know it. It's shrewd. They're playing a dangerous game. But maybe they sense it's worth the risk. We can't just make deals with every compound, Kamina said. I mean, that assumes you get your throne back, that all the elite still support you. And if you bring Emily back as your chosen, after everything she's done, after killing your father, Nigel will never accept it, and he'll have a lot of supporters. Your father forced them, I said, because he was more powerful, like you want to do with Tobias, basically, and Penelope now too. Great. 3 elite against hundreds. Trevor smirked. How long will that last? What do you have to offer them? Why should they support you? With the skies clear, they'll be defensive and scared. So we take them out, Luke said. If you take them out, Jasmine sighed, throwing up her hands, you won't be able to give elixir to the compounds. Seriously, you're like a parrot. Don't you have any other ideas? But maybe we won't need to, Kamina added. Deliver, I mean. If you default, break the terms of the deal, they'll just stop the blood shipments. So, why not accept the deal now and see what happens? They'll be cut off, I said, isolated. You might get rid of Nigel and his peers, but don't forget, the elite in the Citadel are those who have chosen to agree to the laws of King Richard's system, at least mostly. If all the elites are gone, there are still Slagpaw, Raiders, and other bloodsuckers. You won't be able to protect them.
Maybe it's not our responsibility to protect everyone, Trevor said, raising his voice. Haven't we done enough? Risked enough? What have they done to earn their freedom? Calm down, Damien said, raising a hand. This is getting us nowhere. You think your opinion matters more than ours? Trevor growled. We're not your servants. You're just an outlaw like us now. I agreed with Em when I thought we needed you because of your political influence. But without it, it's getting more difficult for me to remember what you bring to the table. Shall I remind you? Damien grinned dangerously. He halved the distance between them in a blur. So quickly, Trevor flinched and stumbled backwards over his chair. I put an arm between them before things could escalate. These are big issues, Kamina said. It's not likely we'll solve them today amongst ourselves. Besides, I think we're pretty much in agreement, all of us, that we should try to impose as little as possible and offer more choices, with less risk of violence to the compounds. First, do no harm, Damien muttered. That alone is enough of a guiding principle for the moment. In that spirit, fighting our way out, killing everyone here, that's not great for anybody. But we can't just lie to them, I started. Who's lying? Jasmine said. King Richard has a ton of elixir saved up, doesn't he? They want double elixir for 1 year. If Damien manages to gain control, it's not like it's forever. He could fulfill that obligation. After that, however, there's no promises. We could negotiate a new deal or stop shipments altogether. But that's something we could figure out later. Besides, Kamina added, if there's a fight coming, securing the supply of elixir is a smart move. The soldiers are loyal to the crown, but slave to the elixir. And without the traditional rules, there's no limits for them or the chosen. Nigel will overfeed them, and they'll be stronger, until they burn out. Making a private deal with each compound isn't the worst idea, Trevor conceded. I mean, we can't plan for them all, not right now. But at the moment, we have an opportunity to secure at least this one. What are you suggesting? Damien asked, crossing his arms. Just saying, offer the soldiers here a daily dose rather than a weekly dose, and they'll be more likely to serve you, to protect your interests. But only if you make it worth their while, a share of the spoils. You're asking them to risk their lives. Besides, there's more elixir on its way, right? Luke asked. If we kill a bunch of elites, that elixir is as good as ours. Better to keep them alive, Trevor said grimly. Drain more elixir from them over time. First of all, absolutely not, I said, poking him in the chest. But secondly, we don't know how many elites Nigel will send, or troops for that matter. We should avoid this fight if we can. So we take the deal? Luke asked. If we want to escape before Nigel's elite arrive, Jasmine said, we might have to. It's not safe to travel at night, Luke said, but if we get out of the compound, we can find somewhere to hole up. What about Damien? I asked. One thing at a time, Damien said with a sad smile. He rolled his neck to the side before opening the door. The messenger from earlier was waiting between 2 helmeted guards. He led us down the hall and up the stairs to a cozy, dark wood office full of bookshelves and a marble bust. The mayor, the head curate, and Steward Tamkin were waiting behind a wide oak table. We agree to your terms, Damien announced. Excellent, Steward Tamkin said. We've drawn up a contract, if you wouldn't mind signing it the formal way. Damien's lips tightened, but he pricked his finger with his fang until a drop of blood appeared. He pressed it into the document,
and then signed his name over the bloody fingerprint.
"Both of you, please," the mayor added.
"But I'm still just a chosen," I said.
"Even so," the head curate said, "we are making this agreement with both of you. In case one fails to deliver, we will expect the other to come through regardless."
I took a deep breath and pulled a pin from the pincushion near a container full of feathered quills and old cigars. I placed my mark next to Damien's, and then signed my name. I thought at first my heart was beating so loudly it rang in my ears. But then the mayor turned to glance out the window. I joined him, feeling the light on my face, while Damien stayed back in the shadows. I could see flashes of armor as troops marched past the distant tree line, their drums sounding a warning, a red banner waving in the wind. With the ash, we wouldn't have noticed them until they were right outside the gates.
"We must hurry,"
the steward said, motioning us back down the hallway.
"It's almost sunset."
Chapter 6. Damien was cautious as we left the room, but the harsh light from outside had turned to a soft orange, and the steward was careful to have the guards secure the drapes firmly before we returned to the common area to meet our friends. They stood quickly when they saw our faces.
"What happened?"
Trevor growled, turning on the steward. I realized I was keeping a tight grip on the blade Trevor had given me. I preferred to stay armed, but let him pry it out of my palm.
"No time to explain," Damien said. "Grab your things. We're leaving."
In less than a minute, we'd regrouped around the table. Luke dumped a tray of cookies and fruit into his backpack, then grabbed 2 bottles of wine from the cabinet. "You really want to be carrying all that?" Kamina said. "It'll just slow you down." "Someone's got to worry about the important stuff." Luke grinned. "And I promised I'd bring my uncle a present." "Is that where we're going?" "We don't have a lot of options right now," I said. I filled them in quickly about Nigel's broadcast and our hasty deal while we followed the steward down the hall. He paused at the front door and grabbed a large umbrella from a stand.
"Sorry about this," he said, handing it to Damien, "but the sun will be down in a few minutes and we can't afford to wait."
"I understand," Damien said, taking the umbrella. He hunched over, protecting himself as he stepped outside and keeping under the shade. It was a piss-poor solution, but it seemed to work, as long as he moved carefully. Even so, I winced when I saw his pale wrist get caught in the light. A second of exposure, and it turned an angry red, like a stove burn. We rounded the external stairs, this time going past the church towards the wide, ornamental door on the top of the city. It looked like it hadn't been opened for years. The mayor ignored the warning signs and unlocked a smaller side door that led into a long white hall. Damien ducked inside first, only folding away the umbrella when he was deep within the rock.
"Normally, this whole hallway would be uncomfortably hot. It's the main access chamber to the furnace. Honestly, I don't think anyone knew exactly what was happening, or that it could be turned off. King Richard said it was an eternal fire from a nuclear accident. We didn't know what that meant, but the heat was enough to keep us away. I don't think this area has ever been fully explored."
"So, why are we going into it?" Luke asked warily, stepping around a stack of crates. The hallway was so dark the steward used a flashlight, and had to turn back once when he lost his way. Then he paused next to a large map on the wall, faded and cracked beneath a sheet of plastic, frowning at the lines and tracing them with his finger.
"I have a copy of this in my office, and I was required to study it in order to train our flamekeepers." "You sent them to their deaths?" Damien said. "It was my duty, one I never took lightly."
"I'm sorry," I said, "about your son." His eyes misted, but only for a moment, then he shook off the painful memory.
A few years ago, I came across some interesting records of a project my grandfather had been working on, along with a team of engineers, at King Richard's request.
What was it?
Come, I'll show you.
Deeper into the complex, the hallways turned industrial, with pipes and wires lining the ceiling, occasional pockets of trash, and a room full of junk that looked like a hoarder's cache.
Guess not everyone made it out,
Luke said, picking up a pair of leather boots before realizing they were being occupied by a skeleton. He shook the bones out and held them against his own to compare the size.
Maybe during the culling,
Damien said.
There were probably some survivors here before my father took over everything.
Finally, we found a large round room with a ceiling that looked like a folded fan. It was filled with dust and large swaths of fabric that covered most of the floor. The steward frowned at it, studying the control panel on the side wall, before finally picking up a large hose and connecting it to a hole in the side of the silky fabric. An engine whirred to life, sending vibrations through the floor.
"Thank God it still works," he said.
"What is it, though?"
"It's a hot air balloon,"
Damien said, stepping up to what looked like a large wicker basket tied down with ropes.
"The king thought, I think a very long time ago, that Squirmhead could be used as a refuge if anything happened to the citadel. It's better protected, but for the same reason, it offers unique challenges. One way out, one way in." "Right, but he thought something like this could harness the natural gas and hot air of the furnace, useful for a quick escape."
"We can't all fit in that," Kamina said, eyeing the basket. "And would it even hold us?"
"I'm not sure," said Steward Tamkin. "But according to the maps, there are also several access tunnels that cut through the mountain. Nobody has used them in years. Nobody even knows about them. They would have been too hot previously, but now you could probably make it through."
"We're not splitting up," I said. Damien frowned, looking over our group and then back at the lightweight basket.
"The fabric is probably moth-eaten and weak. Assuming the balloon fills, we won't be able to use the fire to keep it going. It would be too easy to spot now that the skies are clear. But you can escape quickly and coast into the darkness. You'd be miles and miles away before it came down."
"They aren't looking for us," Jasmine said. "I mean, not really. You and Damien, you're famous. Everybody will recognize you, and after Nigel's little press conference, I think it's pretty clear he doesn't intend to let you reach the Citadel alive. If you're surrounded, captured." "We'll go with you," I said. "Fight. Together."
"Jasmine is right," Trevor said darkly. "We'll be able to blend in. Damien is fast, but he's also elite. If they're using Slagpaw to hunt, they'll smell his elixir." "I'm all right with not being hunted by Slagpaw," Luke said, raising one hand while munching on a ham sandwich he'd found somewhere.
"Please tell me you didn't get that off the dead guy," Jasmine said, wrinkling her nose.
"Jealous?"
he said, wiping crumbs off his jacket.
"Splitting up is a good option," Trevor said. "That way, at least one of us will reach the Shire and tell Jacob and the others what's happening."
I froze, meeting his eyes. I hated separating and had doubts about this ancient flying contraption, but Damien didn't seem afraid of it. "Fine," I said. I wished I had some elixir to give them, but there was none left, and no time. And they should be okay, as long as they found a safe passage through the mountain. The steward pressed a button, and the ceiling began to open. The balloon was already half full and taking shape. It was navy blue, with a golden royal crest on the side.
"Oh, right,"
Trevor said, reaching into his handbag.
"What am I supposed to do with this?"
He pulled out the glittering crown, my eye fixed on a spot of blood darkening the gemstones.
"Why don't you hold on to it?"
Damien said.
"If you get captured or in any trouble, it might help confirm your story. Trade or barter it if you're forced to."
"Wait,"
I get 2 bottles of wine and he gets a freaking crown? That's not fair. I'll take it back, Damien said. You're just borrowing it. With any luck, we'll make it to the Shire before sunrise. Otherwise, we'll need to hole up somewhere. But you should probably stay here for the night and leave in the morning, when the elite won't be out hunting for you.
Stay safe, I said, hugging the girls. I waved awkwardly at Luke, and he gave me a fist bump. Finally, I turned to Trevor. Take care of them, I whispered. Please.
I will,
he promised. He cast a dark look at Damien, and I could tell how much he hated this plan. But the ceiling was open now, and the sky was dark purple and full of stars. Sun's down at least.
That means Nigel's ambassadors could be arriving soon, the steward said. I should go and greet them. I'll lock the door behind me, but they may demand to search. If you hear voices, stay hidden. That won't help, Damien murmured. The elite will be able to smell you as soon as they get close. Well, let's hope I'm good at lying then, the steward said. I'll try to convince them that you left last night. I'll tell them as much of the truth as I can, that you were injured, that we took care of you, and you left. I don't know where.
Thank you, I said warmly. And say goodbye to Almond for me? He nodded, surprised that I remembered his daughter.
The other nobles might talk, or try to make a deal, but as long as you're gone, and nobody knows where you're going...
I hope to see you again. Next time, in a more official capacity.
As you will it, from your lips to fortune's ears.
The basket began levitating off the ground, tugging at the heavy ropes. Damien tossed a ladder with hooks over the side and gave me a hand up. I was glad I was wearing jeans and boots, even if it was just a pair of rubber gardening boots I'd found in a spare closet. Then the mayor disconnected the ropes, and we shot into the sky. I held my breath as the balloon spun in a gust of wind, spiraling higher and higher above the ground. How do we steer this thing? I asked, grabbing the rope handles tucked to the side of the basket.
We don't, Damien said. We go where the wind takes us.
Might have mentioned that earlier. I frowned at him. I thought you guys had, super cool technology before the fall.
This device is a bit older, mostly used for fun.
This is fun?
You've got to admit it's exhilarating,
he said, leaning over the side and making me nervous as the basket shifted with his weight.
Beats standing in line through security and then being in a pressurized cabin for 12 hours. But planes were much faster, meant for long distances. But don't worry, he added. The wind seems to be in our favor. Look.
He pointed over the edge, and I held my breath as I joined him, the basket tilting dangerously to the side as I stepped closer. He wrapped a firm arm around me. My eyes widened as I took in the landscape below. Behind us, the jagged peaks of the mountain rose like black claws towards the starry sky. On the horizon in front of us, a light glow of pink and orange clouds, the halo of what must have been a beautiful sunset. The landscape was already in shadow, but the faint, dying light reflected off pieces of the ruins below. There was so much more of it than I'd anticipated. I knew the main city, not far from the Citadel, where the rebels had been hiding out in the underground mall they called Havoc. It looked like a spiky thorn, glistening with metal and glass, like an infection against the landscape. It was both smaller and larger than I expected, and seemed to stretch in every direction. And it wasn't the only town or city. Ruins seemed to be everywhere, shrouded by trees and vines, half buried in the earth. Massive highways cut through the landscape like veins, connecting everything together. Wow, I said. Damien pointed, and I recognized the tall crystal towers of the Citadel of Lights. It stood like a beacon in the ruined landscape. From there, I mapped out the other compounds, though they were harder to find. If I squinted long enough, I thought I could see a very faint glow, caused by lanterns and torches. Nothing as bright as the citadel, and if I blinked or looked away, it was hard to find them again. Then I realized they were getting further away, smaller, because we were still rising. We rose until the air was freezing cold, and I could see the edge of the world, a curved line, and it was getting lighter.
"Shit," Damien said. "We're catching up to the sun. If we go much higher—"
"So how do we get down?" I asked, my pulse spiking. I barely knew how the sun operated, but it had seemed pretty reliable to assume we were safer at night. Adrift in the balloon, we seemed to hover between worlds, suspended between time.
"The air from the mountain must have been too hot, but once it cools, we'll fall quickly."
"How quickly?" I asked. He shrugged, then ducked into the basket, curling up in the corner and pulling his coat over his head.
"Get some sleep," he said. "It might be a while."
I leaned down next to him, my head on his chest. It was dark, apart from the thin starlight, which made him seem even paler than usual. 20 minutes later, I was shivering, and Damien's body felt like ice next to me.
"I hate that I can't keep you warm,"
he said. "I'm fine," I said, trying to keep my teeth from chattering.
"Do you want to drink? It'll help."
"Not right now," I said. "I should stay clear-headed. Don't want to be reckless when we're 1,000 feet in the air, and we might need it later." I was half afraid we'd float into space and get caught near the sun, and I'd crash down to Earth alone after Damien had combusted into ash. Thankfully, we didn't seem to be getting higher. There was a long, peaceful silence, and I might have dozed off if Damien's voice hadn't stirred me awake again.
"You know, you said earlier you knew me. I'm realizing now that's not quite fair. I know far less about you."
"What do you want to know?" I asked.
"I don't know. Tell me about your family, your life in Algrave."
"It had its moments," I said. "Amber was my best friend, but otherwise I wasn't very popular, not that I cared to be. We had a few years of state education and access to some shelves of old books, all approved by the king, no doubt. But after my father died and my mom got sick, things were rough for a few years. I think I had a happy childhood, but my brother and sister, it wasn't the same for them. Mom was tired all the time, and then she stopped working. I went hunting sometimes."
"I remember."
He grinned. I tried to relive a few of the traditions I learned from my parents to share with Lorelai and Jamie. I mean, I know they aren't my real siblings. I know now, at least. But they were such a big part of my life for so long. They're a part of me.
"You love them."
Damien nodded. "How about you? Any siblings? Or just the dog? And what's up with Cheese Weasel?"
"It was my mom's name for me,"
he said.
"It's hard to explain, but we used to have a cheese-flavored snack that came in a huge plastic tub. Apparently, when I was 6 or so, my mom found me in my underwear, wearing the empty container like a helmet, with orange powder smeared across my cheeks. She thought it was hilarious, so of course she took a photo, printed it out, and framed it."
I laughed at the image, but it was so strange to picture Damien as anything less than the tall, handsome man he'd become. His eyes were so close and clear. I sat up quickly as I realized the sky was lightening. We had to get down, but we were still too high. The balloon above us wasn't as full as it had been before, and the ground seemed closer. We'd covered many miles already, and it took a while to find our location again. The mountains were behind us now, and in the distance, I thought I could see the flat, dark line of the ocean. "If we keep drifting, we'll pass Crawlust and end up in the sea."
"Well, that's no good,"
Damien said. He played with the bronze handles of a navigation device that cut through the center of the balloon.
Hold on, he said. I think this will let out some of the air.
There was a hissing noise, and we drifted lower again. We were too exposed out here. We had to find somewhere to hide before the sun rose. It was light enough to make out details and features of the land below us, and I looked for a place we might be able to set ourselves down. I think that's the bridge we passed on the way to Squirmhead, I said, recognizing the massive shape that cut across the valley below. A section of cracked concrete and metal bars tore through the middle, and the top was piled with cars that looked like a line of dark beetles. But movement between the faded metal shells caught my eye. "There's someone down there," I said, my throat tightening. We were falling faster now, and the speed at which the ground flew beneath us felt dizzying.
"It's a battalion of the Royal Troops,"
Damien muttered, his sharp eyes studying their uniforms. "What are they doing this far away from the Citadel?" I asked.
"Nigel probably sent them out on patrol. The bridge, it's a good lookout point. You can see anybody crossing in the area."
We were nearly past them, silent as a bat, a few 100 feet above their head, when I heard shouts, just as a row of flame erupted along the bridge. And then, before I could take another breath, a dozen flaming arrows arched through the sky towards us.
"Get down,"
Damien said, pulling me towards him and protecting me with his body. Most of the arrows missed, and a few bounced harmlessly against the basket. But one touched the side of the balloon, igniting the fabric. It burned a large, charred hole in the side, sending out sparks and thick, cloudy smoke. We left the bridge behind, and soon the royal soldiers were mere specks in the distance. But the damage had been done. The wind rushed against my cheeks as we careened towards an old section of ruins. Tall buildings with exposed beams and broken concrete, framed by thick, dark pines. "We're not going to make it," I said. "If we hit one of those, we'll crash and fall."
"We're too heavy,"
Damien said, eyeing the balloon. The fire had gone out, but it was just barely holding its shape now.
"But we just need a few more moments."
He looked beneath us, eyeing the drop. "Don't you dare," I said, grabbing his arm.
"Listen to me,"
he said, suddenly serious.
"You know I can jump much further than you. If I land on top of one of these buildings, I can find my way down to the ground level. With me gone, it'll slow your descent. There's a good chance you'll make it to the trees, which should break your fall if the balloon gets caught in the branches."
"I hate this plan." He pulled me closer and kissed me, lifting my chin. The looming shape of a tall, dark building, its top level gutted and torn open, rose out of a layer of mist. Damien climbed on the outside of the basket, hanging with one arm, and kissed me one more time. Then he slid down the dangling rope as low as he could, dangling like a lure. I held my breath as he dropped, then raced to the other side of the basket. I didn't see him land, but at least I didn't see him fall either. He must have made it. With him gone, the balloon did seem slightly buoyed, at least for a few minutes. But then it began to dip again, and this time the fall was precipitous. The ground rushed up to meet me. It was almost like how I'd felt at the trials, sliding down the thin wire towards the trees. It felt like I was going just as fast, but this time I had no elixir. I took a breath and climbed to the outside of the basket, as Damien had done, and lowered myself gently down to the end of the rope. If I could just find a lake or a river, maybe I could break my fall. But there was nothing. And now I was exposed and heading into the trees. Chapter 7. The last shred of fabric from the balloon ignited in a burst of flames, and I dropped like a stone. I clung to the basket as it broke the soft canopy of the forest and hit every branch on the way down. It was like being pummeled by angry arms, but the wicker basket kept its shape and held up surprisingly well, absorbing most of the damage. Even so, when I finally hit the ground, I spilled out and rolled hard into the bushes. I lay still for a few moments. Then my lungs started working again, and I gasped for breath, with the forest still spinning around me. Finally, I sat up, trying to get my bearings, but I felt like I'd stumbled into a foreign landscape. All those years training with my father, but without the ash, nothing felt familiar. It was too open and unfamiliar, brighter and more colorful than I expected. Green, fresh shoots sprung up in small pockets, pushing through the compacted soil of 100 years of toxic ashfall. And the air was clean. I didn't have to cover my nose and mouth, and my face felt raw and unprotected. Normally, I'd have to listen carefully, squinting into the gray curtain of ash. Without it, the forest was louder than I remembered. I looked up at the wicker basket, now nearly shredded, and the trail of burnt scraps of fabric hanging from the branches, casting a wide net above me. The glint of metal caught my eye, and I picked up Damien's royal sword. He must have left it for me. But I resented the gesture. It was both foreign and intimate. This steel blade had been inside of me, and the wound was too fresh not to fill me with a spark of panic as I stuffed it through the back of my belt. The sun wasn't even up yet, and in the shadows of the trees, the open space felt suffocating. There was a rush of fire and wind, and then a silence after I tore a hole into the forest. But now the woods were coming alive again, with crickets and birdsong. So many and so loud, it felt like a screeching. Movement nearby made me flinch. Probably just a mole, but it caused me to startle, shifting my attention. I had to move. Even though I wanted to wait for Damien, sitting in the wreckage and counting on him to find me first was too risky. Someone could have seen or heard me crash, and I couldn't afford to wait around. I debated whether to go up or down. Up, and I could find a viewpoint and get my bearings. Down, and I might find a creek or river to lose anyone tracking me. Even if I made it to the Shire, I didn't want to bring unexpected guests back with me. I frowned over my shoulder, then picked a twig out of my wild hair. While I'd felt earlier that I had some idea of the landscape, down here, every direction was the same. But if I found a road, I could find the city, and from there, I might be able to choose the right direction at least. I headed downhill, stumbling over roots buried under the crusty surface. I noticed a red stain on my shirt and realized my side and my cheek had been scratched deep enough to draw blood, and there were bruises across my arm and shoulder. I hadn't felt the injuries at first, but now they were throbbing. The crash must have taken more out of me than I'd guessed. Gradually, the sun rose, and the forest seemed to shift around me, a kaleidoscope of color and activity. New shoots and leaves unfurled in slow motion, as trees that had spent a century protecting its bark from burning ash grew limbs, drinking the sunlight greedily. Patches of dappled light fell between the branches, painting the forest floor with dazzling flecks of gold that caught the side of my eye almost painfully and left spots in my vision. Despite the danger, I was fascinated. The forest had once been one of my favorite places, even though it was unforgiving and deadly. It was one of the few chances for me to be truly alone. But that felt like long ago now, when my world was so small. I hadn't been alone like this for as long as I could remember. Before Damien, before the choosing. But even then, I hadn't really been free. Now the freedom was overwhelming and intoxicating all at once. I wondered if it was the heavy, lingering oxygen that made my head spin, or whether the crash had addled my brain. I could have been going in circles, as the scenery seemed to change even while I was standing upon it. Finally, I found an old cement path, and the mutilated wreckage of a string of houses, their roofs and walls burned, in a cluster half hidden in the woods. All of these houses were bigger than any in Algrave, each with a wide lawn and 2 cars parked in the driveway. I reached through the broken glass and unlocked the garage door of the first. It had boxes of supplies stacked against the wall, some toys and a pink bicycle. I opened the freezer door and jumped back against the foul odor that assaulted my senses. I tried to picture it as I'd seen in my vision, of Damien's family from before the culling. Previously, ruins like this had always felt hostile and foreboding. Death traps, harboring disease and dangerous predators. But now, I could almost picture the family who'd once lived here. Learning to ride a bike in the driveway, having so much food they could freeze it until they were ready to eat it. I checked the drawers and cupboards and found a bunch of canned food and snacks. I knew I shouldn't linger, but I kept exploring until I'd gathered some supplies. I found a backpack in the garage and filled it with some musty clothes from the closet. The mother must have been about my size. In the upstairs bedroom, I found the remains of the family. 3 gray skeletons, scraps of faded clothing, on the bed and one on the floor in front of the door. I recognized the burnished metal of a pistol. I picked it up, wondering if I should take it. I knew it was more trouble than it was worth, after all my father's warnings, not to mention what had happened with April in the city. But I tucked it into the side pocket anyway. I found a rusty knife in the kitchen. No bows or arrows, which would have been good for hunting, and useless against a slag paw. But it felt good to have something sharp, even if only to crack open the stubborn cupboards. I gathered the supplies, the treasure among them a pair of hiking boots that actually fit me, and left, heading down the road until it came to an intersection. The light was so bright as I stepped out onto the busted concrete, I had to shield my eyes. I knew Slagpaw usually hunted at night, and staying out in the open under the full sunlight would protect me from the elite. It felt wrong to be walking so boldly in the open, but my boots made less sound and left fewer prints on the road, and at least I could see where I was going. The Royal Guard could be anywhere, but I also needed to move quickly, and though they'd have trackers, they were nowhere as good as the elite or Slagpaw at following my scent. Even so, when I found a gushing stream cutting across the road, I stomped around in a dozen directions before rinsing my hands and feet and checking my wounds. They'd stopped bleeding and seemed partially healed, using up any remaining elixir in my system. Without it, my senses became sharp. Not heightened, just more aware of the cuts and bruises on my body. The cool water felt invigorating. I was thirsty, but I didn't trust the groundwater and didn't have time to purify it. I took out a can of peaches and opened it with the can opener I'd found in the kitchen. Goods like this were scarce in Algrave, but I'd become familiar with them in the Shire. The sticky syrup was nearly dry and condensed on the bottom of the can, and the peaches were shriveled like raisins. I forced them down. I took off my coat as the sun got higher in the sky. It was warm out, and soon I was sweating. It dripped down my neck, pooling at the small of my back. But every once in a while, there was a gust of cool wind, and I stood still to catch it, turning my face into the sun and feeling a pleasant tingling through my whole body. By afternoon, a thick cloud cover had rolled in, filling the wide blue sky. There was a crack of thunder, so loud it seemed to shake the ground. And then it started pouring. It rained harder than I'd ever felt it, and soon the street was flooding, and my new boots splashed through the water. I found a bridge and crossed it, covered with cars and vines. On the far side was a water tower, just barely higher than the trees. I grabbed the ladder with a branch and pulled it down, then scaled to the top. My heart pounded as I scanned the landscape, terrified I'd been walking in the wrong direction. Worse, with the falling rain and clouds, it was hard to judge the time of day. The ash was thin enough I could usually make out the sullen orb of the sun and get a vague sense, but now it was completely hidden. I had to find shelter before dark. But then I recognized something in the distance, and things snapped into focus. Far away, I could see the tips of the crystal towers of the Citadel of Light, and then I found the dark rubble of the city's skyscrapers. It was enough to hazard a guess, though the distances were hard to measure. With luck, I should be able to reach the Shire before nightfall. I was nearly down the ladder when I heard a plaintive cry behind a pile of metal garbage cans. I gripped my knife tight, wondering if I'd found a wounded animal. But when I kicked aside the rusted metal, I only found the ribs of a dead cat that looked like it had been ripped open by a predator. Movement startled me, and I saw a small black kitten with one white paw. I was surprised it had survived as long as it had. But then I noticed the red stain around its mouth. It had been forced to eat its mother. From the small pile of bones it was using as a nest, maybe its siblings as well. I shivered, wondering if it had become infected or would turn into a muted. But its eyes were bright and clear, one orange and one blue. He hissed as I bent down, but when I pulled out a small can of tuna, it jumped forward and ate eagerly, then wrapped itself around my ankles, purring at me. It followed me for half a mile, tripping across the rough ground. I was tempted to stamp my feet and scare it off, but I didn't hate the company. Finally, I picked it up and let it crawl up to my shoulder. When it started raining harder, I tucked it into my bag, and it didn't fight to get out. It just curled up and fell quickly asleep. I kept walking, my skin drenched now and my muscles burning. But I couldn't stop. I had to keep moving. I filled the time dreaming about Jamie and Lorelei. Maybe we'd have a big yard and a driveway someday, and each our own bedroom and a room full of food and toys. It was such a pleasant vision, I almost didn't notice the growing sense of familiarity. The ruins of a building, a crooked tree, the dark peaks of a mountain and soft rushing of water. I was sure I'd been here before. It took me 3 crosses through the meadow before I recognized the trail Luke had led us up before, and started hiking up the steep incline. I was sure I'd missed the narrow canyon entrance after ending up too high in the thick woods. But just when I was about to retrace my steps, I heard shouting, and followed it to find a thick wall of logs with sharpened tops. It would be difficult to climb, so I followed it around the side where it was blocked with massive boulders and a steep drop-off. I kept looking for guards with arrows so I could call out to them, and my nerves rattled when I couldn't see any. Finally, I found the edge of the cliff, not far from the memorial shrine. I had to lower myself down off the ledge, wrapping my arm around a log and praying it would hold my weight. I inched around the side, holding my breath as I disturbed rocks that fell hundreds of feet below. The cliff was slick with rainwater, and a waterfall I didn't remember made it hard to keep my footing. When I was almost in the clear, I felt something scratchy tickle my wrist. A spider, as big as my palm, was crawling up my arm towards my neck. I flinched, trying to shake it off, but it clung tight. I wanted to scream, but already I felt my grip slipping, so I focused on climbing until I could reach the ledge on the other side of the barrier and roll to safety. But I didn't stop moving. I stumbled into a shallow pool with my clothes on, only remembering the kitten at the last minute when it started meowing. I tossed the backpack to higher ground and stripped off my clothes, submerging myself under the cool water and scrubbing my hair and neck frantically, until I finally saw the spider floating not far away. I didn't think it was poisonous, but it wasn't a type I was familiar with from Allgrave, so I couldn't be sure. My skin was still crawling, but after I paddled away from the threat and took a few deep breaths, I felt exhaustion flood through me. "Emily!" a voice called, and I turned at the familiar figure behind me. What are you doing here? And why are you naked?
Long story, I said, climbing out of the pool and reaching for my clothes.
And who's this?
April said, bending to pet the kitten that had worked its way out of my bag, stretching its front legs. Don't know, I said. Picked him up on the way.
Well, April said, let's get you both cleaned up and fed. Then you can fill me in.
Is everyone here? I asked, following her up the trail.
Jacob left a few days ago to try and connect with some more rebels. A few of the others are out exploring. It's kind of funny to see how fast this place emptied.
Amber? Penelope? I asked.
Both safe. They'll be happy to see you. But you arrived in the middle of a small crisis.
I followed her up the stairs to find myself ankle-deep in running water. Once we'd cleared the entrance, I saw people running in the rain with buckets or securing their tents to keep out the water. Some of the men were digging trenches or carrying stones and logs to make a dam.
Flooding, April said. They say it's never been like this before.
Have you seen Damien? I asked. She shook her head, her eyes widening, but didn't press. We ducked between the tents towards the small cabin in the center, with warm, glowing lights from inside. The door was open, with an inch of standing water inside that reflected the thatched ceiling. Some of the furniture had been stacked in the corner. I almost ran into a figure stumbling across the floor towards us. She pulled up just before she ran into me, frowning when she spilled some of the water from her bucket. Her wet, orange hair was curled and stuck to her face. Amber's eyes rounded when she saw me. Then she dropped the bucket with a splash and pulled me into a tight hug.
"A little help here?"
a shrill voice called out. On the far side of the room, the rug was pulled aside and a wooden door was open. When I looked inside it, Penelope was hunched in the corner like a drenched mouse, standing on a pile of wooden crates.
"Sun will be down within an hour," April said. "We just have to make sure you don't drown before then."
I wanted to sit and have a tea and relax with my friends. I had so many questions. But instead, I took a plastic bucket and joined the others. We took turns lowering them down to Penelope so she could fill them up. Then we'd carry them down the hill and dump them on the other side of the village. It felt like we weren't making any progress. But finally, the sun was behind the mountains. The air suddenly felt much colder. But at least the rain had lessened to a light drizzle. Penelope pulled herself up, creeping cautiously towards the windows until she could confirm it was safe. Then she sighed and pulled me into a hug.
"It was you, wasn't it? I panicked when the ash grew thin and I could feel the sun start to burn my arm, but April knew exactly what to do. Pulled me inside, said you told her to watch out for me. So you knew, somehow, about the ash. You turned it off."
I nodded, as the three women stared at me. "I want to know everything," Amber said, leading me to the wooden table in the corner. But I didn't sit down. "I killed the king," I said, my voice trembling. There was so much I needed to say, but that single fact felt almost too important not to unburden myself with. Penelope's eyes flashed in grim satisfaction, and Amber took in a shocked breath of horror. I was so used to hanging out with rebels, I'd nearly forgotten she was still mostly a model citizen. I'd committed treason, and worse. April looked indifferent, only curious. Before either of the others responded, she grabbed my arm and pulled me outside.
"Let's change clothes," she said. "I can't have this conversation with so much water down my crack."
She brought me to her tent, and I pulled off my soaked clothes and tossed them in a pile. She was smaller than me, but usually wore long, baggy clothes anyway, and they were warm and dry. When we returned, the rain had nearly stopped, and the frantic preparations had stemmed the flooding, leaving the ground thick with mud. Men started lighting fires, and Amber lit all the candles in the house and around the front porch. The string decorations of feathers and bottle caps tinkled softly in the wind.
"Shit," April said, swiveling her head back into the house. My notes! Chapter 8. I followed April down into the room where Penelope had been, wading through the water, which seemed to be draining quickly. The back wall had a bulletin board of notes, a small electric lamp and desk, and some kind of glass equipment that looked familiar. "This was your laboratory?" I asked, suddenly distracted. "All your research?" "Yeah, though we didn't make much progress." She bent down, picking up some vials and fishing under the water for wet scraps of notes. "You didn't find anything?" "I know just about everything about this cure now, except the most important thing." "Whether or not it works?" I guessed. "I mean, it's not like we have a bunch of elite guinea pigs, and unless you know an elite who is willing to potentially die for an experimental cure that will make them 1,000 times slower and weaker, not to mention willingly giving up their immortality, I get it." I cut her off, chewing the edge of my fingernail, which I'd damaged on the climb. "What if we turned someone and then changed them back?" April frowned at me. "Theoretically, that could work, but..." She glanced upstairs, lowering her voice. "You need to be careful." "About what?" "You assume people will just agree with you, but they won't. Sam and Jacob have been arguing, talking about responsibility and freedom. Most of the people who grew up outside the compounds, they like the new change. More safety in the daytime, people are excited. You're a hero. But those in the compound are going to hate you. You are a terrorist, and I'm helping you develop a biological weapon. Fuck, Em, you killed their king." "It's not like I meant to," I frowned. "He just showed up. I was defending myself and Damien." "And that's where it gets complicated. Death to the elite, liberty for the compounds. That's what we used to say in Havoc. Having you with him will make the kingdom trust him less, just as having him with you will threaten your reputation with the rebels." "It'll be okay," I promised. "We have a plan. Damien will take the throne, and once we're in power, I can protect everyone." "Are you even listening to yourself? You're talking about a war, and you might get one. It's just, before you ask people to follow you, make sure you know where you're going." I nodded, not quite sure where the conversation had left us. But then she squeezed my shoulder and wiped her hands. "That's the important stuff," she said, putting a bin of material on a higher shelf and pinning a few pieces of paper on a cork board to dry out. "I'll clean up the rest once it dries out." We returned upstairs. It was nearly dark now, the sky purple and the stars bright. The campfire cast an orange glow that stretched towards the dark trees around us. The men were still hammering the wall back into shape, working by torchlight. Making this much noise was a bad idea. The ash would usually dampen the sound, but I knew how far it carried. But I didn't want to tell them not to restore the fence either. I wouldn't be able to sleep without knowing I was safe. I knew Damien couldn't travel during the day, so I tried not to be too anxious about his lingering absence. But now that the sun had gone down, it felt like I was drowning. Each breath took conscious effort to draw air and fill my lungs. We took a bottle of blackberry cider up to the top of the main entrance, finding seats on the narrow wooden platform built into the walls. From here, we could see down the hill, and I wanted to make sure they opened the gates as soon as Damien appeared. "So," Penelope said finally, "talk. Why are you alone? Where are the others?" I took a moment to gather my thoughts. I'd barely had time to process everything we'd been through, and so much had changed since just yesterday. "They aren't..." April made a cutting motion across her throat. "No, everyone's alive. Although, for me at least, it was really close. I barely remember the end of it." "Tell us what you do remember," Penelope pushed, leaning forward. Defeated the king. I shut off the ash furnace above Squirmhead. Damien and I were injured, but the town took us in until we healed. But then Nigel sent out a message to the compounds. He offered a reward and sent troops to collect, but we aren't sure whether they're following his orders or would bow to the crown. We're not safe at any of the compounds. I'm sure he doesn't intend on us ever returning to the Citadel. We thought we'd just, I don't know, take the throne from his father? But that's not likely. Not anymore. And the others? Damien and I escaped in a hot air balloon, but it crashed and we were separated. He should be here by now. A what? Amber asked. Like a floating kite with a basket? Anyway, it caught on fire. It was on fire? I'm fine. We're all fine. At least, I think we are. The others took another exit, and it's a lot of ground to cover. It'll probably take them a few days. Should we go out and find them? Luke is with them. He knows where they're going, and he's used to living outside the compounds. The others went down to help prepare dinner, leaving me and Amber alone. She paused, looking out over the balcony. When she turned toward me, I saw the torchlight shining off the tears on her cheek. Amber? What is it? Nothing, she said. I'm fine. You're obviously not. I'm just happy to see you, she said. I eyed her skeptically, but it had been so long since we'd spent time together, I wasn't sure if I could still read her the same way. She was thinner than I remembered, less soft, with sharper angles, though that could have just been the tension in her shoulders. Finally, she sighed, sitting down again. I sat next to her, gripping her fingers. She smiled at the dark marks on my wrists and palms, rubbing them like a lucky penny she'd rediscovered. After you were chosen, she said, I tried taking care of your mom. I should have tried harder. That wasn't your fault, I said. Several more people were killed during the attack on your last visit. A conspiracy, they called it. An assassination attempt on Prince Damien. They interviewed us, everyone who knew you, trying to figure out where you'd gone, who you were with. I was the one closest to you and Trevor. They pressured you? I didn't know anything, so eventually they gave up. But the gossip lingered and got meaner. I mean, I visited your mom all the time, taking care of her, and she was helping the rebels. Of course they'd suspect me. And everyone in town knew that we'd been friends since we were little girls. It's just so frustrating. People don't treat me the same. Ralph was the only person I could really talk to. Ralph. I vaguely remembered a skinny kid from the other side of town we used to play with when we were younger. Amber's aunt's neighbor or something? After the choosing ceremony and then the attack, we had a coming out ball for all the eligible women. Nobody asked me to dance, wouldn't even look at me except him. We've been inseparable since. It's only been a few months, but I'm sure he's going to propose. That's wonderful, I said. She glared at me, suddenly hostile. Then why are you trying to destroy it? What? I took a step back in shock. She wiped her cheek with the back of her hand. I didn't ask to be a rebel, and I was trying to keep my head down. Then Prince Damien came and whisked me away. I was flattered at first. I felt important. But if everybody saw that broadcast, they'll suspect me more than they do already. My parents will be heartbroken after I've sworn up and down that I'm not a traitor, after they pleaded for my life. Now they'll be in trouble, and Ralph's family will never let him marry into mine. A family of convicts and degenerates? My mom could end up just like yours. The only difference would be, yours deserved it. She clapped a hand over her mouth as I stiffened, and I could tell she wanted to apologize, but then didn't. Her lip quivered in defiance, but I knew she was just scared and trying not to cry. I didn't know any of this, I said. Of course you didn't, but you didn't ask either. So, what do you want to do? I don't know what I can do. I love you, Em, you know I do, but I need to keep my family safe. You just left us. Left me. I'm not sure I even know who you are anymore. I'm still me, I said. Are you? It's really hard to tell sometimes. I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't sign up for a war. Damien basically kidnapped me. He wouldn't tell me anything. And now the compounds are on high alert. Neighbors will turn on each other seeking a reward. Traitors will be executed. Am I a traitor now? Is my family? How am I ever going to get home? I'm so sorry, I said, linking my arm in hers. Damien didn't think it through, and he didn't know what was going to happen. He just wanted to make me happy. Exactly. A nice gesture for you, disastrous for me. Exactly how the elite always treat humans, with casual disregard, like kids leaving their toys in disarray without returning them to their proper place. I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could speak, we heard squeals and screams in the dark forest below. I tore myself away, racing down the stairs to the front entrance. Already, a handful of men with loaded crossbows trained their weapons down from the perimeter fence and towers. The small wooden boxes perched on the outskirts of the Shire. I cried out when I saw a blur racing towards the fence, almost faster than I could see. But then he paused, his icy blue eyes sweeping up to find mine. "Open the gates!" I shouted. "It's Damien!" Sam met us at the front, in his leather jacket and a necklace made of beads and bones. The guards hesitated, but I pleaded with my eyes until he gave the signal, and they opened it a crack, just enough for Damien to slip through. I was relieved to see him, until I saw the blood soaking through his clothes. He moved with a limp, and his face was covered in sweat. "What happened?" I asked, gripping his arm. "The Royal Guard?"
Nothing so heroic, he said sheepishly. I was able to keep away from them, but then I got careless, disturbed a pack of muted boars, and one of them clipped me with its tusk. He gestured towards a tear in his pants, and I could just see the wound, a roundish, bloody hole gouged into his leg. "You got speared by a pig?" April asked, raising an eyebrow. Everybody makes mistakes. You should have kept some, Sam grunted. Food like that could have fed a lot of mouths. I'll remember that for next time.
"You should have kept this," I said, handing him his sword. He checked the blade and then tucked it to his side, just under his dark cloak.
I hope it came in useful, at least.
Not even a little, just more weight for me to carry. The guards shut the doors behind us, and I helped Damien limp inside and set him next to the open stove. He moved the chair several feet back before sitting down, eyeing the flames warily. Already the people of the Shire were watching us with cautious eyes. I'd earned my place in their community, as had Penelope, despite being an elite. But Damien didn't belong here, and everyone knew it. The potent scent of elixir clung in the air, an intoxicating, sickly sweet scent, like dying roses. We took over the cabin, and I had Damien strip off his pants. April got a bucket of fresh water, and I helped Damien wash the wound on his thigh. "Why isn't it healing?" I asked.
It will, Damien said. It's just deep. I drank some of its blood, but a muted boar? Not exactly top shelf.
"You're thirsty?" I asked, pulling my shirt to the side to bare my neck. Damien's pupils went dark, and his limbs jerked, like he was trying to restrain himself. "I'll give you some privacy," April said before stepping out. I let Damien feed, feeling trace amounts of elixir from his venom flow back into my veins. It eased the pain in my body and gave me a rush of buzzing energy. Then I helped him lay out on the couch in the corner, tucking some pillows behind his head.
"Emily,"
he said, his fingers gripping my arm loosely.
"The others?"
Not here yet. Rest now. I waited until his eyes closed, then joined April and Penelope outside. Sam was not far away, tossing a rubber ball for Cooper. The lanterns shone over the wet ground and surfaces, but it had stopped raining at least. The others went to sleep around midnight. I stayed in the cabin, folding a blanket on the floor beside the couch. The black kitten found me there and curled up against my stomach. It purred as I scratched between its ears. "What's your name, little thing?" I murmured, scratching its ears as it pawed at my shoulder. I must have dozed off, but Penelope woke me just before dawn. She and Damien were up, talking quietly in the darkness. Their bright eyes fixed on me as I stirred. "Damien and I need to get underground," she said softly. I glanced behind her at the open hatch leading into the cellar. "But it's flooded," I said. "We'll manage. It's just a precaution, but we'll be safer down there. We'll need you or one of the others to guard it. Make sure nobody accidentally opens the hatch until sunset." I nodded, wiping the sleep out of my eyes. Damien was moving stiffly, but I checked his wounds. The bloody bandage smelled so much like elixir, I had to deliberately hold it away from me before wrapping it in plastic. The wound was nearly healed, the red, angry hole now more like a puckered scar. Soon, I knew it would be gone as well.
"What's all this?"
he asked as he lowered himself into the underground bunker. The water had drained, though the furniture and goods were still wet and smelled of mold and rot. I shuddered as I saw a cockroach dart away from the light into an earthy crack in the cement. April must have cleaned up her station more, drying out the notes and suspending them on a wire with clothespins. Luckily, her desk station with the tablets and monitor was upstairs in the main room. "April's been trying to cure me," Penelope said with a smirk.
"The antidote?"
Damien asked. "You shouldn't have let her do that," I said, frowning. "Someone has to. Besides, it doesn't work, and we've only tested small amounts, mostly in a petri dish." "It worked with Nigel," I said. "Maybe. We don't know that for sure, only that he didn't heal like he was supposed to. Something interrupted the healing process."
"Even that would be a powerful advantage,"
Damien said.
"If we could make the elites vulnerable enough to kill, even if they didn't actually turn human again."
"But we've tried every variation. April said the reversal protocol isn't working because there's some missing catalyst. Maybe the elite have already evolved further than King Richard expected, and the original formula doesn't work anymore."
"Maybe," Damien said, "though it would be hard to know for sure if they're testing on an elite, unless he was already injured."
He shared a meaningful look with Penelope, and I saw what they were thinking. "No way," I said, stepping forward.
"Like you said, it probably won't do anything, and my wound is mostly healed. Nigel is still elite, and his damage was extensive. This?" He rubbed his fingers over the wound on his thigh. "If it stops healing right now, I'll just have a little scar. Honestly, for all the serious injuries I've had over the years, it's a little sad to always look like my youngest self. I wouldn't mind a mark or two, proof of my heroic adventures."
"It's too risky. We need you."
"One elite, or even two, isn't going to win this war," Damien said. "We're going to have to make plans soon, and the odds don't look good. Without a cure, a lot of innocent people are going to die."
"But it doesn't have to be you. You're a prince."
"Only because my father was responsible for this whole mess. If I am going to assume the throne, it won't be through bloodshed or having other people fight for me. Not unless I'm willing to incur risks myself. I have to lead by example. This is something I can do,
something that might actually help. I bit my lip. Penelope and Damien seemed to be in agreement about this. Every fiber of my being was screaming refusal, that I had to stop this somehow. But what if I was letting my feelings for Damien get in the way of important decisions? If we waited until the others were here and took a vote, my desire to protect Damien would probably be the minority concern. And what if he was right, that an elite had to be injured before we could see whether the antidote worked? Did that mean Damien would keep injuring himself to be our test subject? If we're doing science, does it have to be in a sketchy, vermin-infested shithole like this? I frowned again, checking the wound on his leg and poking it with my finger. It did seem mostly healed, and Damien was nearly back to himself again. I crossed my arms, but finally nodded my consent. It's not like I could stop two headstrong elite anyway. Penelope went back into April's laboratory and took a small vial of shimmering pink liquid. She hesitated, holding the syringe up with wide eyes. Damien smiled and took it from her gently, then stabbed it into his left arm. We waited, holding our breaths for a moment, but nothing happened. Damien shrugged and placed the empty syringe back on the makeshift desk in the corner. "We'll be fine," Penelope said, squeezing my arm. "Get some rest." "Fine, but yell if anything changes." I reluctantly closed the door behind me, trapping the elite in the damp, dark cellar. I was still tired, but I made a pot of coffee and then started preparing breakfast. An hour later, Sam joined me.
"Making yourself at home, I see."
"Sorry about taking over your cabin," I said.
"It's not really mine,"
he said, as I handed him a cup of coffee.
"I have a tent outside. The cabin is more of a seat of operations."
"Like a mayor's house in the compounds."
"I suppose," he grinned, "though I'm not sure I'm cut out to be a mayor."
"You've done a fine job of it so far," I said, protecting the Shire.
"It was easier with the ash."
He sighed.
"We were hidden, cut off, but now the sound carries, as does the scent."
"Want me to go turn it back on?"
"Absolutely not," he said. "In fact, let me show you something."
I followed him outside, shivering against the cool air. Cooper bounded around our heels, following us through the quiet tents. At the back of the area, we climbed a ladder to the top of the rear perimeter fence and then crossed a hanging bridge to one of the outposts. From there, we could see over the trees. It was still dark outside, and the stars were bright in the sky. But on the horizon, I could see a glowing pink line behind the distant mountains, which grew orange and then yellow, until the light was nearly blinding. I looked down and found about a dozen other people who'd woken up early to watch the sunrise as well. A few were lightning sage, with slashes of blue paint on their cheeks and accessories made of metal scraps and tiny white skulls.
"I don't think I'll ever get tired of that,"
Sam said, stroking his beard.
"It almost feels like a new beginning."
I nodded, not sure what else to say.
"And while I'll never be able to repay you for everything you've given us, I also need to think about the community I've built here. Jacob is intent on war with the elite, no matter what it costs. And when you first arrived, as a refugee, we were happy to take you in. But with Penelope here, and now Damien, things have gotten complicated."
"You want us to leave?" I asked.
"You're not just refugees anymore. You've killed the elite king. A war seems inevitable. I'm no coward, but..."
"But this isn't your fight."
"They'll be looking for you, tracking you, and your prince."
"I understand."
"You can wait for your friends to return and make plans. You know our rules. We won't force you out, just to protect ourselves. But we shouldn't be expected to die for you either."
"Of course not," I said, I couldn't fault him for his decision, even though the thought of leaving so soon turned my stomach. The Shire was starting to feel like a second home, somewhere we'd be safe. I couldn't even think of anywhere else where we'd all be protected. I followed him back into the camp. The sun was just barely up now, sending spots of bright light across the mossy floor between the tents. That's when I heard the thumping and Penelope's screams. I was nearly to the cabin when I spotted Amber and April darting out of their tents. Shit, I was supposed to be on watch. I'd gotten distracted so easily. We made sure the curtains were drawn tight before lifting the hatch open a crack, revealing Penelope's frightened eyes. "What is it?" I asked. "What's happened?" "It's Damien. Something's wrong." We descended together into the dim light of a single desk lamp. Damien was lying on a raised cot, his forehead sweaty and hot to the touch. The wound in his leg, which had been nearly healed, was now an angry red sore, oozing blood. "That's not normal," April said. "Elite almost never get infected." "We tried the antidote," I said. She frowned and grabbed some supplies from the back. "I've been using vodka to disinfect. It'll sting, but it should work." Damien flinched when she doused the wound, and his pupils flickered back, showing the whites of his eyes. His cheeks were scarlet, and dark veins spread from his temple to the side of his neck. "I have some antibiotics, but they're rare, and I don't even know if they'll work on him." "I don't understand," I said. "I thought the cure didn't work." "It didn't," April said. "Not like this. Penelope never had a reaction this strong." April cleaned the wound, rubbing away the greenish, foul-smelling discharge with cotton and smearing on some ointment and a fresh bandage. Then she took a little bit of Damien's blood and put it on a small glass disc, turning on the electronic microscope at her desk. "So, what's wrong with him?" Penelope asked. "I don't know," she said, chewing on the tip of a pencil. "Damien's blood is like yours, but the antidote has mutated. It's not the same composition. It's almost like it's been enhanced by a foreign substance. Maybe the boar, or—" Her eyes widened, and she stared at me with a confused expression. "What is it?" I asked. "It's you," she whispered. "You're the catalyst." Chapter 9. "I don't understand," Penelope said. "Think about it. Why did it work this time, and with Nigel, and no other times? What's the missing link?" "They both fed on me before receiving the antidote," I said in a hushed voice, wrapping my arms around my waist and feeling sick to my stomach. "You mean John Patton hid the key to the formula in Emily's blood?" Penelope asked. "Maybe," April said. "The formula we found in the crate was incomplete, but your grandfather, maybe he wasn't really trying to defeat the elites. He just wanted to make everyone renitent." "That's why Quantum was destroyed," I breathed. "The king couldn't risk anyone else getting out." "He started with himself, or his daughter, who passed the changes to you, in your blood and DNA." I thought back to my mother's note. This is what she never had the chance to tell me. Why she always said I was special. I was more than just renitent. I was the elite's destruction. My blood was poison, fatal, and I'd let Damien feed on me. "He needs more blood," April said, rolling up her sleeve. I frowned at the pattern of pale dots across her wrist. "You've been feeding Penelope," I said. "I'll do it," Amber said behind us. I hadn't even noticed her come down. I wanted to protest, but I was too grateful for a solution and too worried about Damien to refuse. I nodded and moved aside to make room for her. April took her wrist in one hand and a short scalpel in the other. Amber bit her lip as April made a small incision just below her palm, and then turned her wrist up sharply, so that a stream of blood ran across Damien's lips and mouth. His nostrils flared, and he licked his lips. He trembled, but then the spasms stopped, and he lay still. Is he... He's fine, I think. How can you tell? Amber asked. The scent of blood and elixir in the dark, crowded room was overwhelming. I needed air, and there was nothing else I could do for Damien apart from worry myself sick. I found my way to the outdoor forge and weapons rack, scanning the bows, most of which were homemade and of poor quality. I grabbed one that was about the right size and tested the string. I yearned for my father's bow, but I knew it was probably somewhere above Squirmhead, broken in pieces and hidden by ash. I nodded to the guards at the gate, and they opened a gap wide enough for me to slip outside. The sun cutting through the sparse limbs of the trees was harsh and blinding, but I took a deep breath when I was finally alone again. I traced the perimeter, keeping an eye out for birds or rabbits. Animals were lean and tough, and mostly feral. Even some of the herbivores had started eating meat due to the shortage of foliage. I could dig for worms or beetles, as my father had taught me, but I didn't feel that desperate. I thought about searching for Damien's boar, but it had probably been consumed by scavengers already. If we were lucky, the rotting carcass would disguise Damien's scent and keep predators away from the Shire. In the end, I came back empty-handed, without firing a single arrow. The others returned in the afternoon. We heard the guards shout first and joined them on the wooden ramparts, and then flew down to greet them when they were close enough to recognize. They looked dirty and tired, but otherwise all in one piece. Slightly out of place in the dark, stiff suits we'd picked up in Squirmhead. Trevor led the way, with Jasmine and Kamina behind him, and Luke bringing up the rear. "Water," Trevor said, a tight grin on his face. "It's been a long walk," Kamina said, squatting behind him and resting her hands on her knees. Jasmine just flopped into a hammock strung near the gates and covered her head, without a word. "Did you make it okay?" Luke asked, as the guards closed the gates behind them. "Nearly," I said. Trevor straightened up and shot me a look, so I held my palms out to calm him. "Balloon crashed, got separated, but we're both here and..." I was going to say alive, but we weren't, at least not in the conventional sense. Damien was unliving, and his status suddenly seemed unclear. Would his elite form die, becoming mortal again? Had I somehow weakened or disabled him? "What is it?" Trevor asked, leaning closer. "Damien's injured, but he'll be fine," Amber said, stepping up when I found my voice lodged in my throat. "Penelope and him are safe underground. You'll see them after dark. In the meantime, get some rest and a change of clothes." Luke grinned at her, fanning himself with his wide-brimmed hat and setting down a heavy backpack. "You've certainly made yourself at home," he said. "Where's my uncle?" "Around somewhere. Usually keeps pretty active. Since you've all been here before, you know the rules." I followed Trevor to the tent we'd shared last time. They'd picked up some gear on the journey, piling it into torn suitcases or burlap sacks. When he lay down in the dim tent, I lay next to him, placing my head on his shoulder. We didn't talk for a long time, and I was about to get up, thinking he'd fallen asleep. But when I shifted to leave, he curled his fingers around my arm. "What aren't you telling me?" he asked. I sighed. So much, I wanted to say, but I didn't know where to start. Damien was injured, but we tested the cure on him. "I thought it didn't work," Trevor asked. "So did we. But this time, it seems to have. Not completely, but a little, like it did with Nigel." "Just them? Why?" "Because they'd both fed on me first. My blood. That's the catalyst. It's what April needed to finish the formula." I felt Trevor's chest rise and fall as he took a long breath.
Wow,
he said finally. There's one more thing, I said. Sam said it's too risky for us to stay here. At least, too risky for Damien and me.
We're not separating,
he said quickly. It might be safer, I said softly. I don't even know where we're going or what to do next. We're infamous in the compounds, and I can't just wait around. I have to save Lorelai and Jamie. After that, everything else, I don't know. That's too big to think about, but I have to start somewhere. Trevor nodded, kissing my forehead.
We'll figure it out, Em. You didn't want me to come with you to Squirmhead either, but you can't always do everything alone.
I'm not alone, I said, instantly regretting it. We both knew I was talking about Damien. How was your trip? I said, hoping to deter a deeper conversation I was in no way ready for.
Big,
Trevor answered. I mean, I know it's the same distance, but the first time, I was staring at my feet, breathing through a mask. I don't remember much of it. This time, every ridge we crossed, the landscape unfolded. Miles and miles of it. I could see a building across a whole valley and walk right to it. The light, the colors, the air, all of it. It's amazing. But dangerous. We got distracted, weren't paying attention. Walking out in the open, making too much noise. A gang of slagpaw started tracking us. We lost them in an underground tunnel, but it shook us up a bit. I'm glad you're all right.
Me too.
He nodded.
I mean, it could have been bad.
Jasmine and Kamina would have protected you, I said.
Maybe. I know they're tough and everything, but few humans can take on a slagpaw, trained or no. None of us had any elixir. Anyway, we'll be more careful from now on.
Good, I said. Trevor's eyes closed, so I squeezed his arm. Get some rest, then bathe and change. We'll talk tonight. He murmured something, but I'd already left. Jasmine and Kamina were in the falls below, rinsing off the dust and sweat. April was in the cabin when I pushed inside. During the day, the camp seemed to be emptier than usual. I tried not to make too much noise, knowing Damien and Penelope were somewhere below me. I hated thinking of them locked up in that wet, moldy room, hiding in the dark, like rats. But I was also enjoying the brightness that stung my eyes and the depth of vision I was experiencing now that the ash was gone. The blue skies and clouds, the shifting shades of trees, or the white-hot reflection glinting off a piece of metal roofing miles away. It stirred something in my chest and took my breath away. I wished my mother was still around to see it, or my father, who first taught me to appreciate the small wonders of our toxic world, even at its most dangerous. Although we hadn't set a specific time, we started to congregate around the cabin after dusk. I helped the red-haired pregnant woman wash and prepare vegetables, carrots and stiff-rooted plants for boiling, and dress a handful of rabbits some of the hunters had caught. Her name, I finally learned, was Deirdre. I couldn't remember if we'd been introduced on our last visit, and didn't want to admit I didn't know her name, so I waited until someone else used it to get her attention. She had strong shoulders and a feminine charm I admired, a subtle, quiet confidence. But we didn't talk much, and it felt good to focus on something practical that I knew how to do. She nodded approvingly at my work before giving me another task. Kamina came to help us later, while Luke and Jasmine had already cracked open a bottle of hooch and were watching Trevor meticulously plan a campfire by arranging the wood into a little stack. Once the fire was crackling, the kitchen got busy, and I realized it was a communal space for several groups, even though most preferred to cook their food near their tents. There were about 6 fires altogether, servicing at least 20 people each. Ours was the smallest, and Luke and Trevor pulled up stools, chairs, and stumps of wood until we could all sit down. Deirdre and Amber served dishes, but April was the only one to sit and join us. An hour later, it was truly dark, and the fire had dimmed to a warm glow. Damien and Penelope climbed out of their hole cautiously, their eyes gleaming and stretching their limbs like cats after a nap. My heart fluttered anxiously, but he looked much better than before. The red rashes around his eyes and dark veins were gone. He was still wearing the nice suit from Squirmhead, though dirtier and with his hair disheveled. I preferred him this way, roguishly handsome and slightly dangerous. They didn't eat and were wary of the sputtering fire, but sat on a bench near the cabin just outside our circle. The darkness stretched like a living thing between the glow of the lamps and campfires, the shadows blending and morphing into shapes. "So," Trevor said finally, getting our attention, "what's our next move?" "Dessert, of course," Jasmine said lazily. He smiled at her, holding out his open palms. "Not from me," Luke said. "Checked a few dozen stores on the way here, didn't find anything edible." "If we had some marshmallows," Damien said quietly, "we could make s'mores." "Is that a Citadel thing?" Amber asked.
"No, a thing from before. Graham crackers, chocolate, marshmallows. Sweeter than honey, warm and gooey at the same time."
"Sounds yummy," Amber said.
"If there are any around, I'll find them for you for next time,"
Damien promised. Trevor cleared his throat, obviously annoyed at being sidetracked.
"Sam is worried about harboring fugitives and rebels," he continued.
"Is that what we are? Fugitives and rebels?" "For the moment," I said, "until Damien is able to return safely to the Citadel and sort all of this out." "But the elite in power, they're not going to let that happen," Kamina said. "Too much risk. They don't know what he'll change or how he'll decide to manage the compounds, now that the ash is gone and the purification engines are useless." "Right," I said, "but we also don't know what they're planning, which means everybody in the compounds is in danger." I saw Amber stiffen, but she stayed silent.
"Emily and April, from what I understand, are close to a real antidote. Defeating 100 elite would be impossible, but this cure should at the very least slow them down, make them easier to kill."
"If they turn human, we may not have to kill them at all," Penelope said. "They aren't just going to line up for an inoculation against immortality," Jasmine said.
"Exactly," Luke said. "Seems like if the cure requires us to jab each one of them with a needle before we fight them, that's not a good plan."
He looked around the circle, trying to get agreement.
"We'll need help," Trevor said. "A lot of it. And even then, it won't be enough."
"What do you mean?" Kamina asked.
"They have the Citadel. We can't even get inside. Until we deal with that hurdle, our planning can't get very far." "They need blood," Luke said, "so we besiege the Citadel."
"No," I said. "They've got at least 1,000 people in there. It's more than enough. It could last decades."
"But the people will starve," Damien said. "Without the crops and supplies from the compounds, and without the people, the elite will be vulnerable." "That's worse than the first plan," Luke grumbled.
"I agree," Jasmine said. "If it was me, I'd rather fight and die for my freedom than slowly starve to death, fed on by vampires. No offense," she said, shooting a look back at Damien and Penelope.
"We can't do anything without more information," Trevor said. "We need a contact inside the Citadel." "Tobias," Damien said immediately. "As far as I know, that's where he is now. He's no friend to Nigel, but he was the king's personal advisor. He's protected, I hope, and he has allies."
"Do you have a way to reach him?" I asked.
"Unfortunately, no, but he won't stay away too long."
"He's due back in a few days," Penelope said, "though that was a few days ago." "There are rebels inside the Citadel," I said, thinking out loud. "If just a few of us could get inside and stay hidden, we could network with them."
"It'll be easier now," Luke said. I mean, during the day, the elite have to stay hidden. But they'll be careful. I bet they'll double the guards on defense and not let anybody through the gates.
We're also going to need allies. And not just a few. A lot.
Some of the compounds might join us if we can convince them that Damien is the rightful heir. They'll have to make a choice eventually. We've already got Squirmhead, hopefully, though I'm not sure if they'd fight for us.
Icklebot has no love for the elite, Kamina said, and we're the best fighters. Speak for yourself, Jasmine said. You may be strong, but you suck at sneaky. Seems like a handful of lithe assassins from Denvado would be more useful than a dozen of buff blonde snow warriors.
You think they'd join us?
Trevor asked. Kamina shrugged.
You want fighters, Luke said. You should look for the Havocs. There's more of us than you'd think, all over. Offer them a shot at killing Elite and destroying the kingdom, they won't turn down the opportunity.
No offense, Jasmine said, looking at the guards on the ramparts with their crossbows. But regular humans are weak and slow.
You need bodies. 100 humans would be good cover for a handful of chosen. Besides, maybe you know hand-to-hand combat, but you're used to the elixir. It makes everybody fast and strong. If we can steal a shipment or something, we make a bunch of berserkers. One battle, lots of elixir.
If we assume most of the Citadel won't fight for Nigel, and might even help us, then we've just got to deal with the elite. It could work.
Especially if we're smart about this. You saw how secure we were set up at Havoc. We've got guns, bombs, tech, all sorts of useful stuff. You really should be talking with Steve and Jacob.
Do we even know where they are? I asked.
My uncle can send a pigeon, Luke said. Organize a meetup. That's fastest. We communicate with Chalk, leaving messages in certain locations. We move around a lot, keep our numbers small. Havoc was the biggest, safest settlement, but there are a bunch of smaller ones.
Do it, I said. We should check in with them anyway. Tell them about the king and the cure. We owe them that much, whether or not they agree to help.
Once we know what we're dealing with and what we have to offer, we can try the compounds. Kamina, can you get us to Icklebot?
It's not a short journey, I frowned. I hated leaving Jamie and Lorelei in the Citadel for a moment longer than I had to, but I didn't see another way forward. Hopefully, Nigel wouldn't even know what he had, and if he did, he'd keep them alive and use them as bargaining chips like the king had. Though something told me Nigel was much less political.
That still doesn't help us get into the Citadel,
Damien said.
If we arrive with an army, they'll just lock the gates.
Before we risk everything, we'll need to establish contact with someone on the inside. Otherwise, we don't know what we'll be walking into.
I'll work on that, Damien said. Penelope and I will focus on finding Tobias. In the meantime, we shouldn't push Sam's hospitality longer than necessary. We'll leave tomorrow night. Luke will show us a meeting point, and we can wait for Jacob there.
But what about the sun? I asked. How will you survive out there? We just need somewhere secure and dark, Penelope said. It doesn't have to be much. I think we've both proven we can put up with a little discomfort. I bit my lip, frustrated at the idea of traveling in the dark.
We're not going that far, Luke said. If we haven't found a place to hide before sunrise, they're fast enough to get back here. I'm sure Sam wouldn't begrudge them an extra night in his fallout bunker.
And I'll be here, April said. Seems like it's the best place for me. For now, with all the lab equipment. I can finalize the antidote. I had a better setup in Havoc, but if Jacob knows anything similar, I could start mass production. How many doses can you make? Depends on the supplies, I guess.
Supplies?
Damien asked. Well, we'd need a lot of garlic to boil down to the core compounds, and more of M's blood, and a bunch of other rare and costly pharmaceuticals. Jacob was pretty well stocked in Havoc, but this stuff exists. There were hundreds of pharmacies in every city, though most of them have been ransacked. The rarer stuff, most people wouldn't have any use for. You should stay here, I said to Penelope. "You said you're expecting Tobias, and April will probably need help with the formula." She bristled for a moment, but then shrugged and leaned back, crossing her arms. "All right," Luke said finally. "That sounds like a plan." The others drifted off, and I joined Damien on the bench next to the cabin. "Are you sure you're okay?" I lifted up his pant leg to check the bandage on his thigh, and blushed when I reached a little too high. He grimaced, looking embarrassed. "Did I hurt you?" "No, I'm just sensitive." "I can stop." "Please don't." He smirked. The wound was nearly healed now, but still visible. It would leave a pale mark that looked like an exploding star. Someone told me once, scars are sexy. And then I turned. I've never gotten one. Not in 100 years. "And the first one you got," I smiled, "instead of something cool, it was from a pig." Sounds lame when you say it that way. "Do you feel cool?" "I'm not sure how I feel," Damien said. "For so long, I've felt dead inside. Empty. That changed when I met you, but there was still this great distance between us. I feel like maybe the gap is shrinking somehow." "I get that," I said. "Maybe I'm going the other way. You're becoming more human. I'm becoming something else." Chosen have always been capable of extraordinary things, with the amount of elixir they're given. And you, renitent. I think it's safe to say you may still surprise us all. You've already surprised me. I kissed him before letting him get settled. This time, they had more time to prepare, and the downstairs was mostly dry, so they brought down bedding and improvised furniture so they'd be more comfortable. When I went outside again, Trevor was alone by the fire, now mostly smoldering coals. "Where'd everyone go?" I asked. "To sleep, I suppose," he said. "You're not tired?" I asked. "I am. Just shit, Em. I don't know." "Well, if you're up for it, I'm going to need your help tomorrow." "With what?" he asked, his eyes widening. "Amber wants to go back to Algrave. You know she doesn't belong out here." "Let me guess. You didn't tell your prince." "First of all, he doesn't get to decide what I do." "Sure. That's why you're waiting for sunup, so he can't stop you." I shrugged, wrapping my jacket closer around my shoulders. Trevor knew me too well. "You think we could even get her inside?" "The three of us know Algrave better than anyone, and I've snuck out dozens of times. Plus, I'm pretty sure it's less than a day away." "It's dangerous. I mean, the other compounds are aware of you, but they don't know you. If you show your face there, everybody will see it. They'll recognize you right away." "We don't have to go inside. We just have to get Amber back home. They saw her leave with Damien, but you know the elite don't really pay attention. If she's safely back inside, she can just make up a believable story and everybody will soon forget about it. If there's a war coming, she could get stuck in there. She'll increase the blood supply. We don't even know if Nigel plans to keep the covenant. Things could get a lot worse. Worse than how it was for us growing up. Still, that should be her choice, shouldn't it?" Trevor sighed, fixing me with a stare. Then he smiled softly. So hidden, I didn't see it at first. "What?" I asked. "Nothing," he said. "Just, I wished you'd thought like this before your choosing, when I gave you that ring." That feels like so long ago now. Not to me. Chapter 10. I shivered as I stepped into a meadow that seemed achingly familiar, still shrouded in a light mist. Then I spotted the slight dent in the soil where the deer carcass lay. The exposed skull displayed the empty sockets of its 3 eyes, mutated from the ash. Its impressive, blood-tipped antlers. Flowers were growing up through the bones. Killed for sport. Like I would have been, if Damien hadn't intervened. I clutched my borrowed bow and took a deep breath, feeling a wave of nausea and terror. "What is it?" Amber asked. "Nothing," I said. "Just, we're close. There will be guards, so be careful." The fence looked like it had been recently repaired. My pulse spiked as I realized how quiet it was without the purification engines. It was unnerving, and let me hear sounds that had always been covered up. The snapping twigs under my boots, the hum of a bright green dragonfly as it buzzed past my ear. The ground was still covered in a heavy layer of toxic ash, but already the rain had tamped it down and new shoots were pushing up, for the first time in possibly decades. Previously, only thick, gnarled roots and thorns could survive, wrapped in tough bark. Now, nature was making room for delicate new species of flora and fauna who had yet to discover the cruelty of the world. I could almost hear them growing. Someone crashed through the bushes behind me, and I turned, half knocking an arrow. But it was just Trevor. He flashed me an apologetic look when I rolled my eyes. I waved him closer, where we could just see the compound through the trees. Royal troops. I pointed at the gold and black uniforms. They were spaced evenly around the walls on newly constructed wooden platforms. "Now what?" Amber asked. "They'll have cleared any obvious entryways," I said, "but the stable is just there, behind that blue plank of wood. If you stand on Trevor's shoulders, you should be able to reach the top. Spread your coat over the barbed wire. If they've turned the purification engine off, that should mean the fence isn't live." "Should?" "Even if it is, it won't kill you, though it hurts like a bitch. Trust me, I learned that the hard way. The stable is covered, so you can roll onto the roof and drop into the pile of hay." "What are you going to do?" "Distract the guards," I said. "No way," Trevor said. "Let me do that. It's too dangerous." "You're not exactly stealthy," I said. "In fact, maybe you should just wait here. There's got to be another way." I bit my lip for a moment, then spotted a gnarled tree in the distance that gave me an idea. "Want to do something stupid and dangerous?" "That sounds more like it." "There's a beehive in that tree over there. If you can grab it and toss it up, I can split it with an arrow. That should keep the guards busy." "I'll probably get stung." "Probably, but not as much as the guards will." "You sure you can make the shot?" "I can make it," I said. "Just toss it there, above that guard," I said, pointing. Trevor nodded and crept away through the patchy forest. "You don't have to do this," Amber said, even though she'd quickly agreed to our plan this morning. "I didn't mention this earlier," I said, squeezing her hand, "but we're basically blind. No matter what's coming, we need information about what's going on. If Nigel makes more broadcasts, if the guards are talking, you want me to spy for you? I want you to pay attention. You know more than anyone in Allgrave. You know the truth, not just whatever story the elites are going to tell. You can warn people, help people. Your fiancé, your parents, everyone." "I get it," Amber said. "And fine. But how do I contact you?" I held my hand up to silence her as I heard Trevor's whistle. I drew back my bow just as he launched the beehive into the air. I trained my arrow on it, loosed one, and then fired another just in case. Both arrows connected, but the second one tore the hive apart. It scattered into bits of honeycomb and an angry, dark swarm of bees. I waited until the first guard screamed and the others charged towards him, then grabbed Amber's wrist and pulled her towards the wall. "Leave a message here, tied to a stick with red string, or bury it with leaves in this crack under the wall. We can arrange a meet, or even speak through the fence when it's clear. You hate me now, don't you? For being scared and wanting to retreat into my safe life." "I could never hate you, Amber. And if you think I'm some revolutionary hero, I'm not. I'm scared too. I'm only trying to protect those I love. That's it. Just like I've always done. Just be careful. Promise me you'll come back. Promise I'll see you again. Winterfest is in a few weeks. Remember how we used to come to each other's houses to see what presents we got? Next year, I promise. You, me, Jamie, Lorelei, exotic gifts from all the compounds. And you have to come to my wedding, Amber said, as a guest, not an outlaw. I promise, I said, though we both knew I was lying. I gave her a hug and said a quick goodbye. Then I helped lift her up until she was standing on my shoulders. She pulled herself onto the roof and rolled out of sight, into the stables. She smiled at me through the cracks in the fence, then hustled out of sight into the town. I heard crackling branches behind me and wiped away a tear. I knew it was just Trevor. He'd probably come to check what was taking so long. But when he didn't say anything, I realized the gate was off. It was too light and smooth. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up and a rush of prickling over my skin. I spun at the last minute as the long blade of a sword arched towards me. My heart pounded in my throat, but I didn't feel the same rush of energy as elixir flooded my veins. It was there, but distant. It took me a moment to locate it in my attacker. Jessica's pretty lips twisted in a snarl as she struck again, kicking me towards the electric fence. I felt my hair rise off the back of my neck as the energy crackled behind my ear. Guess the power was on after all. Her eyes were dark, but her hair was pinned up into neat coils, and she was wearing a fancy silk dress of deep purple and gold bracelets on her wrists. If I had more elixir, I knew I could take her. But I didn't. I nearly cried out to Trevor, who must be lurking nearby. But then I remembered we were trying to be stealthy. The guards were no doubt already looking for us. Jessica obviously thought she could handle me on her own, but that was a mistake. I'd have to use it to my advantage and disappear before more guards showed up. I blocked an attack with my bow, then snapped it across her face, splitting her lip. "I'm not here for you," I said, bracing myself. She smirked, wiping the blood off her lip and smearing it across her pale cheek. Her pupils were wide, and I could smell the elixir on her. Fresh, potent. "I was surprised when you were chosen," she said, "as if you could be my equal. You, playing in the dirt with Trevor, in your worn-out dresses and dirty boots. You never belonged in the Citadel. You didn't deserve it." "Being chosen isn't a matter of merit, it's a gift," I said, reciting the words I'd heard growing up in Algrave. I wasn't sure whether I still believed them, but I knew she did. "You saved me once, from a burning car, remember? Tore the door right off. I knew then there was something wrong about you, something broken. You shouldn't have been so much more powerful than me. It wasn't fair." I didn't ask to be chosen. Obviously, some of us actually appreciate the opportunity. You know, I never thought I'd return to Algrave in disgrace, but I have, thanks to you. What are you talking about? Don't you remember? First, you ruined my wedding, then you killed my husband. They sent you home? I guessed. With Thomas dead, her status in the Citadel was questionable. "Not exactly," she grinned. "Nigel sent me to protect Algrave from rebels, to hunt for you. He had a feeling you'd be back. He told me everything, that you seduced the king and the prince, but not him. He's the only one who sees you for what you are, a demon to be exorcised." "Nigel isn't in charge," I said. "Then who is? The king? Hasn't been seen in days, same as your prince. I have a feeling you know something about that, but it isn't my place to ask. Nigel has offered to share the crown with me once he gets rid of you. Can you imagine? I'll be queen, and you'll be hung as a traitor. Oh, and he passed a message. Come with me, submit to his rule, or Algrave will burn. You'd let that happen? All these people? Nigel said, rebellion is a sickness, a cancer. Algrave is weak already. If it has to be purged to protect the kingdom, I'm on board. The Citadel is where I belong now. It's the home I deserve. Algrave is just where I grew up. You wouldn't understand. You're on the losing side, Jessica, I said, hoping to reason with her. You're human, no matter how much elixir you drink. He'll never respect you. Respect isn't given, it's earned. He's given me a task, and I will complete it. You're the price for my ascension ceremony. It's fitting, don't you think? We were chosen together, we did the trials together, but then you ran, became an outlaw. 2 girls from Algrave, fighting for the survival of the kingdom. One to save, one to destroy. It's like a fairy tale. But I'm the hero, and you're the villain. Anyway, once all this unpleasantness is behind us and Nigel is on the throne, he's promised to change me. I won't need a partner. I'll be elite, young and beautiful forever. Maybe in a few decades, I'll come back to Algrave and pick out a pretty face to keep me company. If it lasts that long, didn't you just say Nigel will burn it down to get to me? You think I'm not important? Then why is he willing to sacrifice so many people on my behalf? He doesn't care about the compounds, she spat, just the blood. He can let them all be destroyed, slaughter everyone in them, and start over in a few years with all the infants born in the Citadel. Is that what he's planning? As if I'd tell you, she said, but the truth was already in her eyes. All these guards, they weren't protecting Algrave, just Nigel's blood supply. The guards would round everyone up and escort them into the Citadel. Amber and her family, everyone we cared about, so he could feed on them slowly, their lives under his knife, while we journeyed through the wildlands seeking worthy allies. He asked for me to bring you back alive, she smirked, slicing her blade through the air. It's not my fault you resisted. She flew at me again, with less restraint this time. I blocked, but I felt the wooden bow crack beneath my fingers. She smiled, baring her bloody teeth, jabbing at my neck with a dagger she drew from her waist. I dodged to the side, catching her wrist, but she grabbed my hair and flung me across the ground, where I tumbled to a stop. She's been training. Hard, from the looks of it. She reached around and forced me up to my knees, with her arm around my neck. I clawed at her fingers, but her grip was too strong. I bit into the back of her hand, tasting blood, and a small amount of elixir. It wasn't nearly enough. I couldn't beat her by force. My lungs burned, hungry for oxygen, and my vision blurred. I could not die here. I had to tell the others what I'd discovered. And Jessica was right. I was more than merely human. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, trying to connect with her mind, the blood in her body. I knew I could resist compulsion, but I also knew I had more abilities to draw on. I'd done it with the slag paw and with the birds that saved me from Nigel. I reached out with my hand, gripping the air behind me. The dark stains on my hands pointed like arrows as my fingers dug into her neck, and I connected with her mind. Her eyes widened with surprise and fear, but then her face went slack as my control held. I was shaking, but a new kind of power filled me. I could make her kill someone, or kill herself. But I wasn't that strong, not yet, and not without elixir. It was all I could do to hold her still, but it was enough. I freed myself from her grasp, then stood to face her. You will go back inside. You never saw me. She nodded blankly, then turned to go. I didn't know how long it would last, or what she'd remember. but I wasn't going to wait around to find out. Trevor and I made it back before dark. The guards let us in without comment, though I could feel their eyes on the angry bruises around my neck. By the time Damien and Penelope got up, we were already packed.
"What did you do?"
Damien asked, his thumb trailing my bruised cheek. "Nothing," I said. "Amber needed to go back. Trevor and we escorted her."
"But you ran into trouble?"
"Not really. We were lucky." "Let's talk about this later," Luke said. "We've got a lot of ground to cover." We left some vials of blood and elixir for April to continue her experiments. "Can you take care of the cat for me?" I asked, nodding indoors, where the black kitten was already snuggled on the sofa with Cooper. "Want to name it at least first?" she asked. "You pick," I said. "Or get one of the younger girls to choose a name for it. It'll probably stay here." She nodded, then gave me a hug. Penelope handed me 3 vials of blood, tucking them into my pockets. "What's this?" I asked. "Just a precaution," she said, pulling her red hair back with her fingertips. Somehow she'd managed to paint her nails recently, though from the smudges, I guessed she'd had help. "I was going to leave them for April's experiments, but now that I'm staying—" "Thank you," I said. Her hands lingered on my coat, and she pulled me closer, her lips at my ear. "Don't count on Damien to always be there, and don't count on your strength or smarts when you're up against dozens of royal soldiers. Damien might not say it, but what you did today was stupid and reckless. Assume danger and be prepared." Finally, we headed off, climbing through the back entrance, up between the rocks to the top of the hill. "Did we have to come this way?" Jasmine whined. "I mean, I'm all for adventure, but it's been like 10 minutes and I'm ready for bed." "It'll be all downhill from here," Luke said, cresting the top of the ridge. On the other side was a wide valley, filled with rubble and half-scorched rooftops as far as I could see. "Is that a city?" Kamina asked, looking out over the ruins.
"Not exactly," Damien said. "Mostly suburbs, condominiums. Not all cities had tall buildings. Some were just mini divisions, minivans, and grocery stores for miles and miles."
"Great," Jasmine sighed. Going downhill, the ground was muddy and slippery. I watched as our single-file group stumbled down the steep rocks, holding onto trunks and boulders for support as they lowered themselves down. Luke went first, then Jasmine and Kamina, Damien in the middle, then me and Trevor bringing up the rear. "This would be easier in the daytime," Kamina said. "Safer, too."
"Remind me why—" Trevor started. "Oh, right. Never mind."
Damien flinched as Trevor glared at him. "First of all," I scolded, "Damien can probably run 100 times faster than us. He's literally walking in slow motion to keep up with us frail humans. And secondly, would you rather walk at night with an elite chaperone or walk in the day without one?" "That's an interesting question," Jasmine said.
"While we're on the subject," Trevor added quietly, stepping closer to me, "there's something else I was thinking about."
"What is it?" I asked.
"Jessica nearly had you beat earlier because she had more elixir. We have 3 chosen. They're trained, but against several dozen other chosen. It won't be the best fighters who win, it'll be the ones with the most elixir. Nigel, on top of his stockpile, has over 100 elite in the Citadel. Enough elixir for an army, and at a higher dose."
"Don't forget," I said, "he's got to deliver to the compounds as well, or they'll stop the blood shipments."
"He doesn't need them, though. Like Jessica said, if there's a war, he'll let the compounds fall. He's got more than enough resources."
"So what are you asking?" I asked, turning to look at him. His expression was unreadable in the darkness.
Nothing. He shook his head. I'm just thinking out loud.
Look, we knew this wasn't going to be easy. That's why we're taking this field trip. We need allies and information. We probably aren't going to win by brute force. He shrugged his broad shoulders, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I was used to his bravado and confidence, and his questions struck a chord. Penelope had warned me not to rely on Damien, but without him, we were just two kids from Algrave. Could we really take down a kingdom? The darkness seemed to go on forever. Sometimes the trees and roots were so full I thought we were deep in the woods, only to be surprised when a house or crumbling facade opened above us. The streetlights were dark, the windows broken, cars upon cars that spread for miles. We picked our way across the ruined landscape. "I thought you said this place wasn't far," I asked Luke.
"It's not really," he said. "It just seems like it because you've never been before."
We stopped for water and rest in some kind of central courtyard. I followed the gaze of a toppled statue to the graffiti sprawled on an overturned bus, half buried in ash and charred vines. Lights flashed from a distant hillside. "You see that?" I asked.
"It's okay," Luke said. "They want to be seen. They're just letting us know that they're there. You've got to worry about the ones that stay hidden."
Gradually, the buildings became more sparse. Up ahead, past a row of short white buildings, was a large body of water, reflecting the moon and trees like a melting oil painting. Far away to the right, I could see the remains of a twisted bridge with cement sections that had collapsed into the water. "Great. Now what?" Jasmine asked. Luke nodded to a large boulder and pulled some chalk from his pocket. He made a symbol, then cut over to a pile of logs, nearly blocking the rocky beach.
"Help me with these," he said.
What I'd first taken for a pile of plastic junk were actually some kind of flotation devices. A paddle boat and 2 canoes. Damien looked uncomfortable but didn't protest as Trevor and Luke carried them to the water. We pushed off, gliding silently across the water. It was a river, I realized, and the current carried us downstream. We had to push with the paddles to stay on course, following Luke across the choppy water. Chapter 11. Gradually, we reached the other side, a pebbled beach full of plastic trash and dead fish. Jasmine wrinkled her nose, but stepped out into the squishy junk. The small hill in front of us was a pile of large debris, a junkyard of twisted boats and sails. "What is this place?"
"A private yachting club,"
Damien noted, pointing to a faded sign. Wooden planks of docks had been organized, and I realized there was an order to the trash heap. Near the path, a half-eroded sandcastle had been made from the tops of plastic bottles. It was colorful, and terrible to see this much waste all together. Luke frowned, staring at the tall wall of junk. "Haven't you been here before?"
"Yeah, but it's been a few years, and everything seems to have shifted around. Plus, it's so dark I can barely see my feet. We just need to find the entrance."
We walked along the marshy bank, and I could see we were on an island. The remains of a short square building lay half-crushed under a large schooner and red, green, and blue shipping crates, as large as my house in Algrave. There were hundreds of them, piled in a tumble, and a few mechanical cranes that rose like elegant metal birds. Finally, Luke paused in front of one end of a shipping container, wiping his hand over a handwritten note scrawled in chalk near the base.
"Found it,"
he said. He took a breath. "Harpoon?" Jasmine read the sign. "So what are they? Poons?"
"Harps, I think. Does it matter?"
"Hurry up. I said, eyeing the horizon. "We need to find shelter." Luke tapped on the thick metal door, and it rang like a gong, making my skin crawl. It was too loud in the open landscape. We were somewhat protected after crossing the river, but I scanned the forest on the other side nervously. We heard footsteps, and a small panel opened, revealing a pair of narrow eyes. There were muffled shouts and the glow of torches being lit, followed by the jangle of bells. Finally, we heard rattling chains, and the door creaked inward. I stepped into the wide hallway, which served as a message board of sorts, filled with scraps of paper and notes, as well as an impressive rack of weapons and gear. 3 men greeted us. None I recognized. They talked quietly with Luke while the rest of us waited nearby. "They aren't happy with so many arrivals, but we can come in if we leave our weapons here." "What weapons?" Kamina asked. "We're barely armed." "Even so," he shrugged. We gathered what we had and dumped it into a burlap sack. A few small daggers, the cracked bow, and Damien's sword. Luke pulled a heavy pistol from his backpack. It was the same one I'd found in the abandoned house, though it looked like he'd given it a good polish. We followed the men through the crate and down a passageway between the trash and rubble, lit by flickering torches. Each time we reached a dead end, a secret door or panel would slide open, revealing a new entrance. I was sure we were going in circles, weaving through a maze. But finally it opened to a small courtyard with a few stalls, a glowing fire, and about 20 men in makeshift armor with rifles and long, jagged spears. "I thought you said no weapons." Jasmine frowned at them. "No weapons for you," the man answered. "We have a right to protect what's ours." They blocked our path, and we seemed to be waiting for something. Dried fish hung from strings behind them, and a few dozen freshwater crabs were writhing in a tangled net nearby, inside a plastic tarp with a few inches of water. It was getting lighter on the horizon, and I felt my pulse race. But then movement came from behind us, and we were joined by 3 more men. Finally, faces I recognized. Jacob gave me a grim smile, his dark features tense. Steve was behind him, his bulky form nearly as big as Trevor. So large, I nearly didn't see the third figure behind him. "Marcus!" I said, a little too eagerly, as his face broke into a smile. He was in casual clothes, without his formal robes, wearing a stocking cap again to hide his curate hairstyle. "It's good to see you," he said, coming up towards me. He paused warily this time, noting Damien at my side. "We obviously have a lot to discuss," Jacob spoke, "but I can see you're all tired." "As we all are," Steve grumbled. "Didn't you get our message?" Luke frowned. "You didn't mention the elite." "It's complicated," Luke said, "but he's on our side now." "This is Damien," Curate Marcus said, stepping forward. "And he's not just any elite. He's a prince, and the heir apparent." There were whispers and murmurs from the men surrounding us, and I saw a few lower the points of their spears, as if some long sticks could protect them from Damien. "Oh, great," Steve said. "We're entertaining royalty now. How do we know he's not a spy working for his father?" His breath stank of alcohol, and I had a feeling we'd interrupted some kind of party. But I was too anxious to put up with his attitude or be lured into an argument. "His father's dead," I said simply. "Damien and we killed him." "Right before they turned off the ash furnace," Trevor said. "Surely you've noticed." This time, even Steve seemed impressed. His eyes flicked to the wide open sky, with traces of stars behind the clouds and the soft light of the moon. Jacob's eyes hardened, and I could tell he'd figured out what Steve hadn't, that the ash was created to keep humans in captivity. The fact that it could be turned off at all pointed to a century-old ruse Richard had used to justify his kingdom. "Emily gave you back the sun," Jasmine added, "so maybe show a little gratitude?"
That's a story I'd very much like to hear, Jacob said. But am I right in assuming that this is why you've arrived in the middle of the night? Because the sun is harmful to your elite companion?
There was a tense moment as I studied Jacob's face, shrewd and calculating as always. Had Marcus already told him about the elite's weakness, or was he fishing for an advantage to use against them? Steve's hands moved slowly towards the pistol at his waist.
It is,
Damien said, answering for me.
I thought that might be the case. So firstly, your elite needs to get somewhere safe before sunrise.
I breathed a sigh of relief and unclenched my fists. Do you have some place like that? It needs to be secure.
We have a few options, Jacob said, but I have something special in mind, if you'll follow me.
I nodded, and 2 men slid open another panel, exposing a corridor between the rubble. The makeshift village was still sleepy, but I could see that some of the crates had been turned into houses, with family names marked on the doors. They were nearly identical, but a touch of character was displayed on the entrance to each. A pair of rocking chairs, a picnic table made of repurposed wood from the docks, small herb gardens under plastic awnings. A few even had chalk sketches or decorations. On the side of the village, we came to a long empty stretch, nearly a cave, underneath sections of the original buildings and shaded by the massive side of a tilted shipping boat that formed a wall nearly 100 feet high.
Here, Jacob said. These are for you. We got them ready once we knew to expect you, but I think you'll find them adequate for your friend here as well. They seal tight. Light-proof if you tape off the small air holes.
He opened one and gestured at the heavy chains and padlocks. I frowned, remembering Penelope and the truck she'd been locked up in Havoc.
They lock from the inside, Jacob said. I think you'll find it comfortable.
Inside was a small mattress made of soft, shredded plastics and a quilted blanket, as well as a small desk and a few bottles of water. Someone had even put a vase filled with wildflowers, and a cheaply framed painting with a tear in the canvas was fixed crookedly on the wall. An effort had been made, which gave it a pleasant touch. "This is great," Jasmine said, pushing into the one next door and kicking off her boots. "See you tonight." Trevor was watching me, no doubt to see which dwelling I'd pick. Damien retreated into the main one, then turned back, his eyes shining from the darkness.
I should probably stay alone,
he said. "Are you sure?" I asked, reaching out to touch his hand.
This welcome, it's more than I was expecting, but the room is comfortable enough. I'll be fine. When they wake up, Jacob and his people, they'll need to talk with you. Most of them are like Luke, raised to hate the elites. They won't be happy I'm here, and they may not feel safe. It's important they trust you. Plus, I have a feeling you're going to need to do some politicking, and I have little sway here. Better if I stay hidden in the dark, for the both of us. At least until we figure out our next move."
He took the chains off the inside of the door and handed them to me.
"Lock me in,"
he said.
"Keep the key yourself. I trust you, and they'll feel safer if they can see that I'm contained."
I nodded and wrapped the chains around the handles before securing them with a padlock. I felt my eyes water as I turned the key. I hated locking him in, like some kind of monster. "You okay?" Trevor said softly, from behind me. I wiped my eyes before turning around. "Fine," I said. "I wish we didn't have to do this." "He'll be safe in there," Trevor said, and he's not wrong about everything else he said. Smart of him, actually, for an elite. "I'm just tired," I said. "We made it. That's all that matters. We should get some rest." I nodded, but suddenly I was antsy. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. Not yet. We retraced our steps until we heard Luke's voice and followed it up a flight of narrow steps. Emerging to the upper levels of one of the ships, with a slightly crooked floor. The captain's cockpit had been turned into some kind of bar, with strings of yellow bulbs tucked around the floor so they couldn't be seen from outside, and long UV strips casting halos of violet light. Luke was sharing a table with 5 men I partially recognized from Havoc, sipping from a tankard of beer. Steve brought one over to Trevor, but ignored me.
"We probably have tea or something,"
he mumbled, drawing from the lit cigar in his mouth. But he made no effort to go find it. I wandered off on my own, towards the bow of the ship, which sported an impressive view of the dark landscape. I didn't see Jacob, but found Curate Marcus on a torn leather couch pushed up into the bow. He waved, and this time I gave him a real hug, squeezing him tightly before settling beside him. "I didn't know if you were even alive," I said. "It's so good to see you."
"Same,"
he said.
"Although I'd heard rumors, the stories are so outlandish, I wasn't sure what to believe."
"Start from the beginning," I said, "after I was captured in Algrave. The king mentioned you. I was afraid you'd been turned, like Trevor. Afraid I might have—"
"That wasn't me,"
he said.
"As a curate, the king had to be careful. It's one thing for a compounder, or even a chosen, to be a revolutionary, but the curates are bound by creed and oath. We're the spiritual underbelly of the whole system. He needs us, or, at least, he needs the citizens to have faith in us."
"So he let you go?" I asked.
"Not exactly, but I was freed during your escape. I hid inside the citadel for a while, using my contacts, and then slipped outside the gates at the earliest opportunity. I've been licking my wounds ever since. The king's ire is long, but there are hundreds of curates. I'm not even sure he'd recognize me again next time he sees me."
"The king is dead," I said, "and nobody is in charge right now, except possibly Nigel." I told him about the announcement made to the compounds and what I'd heard from Jessica. "You can go back," I whispered, my eyes widening. "We need someone who can get into the gates. Like you said, the curates are somewhat protected, and I doubt the king would have told Nigel anything. Nobody knows who you are, or that you were helping the rebels."
"It's a risk, from what you've told me."
"But there are allies inside. Tobias mainly. We need to get word to him, to meet Penelope in the Shire. April and me, I think we figured out the cure. For real this time." Marcus sucked in a sharp breath, and some kind of light flared in his eyes.
"Then there's still hope."
"Maybe," I said. "It depends on what you're planning to achieve."
"Steve and Jacob, they want to destroy all the elite, but they're smart enough to know they can't do it without help. At least, I think so. They want retribution for Havoc. I told them to wait until we heard from you."
"That wasn't all the elite, just Nigel and his buddies."
"But they control the Citadel now, and you want to take it back, so they'll have their revenge."
"Will that be enough for them? What about Damien?"
"Some are saying a war would level the playing fields, destroy the compounds, set everyone free. But is that the best choice?"
"They tried to destroy the purification engines in Cezamp. Those innocent people."
"That's one thing we don't have to worry about anymore. Besides, didn't you basically do the same thing? By turning off the ash, you made the purification engines useless. You dealt a powerful blow against the elite's covenant, but you didn't ask anyone's permission. All the compounds will be waking up now, asking questions. And once the Outlanders realize the elites are responsible for the toxic ash, for their lifetimes of sickness, violence, and death, they'll hate them even more."
"Even so, they should be free to leave or stay."
"Why would they stay?"
"Protection, health," I said. "You know."
"I mean, is this the best we can do? Holing up in a garbage pile, stockpiling weapons, living off dried fish? We were meant for more than this."
"Even if all the elites disappeared tomorrow, the humans would fight against each other for resources. The compounds, the communities, They offer strength, security. Not everyone will want to give that up, and they shouldn't have to.
I don't disagree,
Marcus said.
but Steve will say you can't be trusted, that Damien has already gotten in your head. In all of your heads, using you like puppets.
That's not true.
But you know it's possible. It could be true. That's enough to sow doubt.
So they're just not going to believe us? They think this is all a big play? For what? What do they think we're planning?
They don't know, but they'll be wary. As should you be. Just thought you should know.
I nodded, pressing the bridge of my nose with my fingers.
You dream big, Emily. I've always admired that about you. Even when we first met, when you didn't know your purpose or role in all of this, even when you were just a scared chosen. You're so much more now. You see like the elites do, decades instead of years. Damien's influence, no doubt. And the compounds, you're right, they cherish stability, safety. But the Havocs, they've never had that. They fight for themselves, for those they care about, but it's small-minded and tribal, quick to violence, slow to consider the larger consequences.
What do you recommend?
If you want their help, you need to offer them something they don't already have, something only you can provide. A reason to support you in this war, rather than just sitting back and waiting until the chips fall to pick up the pieces. Even if Damien retakes the Citadel, and you make the Covenant better for the people in the compounds, how will that improve the quality of life for the Havocs, the free-range humans? There are many of them. Why should they believe in you, fight for you?
I was sleepy and frustrated. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the horizon was getting purple. Each sunrise took my breath away, a beautiful, impossible thing that had been hidden from us for 100 years. I'd taken it back, but it wasn't mine. I squeezed Marcus's shoulder and stood. I nodded to Trevor, but motioned him to stay. He fit in here better than I did, almost as well as Luke, who was practically native. At least one of us should be making friends, and I wasn't feeling social. A thin light was filtering through the trees and reflecting over the misty river as I descended the creaky metal stairs and found my way back to my sleeping container. They were long and wide and had been divided by plywood into individual rooms, with 3 beds each. I took the last one, in nearly complete darkness, and fell asleep thinking of Damien. So close, his key burning a hole in my pocket. Chapter 12. I woke in the afternoon. The sky was pink and yellow, the light sharp. The smell of food brought me to a small outdoor oven where a woman was serving fish head soup in a hard, compacted flatbread that was stiff and chewy, flavored with salt and rosemary. She offered me a bowl without comment. I didn't know if it was a restaurant or just her private home, but I had the feeling she was used to serving strays, and she didn't ask for coin. Kids were playing a game that involved throwing sticks and jumping through a series of hoops. It was too complicated for me to follow, but I enjoyed watching until I finished my food. The settlement was bigger than the Shire, a few hundred people at least, and not all of them soldiers. It took me a while to explore my way through the hidden tunnels, finding new pockets of activity. A larger center ring was bustling, and a dozen servers dished out hot chowder and spiced fish balls on wooden sticks. I found Kamina first, sitting with a group of women stitching nets. I couldn't tell if she was teaching or learning, but they all seemed engaged in the task, while asking questions about what it was like to live in the compounds. Something about the scene was encouraging. The rebels viewed all chosen as little more than blood whores. But maybe it was just the militant branch of the Havocs that were raised to be so openly opposed to the Covenant. Out here, the dangers and comforts of the Citadel seemed far away. Kamina nodded at me as I joined, catching the last light of the afternoon and relishing in the warmth it spread across my face and arms. I was anxious for the sun to go down, so I could let Damien out, but also a little sad to see it go. Everything was so much clearer and brighter in its presence. It almost seemed to melt away my fears and doubts. I realized most of the women's skin had a red hue, and a few of the men, especially the bald ones, were nearly beet red. "Nobody is used to it," Kamina said, catching my eye. "It's not just the elite. It burns us, too, just more slowly." I found Luke and Trevor next, and we explored from one end of Harpoon to the other. Besides the piles of trash and debris, a few nearly intact boats made tall walls around the settlement, and the spaces had been filled with the tall metal shipping containers, stacked like massive colored blocks. It was a good spot to hole up, almost better than the compounds, and despite its junky appearance, it had a life that Havoc hadn't. People were living outside, instead of buried in the underground ruins of their former cities. Finally, the sky turned dark, the moon and stars poking out from the clouds, and I turned back towards our compartments, fishing for the key Damien had given me last night. When I opened the door to pitch blackness, I heard rustling in the corner, and the sound of something sharp scratching on metal.
"Stay back,"
Damien said, in a low voice that made my skin crawl. "What is it?" I asked. "Are you sick again?"
"It's not that. Just hungry."
"I can feed you."
"I'm not sure if that's wise."
The rebuff hit me harder than I expected. He pulled down the edge of his trousers to show his scar. Healed, but still tender and red. I wondered if it was painful. It was difficult seeing Damien like this. I'd seen him injured, of course, and much worse. But those wounds, awful as they were, weren't permanent like this one. "Oh," I said. "Right."
"It's just, maybe we should give it a few days, until we know the elixir is out of my system."
"Sure," I said, crossing my arms. "That makes sense." He still seemed reluctant to leave his prison.
"The longer I wait, the less easily I'll be able to control myself. And there are so many fresh scents here. So much blood."
"You're afraid of hurting someone?" I asked.
"I'm just being cautious. Have you gotten what you needed? Maybe we should just press on."
To Icklebot, I thought, in the back of my mind. I couldn't help remembering the scene in Crawlust where the visiting elite had fed on Penelope's younger sister. He'd said something about his right to taste local goods. Is that what Damien was rushing towards? Being treated like royalty and free to feed without embarrassment? As if he was offering them a rare honor. "I'll find you something," I said. "Someone."
"They won't like that here."
"We don't have to make it a big thing." I was annoyed to have been made responsible for Damien's well-being, and frustrated at myself for not being better prepared. And it wasn't just Damien, I realized. How much food were we carrying for the journey? Water and resources? Luke was the only one of us halfway experienced, though he didn't seem the most responsible. The rest of us were chosen, apart from Trevor, who'd spent most of his life in a compound. I locked Damien in again, now feeling much more anxious. I'd been looking forward to talking with him and showing him around Harpoon. But it was darker now, and the lights were disorienting, the fishy smells too pungent. I'd had all day to make plans, and I hadn't done anything, except to forget my fiancé's basic needs. I felt an angry hunger in the pit of my stomach, and aches and pains I didn't remember earning. Even my skin felt flushed. The thirst, I realized. I'd smelled the elixir in Damien's blood, and now I wanted it. He wasn't the only one that was hungry. 2 of the guards found me, retracing my steps in the darkness. A young man who looked younger than me, and a woman with creased cheeks and heavy mascara. They had no uniforms, but I recognized them from the long, jagged spears they carried and homemade armor made of rubber scraps. "Jacob requests your presence for dinner," the woman said. "Tell him I'll be there soon," I said. "I'm on an errand." "You're already late," the boy said, with forced bravado. I shrugged and followed them through a series of tighter and darker corridors, wondering suddenly where they were even leading me. I wasn't carrying a weapon, and without elixir, the two of them might be able to overpower me. But finally we emerged in a small garden, full of yellow sunflowers and roses. Jacob was sitting at a white plastic table, underneath a string of hanging lights that wound up the sprawling trees on the perimeter, all contained neatly inside the towering carcasses of broken ships, a pocket of beauty amidst the rubbish. "This feels like a date," I said uneasily, eyeing the record machine nearby, playing a soft, jazzy tune. Or an intervention. Movement caught my eye, and I found Steve, sitting on a bench not far away, leaning back with his arms crossed. His face was in shadow, but the pistol at his belt and the rifle by his side glinted in the light as he shifted. "Forgive the theatrics," Jacob said, standing to greet me. I'd gotten so used to his weird ensembles, I'd barely noticed his apparel. He was in a white suit with a captain's hat. Surprisingly clean for its age, it must be hard to bleach fabric way out here. When we'd first met in Havoc, he had a medley of showy battle armor. He seemed to shift roles of authority like a lizard shedding skin. His dark beard had grown out, but looked like it had been recently trimmed, and he smelled like he'd showered recently, which was more than I could say for myself. "I won't waste your time, but we have things to discuss." "Alone?" I asked. "I've sent your friends on a little fishing adventure upriver. There are some supplies we need, and I asked for their help. They'll be a bit late getting back." "Where's your elite friend?" Steve asked, cutting in. Jacob's eyes shifted to the rooftops, as if he expected Damien to come rushing down from above. "He's not feeling well at the moment," I said. "He's hungry," Jacob guessed. I didn't respond, but I didn't need to. They knew what Damien was, and they had experience with the signs of elite starvation after torturing Penelope, before leaving her to die during the raid on Havoc. I realized astutely for the first time that these were not my allies. Not yet. "So, are you going to start this meeting, or should I?" Jacob sat again, nodding at a pair of servers behind him. They brought a bottle of fizzy pink wine and some hard bread, along with a plate of large crayfish with green and purple shells. He pulled off a pincher and cracked it against the table with his knuckles before slurping out the steaming flesh inside. "Have you had these before?" "In the Citadel, after I was chosen, and in Kralust." "That's right. You must be used to luxury after touring with your elite prince." "Sorry there's no butter," he smiled. "Not many cows around anymore." "If you're asking whether the last few weeks have been comfortable," I said, "they haven't." "Did you know," Jacob said, ripping off a chunk of bread, "all these shipping containers around us, each could hold enough food to supply a village for a month. They shipped thousands every day from every corner of the earth. You could get exotic fruits from all around the world that could not grow in your own climate." "We have that in the compounds," I said. "The kingdom protects its robust trading routes, and the compounds were made to encourage diversity." Jacob leaned back and grinned. I felt I was failing a test of some kind. "When we first met, you swore to destroy the Citadel. You made promises. And then you led the elite right to us. The rebels protected you, and many died fighting your very personal battle. We lost a great deal of resources." "That wasn't my fault,"
I started. Wasn't it? Steve asked. I felt my pulse spike, but tried to keep my cool. I could tell they were trying to provoke me. When we tried to blow up the royal wedding, you thwarted our efforts, Jacob continued. If all had gone according to plan, the Chosen and their elites would be dead, and the kingdom would be in disarray. Only a few of them, I said. The rest would have hunted you down. And then I hear you stopped another attack in Cezamp, injuring some of our contacts, and escaping with 2 elites. At that point, naturally, we suspected your loyalties. I started to respond, but he held up a hand to silence me. Then, a few days ago, the skies cleared. Our lives have been irrevocably changed. Many people's priorities have shifted. Now I've learned that I have you to thank, and that you defeated King Richard to secure this miracle. But you show up at my door, empty-handed, and traveling with an elite prince. I'm intrigued by you, Emily Sharrow, but also more than a little cautious in my position. I get it, I said, chewing on a piece of bread and inartfully prying open a crayfish's shell to pull some meat with a small fork. You don't trust me, and you blame me for what happened in Havoc. But we started something together, and I'm only here because I felt like you deserved to be kept in the loop. As for my hands, I turned them up into the light. Let's just say they're not as empty as they appear. After all, as you said, I arrived with the sun at my back and a prince by my side. Who's to say what else I have to offer? All right, he said, with a thin smile. I have questions, but I'm not sure whether I can trust your answers, whether I can trust anything you say. But I suppose I'll start with this one. Why are you here? What do you want from us? My lips were dry, and I wished Curate Marcus was here so I could look to him for support. He at least understood the compound system and cared about the thousands of people still living within the Covenant. Well, apparently, I started, killing the king hasn't made me very popular. We were going to go back to the Citadel, but we're not sure it's safe for Damien. If he can claim the throne, which is his right, he can make real changes. Changes that won't affect us, Steve grumbled. Well, it's either him or Nigel, the dark-haired asswipe that attacked Havoc. Him and his friends, one of whom we already killed. Jacob's dark eyes flickered, but I couldn't tell if this was new information to him. Anyway, if he's in charge, it won't just be the compounds. We don't know what he's capable of or what he'll do. As for Nigel, I've already injured him. I took his eye outside of Havoc. Surely it healed, Jacob pressed. It did not, I said, swirling my wine. Because we gave him the antidote first. I'd been hoping to build this news up a little, or trade it like currency, but something about the scene and Jacob was disarming. I wanted him to be on my side, even if it meant showing him all my cards. I knew Luke and April trusted him, and he'd helped us retrieve my grandfather's chest. Besides, there was a good chance Marcus had told him about the cure already, and he was just waiting to trap me in a lie. It sounds like you're planning a full-out war, but if there weren't any elite, there would be no need for violence. It's not that simple, I said. You're thinking us versus them, humans and monsters. But it isn't like that. Some of the elite are on our side. More might be still if we can convince them. This could all be contained. And the others? Steve said gruffly. The ones that resist? I thought about Nigel's cruel smirk. Some will have to die, I said. Jacob nodded, seemingly pleased by my response, and relaxed a bit. He took a sip from his glass, and then dropped the stiff interrogator act,
leaning in casually with his elbows on the table.
Steve said this meeting would be a waste of time, but I can see we've already cause for agreement. I count this as a success. So, what's your plan?
Well, we don't have much yet.
You'll need people and weapons, and you have neither, Steve said darkly.
But we know the compounds, the Citadel. We have contacts. If we can get inside, if we can plan it smart, during the daytime maybe so the elite are weak, we should be able to take over. Luke said you had weapons that could help.
Well, Jacob said, the walls will be defended by human guards. A lot of them. You'll need a distraction, and even then, probably a way to get through the gates. But the real question is, why should any of us risk our lives for this?
What do you mean?
You're planning to remove an elite king and replace him with another. The people of Havoc hated Richard as a symbol of the whole compound system. But he's gone, and so is their resentment. Out here, with the ash gone, the squabbles of your monarchy seem far away. What's in it for us? Steve pressed.
This is what Curate Marcus had been warning me about. I needed to have something to offer. I'd thought discovering the cure to immortality and finishing my grandfather's great work would be enough for them. But I was counting on their hatred for the elite and hadn't anticipated this amount of apathy.
If we agree to help, Jacob prompted, we need more than a hypothetical vision of a just elite prince. Nobody is attacking us here, now. Nobody even knows about this place. But we don't want to poke a hornet's nest, especially after what happened in Havoc. We grew too large, accepted the wrong sort of people, and you saw what happened.
You're the one who destroyed Havoc. I narrowed my eyes.
It was lost as soon as the elite discovered it, Steve shot back. Thanks to you. Why should we do anything at all? Jacob finished, rather than letting the kingdom implode and the elites deal with their own problems.
He pressed his fingers together thoughtfully, allowing me time to come up with an answer. I scanned the edges of the small pocket of light, surrounded by soggy shipwrecks and marshes.
Without the ash, Jacob said after a few moments, the fields of the kingdom must be flourishing.
I glanced back at him, taking the hint. You want food? Supplies?
Is it unreasonable?
Not really, I said. I'm sure that could be arranged.
Still, it's a big risk for us, Steve said.
What else do you want? I asked, losing my patience.
What else is there?
He leered. Luke should have prepared me better for this. Bartering with Havocs was like shopping at a stall with no prices and being given no straight answers. The price was as much as the vendor could get away with. I was wasting time, and this meeting wasn't going at all the way I'd planned. I knew we'd have to convince the compounds to join a revolution, but the rebels of Havoc were the ones who got me started down this path in the first place. They were responsible for my mother's death for a lot, but that didn't make me blameless. I glanced again at the giant metal containers around us. Earlier you mentioned what humans were once able to achieve, but a lot of those people are still around. The elites, many of them, they knew that world. They know how it works. There's so much around us we can't understand at all. How they made the ruins of the cities or powered their machines. We use some of it, but we understand very little.
So?
Jacob asked, a smile playing on his lips. It was the encouragement I needed to continue. So, the elites have knowledge and an understanding of technology. They know how to bring it back. Wouldn't you rather have someone on your side who knows how it all works? Instead of fighting each other for survival, we could be rebuilding. And books, so many books. We could start a university maybe, Or set up local libraries. Think how much faster we could get back on our feet and retake the wilderness. Years instead of centuries. In your lifetime. Because of you. That last bit was a little thick, and I knew he'd see through the obvious flattery. But I could tell by the spark in his eyes that I'd touched on something. Jacob wanted to be a shepherd for his people, but he needed to give them hope for a better future. I was providing him with the dream he needed to maintain power.
You speak well, Em, and I'm not disinterested in your proposal, although there's little incentive to keep your word to us after the fighting. You could just disappear with your prince into your castle and leave the rebels starving outside.
You trust Marcus, though?
I do.
He's as close to an intermediary as we have, I guess. He said earlier, the renewal ceremonies, that's what keeps the kingdom together. He's a part of that. The compounds would obey the curates, as long as the ceremonies continue.
So, if Marcus makes a deal, assuming Damien reinstates him in an official role,
they'd honor the terms. I'm sure of it.
Agreed,
Jacob said, standing up and wiping the crumbs off his jacket.
We'll make up a list. It'll be scalable and based on projected headcounts. I'll get Marcus to draft it. Your prince can look it over in the morning. In the meantime, there's something I'd like to show you.
He offered me his arm, then led me through two of the plastic gates to the large curving exterior of a round ship, like a huge sausage. What is this? I asked, running my hand over the smooth shell.
A submarine, Steve said. It was half buried in mud when we found it.
We climbed to the top using a metal ladder, and Jacob lifted the hatch. I climbed down behind him, uncomfortable in the confined space, and Steve joined us. I had to suck in a breath and huddle against the wall as he shoved past me. The interior was full of tech and panels I didn't understand, and boxes of mostly weapons and military supplies. A few hundred guns that I could see, and more behind. I saw more boxes of C4, which I knew the rebels had, but Steve walked past them, through a section of the submersible, past a long row of triple bunk beds. Finally, in the back, we came to a large, silent motor and a row of long cylinders.
Torpedoes,
Steve said, slapping one lightly on the side.
Bombs,
Jacob clarified. These were nearly as big as me. They're huge, I said. Are you sure they're safe?
Not for whoever is around when they blow up.
Do you even know how to use them?
We've read the manuals. From what we can tell, they aren't nuclear warheads, and meant for deployment underwater. But they were built to breach walls and sink ships.
Breach walls, I repeated thoughtfully.
The explosion radius will be large, but there's a good chance one of these could punch a hole in that citadel of yours.
Why are you showing me this? I asked.
Trust goes both ways. You've shown what you have to offer. Now I'm showing what I have. You think you need to raise an army, but you'd need thousands of fighters to have a chance against 100 elites and their feisty consorts. But what if you didn't? What if you could just lure them into one place and blow them all up?
Like a trap? Maybe, but it would be hard to pull off.
So then, you get all the humans out of the citadel during the day, and you blow the whole thing up. Bury them in the rubble.
I frowned at the idea. Something told me they'd discussed this before, at length, and that Steve was all in on this plan.
We've discussed enough for tonight,
Jacob said, gesturing back towards the open hatch.
We'll leave the main plan to you, and trust your stability to come with the benefit of food and resources. But if these weapons are useful to your purpose, they're yours, and Havoc gives them.
Chapter 13. I got a little lost after my meeting with Jacob and Steve. I stumbled back through the corridors, eager to return to Damien, but took several wrong turns. I needed time to think, so it didn't bother me too much. The Citadel, despite its statues and awe-inspiring views, somehow still felt unsafe, even on its best days. But now, despite the scent of stale trash and fish guts and shadows so dark I could barely see my feet, I wasn't afraid. So it took me a minute to decide that the creeping feeling spreading down my spine, the feeling that somebody was watching me, following me, wasn't just an abstract fascination or damage from always being in danger. I froze when I heard footsteps, and then hid on the other side of a sharp turn, waiting until a slim figure took a tentative step out into the moonlight. I grabbed her, a little too roughly, and her light form went sprawling forward, upsetting a stack of smashed plastic. Her hood fell back, and I realized she was just a young girl, in her early teens. I almost apologized or offered her a hand up, but I had every right to be suspicious. "Who are you?" I snapped. "What do you want?" "Nothing, miss, I swear." "Did Jacob send you to spy on me? Steal from me? Which is it?" I reached out and grabbed her arm, twisting until she winced in pain. "It's not for me," she said, her voice breaking. "It's my brother." This knocked the air out of my lungs. I let her go and stepped backwards, my legs trembling. Emboldened by my retreat, she came after me. "They say the Chosen get elixir and that it can heal any sickness. Is that true?" "Sort of," I said. "What's wrong with your brother?" "Can I show you? I'll take you to him." She tugged on my arm until I caved, then darted forward. I followed her, away from the center, through the twisting alleys and deconstructed ships. In some places, a dim line of white lights illuminated the ground. In others, only the soft glow of moonlight revealed the door or window of a dwelling. Finally, we came to a house of sorts, built from a single shipping crate stacked on one end and divided into 3 crooked floors. The first floor had a table with stools, a broken couch, and lots of quilted blankets. 3 candles lit the dark room as the slim shape of my guide hurried towards the ladder fixed to the far wall. We climbed up a narrow opening to the second floor, which was filled mostly with beds. Only one was occupied. A woman with a scar above her lip sat beside a small boy beneath the sheets.
"Krista!"
she snapped, pulling the girl towards her.
"What have you done?"
"I was just trying to help, Mama."
"You compounders think you're so special, with your snake oil and holy men, but I won't let you have him, or claim him for your elite lords."
I took a breath to calm myself. "The girl asked me to come," I said, biting my lip. "But I won't stay if I'm not wanted." I turned to leave, but the young girl crossed the room and grabbed my wrist. "Just stay a second, okay, Ma?" The woman turned away, but I saw her nod her head. She looked tired, as if grief had worn away her sharp edges. I turned my attention to the boy in the bed, not sure what else to do. He was awake, but his eyes were bright with fever, and sweat clung to his forehead. Nevertheless, he greeted me with a smile and beckoned me over. "It's okay," he said. "I'm not contagious." "So what's wrong with you then? I mean, you seem fine to me." I raised my eyebrows skeptically. "I am," he grinned. "Totally fine." His sister pulled back the sheets until I could see more of him. His right leg was wrapped in bandages, and a dark foulness spread through them. "So, I've met Krista already. What's your name?" "Danny," he said. "Are you really a chosen?" "I mean, sort of. It's true that I was chosen, but I kind of ran away at the altar." The woman stiffened beside me. I wondered if the normal people in the Outlands had heard of me at all, or what they'd heard. "Oh, Krista said. So you don't have any elixir? No, I said slowly. No, I don't. The woman next to me took a deep breath in, then choked back a sob.
I'm sorry, she said. I mean, I hadn't really believed it, but could it have really healed him?
Depends on a lot of things, I said. But yeah, maybe. I've seen it do some pretty incredible things.
He was out fishing with some boys. His boat went down the rapids. Got a nail in his leg. Some of the elders say it's tetanus from the rust. I don't understand it. It's just a small cut. It should have healed, but he's rotting from the inside out.
I'm not a medic, I said, wishing April were here. My fingers fished for the vial of blood Penelope had given me earlier. I'd been saving it for an emergency, resisting the urge to drink it all myself, for minor aches and pains. But should I offer? And would she accept? Do you know how elixir is made? I asked. It's purified, from elite blood. I have a friend who is elite, and she was injured recently.
Elites can get hurt? I heard their skin was like diamonds.
Yes, they aren't invulnerable, but they heal very, very quickly. What hurt her? Krista asked. Would you believe a pig? I smiled, and the children laughed with me. It was stretching the truth, but it was an easier answer than I was prepared to give. So the thing is, my friend gave me a little bit of her blood after, to protect myself, so I could heal if I had to. The woman stiffened again. There was something distrustful, yet hungry in her expressions.
You have it with you?
I hesitated before pulling my hand out of my pocket, but kept it in a tight fist. I was reluctant to let it go. It was mine. But I forced myself to open my palm, revealing the small glass vial filled with dark elite blood. Don't overdo it. Start with a teaspoon. He's going to be flush with energy, too strong, too fast. After that, a drop a week should be enough to keep him healthy. No more, no matter how much he asks for it, because he'll get addicted.
I understand,
she said, then snatched the vial from my still open palm. Krista wrapped her arms around me from behind and bent to kiss my cheek.
I'll see you out,
the mother said. I hadn't caught her name, and I didn't ask. She went downstairs first, and I followed her. But instead of going towards the door, she turned towards the small shelf with hanging utensils and pans and pulled out a kitchen knife. It wasn't until she pressed it against her wrist that I realized what she was doing. I caught her arm just before the blade sliced into her skin.
Isn't this how it works? She asked, with a bitter smile. Blood for blood. If this is the price to keep my boy alive, I'll pay it, gladly.
I felt tension as she pulled away from me, but I disarmed her and placed the knife firmly on the counter. Not this time, I said. I left before I could see the confusion on her face. I found my way back quickly by heading away from the water towards the center. I was starting to get the lay of the land, but each face I passed was a stranger, until finally I made it back to our own little cluster of metal pods. Trevor was the only one still awake, sitting alone by the fire. I didn't miss the bottle next to him or the alcohol on his breath.
Where you been?
He asked. All over, I said. You? Picked up some supplies for Jacob, Trevor said. Then I came looking for you. Thought you might be in there, with him. I did see him earlier, I said. Don't tell me he's shy. I pulled up a chair next to him. He's fine, just wants to be careful. Lots of blood around here, and he's thirsty. He told you that? They need to feed, Trevor, just like us. Not quite just like us, he mumbled. There was silence after that for a while. I was supposed to be providing blood for Damien, but part of me resented it. I couldn't get the woman out of my mind. Is this what it was always going to be like? Damien too sensitive to ask permission, and me committed to protecting him, extorting favors from the weak and desperate? I should have just taken the woman's blood when she'd offered. But something in her face had turned my stomach. I couldn't charge for saving that boy's life. I didn't want it to be conditional, like good deeds never came without a receipt. That wasn't how I was raised, and it wasn't the world I wanted to live in.
What is it, Em?
There was a girl tonight. She asked for help with her brother. A few years ago, that could have been me. It was me, trying to steal elixir to save my mom.
And you helped?
I nodded.
But you regret it?
I shot him a look, but there wasn't a barb there. He just knew me too well. I mean, the wilderness, it's brutal. I don't think I really understood that until now. You remember our childhood. We got banged up sometimes, but just had to wait a week to feel better. We rarely dealt with real illness, poisoning, infection. People can die out here for the most banal, depressing things.
That's not your fault, Em.
No, it isn't. But what if they're better off hating the elites, distrusting them? That woman, I just gave her a miracle. You think others won't notice? Won't want to be healed? Once you even know that such a miraculous cure is available, but withheld from you, where do you go from there? If you knew you could save someone you loved, wouldn't you die for it? Kill for it?
Of course.
That's how the blood wars started. If I was elite, I could have named my price. If the covenant fails, this is what it will be like. The temptation is too great, too strong.
So we either share it with everyone, which means more compounds,
or no one, I finished, which means pain and death.
So what are you going to do?
I don't know. You're right. I can't save everyone, and I don't intend to. But I must save what's mine. Right now, that's Jamie and Lorelei, and I know where they are. That's enough of a plan for me.
And Damien?
I shifted my gaze towards the metal container. He needs to feed. Tonight. But he's worried about my blood still being tainted by the cure.
Not seeing a lot of options, Trevor said, picking up his drink and gesturing around the empty space.
I guess not.
If you're going to ask, just ask.
What? He wiggled his eyebrows at me.
You want me to feed your monster?
No. I mean, you don't have to.
Sure I don't, Trevor said. But it would make your life a lot easier, and I'm tired of seeing that pinched look of anxiety on your face.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been under a lot of stress recently.
I've noticed. I always notice.
Fine, I sighed. Will you feed my monster?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking, but that doesn't mean—
Fine,
Trevor said, standing abruptly, waving his arms and stumbling into a little victory dance.
You don't know how long I've been waiting for the great Emily Sharrow to actually need something from me, enough to get her to ask for help.
I followed him across the space and watched him knock lightly on Damien's door. After a few moments, I heard rustling and it creaked open. Damien looked surprised to see Trevor, and then looked at me over his shoulder.
So, we gonna do this or what?
Trevor asked, slurring his words. He pushed his way into Damien's room and unbuttoned his shirt.
You brought him?
Damien asked.
Beggars and choosers, buddy. You've been drinking? Maybe a little?
Is that a problem? I asked.
No,
Damien said, hanging his head.
It's fine. Sorry if I'm not tasty enough for you, Your Majesty. He's really going to milk this, isn't he?
You'll never hear the end of it. That is, if he even remembers tomorrow.
Come on, I don't have all day. Stick me, Prince Charming.
Trevor sat with his back to us and his shirt down off one shoulder. I could see his tattoos even in the dim light.
Are you sure about this?
Damien asked, glancing between Trevor and me.
Maybe you'd better wait outside. She's not going anywhere,
Trevor said, stiffening suddenly. His eyes flashed to mine, and I saw something that looked like fear there. I'll stay, I said. He reached for my hand, and I took it and squeezed his palm. It was easy to forget sometimes that Trevor was the same scrawny boy who'd once been afraid of the dark. And this is what Damien was. I couldn't get squeamish or pretend it didn't exist. This is why he was so strong and fast and everything else. He didn't choose to be this way. Damien took a breath, then bent down facing Trevor, holding his chin up to meet his eyes.
You will feel no pain,
he said. Trevor seemed to relax. I knew Damien couldn't compulse nearly as well or strongly as his father, but it seemed he could muster some base influence. Then his jaw snapped towards Trevor's neck. Trevor flinched, then slowly slumped in his chair. Damien's presence seemed to grow around and above him like an engorging leech. At one point, Trevor moaned, and Damien looked apologetic or uncomfortable. I knew it was just the vampire venom spreading through Trevor's veins, and longed for the warm, blissful feeling in my own. That's enough, I said, with a hand on Damien's back. He shrunk back into the shadows, pulling Trevor with him like a pillow, his face twisted in a bloody snarl. But then he blinked, regaining composure.
Of course,
he said, slowly removing his fingers from Trevor's shirt and licking his fangs clean with his tongue. Where should we put him? I gestured outside. We leaned Trevor against the door, and I supported his weight as Damien scrubbed the blood off his cheek and neck with the back of his sleeve. Then we carried him outside, staying as far away from the embers of the fire as possible. The flames had died down, but it was still kicking up sparks and flecks of burning coal. We lay Trevor in his bed, and I took off his shoes, untying the double knots. I realized he was still using the system I'd taught him, years and years ago, when he was having trouble with them. Thank you, I whispered in his ear, before covering him up with a thin blanket. He murmured something, but I didn't catch it. I lingered at the door, where Damien was waiting.
Did you make plans?
He asked in a low voice. I think so, I said, leaning my forehead against the cool metal of the container. We'll leave tomorrow night. Will you be all right until then?
I'm fine now, for a few days at least, though I'll probably take a walk, stretch my legs a bit.
Want me to come with you? I stifled a yawn. Damien shook his head, and there was an awkward silence as he glanced at the half-dressed form of Trevor in the darkness behind me.
You've had a long day,
he said, his eyes filling with concern.
You should rest. We can talk again later.
I slept in the next morning. Somehow, despite the slightly moldy furniture and uneven padding of the mattress, I felt more rested than I had in weeks. As always, the sun blinded me when I stepped out of my dwelling, strong and warm. It made me feel like I was melting, like butter. It took a few moments for my vision to clear. I heard shouts and followed them down the path to a small rocky beach. Luke and Trevor were skipping stones. Jasmine and Kamina were lying out on a wooden dock. It should have been picturesque, but my nerves were sharp, and I felt a low hum, a moodiness. Haven't you learned your lesson about swimming? I asked Jasmine. We checked for poisonous snakes. We'll be careful. Plus, it feels amazing. So what's the plan? Trevor asked as I came closer. We're leaving tonight, I said. We should gather supplies. Get ready. Kamina says Icklebot is about 5 days away, Trevor said. Does that sound right? I frowned, but nodded. 5 days there, and 5 days back. It was too slow. That's still where we're going, isn't it? I guess so, I said. Well, you're leading this party, Luke said, so better decide fast. part of me wanted to grab Jacob's bomb and breach the wall of the citadel. But that seemed too reckless, and I didn't want to force a confrontation. If Nigel knew what he had, he'd use my family as a shield, just like King Richard had done. I couldn't tip my hat so soon, not until we'd at least attempted to seek out more allies. Every body would count, if it came to a real battle. Plus, I needed to give April and Penelope more time to figure out the antidote. "Check it out," Trevor said, pointing to the side of the river. "We've been busy." Inside knotted nets and tin cans, I saw a handful of two-headed frogs and some blue crabs and freshwater crawfish. "What are those for?" I asked. "Snacks for our trip." "Those will go bad within a day," Luke said, "and probably give everyone food poisoning." "I thought you said you went out hunting yesterday." "For gear and junk," Trevor said. "But we found some cool stuff, and Jacob said we can trade it for supplies today in the market. I think we can trade this stuff too." "How much do you think those things are worth?" Jasmine asked, pointing across the river. A pair of tall blue birds stood like reeds, with long necks and sharp yellow beaks. "Something, probably, though they might be worth more alive. I saw a coop of them somewhere yesterday. They breed them for the eggs. Still, we could cook it and salt it. That way it'd last a week." "Got your bow?" Kamina asked. "It's broken, remember?" "Somebody's got to have one. A crossbow might work, but we'd have to get really close." I nodded, barely paying attention, but I found myself interested in a hunt. Something I could do to provide value. Something simple that didn't depend on asking for help or trading favors. Trevor and Luke were discussing something, then headed back into town. They came back in 20 minutes with a pair of elastic bands and a pile of branches. "Craft project?" Jasmine asked. "My dad made me one of these as a kid," Luke said. "Lost it a long time ago, but they've got so much junk here, it wasn't hard to find the right kind of rubber." He wrapped the elastic around a forked branch until it was tight, then picked up a smooth pebble from the beach, pinching it in the band. He drew it back like an arrow and released it. Despite the soft thwack, the pebble shot out surprisingly fast. "Nice," Kamina said. "We use something similar." We started practicing on tin cans and bottles until we figured out how to aim relatively well. By the time the sun set, we'd nabbed 3 birds. We traded the fresh ones for salted strips of fish and fried sweet potatoes, then began to gather our things. I was surprised to find a crowd gathering outside of Damien's dwelling, leaving small handicrafts and baked goods, urn-baked loaves of hard, salted bread. A few people whose faces seemed familiar gathered around the edges of our area, some trying to appear like they weren't waiting for something, others a little more direct, their faces lighting up with hope as I arrived with the key to Damien's chamber. "What is all this?" I asked Curate Marcus when I saw him. "Word spread about your little miracle last night," he murmured. "Oh," I said. I wasn't sure if I should apologize, but the silence didn't seem uncomfortable. Is it a problem?" "It's not against the law or anything, if that's what you're thinking. But Jacob did have some concerns." "Like what?" I asked. "Well, without a renewal ceremony, there's no hard limit or rule. You know the elixir is addictive. If you stayed, people would become desperate to earn your favor, and Damien's, trading whatever they could for another taste. And if polite entreaties failed, they'd turn to violence." "Good thing we're leaving then," I said, attempting to lighten the mood. The curate's lips turned up into a tight smile. "Yes," he said, "for now, it's enough. It might even turn some of them towards your cause. But it was smart of Jacob to barter for resources, not elixir. He doesn't want to become another slave compound." "He told you about our meeting?" I asked, lowering my voice to a hush. "He honors me with information. I've attempted to repay his trust." "It won't matter if I can't secure more allies and find a way into the Citadel. We have to at least let them know what we're planning and when. Any attempt at a breach could be catastrophic if we can't prepare the insiders."
"Leave that to me,"
he said. "So, you'll really attempt it? Getting back inside the Citadel?"
"If the king is truly gone, there's a good chance you're right. He always played his cards close to his chest. I doubt Nigel would even recognize me, and the only curates who know of my involvement with the rebels are also on our side. At least, I hope they still are."
"Are there many? Like you?"
"Not many," he said, "but enough. And besides, even those who abhor the idea of revolution would still probably choose to cast their luck behind Damien as the rightful heir. But it's not like they'll be asked. Nigel will seize power by force, not politics, and the curates aren't fighters. But they do control the supply of blood and elixir, which makes them valuable allies."
"I understand," I nodded. "If there's a fight coming, it's up to Damien and me to lead it. Do me a favor, check in at the Shire first and see how April is making progress on the antidote. She may need supplies. Oh, and in the Citadel, keep an eye out for a man called Zane. He works in tech or something. I'll need a way to communicate with the compounds, or at least with the allies inside the Citadel. He might be able to help us."
"Is he with the rebels?"
"I'm not sure," I said, "but I think I can trust him." The sun was nearly down now, and lanterns flared to life around the riverside dwellings. Someone had lit the campfire, and I smelled a brothy stew being cooked nearby. I took the key from my pocket and unlocked Damien's abode, listening for stirrings inside. Finally, he poked his pale face out, testing the light, and when he found it safe, slipped out of the steel doors past the chains. "You all right?" I asked.
"Fine,"
he said.
"Better."
The crowd hushed, ebbing and flowing around us, in a mix of fear and astonishment. They'd only known the elite as terrible, blood-sucking monsters. I was glad Damien was their first real encounter. He was slightly taller than average, and I'd gotten so used to his good looks, I'd forgotten how intimidating his features could be. He moved slowly, elegantly, and seemed poised and regal, despite wearing mismatched and ill-fitting clothing, a mixture of some of the gear we'd picked up in Squirmhead, and some more practical attire I'd picked out in the market, of tough leather and denim. I wasn't sure if he'd need it, but at least it wouldn't stand out as much in the wild. He huddled near Curate Marcus, and I saw Jacob watching them from the upper level of his shipwreck HQ.
"One more thing,"
Marcus said, passing him a large flask. Damien smelled the top, and his eyes widened.
"You shouldn't have to beg for scraps every time you get hungry, like a dog. We must retain our dignity, especially if we hope to make you a king one day." "I appreciate that,"
Damien said.
"Truly."
He squeezed Marcus's shoulder, then tucked the flask into a small leather satchel at his waist. The small crowd followed us as we weaved our way back towards the hidden entrance. By the time we reached the riverfront, it seemed to swell to the hundreds. They gathered to watch on the shore, holding candles. I gave Marcus another hug, then pressed a vial of Penelope's blood into his palm. "Take care of your flock," I said.
"I will."
"Live together," I said.
"Or die apart,"
he confirmed. It felt weird to say the blessing so far from the kingdom, but he was a curate, and I knew he'd understand what I meant. There was comfort in the ritual, and we were bound together, regardless of the outcome. We took our canoes and paddle boats and made our way quietly across the current, towards the dark trees and rocks of the far shore, the deep purple sky and twinkling stars reflecting over the smooth water. Chapter 14. We made good progress the first night, finding overgrown roads or tracks where the trees were still mostly cleared, and sticking to the high ground so we could see our direction. When we found an abandoned town or village, we'd quickly scout for supplies. Though most of the area had been scoured long before, We still picked up some useful tools. At one point, Damien found a small spade and tucked it into his pack. "What's that for?" Jasmine asked. "Planning to pick up gardening?" "Maybe I'll become a farmer," he responded. I could tell by his smile he was joking, but there was something in his eyes that twisted the pit of my stomach. A look of worry, or maybe even despair. We were light on weapons, though it was more important that we moved quickly anyway. For some reason, I was still carrying a quiver of arrows, wrapped in a roll of fabric, even though my bow was beyond repair. If I had time, I could try to fashion a new one and reuse the string, though that kind of long-term project seemed far beyond my current scope. I knew Luke had a pistol, but it didn't make me feel safer. Pistols were a death sentence, and I hoped we wouldn't reach that level of pointless desperation. Jasmine had throwing knives and a curved sword she sometimes used to chaff through the tall grass. Kamina had a long walking stick with a sharpened edge. It was a rudimentary spear, and in her hands, probably devastatingly effective. And Damien had his royal sword with the gold handle. I couldn't tell if it was the same as his father's, but our battle at Squirmhead was still a blur of colorful images, burning ash and blood. It had all happened so quickly, sometimes the memories didn't feel real. We moved quickly through the darkness, and I found myself giving into the rhythm of the group, ducking, hiding, sprinting together in near silence, responding to each other's movements like a flock of birds. The air was fresh around us. It made me feel vulnerable. I was still used to wearing masks and blinking against the falling ash, the steady hum of white noise and the muted environment. The foul layer of toxic ash crunched beneath my feet, but some areas had been cleared by runoff water, exposing concrete or patches of blackened, brittle topsoil. Fresh green shoots were poking out of these areas, a soft carpet of green I wanted to lay down in.
"We should stay here today,"
Damien said finally, after nearly an hour without anyone speaking. We were on the outskirts of a suburb, but most of the houses were practically swallowed up by vegetation. He nodded to a ranger station on the top of a hill, and a row of once white condominiums that framed a steep, sloping road between them.
"We've still got at least an hour before sunrise," Trevor said. "We should cover more ground." "We can't afford to get caught in the open," Damien said. "And you think we'll find shelter here? Everything on the ground floors has been picked clean." "Good thing you're traveling with an elite."
Damien grinned. He picked up a rock and chucked it into a window on the 5th floor. The whole side of the building had kept its windows intact until now. The shattering glass made me fully alert, and I tightened my grip on my weapon. "Shh," Jasmine said. "Won't that attract predators?"
"I am the predator, remember?"
Damien wiggled his eyebrows, revealing his fangs. Jasmine rolled her eyes, but cast him a smile over her shoulder.
"Be right back,"
Damien said. I felt a rush of wind, and then he was gone. Even Trevor looked a little shaken by how fast Damien could actually move. We heard rummaging in a house nearby, the opening of cans and doors. Then Damien came back, holding a long cable of rope.
"Found this in a construction truck. It should work."
"You're really going up there?" I asked.
"I'll check it out first and throw the rope down. Do you think you can climb?"
"Sure, I guess so." He wrapped the rope around his shoulder, then took off in a sprint. He jumped vertically, and though he didn't quite reach the level of the window he'd broken, he attached himself to the flat panes of glass and scrambled upwards, using the tiny ledges to boost his momentum. He broke the rest of the window with his elbow and rolled inside. A moment later, he was back and tossed down the rope. Kamina went first, making the climb look easy. Luke went next, but only made it halfway before he froze, his arms trembling. I was just starting to worry when he began moving up again, but I realized he wasn't climbing. Damien was just pulling him up on the rope. He did the same with Jasmine, though she climbed the whole way as well, making the trip in record time. "You next," Trevor said. "Are you sure?" I asked. "Sure," he said, handing me the rope. I was halfway up when a gust of wind spun me around, bouncing my back against the window. I clutched the rope as my vision blurred. I stared at my hands first, the dark red thorns on my hands, then took a breath and widened my vision. I could see over the nearest buildings and found a long meadow between the hills that seemed to go on for miles, just under the brown, burnt layer of fir trees. Movement caught my eye, and I looked down, expecting to see Trevor. Instead, it was a dark shape that flew between the trees. More than one, and moving too fast to be shadows. "Damien!" I yelled. "We have to hurry!" A moment later, my stomach did flips as I was yanked skywards and grabbed out of the air by Damien's arms, pulling me gently through the now open window. He saw the urgency in my eyes and tossed down the rope again. "Grab on!" he yelled. I held my breath, scanning the woods and feeling my heart pound in my chest, waiting for a slagpaw attack to snap Trevor off the rope on his way up. I didn't relax until he'd made it without incident, and Damien helped him inside. We were in some kind of wide loft apartment. It seemed modern and stylish, though everything was nearly a century old. "It's like a time capsule," Jasmine said. Trevor lay right down on the couch, which let up a thick cloud of dust that made him sit up, hacking and coughing. "Could use a personal touch." "It had one once," I said. The decor was slightly feminine, with peeling pinks and golds. A faded framed print said #BossBabe, and the bed sheets were some kind of animal print. There was a bicycle without wheels and a large computer station, everything covered in dust, but oddly intimate. There was even a private journal with the previous owner's handwriting near the small table by the bed, and a picture board with faded photographs. Ferns and green leaves grew in the edges and cracks, pushing through the carpet and even the blankets on the bed. But most of the space was surprisingly well preserved. "Jackpot," Luke said, pulling things from the kitchen and sorting them into piles. "Moldy, rotten." He opened a few packages, sniffing and tasting with his fingers. "Damn," Luke said. "Taste this," he said. "It's like pie." "Pop-Tart," Damien said, reading the box label. "Nice of them to wrap this shit in tinfoil, almost like they knew an apocalypse was coming." I saw light from the corner of my eye and gasped as I watched yellow slivers of sunlight color the clouds on the horizon. "It's almost sunrise," I said. I scanned the room for curtains. There were plastic beaded blinds that folded shut, but they didn't block out all of the light. "What about you?" I asked Damien. "Will you be safe here?" "About that." He turned into the kitchen and opened the fridge, pulling out the shelves and clearing space. Then he unplugged the fridge and set it on its side. "You're going to sleep in that?" Jasmine asked, frowning her nose. The edges of the machine were rusted and a dark moss crept inside like veins. It smelled faintly sour, like old milk. "Will you even fit in there?" "It's just a precaution," Damien said. "I could go looking for a bathroom, but wouldn't want anyone to stumble in." "We wouldn't be that careless," Luke said. "Not about this. Still, we'll all feel safer this way. I'll be nearby if you need me. Stay inside the building. Stay together, with someone outside each apartment so you don't get locked in." "We'll be fine without you for a few hours," I said. Damien smiled sheepishly and bent his knees to fit inside the shelled-out fridge. I grabbed some pillows to place behind him. The magnetic seal wasn't binding, so I pressed on the lid firmly. "Can you breathe in there?" I called out. Damien's muffled voice came back a moment later. "I took out the pipe. There's a small hole in the back. I'll be fine, and I can get out if I need to." Right. Even so, I made a little fort of mugs and bowls around the fridge as a kind of perimeter. Not enough to trap him in, just enough for him to be secure, like I was tucking him in. Colorful magnetic letters were still stuck to the lid of the fridge. My eyes searched them, thinking about messages I could express. There weren't enough letters for sleep tight. Finally, I just wrote Damien and removed the rest. I felt eyes watching me, but Trevor looked away when I straightened. "We better do something about this dust, or we'll all asphyxiate," Jasmine said. We found a broom in the closet and set to work, beating on things and moving them around, holding scraps of fabric or masks across our mouths and noses. Trevor and Kamina stripped the threadbare sheets and blankets off the mattress and beat them near the open window, before stretching them across the gap to block some of the light and wind. The sun illuminated the horizon in a swath of bright colors. I felt relieved to see it. We'd survived the night. Something ancient and primal reminded me that I should be afraid of the dark and rejoice at the sun. But another part of me felt a flash of fear, remembering Damien hiding behind me. The sun cut in through the small cracks in the plastic blinds, scraping like razors. I wanted to throw myself in front of its piercing rays to keep him safe. When we were done, the apartment felt almost cozy. Luke, Kamina, and Jasmine took the mattress. Trevor took the padded cushions of the couch and lay them on the floor. I was about to stretch out on the couch when I felt the bars shift beneath me. I gave it a tug, testing out the mechanism until I felt it slide open. "There's a bed in here," I said. Trevor helped me fold it out. The mattress was some kind of foam. "I guess we can share it then?" he asked. "I guess we can," I said, flopping down. "Emily?" "Yeah?" "Nothing." When I woke again, it was afternoon. Trevor was up, in a dark t-shirt and jeans, barefoot, his hair tousled. The room was empty. I glanced at the fridge, pleased that my defensive perimeter had been maintained. "Where is everyone?" I asked, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "Looking around," Trevor said. "You look clean," I said, frowning at him. The shirt was too small for him and threadbare, with holes across the chest, but his skin was almost glowing. "Jealous?" he asked. "Absolutely. I still smell like fish." We found some water in the basement, in a big metal cistern. Jasmine insisted on a fire, so she could try out this dehydrated instant coffee she found. He handed me a mug, and I inhaled the pungent scent. Not bad," I said, wrapping my fingers around the steaming mug. "It's smart to purify water anyway, and there's a ton of thermoses and things. Luke's been going down the hall, cleared 3 apartments already. Says there's a ton of amazing stuff." "We can't take it all." "I know," Luke said, coming in with a pile of things in his arms. "But I'm making a cache. If I can't come back for it myself someday, I'll sell the location." "Do you even know where we are?" I asked. "Generally." He shrugged. Jasmine was on the cracked tile floor outside the apartment, roasting a rat on a stick over a small campfire she'd made in the hall. The thick smoke was already darkening the ceiling. She picked her teeth with a bone and offered me some. "No thanks," I said. "All that sweet food, it's turning my stomach, like drinking honey. I needed some protein." I followed Trevor through the other apartments, scanning them for anything useful. It was strange to see them this way, frozen in time. In the last apartment, birds had brought sticks and leaves in to make nests all around the furniture and light fixtures, and then snakes must have gotten in to steal the eggs. The wood floor had rotted into compost, which grew into tall, red sprouting plants with wide leaves. In the corner, a pair of skeletons was half buried in green moss and creeping orange fungi. "What do you think happened?" I asked. "They didn't run out of food," Luke said. "Maybe they just gave up." Maybe. One twisted to the side, its jaw hanging open, but their flesh was mostly gone. I couldn't tell if they died in a tender embrace or a violent confrontation. I retraced my steps back to our apartment, but saw Kamina through the door, stripped to her underwear and drying her wet hair with a scrap of fabric that looked like an old sweater. She'd filled a bathtub in one of the apartments with water, heated in pans over Jasmine's fire in the hall. It was now several inches thick and steaming. Kamina had cut into all the plastic bottles and dumped chunks of sticky residue inside. It bubbled like a witch's cauldron. I stripped off my shirt and pants and followed her lead. I hadn't bathed properly since Scormhead, and that had been days ago. I soaked a cloth in the hot water and sponged myself off, scrubbing my face and hands especially. There was a knock on the door. Then Jasmine came in with a bunch of garments she'd pulled from the closets. I was self-conscious walking around in my underwear, so I grabbed a long baggy shirt, buttoning up the front. Trevor flinched when he saw me. "What is it?" "Nothing," he said, his eyes flicking to my bare legs. "Just been a while since I saw you clean." I stuck my tongue out and pushed past him, following Jasmine to a larger selection of clothes she'd arranged on the bed. There was a bunch of things, mostly moss-eaten or deteriorated so much they fell apart when we touched them. But some things held up well. Jeans or leather pants, now soft and thin. Acrylic fabrics that maintained their colors. Most of the cotton and natural fabrics were unusable. Polyester and spandex, which, from what I could tell were one-use, disposable pants, were more reliable. Jasmine tried on a pair with cats and spaceships, then put on another one that was half-shredded, leaving big holes in the pink tights. Kamina tried on a navy sequined dress, turning in the light. It bounced flecks of light around the room like a disco ball. "Pretty," I said. "Flashy," she said, wrinkling her nose. "Mutids are like big squirrels, chasing shiny things. Some collect treasures. I don't want to become one." We chose a few items to keep and changed for the trip. Jasmine kept her torn pink tights and found a jean skirt. Kamina was taller, so she found a pair of dark slacks, a tank top, and a sweater. We accessorized with plastic sunglasses and brimmed hats. I made my way back to the main room, as the light was starting to get dimmer outside. I found Trevor standing near the desk, staring at the wall. "What is it?" I asked, coming up behind him. "Check it out," he said, without turning around. On the wall was a hand-drawn map in black ink. Someone had drawn stars on certain locations and crossed them out. Many had tiny printed photographs stuck near them, now mostly faded. "What is this?" I asked. "The whole world, I think. All the places she'd ever been or wanted to go to." There was something wistful in his eyes, and I knew him well enough to guess what he was thinking. Today felt like a great adventure for him. He'd always wanted to become a trader, to explore the wilds outside the compounds. But this girl 100 years ago, she'd lived by herself in this spacious apartment and traveled all over the world, 1,000 times farther than he'd ever travel in his lifetime. The map made him feel small, about everything we'd lost and all the places he'd never get to see. I wasn't sure what to say, so I turned back towards the window, lifting the blinds to check the light. I waited until the soft, warm glow had faded, and then another 20 minutes after that, until I was sure the apartment was hidden in shadows. Then I opened the lid of the fridge. Damien looked like a pale marble statue, carved out of ice. Too beautiful to be real. Only his lips were red, a crimson stain. I realized he was gripping his flask of blood, curled in his fingers near his heart. I lightly brushed his ashen curls away from his brow, and his eyes blinked open slowly. Good evening, Damien Hartman, I said.
You were watching me sleep?
He asked. Only for a moment. Do you sleep?
Sort of. It's lighter, but deeper too.
Do you dream?
Vividly. You've been busy,
he said, sitting up and fixing me with his gaze. I pulled my tangled hair behind my ear. Yeah, new gear. You like?
It's bizarre.
What do you mean?
Nothing. It's just strange to see you dressed like that. Reminds me of high school.
He got up, and I gave him a quick tour of our floor. Out of the 7 closets we'd found, only 2 had been full of guy stuff, and there were much fewer options. Everything fit Luke, but was tight on Trevor, and Damien was too tall for most of it. In the end, he kept his well-made clothes from Squirmhead. They had so much space and so much stuff, but they lived alone. Better for us, Luke said, opening a package. They'd buy stuff until their cabinets were overflowing and then leave it to go bad. But a lot of it is wrapped in cardboard, plastic, and airtight aluminum foil for every cracker or cookie. 20 of these in the same box, all individually wrapped.
They were made to last a long time. Oh, Twix bar. Nice. If you found some marshmallows, we could use them to make s'mores.
It's a mission, Luke said. Now, what are marshmallows? Like the root? Damien smelled the package, then handed it to me.
I can't eat it, but I remember how it tastes. It's all dried out, but I don't think it'll hurt you.
It tasted like a hard candy, but then melted into something sweet and sticky. Yeah, I said. Not bad. We could make a fortune, you and me, Luke said. All this stuff, so many apartments.
Hundreds of thousands of them.
Damien nodded.
A mountain of useless junk. An individually packaged, single-serving world. Thousands of years ago, the pharaohs used to be sealed in decorated tombs covered with gold. Now it's imported knickknacks, dollar store decorations, and Instagram printouts.
Hey now, Jasmine said, don't impugn the honor of our host. May she rest in peace, wherever she is. Just because you're a prince doesn't mean you can judge her stuff. Besides, these tights are fire.
I'm not judging her, Damien said. I'm judging a few centuries of so-called progress, which took humanity in the wrong direction. But you're right. This chick was probably pretty cool. Way cooler than I was. You should see my bedroom. It was filled with Legos and participation trophies.
Most raiders only go after the easy stuff, Luke said. They can't afford to stick around trying to access difficult-to-reach areas, or making enough noise to break in. And even if they tried, how would they transport it all back to a settlement? What would they even do with it? Buy friends and favors, Trevor said. Become kings of their own little kingdom. You're forgetting, I said. Damien's already a prince.
What say you, Damien? Ready to give up your throne and become a common raider?
I mean, isn't that kind of what your father did? Kamina said. Hoarded all the resources, gave himself a pretty crown. Damien frowned, but he didn't refuse the comparison. Maybe we should stay at a museum next time, or a bank. Art and gold won't make our mission any easier. We gathered up our things, this time making our way downstairs, where Damien unlocked the heavy bolt across the front entrance. The air outside was fresh with herbs and the scent of pine. Fresh sap, and strong. Stay sharp, I said. I thought I saw something last night when we were going up. Trevor gave me a tense nod, tightening his grip on the handle of an axe. Chapter 15.
It's going to rain,
Damien said, pulling something out of his pocket. A folded-up sheet of yellow plastic, thin and transparent, with a hole in the middle. What's this for? I asked.
It's a poncho. It'll keep the wet off you.
I nodded, but stuffed it into my coat pocket. It wasn't until 30 minutes later when I felt the first heavy drop. A few seconds later, there was a low rumble in the sky. How did you know it was going to rain?
I can sense the electricity in the air and smell it on the wind. But mostly, it's because of the gray clouds we saw earlier. If they're dark like that, they're full of water.
Clouds. Until last week, I'd never seen beyond the burning layer of dark ash that shrouded the sky. I'd turned the sun back on, and now I was running from it.
Should we stop? Luke asked, pointing to a building nearby.
We'd only been walking for a few hours and hadn't gotten that far.
I've got a better idea,
Damien said.
Let's drive.
Let's what? Jasmine asked, folding her arms. Are you sure that's safe? Damien sniffed the air, then jumped up a telephone pole and clung there, like a crow or a gargoyle, scouting the terrain, his dark coat flapping in the wind.
There's a truck stop up ahead and a gas station.
We followed him over cracked pavement and through a stretch of dark, misty woods. We were at the gas station before I realized it. It had been nearly swallowed by the forest. The ground had turned hard, and the empty shells of cars lay half buried in long grass and weeds. Shrubby trees tore right up through the pavement. It was sprinkling lightly now, a chilly rain, and the others crowded under the lip of a plastic roof. The gas station was a field of shrubs and the remains of a hollowed-out building. The road leading to it was mossy and slick with mud, but mostly intact, and the highways went on for miles. "Think this is a good idea?" I whispered. Damien and I were still standing apart, under the rain, which made a pattering noise against my plastic covering.
The storm is going to be noisy, he said. The thunder and rain will cover the sound. And, with any luck, the flashes of lightning will confuse mutants, even if they see our headlights. This should shave a day or two off our trip, especially if you keep driving during the day.
I don't know how to drive, I said.
It's easy. I'll teach you. Or Trevor.
We checked all the vehicles and finally found something Damien approved of, a semi-truck with an attached camper and storage. The back opened up to a container, and there was a blacked-out area on top for sleeping. Damien showed the boys how to suck gas from the other vehicles, and together, they filled up a barrel and the tank. Then they had to replace 2 of the tires. Damien lifted the vehicle enough for Trevor to slide a few cement blocks underneath, and then gave instructions on how to use the tools we found in the garage.
"This feels suicidal," Luke said.
"So it's not just me?" Jasmine said. "I mean, this is everything the compounds warned us about. Vehicles are death traps. Luke's the one used to roughing it, and if he's scared..."
"I'm not scared. Just intelligently skeptical."
The only other time I rode in a vehicle was right after my choosing, and we were attacked by Slagpaw. Was that why? The noise?
Not necessarily. My father was with you, right?
So what?
We move fast because we have to. The elixir in our blood, it's like a magnet. The mutids are hungry, desperate for it. It drives them mad.
The others turned to stare at Damien. I'd suspected as much already, but somehow it sounded ominous coming from him.
"I'll protect you,"
he said, holding my gaze.
"Just like I did then."
"But he can't protect all of us. We don't know what we'll run into."
"It's a risk," Damien agreed. "But so is spending more time out here than necessary. Listen, it's true. If there's a pack of Slagpaw, I may not be able to protect you all. But the longer we're out here, the more traces we leave, our odds get slimmer. It's a matter of when, not if. And my scent, it's all over you. They'll tear through each of you before they realize you're not what they're looking for. The storm, it's an opportunity to cover more ground. I think we should risk it."
Finally, we all nodded. Trevor and Damien sat in the front, with Jasmine between them. Luke, Kamina, and I got into the back. It was dark, apart from the thin window to the front, which barely let in any light. Damien kept the lights on the dimmest setting, and we pulled out slowly. The engine was quieter than I was expecting. The only other vehicles I'd been in had been the King's car and Damien's motorcycle, which both seemed louder than this quiet purr. But maybe it was just difficult to hear the engine over the rain. The tires were warped and bumpy, but they held as we picked up speed. The headlight beams cut through the rain and flashed against the tall pine trees, occasionally illuminating the edge of a rocky cliff or hillside complex. Sometimes we'd go slowly as we cut through the ruins of a town or city, and several times Damien had to turn around or plow through a field or slowly push rotting vehicles out of the way to clear a path. "You're pretty handy for a prince," Jasmine said as he stepped back inside for the third time after clearing debris from the road with rain dripping down his face.
"I wasn't always a prince," Damien said. "The first year, it was hard. Really, really hard. Dad and I would find a place to hole up, to feed. I didn't know what he was up to half the time. He wouldn't tell me anything, and we had an argument, so I left. I tried to find, I don't know, something on my own. But things kept getting worse. It took me a year to find him again. By then, the Citadel was slowly coming together. I don't know when he started planning it, building it all. It was like, one day, it was all there. He'd been recruiting key people with specialized knowledge. They oversaw the work, getting large teams of humans to work in exchange for elixir. They were strong and fast, but they burnt out quickly, consumed by the thirst. When they were no use, they were discarded. If they rebelled, we'd find more. I mostly stayed in my apartment. I think it was a decade before I left the Citadel again, and by then the compounds had been established. I must have shut my eyes at some point, as the terrain seemed different when I woke, and the light seemed clearer, the colors brighter. "What time is it?" I asked, rubbing my eyes. "We've still got about another hour," Damien said from the front seat. "I've been showing Trevor how to drive. Think you're ready to take over?" Damien stepped out after pulling to a stop, and Trevor shifted places. Damien came around to the passenger side and turned on the overhead light. He found a plastic map in the glove compartment and studied it for a moment. "So we're here," he pointed, "and we're trying to go here." "You're sure?" I asked, wishing I had my little hand-drawn map. I remembered how elated I'd been, discovering that with April's help, I could locate the positions of the compounds. "I'm sure," Damien said. "Dad didn't really build the roads, he just kept the ones he wanted clear. There's basically one path from the Citadel straight to each compound, and miles of nothing in between. But we shouldn't use the royal roads. They're monitored, with motion detectors and cameras. We'll be easily spotted. If you take this road, it'll get us most of the way there. If you get blocked, find a way around, but just keep following this road." "Sure," Trevor said. Damien let him start the engine and shift the stick to second gear, then press his foot against the pedals. There was a jerky start and stop for a few minutes, but then Trevor seemed to get the hang of it. 10 minutes later, after no incidents, Trevor slowed so that Damien could go around to the back. The rest of us squeezed into the front. Trevor, Luke, and I, with Kamina and Jasmine entwined neatly on the narrow bench behind our seats. We drove for another half hour, and then the sun came up on the horizon to our left. Trevor squinted his eyes, and I gave him my purple sunglasses. Luke pulled something out of his pack, a tiny guitar painted with bright-colored flowers. "Music, anyone?" "You brought a ukulele?" "Found it in the apartments." He moved his fingers around, testing the strings until he made a few passing chords. "That almost sounds like you know what you're doing." "I almost do," he said. "Of all the things you could have brought with you, that's what you chose?" "Music is food for the soul," Luke said. "I didn't know you were a poet." "I'm not, really. But music, man, In Havoc, we had a whole record store, vinyls. Jacob would use certain songs before announcements, or like bells, or just while working, chilling, whatever. Do the compounds even have music?
We have bands. Violin, piano. They're very good.
But none of the classics.
Luke sighed. You should talk to Damien about music. He probably knows all that stuff.
Luke laughed, then his face contorted with surprise. Oh, you're serious? If you'd have told me a year ago I'd be talking about old records with an elite, he said, I'd never have believed you.
The radio won't work, Trevor said, but it looks like there's a CD player. Dig around in the glove compartment. See what else you find.
The roads were wet and mossy, with a sprinkling of bright yellow dandelions and weedy patches. The dark, slick pavement reflected the pinkish clouds of dawn. It was still raining, but only lightly, and the storm had passed. Trevor turned off the lights, then, a while later, turned off the windshield wipers as well. Luke had found a mellow folk music CD we put on at low volume. I felt the wind tug my hair out the crack in the window, watching the landscape pass. There were fields of messy weeds and whole ruined cities, sparkling of metal and glass in the sun. Flocks of dark birds pecking insects out of the gravel took flight at our approach, and we even passed a herd of wild, muted buffalo, nearly as big as our truck. They lifted their heads as we drove by them, but thankfully didn't seem interested in us. The colors shifted as the sun grew stronger overhead. Sometimes the landscape dimmed, as it was obscured by silver clouds. The roads were cracked and blocked in a few places by a fallen tree or collapsed bricks of buildings. Each time, Trevor and Luke would consult the map and argue about the best path around. Sometimes we'd get lost, and Trevor would drive slowly forward until we found another sign confirming we were on the right highway, printed in large letters against faded green metal. Need a break? I asked. Maybe Luke can drive for a while. I'm fine, Trevor said.
I could use a break, Jasmine said, stretching. My legs fell asleep an hour ago.
Sure, Trevor said. We parked on the side of the road. Trevor pulled out a lighter and a cigarette and offered one to Luke. When did you start smoking? I asked.
Picked it up in Havoc, I guess, he said, leaning against the truck. It was rare in Algrave, but more common in the Citadel and Cezamp. The best came from Denvado, rolled in tight little cigars. What's it feel like? I asked.
Calming and energizing. A little of both, I guess. A subtle contentment. Dulls the sharp edges. Not the worst feeling in the world.
Jasmine and Kamina took a short walk through the trees on the side of the highway, looking for a spot to pee. Luke opened another foil package of stale chips, along with a handful of dried fish. We finished off a bottle of water and a thermos of now cold coffee. This time, I sat in the back with Luke, and the girls kept Trevor company in the front. It was cramped, but oddly comforting to be secured in such a confined space. It was weird staring at Luke, though, so I pulled my hat down and settled in for a nap. A few hours later, I felt the truck sputtering and shaking so hard it rattled the windows. Trevor pulled it to a bumpy stop. "What is it?" I asked, lifting my hat.
"I don't know."
Trevor shrugged. Smoke was coming from the engine in front.
"Could be out of gas or something."
"It's fine. We'll just wait for Damien to get up."
"Might be a while,"
Trevor said, glancing at the sky. It was late afternoon now, and disorienting to find the sun on our other side. We climbed the side of the road, between craggy dark rocks to get a view above the tree line as the sun lowered. Down below was a wide water reservoir, surrounded by blue mountains that were tipped with ice. The ruins of a rustic cabin stood all alone on a craggy island, connected to the mainland by a thin bridge that was partially submerged beneath the water. We watched the sunset in silence as bleeding colors stained the landscape in pinks and yellows. "Wow," Jasmine said softly. That was something else." Finally, it was dark enough to let Damien out of the back. First, the setting sun cast long shadows. Then the sky turned navy, revealing a spattering of stars between thin clouds. Damien came carefully out of the thin storage chamber on top of the truck. "Oh, cool," he said, taking in the view. "You know where we are?" Trevor said, holding up the map. Yeah, think so. You did good. Probably covered 80 miles. All the compounds are built within 100 miles of each other. Dad wanted to preserve the widest biodiversity in the smallest amount of space. Most royal shipments can make the trip to any compound in one day." "So how far is Icklebot?" "From here? I don't know. Maybe 15 miles? But there's a chance we'll make it tonight if we pace ourselves." We set off down the road, then followed Damien as he veered to the right, up a path that curved around the side of the mountain and came to a pass between them. It got colder as we headed higher, but we slipped between a rocky crevice and started heading down again. Finally, we came to a high ridge and a rocky outcropping with a stunning view. I caught my breath when I saw warm lights on the horizon. A long, narrow bridge supported on arched columns led towards it, high above the forest, with a river far below. It was a collection of slanted buildings and homes that spread like tented mushrooms. A once enormous construction project carved away at the side of the mountain, like a giant had scooped it out with a spoon, forming a massive concave wall. It now had a large crack down the center, pointing towards the rubble far below, stained dark by a trickle of running water. On the other side of the wall, more buildings were built into neat wooden frames, hovering like floating lanterns, the lights glowing in the mist above the wide, pebbled riverbed. "Icklebot," Camina sighed. "Welcome home," Damien said. Somehow, whatever I'd imagined, this wasn't it. "You thought we'd be barbarians in grass huts?" "Maybe," Jasmine said. "So now what?" Luke asked. "Well, it'll take hours to hike around and find a way in." "I know a way in," Camina said. "But we can't all go. Everyone knows everyone here. Even if we get inside, we'll have to stay hidden." "And if Nigel really sent elite and troops here," Jasmine said, "they'll be on the lookout. We can't afford to get too close, and the light is coming soon. It'll be even harder to sneak around." "About that," Damien said, reaching into his pack. He pulled out the small spade he'd collected earlier. "What are you planning on doing with that?" "There's nothing else around. Not without getting too close. It's best if I stay here. A few of you can keep watch while Camina scouts for an entrance. If there are elite here, you'll be safer during the day." He found a soft patch of dirt between the trees and started digging. He moved quickly, so he'd already carved out a shallow rectangular trough when I figured out what he was doing. "You want us to bury you?" "Of course not. Can't you see? I'm burying myself." "This isn't funny," I said, crossing my arms. "I mean, maybe it is. A little. If I went back to the nearest town, I'd be too far away. And if we push ahead now, just to beat the sunrise, we'd make mistakes trying to get all of us in. It's too risky. Anyway, I'll be fine as long as I'm buried deep." "You've done this before?" "Once or twice, only for extreme emergencies. Wait till daylight. Then at least the elite will be asleep or hidden." "Jasmine and Trevor stand out too much," Camina said, "and Luke talks too much." "Hey!" "I mean, he doesn't sound like us. He'd give himself away immediately." "So that leaves you and me?" I asked. "When it's dawn, we'll go in quietly," Camina confirmed. "Speak to some friends I trust, and if all goes well, arrange a meeting with some of the elders." "And if all doesn't go well?" Jasmine asked, frowning. "If we're detained or captured, you can come in at night and break us out again."
"I don't like it," Trevor said.
"We'll stay safe. I trust Kamina." She gripped my shoulder and nodded.
"Scout the edges. Look out for troops or guards," Luke said. "Stay out of sight and use these."
He handed Kamina a pair of binoculars he pulled from his pack. Meanwhile, Damien had stacked a small teepee of sticks and logs around him, like a wooden cairn.
"Looks like you're building a fire," Trevor said.
Damien flinched.
Please don't light this on fire,"
he said with a scowl.
Trevor put his palms up. "No, hey, I would never. I was just saying."
Damien put a hand over his face and stepped into his hole, which now came nearly to his knees. Then he took out a handkerchief to cover his face and leaned back, crossing his arms.
"Bury me good,"
he said, handing Trevor the shovel.
"At least a foot of soil. Make a mound. Absolutely no light can get in."
"I've got you," Trevor said. "I can't watch this," I said, turning away.
"No campfires and stay quiet,"
Damien said. Trevor slowly filled the hole in, covering up Damien's body until he'd disappeared into the ground. After a good mound of dirt was piled up, we tightened the makeshift edifice Damien had started, stacking the thin branches tightly and trying to cover as much space as possible. "I hate this," I said, watching the sky lighten. "We'll take care of him," Jasmine said, giving me a squeeze. "I mean, he's already in the trees. He's not totally exposed. It's just so pointless and stupid. It's just one day. You and Kamina are going to go in there and cut a deal, right? We'll be laughing about all this tomorrow night." "I hope so," I said. "Ready. It's time." Chapter 16. We cut through the woods, past a tall chain-link fence, rusted construction tools, and machines with giant metal claws. A log had fallen through one section of the fence, and we climbed over it. Gradually, we got closer to the center. Stacks of thick trees blocked our vision, and the tall weeds and grass, gray and blackened from the ash, made a soft carpet. Sometimes our boots kicked out inch-long jet-black grasshoppers or pale moths. "It was a lumber yard a long time ago," Kamina said. "We rarely come down here, but the wood was useful in building. Any significant work, chainsaws or machinery, would attract the mutids, so most of the wood sits to rot. But sometimes men will come with saws and use horses to drag the wood close to the base of the dam. Then we haul it up with hydraulics. Growing up, I only saw that happen a few times." On the other side of the yard, we found the rocky, dry river and darted between the large boulders until we were on the other side. The flat, steep wall of the dam hovered over us, 3 times as tall as the gates of the citadel. At the bottom was a small building with a metal ramp and stairs, and the rough remains of some kind of tourist shop. Kamina passed a blue door locked with heavy chains and climbed up a pile of rocks to access the cement ledge above us. From there, she inched along the ledge towards a large crack in the dam and slipped into the darkness. I followed carefully, feeling my way forward with my fingertips. Inside the dam was a narrow hallway filled with silent gears and wiring. She climbed up through a loose panel in the ceiling, and I followed behind her, squeezing between the gaps and through metal tubes until I could barely tell which way was up. "Good thing the boys didn't come," I said. "I doubt they would have fit through here." Kamina shrugged, her blonde hair falling across her face as she looked back at me. "I was much smaller when I did it last." Finally, we emerged into a narrow space between the walls and had to climb it with our boots against one side and our backs to the other. We inched into the darkness for what seemed like ages, and at one point I realized the ground was too far away to see, and I had nothing at all to grab onto if I slipped. I was tempted to reach for the last vial of Penelope's blood, but knew I should save it for when I really needed it. Finally, we made it to the top, and Kamina pushed open a hatch into a small control room filled with busted dials and dust. Children's toys and colorful drawings covered the cracked windows, which offered a blurry view of the landscape below. "Our fort," Kamina said. "Seems like it's still in use. That's good. It means the entrance is probably unlocked." She ignored the door and instead removed the panel from a metal air duct. I sighed, rolling my shoulders before following her into the enclosed space. At the other end, she peered out between the slats until she was sure the room was empty. Then she gently pushed the covering outwards and lowered herself to the floor. I held my breath, remembering what happened in Havoc. This time, I was careful to replace the grate to cover our entrance. I followed Kamina through an outdoor courtyard into some kind of spa area with lockers and showers. It was wet with steam, and part of me wished we could stay for a shower. Instead, Kamina spun the dial to a locker, and it clicked open. "They never change the locks on these," she smiled. Inside was a small bundle of clothes. Rough fur and leather, and a long hooded cape. She changed her outfit and pulled the cape tightly around my shoulders. "It's not much, but if we move quickly, we'll blend in, unless someone looks closer." I nodded, tucking my dark hair under the hood. I tried to keep my eyes on Kamina as she headed through another courtyard, passing a few dozen people. Nobody seemed to pay us much attention, but we were still on the outskirts of the settlement. The whole town seemed to consist of a handful of massive rectangular buildings connected with bridges and alleys. "It was a nature preserve once," Kamina said, "or a retreat or something. I'm not really sure. Over 2,000 apartments, plus a ton of neat gathering spaces, offices, even a gym and a full-length pool." "It's something," I said. But I flinched when we spotted the first Royal Guards, in their distinctive black and gold uniforms, on either side of an open passage between buildings. I felt their piercing eyes scrutinize me, even from afar, but luckily Kamina made a quick turn and cut through the building to our right. There was a wide lobby and a functional elevator, which took us to the 9th floor. I kept my head down as we traced through identical halls with numbered apartments. Finally, she stopped, taking a deep breath before knocking on the door in front of her. As soon as it opened, she pushed inside, dragging me behind her. I saw only a flash of blonde hair and a surprised expression as the resident stumbled backward. "Hey, sis," Kamina said, tossing her bag on the sofa. "Shit, Cam. Take off your shoes at least. You're a mess. You're here with the Royals to extort us for more blood?" She glanced at me, and I saw her stiffen as her eyes lingered on the marks on my wrists and fingers. "Not exactly," Kamina said. "Emily, this is Asgrid." "It's true then?" "Dad heard rumors, but nobody knows much for sure. He's been denying it for months, saying no daughter of his would ever get mixed up with the rebels. Secretly, though, I think he's pleased with the idea. And I know some of his drinking buddies gossip. You thirsty?" Asgrid seemed chatty, but maybe she was just nervous. I took off my boots and tried not to get the sofa dirty. The apartment was small, with cement walls and wide windows, but very clean, with a white rug and a few potted plants. "You live alone?" I asked, checking out the bedroom and single bathroom. "For now," Asgrid smiled, showing off her hand. A wedding band caught the light from the window. "Damn. Don't tell me. Jarl?" "You'd know if you ever wrote." "Took him long enough. What is this, 4 years after your choosing?" 5, she said. "And I swore I'd never tell you this, but Dad wanted me to wait until after you had yours. Said he couldn't celebrate a wedding until both our fates had been decided. Are you staying long? The ceremony's in a few weeks." "We're not staying," I cut in. "But we need your help. It's a sensitive issue, Kamina said. Matters of state. And they sent you as royal delegates? That's unlikely, given the contingent of soldiers that just arrived. Anyway, we already saw that broadcast from the Citadel. There's 2 of you, so I won't try to apprehend you here. Others might be tempted by that reward, though. I need you to go get Dad. We need his help to put together a private meeting of elders. He's not a warrior anymore, Kamina, she said, her tone turning sharp. If you're looking to recruit fighters for an ill-prepared revolution, we're here on royal business, I said, and we're not here to fight. We just need to talk. No offense, but talking with you could get me killed. You've already put my life in danger just by showing up at my door. And now you want to drag Dad into this? Please, Askrid, Kamina said, stepping closer. You know this isn't your decision to make. At least let him hear us out. Fine, she snapped. But clean yourself up a little. You look like shit. She closed the door behind her, and Kamina turned the lock. From the window, we had a view of the courtyard down below. It was quiet, but my nerves seemed to sharpen the longer we waited. Down below, I watched the guards making their rounds, keeping an eye out for elite or chosen. How many had Nigel sent? Your sister and you, are you close? I asked. She won't betray me, if that's what you mean, Kamina said, stripping off her shirt and rifling through the closet in the bedroom. We don't have time to shower, but wash your face in the bathroom, then we'll try and make you presentable. You don't think I'll make a good impression? I asked, turning on the light and studying myself in the bathroom mirror. We have an aversion to beauty here, Kamina said. We like hard, broken things, and distrust the good-looking elite. At least, we like to think we do. But we also value hygiene and pay attention to details. Anyone you meet here will be judging you. Dirt under your fingernails, wrinkles in your clothes. For an important meeting, every choice should be deliberate, so it doesn't send the wrong message. Great, I said with a sigh. I used a washcloth to scrub the dirt off my hands and neck. Here, Kamina said, holding a garment up to the light. It was the sequined navy dress she'd found earlier. You still have that thing? I asked. I thought you said it was too flashy. It is, she said, but sometimes it's okay to sparkle. Sometimes you want to get their attention. A dress like this, it shows confidence. Besides, we're coming from the Citadel. They'll expect the chosen to be overdressed in stuff like this. So, you're getting dressed up too? Not a chance, she smirked. She helped me brush my dark hair and tie it back with a silver clip, then fished for a pair of long, dark stockings. You'll have to wear your boots, she said. I don't think Askrid's will fit you. And we're going back outside anyway. They'd just get ruined. It's cold outside, I said, frowning at my reflection in the window. Try this, she said, tossing me a long gray coat rimmed with fur that fell to my ankles. This I like. I tied the coat shut and pulled up the hood, just as the door unlocked. Kamina grabbed me and shoved me into the kitchen as Askrid entered with a large man behind her. I don't see why you couldn't just tell me. He froze when he saw Kamina, then lifted her off the ground in a hug that knocked a vase off the coffee table. I caught it before it smashed, but my pulse spiked when I noticed another figure in the doorway. You weren't supposed to bring anyone else, Kamina said, looking over her father's shoulder at the newcomer, and then glaring at her sister. It was my idea to get her, the man said, straightening and putting Kamina down. He took up most of the small room, in a blue flannel shirt with suspenders and a trimmed beard. The woman behind him, meanwhile, was petite, in a beige suit and pink ruffled blouse, with gold adorning her neck and ears. Her hair was nearly gray, but her blue eyes were bright and piercing, and I had a feeling she wasn't to be underestimated.
Asgrid wouldn't tell me much, just that you were back and needed to speak to the council. I'm happy to see you, of course, but I'm afraid I wouldn't be much use to you. Carrie, however, she's still an elder. Make your case to her, whatever it is, and you might reach the right ears."
Kamina nodded, but didn't seem pleased by the intrusion. "Emily, this is my father, Halvar."
"Where are my manners?"
he said, giving me a deep bow and pressing my hand to his forehead. Then he looked up with a mischievous grin.
"Isn't that how you greet pretty women in the Citadel? With a bow and a kiss?"
"Don't be a fool, Halvar," the woman said, closing the door behind her. "They're not here to socialize."
"Grant an old man his antics," Halvar said. "It's been years since my daughter brought a young woman home with her."
"That was years ago," Kamina said, her cheeks turning red. "Some tea, if you don't mind," she called out to Asgrid, who frowned but disappeared into the kitchen to put a pot on the stove. "You have fresh water here from the tap?" I asked. "We have many nice things," Carrie said, sitting down on the sofa. Kamina sat next to her, and her father brought a wooden chair for me. "Now, why don't I go first? Icklebot has always had a special relationship with the Citadel, but we view it as a business transaction, a necessary evil, and one which we tolerate to maintain the safety of our people. But we have no love for the king or the elite." "I understand," I said. "Naturally, after that unexpected broadcast, we are concerned about what's really been happening in the Citadel. And the show of force they sent to collect our latest blood shipment, it's almost an insult. Royal soldiers walking our streets, acting like they own us. It's ruffled more than a few feathers, mine included." "That's why we're here," Kamina started, but Carrie held a hand up to cut her off. "That said, a clandestine meeting of elders with a pair of runaway chosen smacks of treason. Whatever purpose you've come here for, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. It's too dangerous to meet with rebels, especially under the noses of the royal guards." "They are the rebels," Kamina spat. "Damien is the rightful king, and he's with us." I flashed her a look of warning, but it was too late. Carrie was sharp enough to parse her words, and I wondered if we'd already said too much. "These troops, these elite," I said, leaning forward, "they aren't bound by Richard's covenant. We don't know what they'll do, but they aren't on your side."
"The elite have never been on our side,"
Halvar grumbled. "What I mean is, you can't trust that things will just continue as they have before. You've already noticed the changes. With the ash gone, the elite are weaker than ever, and desperate. That makes them dangerous. That's why they sent such a big show of force to collect this month's elixir, and every month thereafter. Richard's covenant was based on mutual trust and respect. This one will be violent. And if we don't stop it now, it's only going to get worse." Carrie nodded thoughtfully, studying me with her eyes. "They won't meet with a pair of renegade chosen." "Will they meet with a prince?" I asked. The councilwoman's eyes sparkled, and she gave me a small smile. "He's really with you?" she asked quietly. "In Icklebot?" "He is," I said, "waiting for us, just outside the gates." "Well then, I can't promise you anything tangible," she said, "but it's clear you have privileged information. That alone is valuable, and like I said, we are eager for news. It may be enough to pique the interest of a few of the elders, despite the risks to their position, but they won't be happy to see you." "I'll take it. Damien will explain everything tonight. Can you help us?" "I should be able to gather most of the council if they don't know the true purpose of the meeting." "It's better that way," Kamina said. "Less chance that anybody will tell the guards on us." "They have few supporters here,
though you're probably right, just in case. But they'll notice if we're outside the city, and it'll be difficult to get in after dark."
"I got in," I smirked, "and I'm a wanted fugitive."
"The elite are sleeping, and the guards are stupid, but it'll be different at night. You know how well they see and hear."
"What do you propose exactly? Damien is one of them. He can't go out into the sun."
"And whose fault is that?"
She eyed me critically. Askrid set down a few mismatched cups of tea, but Carrie held my gaze, waiting for me to answer.
"You two show up here talking about thrones and crowns, but neither of you seem surprised that the entire world changed just a few days ago. Surely you've noticed."
"We've noticed," Kamina said.
"And the royal broadcast said the prince had gone missing. But apparently, you've already found him. I'd suspect this is just a ruse to lure out dissenters. But Kamina is one of us, and I trust her father. But be careful. We hate to be lied to, and it's clear you know more than you're telling. The others, they won't support you if you're not honest with them."
"Fine," I said. "I'll be honest with them, about everything. But they'll have to come meet Damien first."
"In that case, I know a place we can meet. But first..."
She took her mug of tea to the sink and poured it out, then rooted in the cupboards for a tall glass bottle. "Hey, I was saving that," Askrid pouted.
"You're young, child, but your father should have taught you to be a better hostess. Tea is fine for polite conversation, but tenuous, life-threatening alliances should be promptly sealed with a stiff drink to fortify the nerves."
She filled a handful of small glasses and raised hers in a toast.
"Welcome to Icklebot."
I wasn't looking forward to the tumultuous climb back through the dam, but also wasn't entirely pleased to see Kamina lead us in a different direction, out through a narrow gate in the side wall. There, a rocky path led to a platform on the edge of the cliff, and a series of long cables stretching down towards the canyon floor far below. "Trust me, it's fast," Kamina said, pulling out some scraps of blue fabric and metal hooks from a bin nearby. She stepped into a harness and helped strap one around my waist and between my legs. The shimmering material of the blue dress and thick furry coat folded up around my bare legs like a diaper. "This would have been a lot easier without this stupid dress," I said.
"Relax. It's just like the trials, remember?"
"Didn't we almost die during the trials?" She grinned, then squeezed my shoulder, clipping a cable to my belt before walking towards the ledge. After securing her own cable, she vanished over the side, bouncing with her feet against the rocks to take long, descending leaps, letting out the rope between her fingers. I followed her lead, my fingers gripping the cable tightly. With my left hand on the rope and my right hand on the other end of the makeshift harness, I was able to make a jerky descent to the canyon floor. We were hidden around the corner from the dam here, so it was unlikely that we'd be seen. Plus, the late afternoon sun was already casting long shadows as we darted towards the tree line. Damien found us first, appearing in front of us like an apparition, wearing Jasmine's wide-brimmed hat and keeping under the thick branches of the forest.
"You're safe?"
he asked, his eyes worried. His clothes and skin were covered in a slight film of dirt and soil, his hair rakishly tousled, and his lips dark against his pale skin. But his blue eyes were sharp and cutting. "You look like you just rose from the grave," Kamina said.
"I basically did."
Damien smirked, shaking off a clump of dirt from his shoulder. "You shouldn't be out here," I scolded. "It's not dark yet."
"I'm being careful," he said. "The trees cover this area in shadow, and the sun is nearly behind the mountain. You were taking a long time. I was worried."
"We weren't spotted," I said.
"And you made arrangements?"
"We did. Sort of. We think the elders will meet us at midnight, but it's way up the mountain. We'll need to move quickly. We regrouped with the others on the grassy ledge looking over Icklebot, near Damien's now empty pit, and took a moment to appreciate the view. The setting sun cast everything in orange and purple, and the bright glare lit up the glass windows and metal spires like candles. Behind the settlement, a wall of glistening white stone formed a sloping hill between two snow-capped mountains. We headed to the left, climbing up the increasingly steep hill, trudging through dry yellow grass and going around boulders, careful to stay in the shadow of the mountain. Soft purple flowers sprouted in bright patches. The walking warmed up my body, which drew attention to my hands and cheeks, which were freezing. I hadn't really noticed the cold earlier, but now it was hard not to. I stuck my hands in the deep pockets of the coat and pulled up the warm hood to protect my ears. Kamina had grabbed a red stocking cap for Jasmine, but we were mostly unprepared for the chill that set in as the sky darkened. The streetlights of Icklebot flashed on one by one, and then a long row of golden lights lit the top of the dam, which made it look like the whole city was floating. We stayed deep in the thick, tall pine trees until we emerged again on a barren plateau, about halfway up the side of the mountain, just enough to peek into the city over the sloping walls. They were built like a concrete crown, rising from the side of the dam and flaring around the back of the city, before coming together again. At the top of the city, the renewal center stood like a gemstone, faceted and complex, with white stone and purple stained glass windows. Far above that, in a sloping pass between the mountains, a wooden structure with slanted roofs rose like a wedding cake. "That's where we're going," Kamina said.
"That thing?" Luke panted beside her. "It's too far away. We'll freeze to death."
"Squirmhead was too hot," Jasmine taunted. "Now Icklebot is too cold. Maybe it's the hill and not the weather."
"Or maybe he's just a wimp,"
Trevor smirked, though I could see sweat on his forehead, and his breath came out in white puffs.
"I'm just saying," Luke grumbled. "I probably don't even need to be at this meeting."
"But we enjoy your company," Kamina said, a wicked glare in her eye.
"You mean you enjoy giving me shit. But actually, think about it. I'm the toughest one here. You compounders grew up on elixir, a drop a week. And the Chosen, you've had way more. I bet you're all, like, superhuman. You don't feel the cold or the pain or the fatigue like I do."
"Aw, you're sensitive. That's cute."
"He's got a point," Damien said. "I'm not sure if we've really studied the long-term biological effects of the elixir. You're the control group, in a 100-year experiment."
"Speaking of elixir," Trevor said, "we don't know what we're walking into. It could be a trap." "And we should be moving faster anyway," Kamina added, "if we want to make it on time." "Is that okay with you?" I asked Damien.
"Drinks on me."
He smiled.
"Just kidding. I've always wanted to make that joke. It's a good time for a break anyway. I don't think we'll get another."
I watched Damien step aside, his dark shape silhouetted against the woods behind him, and pull out the flask Curate Marcus had given him. He shook the bottle before taking a sip. I wondered how much was left. I pulled out the vial I'd gotten in the Shire. Part of me hated to share it, but I offered it up anyway, and we took turns, each taking a small dose. I didn't have a way to measure it, so I dipped my dagger into the top and let it drip onto their tongues. A few minutes later, our eyes were shining, and we were ready to move again. This time our pace seemed much faster, and soon we were nearing the top. The ground had gotten crunchy beneath my boots, and it felt a bit like the stiff ash or burnt leaves I was used to, but the ground was clear here, devoid of all color, nearly white and sparkling. Only when our path was blocked by a tall white wall did I realize it was all ice. "Why is it so clean?" Jasmine asked.
"The ash caused unusual weather," Damien said. "A few years of unprecedented heat, followed by a shift in global temperatures. According to my dad, this was a glacier that moved quickly, nearly swallowing the town whole before the weather stabilized. Icklebot and the dam were nearly destroyed."
"Then why save it?" Luke asked.
"Icklebot provides several things, chiefly timber, but also a protected supply of fresh water, conveniently stored as ice, in a small enough space to protect with purification engines. They also generate quite a bit of energy from the dam, even though the water flow is much diminished. We store the extra in generators or batteries that we can use in the other compounds."
Kamina led us through a well-used path that carved through the walls of ice, zigzagging higher until we emerged on a narrow crest of dark rock, illuminated by moonlight. My dark dress sparkled like the night sky above us, and I felt tingles down my body from the chilly air on my neck and elixir running through my veins. The lights of Icklebot were far below, and much closer, the dark wooden structure rose like a pillar, with its many layers and slanted roofs. It was built on an 8-sided pavilion with a narrow set of steps that traced all the way down to the renewal center. "It's a shrine of sorts," Kamina said, "though mostly used as a lookout, and we stopped guarding it long ago. It's a fast exit to go hunting, or when we need space and solitude. When I was younger, we'd challenge each other to spend the night alone up here." "Is it safe?" "It's cold. Most of the inside buildings down below have central heating, and only the renewal center remains chilly. Up here, the cold gets in your bones, and at night you'll hear the rustle or screams of the mutids." "Slagpaw?" "Barbers, mostly. You have bears in your area, right? They're like that, but taller and smarter. Most walk on 2 feet, their matted hair crusted in blood and ice, frozen from their last kill. And there are smaller predators as well. Windburns, for example, are like white possums with blue skin and fur. They hunt in packs."
Great," Luke said, rubbing his hands together for warmth. "Maybe we should go inside then?"
Damien scanned the dark structure for a moment, then sniffed the air and nodded.
"We might as well," he said. "They're already here."
Chapter 17. The entrance was so dark, I fumbled for the door only to realize there wasn't one. I nearly tripped over the threshold. Kamina caught my elbow and stepped in front of me. "Asgrid?" "This way," a soft voice called from the darkness. "Sorry, we can't have any lights. They're too visible." She led us around the main room that looked like an open gathering space with blankets, pillows, and wide tables and stools, with low-hanging paper lanterns, now dark silhouettes. In the front, some kind of image had been made with broken mirrors and paint, like a mural. Around it were clusters of long white feathers, blue pearls, and chunks of squarish metal. "What is this place?" Jasmine asked. "Icklebot has certain informal customs that aren't exactly in line with the simple theocracy of Richard's kingdom. This space allows its people to express themselves without sanctioning the practices in the official renewal center." In the back of the building, we found a round metal cover, which Asgrid lifted out. Inside, a wooden ladder descended into the darkness. We followed, going lower than I expected, and entered a pitch-black room. With the elixir in my blood, I could see the edges of my perception, even in the dim light, and feel the shifts in air around me as the others joined. It was the start of some kind of tunnel, cutting through the mountain with a wide, gaping mouth. We could see the remains of cars and vehicles, and even some large white trucks as big as a house. The ground was cold and flat, but the concrete smooth and easy to walk on. It took another 5 minutes in near darkness before I saw lights up ahead. A circle of vehicles had been drawn tightly together, and in the middle of them, about a dozen people gathered around candles and small torches, their weapons glinting in the light. I froze when I saw them, and they stiffened a moment after, hearing our footsteps as we approached.
"It's all right," I heard Halvar say. "It's just them. Nothing about this is all right," one of the other men said.
"We haven't done anything wrong," a woman said nervously. "I mean, I don't even know what this meeting is about."
"You're about to,"
Damien said, stepping forward into the light. I heard a few gasps as he was recognized, despite his soiled clothes and disheveled appearance. A few of the men had the presence to bow, though most shrank away, focusing on Damien's bright eyes and sharp teeth. One reached for a pistol, but I slapped his hand away. "You aren't in danger," I said. "Not from us."
"Then why send so many troops out here?" a man asked. 3 elite hovering around at night, and dozens of guards watching our every action." "The curates have tried keeping the peace, Your Majesty," a man said, stepping forward. "But anger is building, and we were not prepared for the increased shipment."
"The what?" Carrie said, her eyes flashing.
"Sorry, I haven't had time to tell you. I just heard myself."
"Spit it out, Hestrit."
"The Royal Guards visited the Renewal Center, demanding that we double the blood shipment. We'll announce it tomorrow, once we figure out the details. They said it was for our protection, if they bothered replying at all. Most just ignored us, even struck or threatened us."
"How could... protect us from what?"
"Protect you from me,"
Damien smirked. "So it's true then," a woman said. "You've joined the rebels, against your father." "It's not that simple," Kamina started. "We don't love the royal presence, but what you're asking, you're putting us at war with the kingdom. He sent 24 royal guards. What if it's 200 next time?"
"We'll fight them," a man growled, clenching his axe. "Come on, you know the truth. This was always going to happen someday. It's been brewing for years. This isn't a surprise. It's an opportunity." "Not all of us are fighters," another man said. "Some of us have specialized skills or knowledge. One battle could wipe us all out. Without the elites for support and elixir, without the renewal ceremonies, how long could we really last out there?"
"Longer than you think," another woman said. "Without the ash, we're stronger in the daytime. It's an advantage. And already I've seen plants blooming. Before, we were worried about the ash consuming us without the purification engines. But now, we don't need them. We can grow whatever we want. Crops, animals, expand beyond the walls."
"The mutids are beyond the walls. And sure, we could survive out here, unless the king decides not to let us stay. After all, he built this place. He owns it."
"Let him try to take it then." "You're misunderstanding," I said, stepping forward and pulling back my hood. A few eyes flicked to my wrists, and I rolled up my sleeves to show my marks more clearly. My sparkly dark dress stood out from the long, furry cape we'd grabbed earlier. "You're not choosing between King Richard and his son, the Crown Prince Damien. You're not choosing the rebels against the royals." "What do you mean?" "Well, for one, King Richard is already dead."
"You killed him?"
a man said. I nodded. "He fell by my sword, or, rather, my arrow. But Damien was there."
"So who sent the royal guards? Why the extra presence?"
"Damien was outside of the citadel when his father died. One of the other elite took the opportunity to seize control. Damien has support, but as it stands, Nigel has control of the larger force. Still, he knows when word of the king's death gets out, things may become unstable." the compounds could refuse the blood tribute. That's why he wants to secure the next shipment as soon as possible, and collect next month's as well, just in case.
So that's why he rushed it.
What exactly are you asking? Carrie asked, steering the conversation back on track. What's your plan? You already have a prince and 3 chosen for your little coup. Isn't that enough?
I've seen the chosen do extraordinary things, but they're nothing like the elite. One of them could take out 5 chosen and 20 soldiers, probably at the same time, and 100 regular citizens most likely. And if they didn't feel like fighting, they could run faster than anyone could catch them.
And you've seen this, have you? Kamina glared. I'll bet you've only laid eyes on a handful of elite in your entire life, and probably in the last few days.
You think you're special, girl, just because you've spent some time in the Citadel? Still your tongue, Lars, Halvar growled, or I'll cut it out of your mouth.
Also, I added, she is chosen, from your community. I trust her with my life, which she's saved on multiple occasions. You will pay her the respect her position affords. It's all right, Kamina said. In Icklebot, respect is earned, not given. But if you'd like to settle this outside...
We are outside, idiot.
Are we, though? Jasmine asked, looking up at the high ceiling of the collapsed tunnel.
I'm Tarbin,
a man said, addressing Damien. His gold tooth and bald head gleamed in the dim lighting.
I'm with the guard. The elders have power, but we'll be the ones fighting. You want us to go to war for you? Why should we? For those of us who survive, what do we get?
Your freedom, I say, stepping forward.
Free to get sick? To starve? He laughed. Free to get ravished by beasts or raiders, preyed on by lawless elite?
One elite or another on the throne, Carrie said. If the policy is the same, doesn't matter to us. If we fight this battle with you and help put you on the throne, what changes?
You'll still take our blood, Lars said, in exchange for protection, then leave us here to breed and fend for ourselves. At this moment, Damien said, we are open to feedback. Exactly right, Lars grinned. You've got nothing to bargain with. You need us to do all the work, but you're offering nothing. You have nothing to give. Not until the battle is fought and most of us are dead.
Carrie nodded to me. This conversation was going nowhere fast. I had to impress them. I've already killed the king, I said, raising my voice so they could all hear me. I turned off the toxic ash, and I've finished my grandfather's work to complete an antidote that will turn elite into humans, so they are slower and much easier to kill. This is what I bring to the table, and that's just what I've already accomplished. You have no idea of what I'm capable of. I'm asking for assistance, yes, but I'm not begging for handouts. When I offered your freedom, I meant that you will be free to stay in Icklebot, or choose to leave it. The compounds will offer you protection, and the kingdom will offer safe passage and trade routes between them. You say nothing will change if Damien takes the throne. You should hope that's true. That's the best-case scenario. You've already seen that Nigel's thugs will squeeze every last drop of blood from Icklebot, by force if necessary.
That all sounds very inspiring, Tarbin said, but it doesn't change the fact that the elite are nearly impossible to kill. Even if your magical formula works out, there will be fighting. Why not just turn more elite? Halvar asked. That's the real problem, isn't it? You'd need to give our fighters more elixir for a start, to make us at least as fast and strong as the royal guards. But why can't you turn us all into elite as well?
I agree with you that our fighters will need more elixir, but there has to be a careful balance. Too many elite would cause a blood shortage.
So, make it conditional,
a man said. He'd been silent so far, but the others seemed to defer to his authority. and I sensed he would have an influence on their decision. "That's Colburn," Askrid whispered. "Our mayor, I suppose. Though we call him a regent here."
"Elixir during the battle,"
the man continued. He was wearing dark jeans and leather, but finely made, with both a knife and a pistol under his long coat.
"But after that, if we succeed in saving your kingdom, Icklebot requests this special concession. 3 elite will live here with us, but they are ours. We choose them, and they exist to protect our compound, not the kingdom." "That's not an impossible request," Damien said, "though it doesn't help us at the moment."
"Ah, but you underestimate us," Carrie said. "Do you know our customs?" She pinched the bullet hanging on a chain around her neck and shifted her stance so that her coat fell open, revealing the holster at her waist.
"Kamina said something about it earlier. Not about fighting, but about quickening your demise."
"That's part of it. But it's also symbolic. It means we are not wasteful or careless. One shot, through the brain, will kill an elite, or at least slow it down enough to get staked. We have a saying, never fire a bullet without taking a life, even if that life is your own. But, of course, we've had a lot of practice. Halvar, a demonstration?" Kamina's father grinned and picked up a nearly empty glass bottle from a refuse pile. He tossed it into the air, and Carrie reached for her weapon before shooting it into an explosion of glass that echoed down the tunnel.
"Won't the shot attract Slagpaw?" Luke asked.
"The tunnel is blocked at both ends. We're quite safe here, and the sound doesn't travel." "Sure," Jasmine said. "But even if you get one of them, the others will all come after you."
"Only if we fire at different times," Tarbin said. "Besides, the Slagpaw would go after the juicy elite first, once we open them up. But as long as we're inside the walls of the Citadel, they can't get in anyway."
Damien nodded, his eyes sparkling.
6 targets, felled in a blink. We'd just have to get them in one place and hold them still for a minute. It's certainly an interesting idea." "Agreed. I think we could help your cause, but I didn't say we would." "Why not?" "As far as I see it, there's only one problem. The elite and soldiers currently occupying Icklebot. We can't help you in an uprising on our own turf. We are far from the Citadel, but if our attack fails, and just one of the elite escapes with news of our betrayal, we would all be punished. However, if you were to—"
"You want us to kill them?" Jasmine guessed.
"We need to see that you don't just intend us to die for you, without incurring your own risk. Besides, as you said, few of us have truly witnessed what the elite are capable of. You say we can defeat them, even with fewer numbers, so prove it. Everything else is just whispers in darkness. Take out all the guards without our help, with none of this slinking around, and then we can speak openly of future collaboration, once the threat is less pressing."
"That went well," Jasmine said, once we'd returned to the open pagoda, looking down on the city. The cold wind sent a shiver down my spine as we huddled together in the shadows. Is this what it's going to be like in every compound? Negotiating things we don't have?
"I doubt we'll have many compounds left, at least with the element of surprise. If this royal escort doesn't return soon with the new blood shipment, Nigel will assume it's been taken. The next compound may have more troops or be more on guard."
"We won't need many more," I said. "If he's right. I mean, it's not the worst idea, is it? The guns will draw Slagpaw, but if fired from many locations, the risk is reduced."
"Bullets won't kill the elite, not completely, but they'll slow them. They'd regenerate in a few minutes."
"A lot can happen in a few minutes."
"True. Damien nodded. So, now what? Trevor asked. Time to kill some vamps? I suppose so, Damien said, frowning with a pinched face. They won't ally with you unless they know you're serious, Kamina said, and that you can fight in fair combat. Fair combat? Is that possible with an elite? Can you even beat them? I asked. I'm not sure, Damien said. I mean, we're all equally fast, but have unique skills. Few of us focus much on martial arts or fighting. 3-to-1 odds, Trevor nodded. Not great. Trevor has a shot if he turns furry again, but only if we surprise them. Or you. I mean, you took out my father. Only with a lot of elixir, I said, and I barely survived. We have elixir. If not now, when? What about the Chosen? The royal troops get 1 drop a day, while the Chosen get 2. It's to ensure that each elite has a personal protector, stronger than any single guard. But some Chosen get more, from their elites directly. Yes, Damien said, and I doubt Nigel is playing by the rules. Jennifer seemed pretty strong when I ran into her. Really strong. So we can't count on anything, except that you should be able to handle more elixir than them. We haven't seen any Chosen in Icklebot, so maybe the elite came alone. We should take them out first. I chewed my lip. I wasn't comfortable with the idea of just assassinating people. These elite, for all I knew, hadn't ever done anything to me. I waited all my life to be chosen by an elite. Now I was going to kill one. I glanced at Damien, wondering if he was wrestling with the same issues. He'd had decades to get to know the other elites. He must know them all personally. Was he wondering who he would have to kill? It's likely Nigel sent elites he felt would support him, Damien said quietly, as if reading my thoughts. That means they've already chosen a side. If they're here, they aren't friendly. Still, I said. Still, Damien confirmed softly. If we do this, I said, there's no going back. It's war. If we don't do this, Jasmine said, we've already lost. Plus, we need the elixir, right? So let's take it. We waited as the other council members returned down the narrow, covered path into Icklebot, through the back gate. Tarbin dismissed the local guards, and Colborne had them hold open the gates, signaling us with a lit candle. We descended the staircase, cut into the rock, and protected with a wood awning. I peeked inside and saw Hestrit around the corner, waving to me with his hand. We crossed the alley into the back of the renewal center, which was lit with only a few candles and the moonlight coming through the stained glass windows. Hestrit grabbed a torch and headed down into a stone cellar. There are tunnels from here, leading under the city. They'll help you get around once you figure out your plan. And there's one more thing that I think would be useful, but I'm not the head curate and I don't have the authority. Hold on, Damien said, searching his pockets. He pulled out a wooden crucifix and handed it to Hestrit. Marcus gave me this, said it might grease the wheels with the curates and other compounds. Hestrit's eyes widened as he took the wooden object and held it up to the light. He opened a concealed latch with his fingernail and pulled out a tiny scroll concealed in the bronze casing of a bullet. Yes, good. This might work. Come. Down the hallway, a young curate in brown robes was reading by a yellow lamp. He stood when we approached, scanning Hestrit first while the rest of us waited. He unscrolled the note, casting his eyes down the hall nervously, before burning the note in a candle and wiping away the ash. Are you sure about this? He asked. You've seen the royal seal, Hestrit prompted. This comes directly from our brothers in the Citadel. It's not our place to question it, only obey. If it makes you feel any better, Jasmine said, eyeing his fragile form, we could just knock you out. It's not like you could stop us. That won't be necessary, Hestrit said. Young Tyron here has been tasked with protecting what's behind this door, and he's the only one with knowledge of the key's hiding place. It is rarely opened, but now that he's seen the official request, he's not in a position to refuse. Though I do think it would be a good idea for him to go home for the night, so that he can plead ignorance if anything goes wrong."
The young curate gulped, then slid a loose brick from the wall behind him, pulling out a long key with an engraved symbol. He disappeared soon after, leaving Hestret to unlock the door and push it open. I took a breath and scanned the small armory, a hidden cache of weapons for no apparent purpose. I wondered if all the renewal centers had weapons.
"There was a schism in the doctrine several decades ago, before my time,"
Hestret explained.
"It got quite heated. Some curates believe our mandate is to protect the king's majesty, that his word is law, no matter how capricious, that he is eternal and infallible. Others believe the curates are meant to protect the humans and the blood supply against all threats."
"I don't see the conflict," Trevor said. "Everyone knows about the Covenant."
"The Covenant is based on faith and trust, but we are far from the Citadel. What if raiders plunder our resources, or the people rise up, demanding more elixir? Our authority is only powerful as long as it is accepted by our enemies. Some thought we needed our own weapons, in case we had call to use them. It's more of an embarrassment to many. Even the thought of it is heresy. It suggests that our faith in the crown is less than certain. Many curates pretend this room does not exist, but nobody has moved to officially renounce it, because that would mean calling attention to it, and it must not be discussed, because the arguments cut the heart of our brotherhood. So it's become a storage room for sensitive materials and a private collection of sorts for the curates."
The weapons were of fine quality, some decorated with gold and gems in the handles. A rack of swords, a row of long rifles on green velvet, along with a trunk full of assorted pistols and daggers. I found a very pretty, ornate bow and picked it up, feeling the heft and snapping the thread.
"Take it,"
the curate said. "I don't think it's been used in years. Most of us focus on firearms. The curates are untrained, but will die to protect the blood supply from all threats." "Check this out," Jasmine said, opening an old leather case. Inside were a row of glass vials and dried herbs, along with 5 wooden stakes, a wooden mallet, and a revolver. The stakes were sharpened dowels, their handles wrapped in twine. 3 throwing knives glinted in the candlelight, along with a few dozen bullets in red felt. She picked up a small leather guide with yellowed pages and gold lettering on the front.
"A vampire hunting kit,"
Damien said.
"A real one."
"We've had it for decades," Hestret said.
"Since the Blood Wars. Forbidden, but we thought it might be useful someday." "Does any of this stuff actually work?"
Luke asked, squinting at one of the bottles.
"Careful. That's napalm,"
Damien said.
"Very flammable. And I suppose it depends on the vampire. Merchants made a fortune selling these, profiting off the fear. This one looks like it's been used. Actual hunters were rare, but they'd travel through settlements and get paid in coin, selling watered-down elixir."
"What's this?" Kamina asked, pulling up a pair of silver pinchers and a collapsible funnel.
"To extract the elite's blood,"
Damien said.
"This is basically an elixir farm in a box. Look."
He picked up one of the glass vials, marked with tape, and opened the cork. I could smell the elixir inside, even though its potency had faded.
They'd probably need 3 men to go after an elite, but if they found one, they'd trap it with ropes and chains, shoot it through the brain, stake its heart, then collect as much elixir as they could carry. They'd decapitate or burn the corpse to make sure it didn't get back up again. To have any chance at all, they'd have to be high on elixir, and even then, it was nearly always fatal.
What happened to them?
Even if they were very good, eventually they'd be consumed by thirst, becoming more and more reckless, until they made a mistake. It only takes one.
We could subdue them, I said, turning towards Damien and gripping his arm. The elite, at least till we have a chance to talk to them.
They're not here to talk.
But we don't know what Nigel has even told them. We should tell them the truth, at least.
They could turn on us at a critical moment.
Or they could help us, just when we need them most. Damien smiled at me, brushing my cheek with his thumb. He nodded, scanning the room.
When I was here before, decades ago, you had a barber in a giant cage. Is that still around?
It is, Hestrit said.
So, we could force them inside. It should hold them. Use sunlight as a weapon.
They'd say anything. Better to face them directly and offer them a choice when there's actually one to make.
Why is this so complicated? Trevor growled, picking a long, thick sword. I know they're fast, so slow them down. Cut off their legs, then their heads, if we did it all at once.
I could shoot them with an arrow, I said, through the eye or heart.
That should kill them, Damien said, and a bullet would make too much noise. But there's only one of you. You can't take out all three at once. An arrow anywhere else would just make them more fierce. You'd never get close enough to bind them. They'd rip you apart.
In the throat, then?
That might work. They'd bleed out quickly, but that would make them hungry and feral.
Easier just to kill them, Trevor said again. Kamina nodded. With enough elixir, we could sneak up. An arrow through the eye or heart, then someone else could finish them off.
It would have to be done quickly.
Luke, can you fire a crossbow?
From a close distance, yes. If the target was distracted and not moving. That's a big ask.
But we need our best fighters on offense, in case I miss.
I can do it, Trevor said.
And me, Kamina said. We'd have to take them out fast, which will be hard as we still have to figure out where they are.
So, we make them come to us, Luke said, grabbing a flare gun and feeling the heft. 3 shots, some fighting, close together, so if one fight gets out of hand, the others can jump in.
How will we get them out there?
They'll come to me, Damien said. I'll keep them talking. If we're about to start fighting, I'll signal for you to fire. Trevor and Kamina will flank them. The rest of you can come in to help out as soon as you can, after we've lost the element of surprise.
Then we'll have to take out the guards.
Maybe, Damien said. We'll see where their loyalties lie, once we've dealt with the elite.
It wasn't a good plan, but it was something. We waited until just before dawn. The streets were dark, but a soft light crept into the canyon down below the city, outlining the distant mountains. The town was quiet and sleepy, the streets empty. Luckily, even with the engines off, the steady purr and white noise from the falls and the hydro plant beneath softened our footsteps. We avoided the guards posted near entrances or buildings and cut through the gardens. Down at the center, in front of the dam, was a wide, curved pavilion full of fruit trees. A statue of King Richard in the center of a cultivated half-moon of foliage led to the balcony of a lookout just over the falls. I waited until Damien went down alone, his dark figure silhouetted against the smooth marble walkway. I took out the nearly empty vial and gave everyone 2 more drops. It was more than they were used to, and I wasn't sure how Trevor or Luke would handle it. But it gave them a fighting chance if things went wrong. Then I took 5 drops myself, letting the elixir soak into my tongue greedily before letting it drip down my throat. My bracelet buzzed, but I'd stopped caring. I nodded to Kamina and Trevor. They crept down on either side, huddling in the bushes not far away. Then Luke, Jasmine, and I fanned out a level above, still in trees, but with a clear shot towards Damien. His sharp eyes met mine, despite the distance, and I nodded. I held my breath as he held the flare gun and fired it into the sky. The bright spark looked like a burning phoenix. time seemed to slow down, and my senses burst into life, making the colors and smells overwhelming. A dark shape flew past me, brushing my hair to the side from the wind. When I looked up again, Damien was no longer alone. 3 dark shapes stood a respectful few paces away, their bodies tense. Damien had his hands behind his back, considering them. I leaned forward, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. I only saw when one reached for his weapon, the glint of metal flashing beneath his long coat. I focused on it, drawing my bow and shooting on instinct. My arrow sunk through his hand, spinning him to the side. His sword went clattering away. He spun around, scowling at me, and I placed another arrow through his eye. He tore it out, blood running down his face, and was already halfway towards me when Damien grabbed him by the back of the neck, flinging him to the ground where he rolled to a stop. It happened so quickly, I hadn't noticed that Jasmine and Luke had taken their shots right after my first. One of the elite had simply ducked out of the way and snatched the second arrow out of the air. The other had a crossbow bolt sticking through his chest, but seemed unharmed. Before they could chase their attackers, Trevor and Kamina were on them, but their first attacks were easily blocked, and a second later, they were barely defending themselves from the attacking blows. The elite were moving too fast to shoot, so Luke and I raced towards them. Jasmine was already ahead of us, joining Kamina. They fought as a pair against one, but he kicked Kamina in the stomach and grabbed Jasmine by the hair. Damien was there in a flash, but the elite used Jasmine as a shield. I charged behind him, seizing the crossbow bolt from his chest and stabbing it down again, trying to pierce his rib cage. With the elixir in my veins, my attacks were strong, and I stabbed again and again, leaving a patch of bloody holes across his chest. But the bolt wasn't meant to pierce bone, and I didn't have enough force when we were both standing up. He just stepped backwards, absorbing the blow. Finally, he ducked into a roll and kicked me hard into the air. I went sliding across the smooth marble plaza towards the open ledge, gasping for breath. Trevor shouted, reaching towards me. Damien heard the warning and flew towards me like lightning, grabbing my wrist just as my legs were about to go over the side. Trevor was still staring at us, giving the other elite an easy opportunity to take him out. The other one, now with blood smeared on his face and neck, fangs exposed in the moonlight, snarled at us and moved to charge. Chapter 18. I flinched as he approached, standing behind Damien with my back exposed to the fatal drop below us. But I heard the snap of metal, and the second elite froze with a surprised expression on his face. Then his head slid to the side, and his body crumpled to the ground. Behind him stood the stiff, dark silhouette of the third elite, his features barely visible in the moonlight. He wiped his sword and put it away slowly before offering Damien a hand up.
"Sorry about that," he said. "I wasn't able to consider your proposal or discuss it with you after that fool made his move." "It's fine. Gerald, isn't it?" "Garth." He smiled. "Right," Damien said. "Sorry. It's been a few years, and I don't think we've ever spent much time together. Still, I should know. My father would have. You are not your father. At least, I hope. It seems we have a lot to discuss. It seems we do. But first, we should do something about them."
Garth nodded, and I heard the pounding of troops as they surrounded us with torches, their black and gold uniforms shimmering in the torchlight, their swords drawn. The rest of us gathered into a tight grouping. Jasmine stumbled over one of the elites, then bent down and swiped her fingers through his blood. She sucked off the sticky residue, staining her lips. Trevor looked like he might be sick, but Kamina shrugged and did the same. Then she soaked a handkerchief until it was practically dripping and tucked it into her pocket. "What?" she said. "We just killed 2 elites, and I think I broke one of my ribs. I'm running on fumes, and if we're going to fight again, we should be prepared." Garth stepped forward, a gleam in his eyes, but Damien put a hand on his shoulder to stop him.
"This is on me,"
he said. He glared at the rest of us, and we stepped back, tightening our grip on our weapons. The royal guards were strong and fast, but not very. I could probably take out 5 with my arrows before they even reached us. But Damien seemed determined to do this alone. Maybe he sensed the elders watching from the dark windows in the tall buildings behind us. He nodded to the soldiers, then called out in a loud voice.
"You have been sworn to defend the citadel, to be loyal to the crown and no one else. Is this not true? Well?"
he said, gesturing towards Trevor. Trevor pulled something out of his satchel and tossed it to him.
"Here is the crown,"
Damien said, placing the metal circle on his head.
"It was my father's, and now it's mine. You have been misled, but your only place is with me, and I will reward your loyalty even more than my father has done. We have already killed your elite escorts. I have no wish to harm you. But if your loyalties are divided or unsteady, if you are torn or concerned, if you wish to challenge me, come then. Take it, if you can."
There was a heavy pause and a rustling and shifting of metal. But then a handful of royal guards stepped forward. To me, they seemed the biggest and the meanest. The tallest dwarfed even Damien and was nearly twice my size. The other 4 fanned out around him, then lunged forward, hacking and cutting from all sides. Even with my enhanced vision, I couldn't keep up with Damien's movements. I only saw a blur of light, a flashing sword like wings of a hummingbird, and then the men's limbs severed as bloody gashes tore through them like tissue paper. There was a quiet moment, filled with wet, slapping noises, as gravity pulled the dismembered pieces to the marble tiles of the open courtyard. Damien flicked his sword dramatically, and then wiped its length with his finger, soaking up the blood.
"Now,"
he leered, with blood on his lips.
"Is there anyone else?"
He waited for a long moment before putting his sword away.
"Good,"
he said.
"Return to your barracks, or wherever it is you're staying. Continue your posts if you wish, but you may not harm or harass the locals. Tomorrow night, you'll receive new orders. If you choose to follow them, you'll be given new ranks. You'll all be promoted. However, if you prefer to withdraw from a complex situation, you have my blessing and will be honorably discharged, with a lifelong pension for your support today."
They turned, hurrying away from the conflict, leaving us with a stack of corpses. Luke kicked one of the soldiers, then searched his pockets. He grinned when he held up a half-full vial of pure elixir and a few silver coins. "Nice," Jasmine said. She raided the other bodies, collecting more elixir and helping herself to a pair of royal daggers.
"May I suggest we retire somewhere more comfortable?"
Garth said, eyeing the horizon, which was turning dark orange. Already, sharp yellow highlights in the distance made it look like the trees were burning.
"Of course,"
Damien said. We followed the pair of elite back into the city. Curate Hestrit and Colborne met us between the dormitories. "So it all went well then?" Hestrit asked nervously, wringing his hands.
"It wasn't without consequence, but for a coup, to be honest, I'm pretty happy with it. This is Garth. He's agreed to join our side." "I've agreed to listen," Garth said, "and I hope my actions today have earned me some amount of leniency, regardless of what comes next."
"I understand," Damien said.
"Well, follow me. We'll send men to clean up the bodies at daylight. We don't want to panic the whole town. Hestrit, can I trust you with the elixir? It should be harvested before sunrise."
"Of course," he bowed,
but I'll need some help."
"What should I tell the town?"
Colborne added.
"Nothing, for now. We need to be sure about our plan first. But then, gradually, I suppose, what you tell them is up to you. You are in charge here. As for the plan, that depends on Emily. She's the revolution."
I blushed, following the men upstairs, through a working elevator. Carrie met us upstairs, wearing a severe dark dress and wrapped in a shawl. "These were the rooms given to your former escorts. Garth, I assume you'll be keeping your room?"
"I would prefer it, though we're welcome to use it at the moment to talk."
"Perhaps we should all clean up and rest first?"
"Agreed," Garth said. "Then I suppose, good day."
Why does he talk like that, all weird and formal?
"That's a good question. We'll have to ask where he's from, originally. South, I would guess. Also, it's hard to tell our age."
"He looks older than you," I said.
50 or 60, maybe. About my father's age when he was turned. Plus 100 years.
"Right."
But he could actually be 80. The turning makes us appear much younger. So he might just have grown up in a different time period."
The rooms were fancier than I was expecting, and larger. The windows had been darkened with black paint, and heavy drapes covered them. The wallpaper was decorated with dark floral patterns, with gold highlights that shimmered in the light. "Absolutely light-proof," Carrie said. "We're always prepared for elite guests, though visits are rare. The halls, too, so this whole floor should be safe for you until nightfall."
"Thanks. I appreciate it,"
Damien said. Garth had already left, and Jasmine and Luke had gone to check out the third room, leaving Trevor, Damien, and me. Carrie stood at the end of the hall, poised between two local guards. It was weird enough to discuss sleeping arrangements, but even more so under scrutiny. "Damien should probably get his own room," I said. "I mean, even if it's light-proof, just so he's not disturbed." Kamina leaned forward, lowering her voice. "They expect Damien to be with his chosen."
"Do we care what they think?"
Trevor asked. "We might. They have no reason to question our proposal, but it's assumed that Damien and Em will rule together. I think they trust and respect her more than him at this point. Together, they make a nice package. The rebellion and change without the complete dismantling of the kingdom or the covenant." "Just for appearances," I nodded, though I wasn't sure why. Trevor scowled, pushing his hair back. "Fine," he said. "Night, Em." He turned away. Kamina gave me a look. Damien gestured towards the door of the center room and followed me in, closing the door behind us, just before sunrise. Inside was dim, apart from a pair of glowing lanterns. It felt modern, even ostentatious, despite the uncluttered, clean decor. A large bathtub was in the corner, and a shower behind a nearly transparent, opaque pane of glass. It was weird, but exciting. I knew I should have more reluctance or modesty, but with elixir in my veins and adrenaline still buzzing from the fight, the thought of Damien possibly seeing my naked outline through the glass wasn't enough to keep me from stripping off my furry coat. And at least I wouldn't have to wait my turn like the others, all stuck in the same room. Damien allowed me to go first, turning towards the study. There was a single wide bed with soft silk sheets, but neither of us mentioned it, and we seemed to be doing our best to avoid it. "Can you help me with this?" I asked, gesturing to the zipper on the back of my blue dress. I felt Damien's breath on my shoulder as he unzipped me slowly, revealing the small of my back. I was about to head into the bathroom when he grabbed my wrist.
"Why did you say that?"
he asked.
"Just for appearances."
"Isn't that what we agreed?"
"I thought you didn't want to pretend."
"Are we really going to have this conversation now?" I smiled. "We're both covered in blood and exhausted."
You think I'll be able to relax, alone, in the same room with you?
Good point.
If you've changed your mind, I understand. You never got to choose, not like I did. You didn't ask for all of this, and maybe the kingdom is just my father's dream. Maybe it would be better to let it all burn and go our separate ways.
Why are you talking like this? Why now?
I gave those soldiers a choice. What kind of fiancé would I be if I didn't allow you at least as much freedom?
I'm not one of your soldiers, I snapped, turning away.
Exactly.
Damien frowned.
You deserve to be safely pampered in a royal suite with rose petals and bubble baths, not sneaking around in the wilderness, fighting mutids and making rebel alliances.
So, you don't approve of my criminal tendencies? Noted. By the way, I was sneaking around in the woods long before I met you.
I can't take care of you the way I want to.
He frowned.
Seeing you, appreciating you, you deserve more.
If you're trying to offer me freedom, you're doing a piss-poor job of it. Sounds like you want to use me as a window decoration, a doll for your cabinet.
That's not what I meant.
Then drop it.
I can't,
he said, stepping forward again.
Don't you get it? I want you so badly I can barely breathe. Being near you is torture.
What about the antidote?
It should be clear from my system by now, but I don't even care about that anymore. If being near you makes me vulnerable, then I'll be vulnerable.
It's just your thirst talking.
It's not just your blood. That's a baser need. Any blood will do. But tonight, I only want you. You're the only thing that can satisfy me.
The air felt charged between us, and heavy. I felt a magnetic pull to close the distance, but I resisted it for a moment longer. My body wanted his just as much, maybe more. But I couldn't help thinking about Trevor down the hall. I'd meant to tell him the truth before Damien and I took things further, but I hadn't realized Damien had been waiting for an answer all this time. It's true. We are totally different, I said finally, considering. There are things that separate us. We may never really understand each other.
Like what? Can you show me?
The way I feel about Jamie and Lorelai, for example. The rage I feel at Nigel for killing my mother. Before you, family was all I had. Without it, I don't know who I am. Even though they aren't mine, not really, I'm having trouble letting go.
You think I don't know what it's like to feel like I don't belong, to lose a parent?
Your father wasn't exactly a nurturing presence.
I wasn't talking about my father,
he said, turning away so I wouldn't see the pain in his expression.
You think I don't feel things, that it was all too long ago for me. You see me as cold and distant, but it's because I have to be. If I lose control of my emotions, even for a moment, I could hurt someone. I could hurt you.
You're already hurting me, I said, biting my lip. By trying to push me away again, offering me a choice, then threatening to leave.
That's not.
If we're truly going to move past this, then I should offer you the same. After all, you didn't really choose me. Not because you wanted to. You just felt sorry for a girl from Algrave that was about to get her life torn apart by an elite creep.
Our memories are sharp and strong, so I remember the way my mother smelled, her shade of lipstick, just like I remember the first moment I saw you. I didn't know it then, but I was already in love with you. You think I chose you only to protect you? You're wrong. I chose you to protect myself, because I couldn't bear the thought of losing you. Something too unique and precious to exist, even in the horrible world my father created. The only thing I've cared about or wanted to protect in decades.
You thought I was pathetic and weak.
That's not what I meant. Fragile, maybe, which made you more precious than the gold in this stupid crown. But I didn't see a girl I needed to save. I saw a bright spark of hope and courage. A girl risking her life to feed her family. A girl taking on 3 elites in a meadow and daring to draw blood. Someone who wasn't brainwashed by my father's mythology. You were like the flame of a match in a hostile wind. A rare, impossible thing. You made me feel like maybe things could be different. So I will always choose you over everything else. Because without that hope, I don't know who I want to be, or whether I want to exist at all. But what Luke said about the long-term effects of my father's experiments?
I held a finger up to his lips and let my dress slip down over my shoulders. I'm reticent, remember? You're powerless over me. I stepped forward, then leaned up on my toes to press my lips against his. I felt him stiffen, feeling the soft fabric of his clothes, the damp stains of blood, and the sweet elixir in his veins. The air stirred at the small of my back, and I felt his fingers slip inside my unzipped dress. I knew I shouldn't trust my feelings. My inhibitions were lowered from the elixir, and the scent of blood in the cozy room made me dizzy. On the other hand, an elite prince just admitted to loving me. Shouldn't we wait until we're married?
If you want to,
Damien said, though I read the disappointment in his expression. It doesn't matter to me, I said, though if you were counting on a virgin bride, there is something I need to confess.
Trevor?
He asked, his eyes flicking to the door. I nodded, hoping he wouldn't press for details. He took a deep breath and held it before letting it out.
Our wedding will be the biggest the Citadel has ever seen, at least if I let Tobias plan it, which he probably will. But I don't think we should let our politics guide our romance. We shouldn't be together because it makes sense, or as part of a plan, or because it's best for everyone. And we shouldn't count on a future that might never come.
Agreed, I said, my hands still gripping the front of his shirt, afraid if I let go, he'd close himself off again.
Right now, I'm here. Just you and me. We're on the same side. We're adults. If this is what we want,
I kissed him, hungrily, interrupting his thoughts and pushing him down on the bed behind us. He looked surprised by the force of my affections, and I saw him glance at my bracelet. But I didn't care how much elixir I'd had, or that I was stronger than he expected me to be. He loved me. Making love with Damien wasn't like it was with Trevor. That had been familiar and comforting, a dull, aching satisfaction consummating years of friendship. I had the feeling I was giving him a gift and saying goodbye, because I knew it was the first and last time it could ever happen. Sex with Damien was dizzying and intoxicating. He moved slowly, trailing his cold skin over mine, his gentle eyes seeking permission until I guided his hands between my legs. The arousal built slowly, like a silent symphony of nerves and undiscovered pleasures that sent shivers through my body. I tore open his shirt, and he lifted my dress over my head, tossing it to the side. He flipped me over so he was above me, then slid down until his head was between my thighs. I arched my back as he played me like an instrument. My body was on fire, and it felt like he was running ice cubes down my sides and between my breasts. His eyes were dark, and his fangs extended, so I pushed him up and knelt before him, turning my head to expose the veins in my neck. There was a stab of pain as his teeth pierced my skin. The sheets tangled around my legs and ankles, and felt restrictive between us. I kicked them off so I could feel more of his body press against mine. Then I pushed him back against the bed and straddled him, guiding him inside me. He held my waist loosely, and I gasped as I lowered myself, settling in his lap, then pushing myself up again with my legs. His grip tightened, pulling me against him, faster and faster. Then he sat up until his chest was pressed against mine, his hands tangled in the hair at the back of my neck. I found a cut on his collarbone that had healed, but a patch of dried blood stained his chest. I licked it off with my tongue and felt him shudder with pleasure. I moaned as the elixir raced through me and grabbed his wrists, forcing him back again and riding him harder until both of us came. I must have slept lightly and woke to the fragments of a dream. Damien and I standing in burning fields. A blinking light caught my attention, and I rolled over in the sheets to the small device on the dresser. I heard Jasmine's voice when I lifted the receiver. "Hey, you done resting? Come over. We're having a hot tub party." "You couldn't just come down the hall to tell me?" "We wanted to give you your privacy." "Yeah, be there in a few minutes." I took a shower, finally, and found a light cotton sleep gown. In the hall, 2 servants stood up quickly when I opened my door. Royal guards flinched to attention down the hall, but weren't hostile. Colborne must have organized them for our protection. I knocked on the other door down the hall. "Just a minute," a voice called. Jasmine opened the door in a white bathrobe and a swimsuit, dripping wet. Hi?" "Hey," she said, waving a champagne glass so hard it almost spilled over. She frowned at it, unamused, then downed it in one smooth gulp. "Come in," she said. The others cheered when they saw me, lifting their arms. They were all in shorts and bras, or swimsuits. The jacuzzi was bubbling with water, and they were all inside, their skin red and flushed. On the table was a mound of food and several empty wine bottles. Bread, sausages, pheasants, boiled eggs, fruit, even a chocolate cake. "Is this breakfast or dinner?" I asked. "Both, I guess," Trevor said, his pupils dark and his smile wide and bright. "Where did all this even come from? And the swimsuits?" "It's the coolest thing. There's this telephone thing here. It connects downstairs. You just dial 0 and then ask for whatever you want, and they'll bring it up." "You're really exploiting this royal treatment stuff." "Or," Jasmine said, "we just liberated Icklebot from 100 years of tyranny and are enjoying the fruits of our victory." "Are you guys all high?" I asked. Kamina shrugged, but then held up the handkerchief she'd soaked with blood earlier. She'd stuck it inside one of the champagne bottles. I thought they were drinking rosé or pink champagne, but it was tinted with elixir, infused elite blood. "Are you sure?" I asked, my eyes widening. "How much have you even had?" "A lot," she said, "but less than you." She narrowed her eyes at my wrist, and I backed off. She wasn't wrong, though I knew I could tolerate it better. I hadn't even checked my bracelet, but after my session with Damien, I'd probably consumed more elixir than I could explain away. "How's Prince Charming?" Trevor said. "Sleeping," I answered. "Passed out right away." "Maybe a kiss would wake him up," Jasmine said. "I volunteer, if you're busy." "Thanks," I said, sticking my tongue out at her. Kamina elbowed her in the ribs. "What?" Jasmine said. "He's pretty. I like pretty things." "You are a pretty thing," Kamina said. Jasmine blushed, tossing her hair. "What time is it, anyway? It's hard to tell with the windows blocked." "Afternoon, I think. Did you sleep at all?" "Barely, but I feel fine." "Oh, I need to go see my family," Kamina said. "They'll be worried." "Maybe you should get some rest first? See them tomorrow?" "We don't have tomorrow," Jasmine said. I raised my eyebrows at her. Trevor shifted, putting his hands together. I had a feeling I'd missed out on a discussion, and it was something they weren't sure I was going to like. Tonight went pretty well. Better than expected. Though we got lucky. It wasn't smooth, but now we know it can work. Maybe one more time, if we move quickly. "So we'll go to Denvato," Jasmine said, "and I can show you around. And then we'll kill some more elite and drink their blood." She stood up, her fists clenched and her hair frizzing out to the side. She was clearly manic, and the rush of elixir made her face stretch tightly. Slightly terrifying. "You think that's a good idea?" I asked. "It's an idea. We're not ready for the Citadel yet anyway, even with Icklebot's support. If we can intercept another shipment—" "Blood and elixir," I nodded. "A lot of it. Things we're going to need, especially if there's a prolonged siege or something." "So you agree?" I shrugged, sitting down. Trevor filled up a glass with champagne, and I sipped it. Part of me wanted to rush in and look for my siblings right away, and Denvado was far, at the other side of the kingdom. Nigel will know something is up if his troops don't come back. "So we'll send them back. We still have 20. We can send 5 Icklebot soldiers to replace them. It could be helpful to have them inside. They can try to make contact with our allies. And we have Garth, assuming we can trust him. He helped us tonight." "Only after he saw who was winning," Trevor mumbled. "I have a feeling the elite aren't particularly loyal. They didn't have the fever worship of King Richard's cult. They can sense things are changing. And the guards, they're loyal to the crown and whoever is supplying their elixir." "I guess it's a plan then. We can sort out the details later." I passed out on the bed for a few hours. When I woke again, Kamina and Jasmine were gone, and Trevor and Luke were on either side of me on the bed. I got up and stretched, disoriented by the lack of natural light. There was a pile of clean clothes Jasmine must have ordered, and a wide selection from the wardrobe, but nothing seemed to fit. "Is it possible to find some clothes?" I asked the guard outside the door.
"Of course. This way."
He led me to a room down the hall, with a walk-in closet and full-length mirror. There were a variety of fancy dresses and lingerie. I raised my eyebrows at the guard, still standing in the doorway.
"The elite guests often request that their companions dress a certain way, according to their tastes."
"Right," I frowned, wanting to gag, picturing the assortment of young girls the elites had sampled here the night before, an unofficial perk of their position. Finally, I picked an outfit that seemed reasonably comfortable for travel, without being too flashy or revealing. Leather pants, t-shirt, sweater, a long cloak with a furry hood, and a pair of dark boots. I grabbed a knitted stocking cap to cover my ears, even though it was toasty warm inside. I knew I'd be glad of it once I was outside and felt the chilly breeze. The guard hid his surprise well. If I looked like a queen in my blue dress from the night before, hopefully now I looked like I was about to go split wood. I didn't want to stand out. Not today. I couldn't help smiling, and I felt like my skin was glowing. But I didn't want to be seen. Chapter 19. The night market was already open, and the air in Icklebot seemed different and changed, but less with tension and silence, and more by a kind of anxious energy. I wasn't sure what the people knew or what they'd noticed, but I felt eyes on me as I passed. The guards ignored me or gave slight nods. Of what, I wasn't sure. Approval? Submission? How much of the respect due me was only by virtue of being Damien's royal consort? I felt confusion in more than a few judging stares, and let my imagination run with their condemnations. I was the chosen who'd attacked the Citadel, the violent terrorist and usurper. The elite were supposed to be capable of mind control, but somehow I'd wrapped a vampire prince around my finger. But was I a villain or a hero? Not even I was sure of the answer. Askrid darted away from the crowds and waved to get my attention. Then she ran towards me and grabbed my wrist. "Hurry," she said, "or we'll miss it." "Miss what?" I asked. She ignored me, tugging my arm and pushing her way around the renewal center and through the tall back gates that led up to the shrine above the city. It wasn't dark this time, and even though the sun was setting, the warm glow of torches and candles lit up the space like a birthday cake. "What are we doing here?" I asked. "Shh," Asgrid said, pointing to the figures ahead of us. Jasmine and Kamina were standing in front of the makeshift altar of beads and feathers, in front of Hestrit. We joined Halvar near the back. He nodded at me, but then returned his attention to the front again, as the girls exchanged something small that glinted of metal. "May your love fly as straight as this bullet," Hestrit announced, "burn as hot as this gunpowder, and be as steady and reliable as the well-aimed steel." They kissed, and we cheered and started clapping. Kamina's cheeks turned red, and Jasmine grabbed her hand. "Don't tell me I almost missed your wedding," I asked. "I think she's trying to make me an honest woman," Jasmine teased, tying the bronze bullet to a string around her neck. "I didn't want to make it a big deal," Kamina grumbled, "but she went to my father to ask permission, and he told my sister." "I'm honored to be here," I said, pulling her in for a tight hug. "I wouldn't have missed it for anything."
"There's a reception after," Halvar said, "but it's more of a going-away party. I thought you should be here for this."
I nodded, smiling at him, as we filed in behind the others, making our way back down into the city.
"It wasn't a wedding exactly,"
Halvar said, keeping his voice low.
"More like a promise. When we become adults, we're given a bullet. It's a reminder that we're responsible for our own lives, keeping them, ending them. When we fall in love, we give that decision away, offering our life, heart, and survival. We can no longer selfishly take away what we have freely given."
"That's a beautiful custom," I said. He looked away, blinking the tears from his eyes, then paused and held my arm.
"I was broken when they picked her, imagining all the things she'd have to do in the service of those monsters. Some parents might believe the fairy tale and imagine their daughters were happy in the Citadel. If not happy, at least powerful, living with prestige and comfort. But I knew it wasn't right for her, that it never would be."
"It's not your fault. You couldn't have stopped it."
"Maybe not, but you did. I'm glad she found you, Emily Sharrow. She has a deep strength. I never saw it before. I'm so proud of the woman she's become."
"She gets her strength from you," I said, squeezing his arm. "And her heart." The town was awash in the colors of sunset, as the sky turned orange and blue, with streaks of soft pastels. We followed the others to a grassy knoll overlooking the city, that had been decorated with hanging strings of light around a wide oak table. Most of the elders were already there, along with Luke and Trevor. They'd changed into comfortable and warm travel gear, like me, while the locals were overdressed in blue and gray suits and formal skirts. Carrie was in a white suit with a gold necklace at the head of the table, her gray hair pinned back. The chair at the far end was empty. Meant for Damien, I supposed. I sat next to Trevor as a handful of waiters brought out dozens of dishes. Sausages stuffed with garlic, ribs on a bed of onions, and boiled dumplings with dark, leafy greens and textured stems. A woman next to Luke was explaining all the dishes, but I was only half paying attention. As the night grew dark, we lit candles down the stretch of the table. To one side, a gnarled pear tree was wrapped in lights, its trunk half hidden by a narrow table laden with wrapped gifts and presents. I wasn't sure who they were for, but we took turns opening them and passing them out. There was a pear cake with rum frosting that got passed out on little plates with silver forks. I think it's time for a Denvado custom, Jasmine said, swiping her fingers in the frosting and smearing them on Kamina's nose. She darted out of her seat, laughing as Kamina tripped over her chair, chasing after her. A small band started playing as Jasmine pulled her to her feet and dragged her towards a flat stretch of grass.
I guess it's time for dancing?
Luke asked Askrid, offering her his hand. Trevor was headed towards me when one of the elders took his arm. As the first song ended, Halvar cut in to dance with his daughter. I was about to excuse myself and go looking for Damien when Carrie appeared at my side. We were standing in the tall grass overlooking the city.
I need to ask you for a favor, the councilwoman said.
Name it.
My sister is in the Citadel.
One of the chosen? I asked.
She nodded. We haven't spoken in years, but she's loyal to the kingdom, if that still means anything. If there's a war coming, she may try to stop you.
What are you asking? I said, frowning.
Do what you have to do. I'm only asking that you give her a choice.
What's her name?
I believe you already know her,
Carrie said, lifting her eyebrows.
We share the same last name, and she's done well there, from what I've heard. Made a place for herself. You know her as Master Svoboda.
My heart raced as I turned to study the elder woman in the dim light. Her clear eyes and gray hair, the slight wrinkles on her skin. I could see the resemblance, now that I was paying attention, even though Carrie looked so much older than her sister. The elixir must have slowed Master Svoboda's aging. I knew she was from Icklebot, though I hadn't considered that she'd still have family here. She trained me. I nodded. I trust her.
It would be better to surprise her, Carrie said, but if you have a chance to speak with her, give her this, and tell her it's time to come home. She'll know what it means.
She pressed a woven bracelet into my palm, made of colored yarn. What happened between you? I asked.
I've never told this to anyone, she said, but I fell in love before my choosing ceremony, and I ran away. We didn't make it far, but I planned to hide out until after the elite had gone back to their shining city. But there's a registry, of course, and guards came to my house, arrested my father. It would have cost him everything, so my sister took my place. I think it was meant as a temporary solution. I mean, the odds are usually 1 in 10 at best, and she wasn't the most charming offering. When she was chosen, we were scared that our friends and family would turn us in. She'd already had her own choosing 2 years earlier, but nobody seemed to be looking too closely, and everyone was either so relieved or distraught about their own daughter's fate. By the time I returned home, my father told me what she'd done, but it was already too late. She was gone.
That's how she ended up in the Citadel? I asked.
I've spent most of my life regretting that decision, wishing I could take her place, waiting for the elites to show up and reveal my lie, my betrayal. After my husband died, I got into politics. I thought maybe I could at least make a difference here. But if you have a chance to save her,
I promise I'll try.
That's good enough for me, she said, squeezing my hand.
I cut through the town, heading back inside to look for Damien, and found him on the balcony, past the lightly blowing curtains. The temperature seemed to have dropped quickly, and I shivered next to him. He took off his long dark jacket and draped it over my shoulders, just as the air filled with white flakes. I flinched, holding my hand up to cover my mouth and nose, but he caught my wrist, then slowly pinched one of the pieces from my eyelash with his fingertip.
"It's not ash,"
he said, giving me a rare smile that filled his eyes.
"It's snow. This is the first snowflake I've seen in 100 years.
"I'm sorry," I said. I took the sun away from you. I made you a creature of the night, like in that book of yours. I didn't think about what it would cost."
"You've given me 1,000 tiny miracles, Emily. Things I never thought I'd see again."
As if to mark his words, a bright spark shot across the sky, and I gasped, pointing at it.
"A shooting star."
Damien smiled, taking my hand.
"They do that sometimes."
"They do?"
"You're supposed to make a wish."
"I can't think of anything I want at the moment."
"Then may this moment last forever,"
he whispered, turning to face me. I felt warmth fill my body as he held my hand, even though his long fingers were cold. Down below us, people in fur coats danced around bonfires, singing and laughing. Somewhere we could hear drums and high-pitched flutes.
"You've started a revolution,"
he said, leading me back inside with a grim smile.
"Are you ready to finish it?"
"I suppose I don't have much choice," I said, "though I wish we could stay here another night."
"We should keep moving,"
he replied. "Well then, we better hit the road, before the others get too drunk to walk." We found Colborne and Curate Hestrit preparing as best as they could by the front gates. I quickly filled Damien in on our reasoning to push towards Denvato quickly, and he held small audiences with the elders, the royal troops, and the curates, often speaking in hushed whispers. The elite and royal guards had traveled along with the routine shipment of elixir, which was pulled in a sturdy, covered carriage. The journey was often made with 10 guards and 1 elite, even though an elite could run faster than the horses. Traveling in the sun had never been an issue, but for this trip, the carriage had been extended with a rack holding 3 long coffins lined with black velvet and locked by the elite from the inside to avoid incident.
"Cute," Luke said. "Vampire bunk beds."
Halvar had found a spare carriage from a few years back in storage, and Trevor helped him replace the wheels for our journey. It was just wide enough to accommodate one of the coffins. We helped ourselves to elixir and blood, loading several cases into our battered-up carriage.
"The missing elites may not be noticed for a few days, as long as I give a plausible excuse. And they're expecting a larger blood shipment, but they probably won't figure it out right away," Garth said, "as long as you don't dawdle."
"We won't. We'll try Denvato, then we'll make our move. A few days, a week at most." One of the curates would accompany him to fudge the numbers on the shipments to account for the missing vials, and 5 Icklebot warriors cut their hair and shaved their beards before donning the bloody armor of the fallen royal guards. They stood differently from the others, but with their helmets and uniforms, it was hard to pick them out. Kamina's father approached, leading a pair of sleek, dark horses with large hooves and red eyes. "They're muted?" I asked.
"Only slightly. Better endurance, and faster. They were going to be a present."
"They still can be," Jasmine said, patting their flanks and feeding them hay. "Denvato loves horses. We raced them in the desert, around the city. I bet these would be highly valued. They'll get attention, at least." The bullet around her neck caught the light. She saw me looking at it and smiled before tucking it away beneath her shirt. I glanced up to look for the others. Trevor and Luke were helping the guards fill the carriage as the young curate from last night took a tally. A guard stumbled, and Trevor steadied him, lifting the box easily. I still needed to talk with him, but it didn't seem like the time, now that everyone was in such good spirits. I wanted him to enjoy this victory, and I wasn't prepared to start an argument. Damien stood like a sentinel, scanning the horizon, his eyes glinting in the torchlight. His red velvet cape covered a formal suit, his golden hair untamed. "How did you know?" I asked quietly. "Know what?" Jasmine repeated, observing me from the side. "How did you know what you wanted? that she was the one. "It's a little like the thirst," Jasmine said finally. "It's not a decision you make. It's something you feel. Sex is always a choice, or at least it should be. It complicates relationships, but it doesn't have to. Love? Love is never a choice, even if it doesn't make sense, even if it's going to make life harder for both of us. Because I'm the best version of myself when I'm with her, and I don't want to be anything less." Jasmine's words weren't an answer, but at least they were a compass. The anxious thoughts melted away, leaving only one, which I repeated with conviction. Who did I want to be? Chapter 20. Damien drove the horse and carriage for the first few hours, with me at his side. It was an older model, with smooth black wood like a hearse, and engraved decorations as royal envoy. It almost felt more decorative than practical. I'd seen the Citadel use motorized cars and trucks for official business, but travel between compounds was rare enough that I didn't know much about the range of transportation opportunities. I only knew that walking between them took days and was a perilous journey. Kamina and Jasmine rode on a spare horse, while Trevor and Luke squeezed into the back of the carriage. It worried me, traversing the King's roads. But the thin wooden wheels of the carriage couldn't have made it through the dense forest, and the windy, paved road was the only pass through the mountains leading away from Icklebot. For a while, the warm glow of the compound behind us melted into the deepening purple sky. I'd lose myself, watching the clouds move across the horizon and trying to count the bright stars between them, until the creaking of branches or a sudden gust of wind sent a chill up my spine. Then I checked my weapons and scanned the creeping shadows. The soft whining of the carriage, the sound of the wheels against the smooth concrete, felt like a buzzing under my skin, loud enough to attract attention. And all attention ended in death. "We're fine," Damien said, noticing my strained position. His eyes shone bright blue, like ice, even in the shadows. The depth and color of them surprised me, and I found myself staring. He must have mistaken my attention for concern, because he continued trying to put me at ease. "There was only one regiment of soldiers accompanying the blood shipment. There's no reason for anyone else to approach in this direction." One regiment of soldiers, and we'd nearly killed them all. It was a victory, of sorts, but it didn't make me feel safer. I'd killed the king of the vampires and was on the run with his son, Prince Damien, but the revolution was just beginning. Now that Nigel had taken over the Citadel and branded us as outlaws, we were unwelcome guests at any of the compounds. And who's to say we weren't the dangerous ones? Refugees, sneaking past walled gates to seduce loyal citizens into a forbidden alliance. The glittering vampire court could send electronic pulses instantly to its compounds, messages to beware of visiting strangers, like the black heart of a great beast. But in the disarming sway of travel, Jessica's words curled up like smoke, taunting like a riddle. One to save, one to destroy. Could I control which one I was? Or would it depend on the outcome? "What about from all the other directions?" I asked quietly, tossing him a shy smirk and looking up at him through my lashes. Damien's blue eyes had me remembering last night and the time we'd spent together. Damien smiled back, but there was tension in his eyes. He was taking my question seriously. He ran a hand through his sandy blonde hair. It was strange to see him looking almost rugged. We were all dressed like Icklebot nobles, with teal and white fabric and gold and silver ornaments, though Damien had chosen a finely made red and gray hooded cloak. I supposed it made him feel more comfortable, an extra layer to replace the curtain of ash I'd taken away. "They're hard to see, but there are thick wires strung between the trees. It keeps most large animals out,
and also protects the road from falling branches. They won't keep out a slagpaw.
He nodded, seeing my skepticism.
But they'd have to really want in. And I should smell them coming a mile away. Get some sleep,
Damien said.
The best thing you could do right now is rest up, so you're ready for whatever comes next.
I frowned at him for the ominous comment, but I couldn't fault his logic. Somehow, riding with an exiled prince as escort didn't make me feel as safe as it should have. I knew he was fast and powerful, and while the threat of the fetid mutant beasts in the toxic wasteland around us should have filled me with terror, I was fairly confident we could handle 1 or 2 slagpaw between all of us. But what could one elite and a handful of rebels do against a kingdom? Hopefully it wouldn't come to more violence. We were successful in Icklebot, but it was a temporary triumph. We'd faced a small contingent of guards, not a whole army, and even then we were nearly outdone by only 3 elite. If Garth hadn't switched sides to support Damien, it could have ended badly. We had no idea what we'd face in Denvado. The punishment for treason was death, and the compounds could decide to mete out their own justice in hopes of gaining favor with their new unofficial king. Though he hadn't yet claimed the title, I was sure Nigel would angle to place the crown on his own head. He was the worst of them, my own personal demon, but I suspected more elite would rather abuse power than abdicate control. Without the Covenant, bands of vampires would prey upon the weak and innocent, as they'd almost done to me. The image made me scowl, as a snarl of rage and hatred tumbled out of my throat. But then it passed, and my mood improved. I couldn't afford to get lost in my own thoughts, and I needed to stay sharp. Despite the beauty of the landscape, I couldn't forget the dangers that lurked in the wastelands between the compounds. I wondered what we'd face during the next battle. At least we were more prepared this time, with a large supply of elixir and the weapons we'd stockpiled in Icklebot. The night before had been a celebration, and now I felt like I was paying the price for my optimism and enthusiasm. My stomach felt sick and twisted with worry. My head pounded a subtle throb. Each time Damien turned his head, I smelled the elixir in his veins, and the thirst planted horrible visions in my brain. I had elixir in my pocket, but didn't want to pull it out in front of him, confessing my need, my desperation. For him or his blood, I wasn't sure. And I wasn't sure why I should resist it. I wanted him, and he was mine. Why couldn't I indulge in what I wanted until I was satisfied? Why did I need moderation? Was love such a vice? I wondered if Damien had conversations with himself like this, whether it had been as hard for him to sit next to me, if it was hard for him right now. I blushed, not wanting to give voice to my dark thoughts. I didn't trust them to be sensible and didn't want to try to explain myself. We sat in silence for a few moments before I crossed my arms and leaned back against the soft padded cushions. We cut through a grove of trees, and the darkness grew so thick I couldn't remember shutting my eyelids. When I opened them again, I had the sense that I'd been dreaming. A boy with a crown in a dark forest. I blinked, and the vision faded. The sky had changed, and the moon was higher in the sky, illuminating the path. The colors surprised me, each new snapshot a vivid memory and a learning experience. The sky had been purple at dusk. Now it was navy blue and thick like dark water. The stars sparkled like diamonds, like the earth was wearing a crystal diadem. The King's Road was well maintained and smooth enough to lull me into a false sense of security. Besides the quiet clacking of the horses' hooves striking pavement and the high-pitched squeak of the wagon wheels settling, I could hear the occasional hoot of an owl. Beyond it, I imagined the electric hum of the wire fences hidden along the road. There was something comforting, safe about them, and I hated the thought that I'd been conditioned to captivity. Every once in a while, I felt Damien flinch and wondered what he could hear that I couldn't. The royal roads went from the Citadel of Lights to each of the 8 compounds, and not between them. So eventually we had to turn off and follow a long, winding road through a flat valley. I knew their names, though we'd never learned much geography growing up in Algrave. Somehow I'd already seen half of them, as well as the silent name that had been stricken from any histories. Quantum. The word that was like a curse of everything that had started this whole mess and everything that could follow as a consequence for our betrayal. Damien showed me how to open a tall gate between the wires at key intersections, between the weathered roads of the old world and the straight, narrow paths of the new. There was a hidden key and a password inside a steel box that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. Then he lifted a raised grate that allowed us to venture off the royal road into the wilderness beyond. Going beyond the gates was death, especially at night. But I was a royal consort with an elite prince, and he was the one who knew where we were going. Here the pavement was cracked, and small twigs and branches bounced the wheels, making my teeth chatter. But soon I got used to it and focused on our surroundings. As we skirted abandoned cities, Damien would point out symbols he recognized from the before. Rusty signs for shops and companies long out of business, beckoning us to come closer into the death trap of collapsing buildings and invisible predators. I asked him about sigils or names that I'd seen in other towns, repeated words and logos that made no sense to me, stars and bells and animals with inscrutable combinations of letters. I tried to guess at the meaning, studying the pictures like they were ancient hieroglyphs. Damien laughed when I guessed wrong. Each one was a little microcosm of a world I'd never known, now frozen in shadows and darkness, like a foreign language forgotten from the world. Membership cards and storage wars and 31 flavors. I enjoyed the brief sparkle in Damien's eyes as he described his childhood, trying to see what he saw behind the rubble and broken signs and faded plastic. The collapsed buildings heavy with ash, the tough black shrubs and roots that stretched for miles, the scratching mutids and giant insects I knew must be coursing beneath the ruins, pushed underground by the poisonous ash. Our game ended whenever we passed a macabre scene. A rotting corpse, his intact fingers still on the trigger of a weapon, but his lower torso mangled. A forgotten treehouse with a collection of handmade dolls next to a small stone grave. Everywhere were subtle stories of humanity's demise, a fight for survival until almost no one was left. The race wars, the culling. There were different names, but they erased these personal stories of suffering, made it feel ancient or historical. To see it all here, it was a brutal reminder of the end, the final mess that humans could no longer clean up or sweep away. Damien knew this world, knew what it was like before. He'd even tried to share it with me, in his own way, with the ice cream and roller skating, before the rebels attacked the Citadel. I'd hated them for that, and now I was one of them. But he also knew everything that came after. He'd lived through it. I couldn't imagine what he'd seen or had to deal with at such a young age. We kept the ruins at a distance and stayed on clearer open lands. At first, there were road signs and abandoned buildings, old warehouses and barns. Sometimes a collection of buildings were grouped together, small settlements in the middle of nowhere, unprotected and alone. Each little town looked so similar to the last, I was sure we were going in circles, especially as the moon seemed to change directions, appearing randomly to my left or right. In some places, the ash was a crunchy layer, inches thick, and glistened like snow. It made the open landscape dreamy and idyllic. But I knew the ash was toxic, poisoning everything below it. No light, no air, no clean water. A suffocating blanket of death. Kamina and Jasmine rode at a distance, silhouetted in the moonlight. They would check ahead and then wait for us on the horizon, their soft murmurs drifting in the wind as they whispered in the darkness. In a few places, the groups of rusted vehicles were so thick we'd have to use the sloped, grassy patches on the side to maneuver around them. But eventually there was just nothing but space as far as the eye could see, the dark mountains in the distance carving out black space from the starry night. I heard thumping below me, and Trevor yelling something. Damien pulled up on the reins and slowed the carriage. The back door burst open, and Luke stumbled out, only making it a few paces before vomiting in the street. "Ew," Kamina said, wrinkling her nose as she circled the horse back toward us. Jasmine was nearly asleep behind her chin on her shoulder, and she blinked awake slowly. "Are we there yet?" she asked. Luke and Trevor were in royal uniforms, but made of mismatched pieces, as they had to gather garments with the least amount of tears and stained blood. We thought it might make our little envoy seem more respectable. Jasmine was in a dark purple dress, with a too large jacket that hung to her knees. Kamina wore a noblewoman's pantsuit, with a vest and collared shirt, trimmed with blue and white fur and silver threads. But she'd also kept a modified leather harness that protected her sword arm and shoulder. For once, nobody had told me what to wear, even though the guards in Icklebot assumed I'd want to dress up to please my elite master. There were enough options to find something comfortable. My furry cloak was cozy, and when it got too warm, the t-shirt and long sweater were just right against the cool night air. The leather pants were stiff but smooth and tough, feeling like an extra layer of skin, and the boots were well worn and comfortable, but maybe just because we hadn't actually been walking. I even grabbed a knitted stocking cap to cover my ears, even though it was toasty warm inside the buildings. I was glad of it as we traveled. Sitting up front in the carriage, the breeze was chilly. "Not quite," Damien said. "Seems someone had too much to drink last night." "No shit." Trevor glowered, his large frame squeezing out of the small carriage behind him. "My head is killing me." I hadn't realized my nausea and headache, which had been steadily building since we left Icklebot, could be due to the alcohol, rather than just a withdrawal from a near overdose of elixir. Either way, it wasn't pleasant. Now that we'd stopped and I tried to stand, I felt all the joints and muscles in my body protesting with each step, while the world around me tipped to the side annoyingly. Damien held my arm steady as I turned and descended gracelessly from the carriage step. "I think my butt's asleep," Luke mumbled, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "I can't feel anything." "Then you're lucky," Jasmine said. "I just feel like shit." "At least you could sleep," Trevor said. "I feel like I need to sleep so badly, but I just can't with all the bumps and turns. Every time Damien changes direction, it feels like the cabin is going to flip over." "It might," Damien agreed, studying the wheels. "I don't think it was built to carry your weight." "Not helping," Luke frowned. Trevor looked vaguely insulted, but couldn't tell if Damien was teasing him on purpose. "Why don't we change positions?" I asked. "Can we eat first?" Jasmine asked. "How can you be hungry?" Kamina said, "after you just saw him puke?" "I don't know," she said, stretching her arms. "Reminded me that my stomach is empty." "The elixir sends your digestion into overdrive," Damien said. "It's not uncommon to eat more than usual." "Why don't we take a break?" I said. "Can we risk a fire?" "Don't worry," Luke offered. "We have an elite escort, after all." "That doesn't mean we should be careless," Trevor said. "Let's avoid battles for a few days," Kamina said. "Preferably until we get a proper bed and shower." And a laundry service, Jasmine added. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I can barely put together an outfit without bloodstains on it.
Who cares what you're wearing?
Luke grinned at her.
Look around. There's nobody out here to judge you. I myself am wearing some dead guy's clothes. Do you hear me complaining?
That's literally all you do, Kamina grinned. I'll have you know, Jasmine said, raising her skirts with a fierce little twirl. I am a royal emissary, chosen by the Covenant, and part of the crowned prince's personal entourage. Is that so? Kamina asked, crossing her arms. Well, that's what I'm pretending to be at least. Denvato pays attention to details like this. Looking the right way could signify status, wealth, even political affiliations or alliances. Fabric can be a signal, telepathing your goals and desires. In Icklebot, Kamina said with raised eyebrows, fabric keeps us warm. Bullshit, Jasmine said. This dress is straight up cute. I glanced up at Damien, who was still studying the horizon, further than my mortal eyes could see.
We shouldn't stop,
he said quietly. Just a few minutes, I whispered. We all need it. He nodded up ahead with his chin, where the road lifted to a hill with a small cluster of buildings.
Then let's stop there,
he said, clicking his teeth at the horse.
More privacy.
The others groaned, but trailed behind the wagon in the darkness, down the bumpy, unmaintained road leading into the ruins.
How come all the compounds get to ask for things? Luke asked,
chewing on a sandwich he'd made from pickled fish, fresh butter, and one of the dark loaves of bread we'd grabbed from Icklebot.
What do I get?
What do you want? Kamina asked, picking up the conversation. The rest of us were too busy trying to keep food down. Damien had parked the carriage between two exposed walls, and Trevor started a small fire. It was encouraging somehow, that small flame of light and warmth that chased away the shadows. The settlement was barely more than rubble, buildings with caved-in ceilings, everything buried in inches of thick ash that crunched under our boots. But tucked inside loose doorways and decaying walls were small scenes from the world before, preserved like a time capsule. Faded streamers that said, "Happy First Birthday." Presents never opened.
I'm not sure I'd say no to immortality, Luke said. At the cost of your soul? Trevor mumbled. Sure, why not? Never done me any good.
I took a sip from the glass bottle of water we'd taken from Icklebot, then passed it around to the others. We only had a few more left, but we should reach Denvato long before they ran out.
But barring that, Luke continued, I think I'd like to be mayor in one of your towns. Maybe I'll make my own, like the Shire, where I sit on a throne and make all the rules. Does your new system have room for another compound?
I don't know, Damien said, glancing back at us from his perch, leaning against the side of the building so he could keep an eye on the road down the hill. He gave me a long look before shrugging his shoulders. I guess we should consider it, I said. I mean, if we're giving them the freedom to leave, others should have the freedom to join, if they want to.
Making new elites was forbidden for a reason,
Damien said.
Everything has to be kept at a ratio. 100 people for one elite. That way, they never have to give too much blood. 100 elites, 10,000 people. 9 original compounds plus the Citadel. At least, that's how it started.
But there were nearly 3,000 people in Allgrave, I said, and twice that in the Citadel.
We don't control the birth rate,
Damien said.
Ascension ceremonies were earned, given, or traded as favors.
Like Jessica, I said, my stomach twisting in a knot. Nigel told her he'd make her an elite, in exchange for me.
Well, then she's going to be waiting a long time, Trevor said.
He started to say something else, but then faltered and fell silent. Even with Quandam gone, Kamina said, There's probably more like 20,000 people in the whole kingdom. That means we could be facing as many as 200 elite.
I never kept track of all that, Damien said. My father was the only one allowed to turn people. There was an application process, permits.
Wait, so what would happen if you found an elite without the right papers?
They'd be terminated,
Damien said.
Well, at least if they were feeding from the Covenant's bounty.
I shivered when I remembered he was talking about us, food for our vampire lords. Well, Jasmine said, if you're the king...
I could basically do what I want,
Damien said with a grim smile.
But I'd also be responsible for the consequences.
He let the words drift so we could feel their weight.
So outlaw the elites, Trevor said. Revoke their permits, or at least the bad ones. Have the army hunt them down. It's not so simple, Damien said. That would ensure an open, all-out war that would probably last for decades. And the elites would slaughter the soldiers, no matter how much elixir they drink.
Then make more elites, Luke said, to fight for us. 200 of them? Kamina asked.
Why not?
Luke shrugged.
That wouldn't help, Trevor said. It would just mean a bigger, messier, longer war. And the result would probably be more elite and the extermination of humans.
Fine, but you can make some more. A few at a time, like you promised Icklebot. Strategically.
I don't know if you've noticed, but our numbers are pretty thin.
Other compounds will get jealous, Kamina said, tending the fire. The light glistened off the delicate silver threads of her clothes. We can do it quietly. A secret deal, Jasmine said. Our discretion, who is chosen. It can't be assigned. It must be accepted, desired, based on human merit, not elite discernment. I've had enough secrets to last a lifetime, I said. Well, make it unsecret then. Make it official. 3 elite for every compound. You'll need fewer resources to keep each compound safe, and the elite will stay and serve their communities, rather than visiting once a year to steal away the prettiest girls.
Ouch.
Trevor grinned wistfully, but not untrue. There should be a council, Kamina cut in. People may volunteer or be nominated, but it should be for service, not position. It can't just be a bunch of rich nobles.
I changed my mind, Luke said, stirring the coals of the fire. I want to be a rich noble. None of that duty and responsibility crap.
You know what I mean, Kamina said. The elite would amass wealth and power over time. There must be a limit on what they can own and buy. Voted on, elected, like the mayor. If they are truly to serve and protect, they would be like generals. They should have experience as guardsmen, or women. Prove themselves. Like the trials, I murmured. What you said earlier about the freedom to leave the compounds, that should apply to the chosen as well, Jasmine said. Even if they've entered into the contract willingly, they should be able to leave it, at any time, for any reason.
Not just them,
Damien said quietly.
All women, too. There will be no rape, in wedlock or out of it. Consent rules everything.
Whatever, can we get back to me? Luke cut in. And what do you offer? Trevor said, brooding by the fire. He'd rolled up a cigarette, lighting it with a burning ember.
What have you done for us? Besides my sparkling wit and sunny disposition, Luke asked. Isn't that enough?
Not by a mile, Jasmine teased. And I'll let you know when you start being witty. If it happens, we should throw a party or something.
All right then, Luke said, looking up at Damien. I'll be your translator for the very suspicious and skeptical, elite-hating, blood-whore-despising, free-range havocs who will fire upon anyone who even looks like they're from the compounds. Because, let's face it, a few hundred compounders setting out into the wilderness and seizing territory or claiming lands, they're bound to get into disputes. Kid has a point, actually. Trevor acknowledged. If we do let people leave, are we responsible for them? Can we protect them? You need a negotiator, Luke continued, an eager look in his eyes. Someone who was raised like them, someone they can trust, who has begrudgingly learned that not all elite or chosen are the disgusting monsters we think they are. Luke's smile was broad and elicited a few chuckles from around the campfire. Even Damien's lips curled into a smirk that made my stomach do flips. It was encouraging to be deciding these things together in an open setting around a campfire, rather than in some stuffy political boardroom or office of state. But at the same time, it went against a part of me I didn't know still existed. Jasmine and Kamina seemed at ease enough, but they'd found each other, and Luke was born to this. But what was I? Still a chosen? A rebel? I hated the idea that I had to choose or customize a version of myself for political expediency. I shared a look with Trevor, my oldest friend. Freedom. Deciding. It was its own kind of terror, being responsible for the choices you made. Like stepping off into the dark unknown. Trevor looked away, but not before I saw something dark just below the surface that he didn't want me to see. I realized that the sky was lightening, and my eyes could make out details and colors again. A cold chill swept through me as the fire died down to coals. Damien jerked his chin, and I met him at the carriage, as he quieted the large, muted horses. Then he unlatched the back and lifted the lid to the polished coffin inside. It filled me with dread, but it was better than the refrigerator he'd used earlier, or forcing us to bury him beneath the dirt for a day in Icklebot. He'd be safe. But would we be? What if you're attacked during the day? He murmured, seeming to read my thoughts. His thumb grazed my cheek. You can't help, I said. Stay inside. We'll fight, or run if we have to. Besides, you know I can handle a slag paw. I was only half joking. I'd escaped sure death by slag paw several times already, but I knew each incident would haunt my nightmares forever. Bristling fur and fangs, claws like knives, the stench of rotting flesh and disease. It was worse, now that I knew they'd been people once. Do you even know where we're going? Straight? I asked, nodding down the road. Over there, the road will curve up between the hills. Then, on the other side, you'll hit the royal road into Allgrave. You should recognize everything then. I mean, yeah, probably. After all, I've used that road like one whole time in my entire life, on my way to the Citadel after being chosen. Do I detect a hint of sarcasm in your voice? It's just a defense mechanism for my crippling insecurity. It suits you. He smiled, tucking my hair behind one ear. His cold fingers brushed my neck. Turn left and follow it for a few hours. Secure the fence behind you. You should be safe on the King's Road. By that time, the sun should be setting. We'll be fine, Trevor called loudly while stamping out the fire. Get your beauty rest. It's not like I'll be relaxing. Damien frowned. It's just that I'd rather not burst into flames at dawn. It's cool, I whispered gently, squeezing his arm. They're just teasing you. So the thing is, though, Luke said, the coffin takes up nearly all the space. We were using it as a bench before. There's 5 of us, 1 extra horse and the carriage. 3 people could fit up front. I don't know. I could sprawl out across a good coffin right now, Jasmine said. It'd probably be way more comfortable than this foul beast. My thighs are on fire. Why don't Trevor and I take the horse? I suggested. You 3 ride up front. If it's too crowded or somebody needs to lay down, they can very gently open the back and find space. Will that be okay? Damien looked tense, but nodded. He was putting a lot of trust in us, not to fuck up.
The sky was turning pink now, and Damien took my hand, pulling us behind the carriage for a private moment. Behind the building was a patch of dark trees, absorbing the traces of smoke from our fire.
"I wish I could share the sunrise with you," he said softly.
"I've seen it before," I said.
"I just want to see the light hit your face and watch you enjoy it. But I'll dream of your smile."
He raised my hand and kissed it. I pulled him towards me and kissed him on the mouth. "Good night, sweet prince," I murmured, running my palm down his chest. It was forward, but I felt connected to him since last night and was aching to feel his body again. I just wanted to soak him in before locking him up in a box.
"Shakespeare?"
he asked, quirking an eyebrow. "Is it?" I smiled. "I think I read it in a fairy tale once." His blue eyes were as clear as the sky I'd never seen until just a few days ago. It pained me to know I could never compare them directly, that every day in my future would be marked by his absence. The prince of the Citadel of Lights that I'd condemned to darkness. Chapter 21. Jasmine steered the carriage this time. She had the most experience with horses and seemed to know what she was doing behind the reins. Trevor, meanwhile, had a much worse time of it. The muted horses were skittish around him, and even with Kamina feeding the black beast carrots, Trevor's horse kicked and bumped when he tried to put his weight on it. With Damien asleep, the other chosen and I quietly agreed that we should each take a single drop of elixir. As Kamina said, better safe than sorry. I rolled my shoulders as I let it absorb on my tongue, warming the back of my throat and relaxing my muscles. The exhaustion and mental fog melted away, leaving me alert and focused. I approached the horse with my hand raised, feeling the energy between us. I wasn't sure how compulsion worked on animals exactly, but it was enough to keep him calm as I straddled the creature and took the reins, then helped Trevor up behind me. He flinched, expecting to be thrown off, but the horse remained calm under my influence. We followed the carriage slowly as Jasmine led it over the hill and into the valley below, with Luke in the passenger seat and Kamina resting inside. It was uneasy at first as the dawn brightened, chasing off the long shadows. I relaxed a bit every time we reached a straight, open stretch of landscape and I could see the details on the horizon. It was beautiful, despite the destruction left by 100 years of ashen skies and scorching embers. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, which were gray and heavy, occasionally cutting through in a burst of light, illuminating bright patches in the fields, crowded with green and yellow grass, and even a dusting of pink flowers. It seemed louder in the open, with the buzzing of crickets and sporadic bird calls. It was almost pleasant enough to forget the dangers, and I'd close my eyes and marvel at the warm sunlight on my face. But then we'd find a charred farmhouse with a tire swing, holding a pair of childish skeletons, their bony hands still gripping the frayed rope, or barracks blocking the road, draped with piles of bones and mass open graves. Luke got down to kick through their remains, searching for salvageable gear or weapons. I felt an instinct to bury them, but didn't suggest it, and each town was riddled with more bodies. There was no time to bury the dead, even a century too late. For a while, I ran a mental tally, trying to conceive of how much space it would take to contain them all, which always brought me back to King Richard's cavern of depravity and the warning he'd given me that history could repeat if I upset the delicate scales of his social experiment. A pack of feral dogs chased us away from a used car lot and spooked our horse into a trot that nearly made Trevor slip off his seat behind me. I felt him tighten his arms around my waist. Kamina opened the back and fired a few arrows. Once she'd felled 2 of the creatures, they stopped barking after us. The hour that followed felt too quiet, and I got lost in my thoughts until I felt Trevor shift behind me. He must have dozed off. "Penny for your thoughts?" I asked, calling back to him. "You don't want to know what I'm thinking," he said sleepily. He was right. I didn't, really. And I knew he was grumpy, as he always was when first waking up. But I also knew if he bottled up his feelings, they would fester until I finally pulled them out of him. Better to do it now than leave it unchecked. "If you're sleepy," I started, "you can trade places with Kamina." "Eager to get rid of me?" he said. There was playfulness in his voice, but also something edgier. A darkness he was trying to hide. "I just want what's best for you, liar," he scoffed. I turned back to glare at him, pulling on the reins of the horse and then dropping them, to let the animal graze on the brittle grass near the road. "You stopping?" Luke shouted back at us. "Just stretching," I called back, slipping off the horse. "We'll catch up to you." I stared after them, then turned back to face Trevor, crossing my arms. "All right, I'm listening," I said, "and I hope for your sake it's an apology." I didn't want to have this conversation, not this way. But we hadn't really talked, not since the Shire, and everything had been different then. I didn't know when we'd have another moment alone, and I couldn't let his foul mood put us in more danger. I thought he was going to shout at me, but then his anger faded, and he dragged a hand across his face. "I'm sorry," he said, "but you don't know what it's like." What's like? To be this close to you, to feel you up against me, the warmth of your body in my arms, and know I can never have you. To want you so badly I'm crawling out of my skin. His voice was raw with emotion, and it took my breath away. It was no secret how he felt about me, but he'd never articulated his feelings like this, so openly. "I mean, if you were just being political," he continued, "I'd get it. I understand the plan, and that you have an important role to play in all this. But things have changed, haven't they? You're with him, and you want to be." "I never meant to hurt you," I said softly. "If that were true, you wouldn't have slept with me, given me hope, allowed me to dream of the future every day since. And then running back to Damien. I saw you, Emily. Saw you kiss him. This isn't just a mission for you. Is this really about changing the covenant? Saving your siblings? Or am I just helping your boyfriend get his crown back?" The elixir flared in my blood at the challenge. The emotion in his voice and warm brown eyes cut deep. I had to remind myself he wasn't the enemy, and that I couldn't just tackle him or give him a bloody nose, as I might have once when we were 10. His muscles flexed, anticipating a violent response. I took a deep breath and counted to 3, as his words curdled in the air between us like poison, until I saw an expression of guilt and regret. I'd known this was coming, and I'd been avoiding it, which made it worse for him. I bit my lip to keep from speaking my thoughts. Because I did know what it was like. It was how I felt about Damien and how he felt about me. Some quote about unrequited love teased at the back of my mind. I wondered if, by being reticent, in some unconscious way I was fueling Trevor's desire. I still had no idea how to control my compulsion. I barely knew how it worked. "I'll forgive that," I said finally, "because I truly am sorry for all of it. In the Shire, I didn't know if I'd ever even see him again. I didn't know how I felt. I was lost and alone." "You used me," Trevor said. "I get it. It was just sex. I've done worse. But I never would have done it to you. Not that I'm complaining. I'm just disappointed." I turned back to the horse, not trusting my voice to hold steady. And I couldn't think of any words of comfort that would make this smoother. It was always going to be painful, for both of us.
Wait, Trevor said softly, holding my arm. That's not what I wanted to say. None of it. I actually practiced this out in my head.
How's it going? I asked.
Terribly. Let me try again.
I glanced up at the sky, and then the horizon where I could make out the dark box of the carriage up ahead, near the tree line, waiting for Trevor to speak.
I lost you once, when it wasn't your choice. I think that helped, even though I was angry about it. This time, you're choosing him, even though it doesn't make sense to me, and you don't have to. I just want you to know I respect it. I hate it, but I respect it. And I hate him even more because sometimes I don't hate him that much at all. Sometimes he actually seems like a decent guy, even though he's an elite. If he makes you happy.
What are you doing? Giving me permission? It's a little late for that. Or maybe too early.
I used to imagine, Trevor continued, that your prince gave you a collar, but I gave you a promise. A band of metal. One meant to limit you, one to free you. But maybe they both were a mark of ownership, and if I really wanted you to be free, I had to let you go.
Okay, this apology just got a lot better, I said. Did you think all that up yourself? Trevor smiled, looking sheepish.
Jasmine might have helped a bit with the wording.
That girl is a poet, I said, getting back on the horse and pulling him up behind me. I encouraged it into a trot to catch up to the others. The truth is, I called over my shoulder, I'm not thinking about that stuff. Not really. Not yet. I'm thinking about stopping Nigel and rescuing my siblings. After that,
I know, Trevor said, and I'll help with that. I'll be there for you, whatever it takes.
I nodded, but I wasn't really paying attention. My eyes zoomed in on the carriage up ahead, perched crookedly at the edge of the road, on the crest of a small hill. The horses were still there, but nobody was driving. I kicked the horse into a gallop, racing up the road to rejoin the carriage. Trevor clung to my waist as we heaved up and down, the powerful hooves of the muted horse rushing us forward. From this vantage point, I could see the others huddled behind a bush at the side of the road. They waved me to get down and be quiet. We dismounted, tying up the spare horse before joining them.
What is it? I whispered.
Check it out, Luke said, handing me a pair of rusted binoculars. It took a moment to find the spot where he was pointing, and then another moment to understand what I was seeing. On the other side of the valley below, the King's Road cut through the trees like a ravine. But something was moving down a long stretch of it, wriggling at this distance like a furry caterpillar. Are those people? I asked. I scanned the horizon, trying to figure out the rough distances between the Citadel to our left and Algrave to our right, though both were out of view. Then I studied the crowd again, holding my breath to steady the binoculars. There were far too many people. Lining the long column of citizens wearing earthy colors, the light reflected off the dark uniforms and silver pauldrons of royal soldiers. At the end, at least 20 people shuffled in single file, connected with chains. Whatever this was, it wasn't friendly.
We have to free them, I whispered. There's nothing we can do, Trevor said, and they can't hear you. Those guards are a mile away at least.
But I brought Amber back, just so she'd be safe at home, and now she'll be a slave in the Citadel. Nigel will probably use them as human shields. Everyone I care about. It looks like they're relocating the entire compound.
We can't save them all, Kamina said. Not right now, and not alone. We should continue with our plan.
Jasmine gave me a look of sympathy and rubbed my shoulder. There was a fierce look in her eye. She was angry about this too, or upset on my behalf. but she still agreed with the others. I hated doing nothing, but maybe they were right.
"There's also a silver lining," Luke said. I glared at him so hard he flinched, raising his palms. "No, seriously. We have to cross that road, right? In Icklebot, we weren't worried because we were the shipment. We wouldn't have had it that easy here. There's a chance we'd have crossed Nigel's contingent on the road, either going or coming."
"But if they're all evacuated," Trevor said, catching on.
"Right," Luke said. "No shipment. They're leaving Algrave. Once they're gone, we can just sneak right behind them, following their tracks."
"Won't they smell us?" I asked. "During the day, there's probably no elite with them," Jasmine said. "Strange they didn't do it at night. But maybe having that much blood out in the open would have attracted Slagpaw." "The Royal Guards are sensitive," Kamina said, "but not that sensitive. Not like the elite. We'll just keep our distance."
"We don't know how much elixir Nigel has been feeding them," Trevor said. "It's risky."
"It can't be too much, or they'd go mad and burn out," Kamina said, looking at me. "And however much it is, you can handle more, right?" "Sure, against one guard, or maybe two. Not an army."
"Don't sell yourself short, kid," Luke said. "Gotta have dreams. Besides, there probably aren't that many of them. They only sent 20 to Icklebot." 25, Trevor corrected. "For a routine shipment and show of force. Not an armed escort for 11% of the kingdom's entire blood supply."
"None of this matters right now," Jasmine said. "They aren't here for us." The boys rolled a cigarette with the last of Trevor's tobacco and split it between them. Kamina passed around a canteen of water. Not much left now, and we still had another day of travel. We watched people go by in silence, miles and miles of them. I resisted the urge to scan each harrowed profile with the binoculars, looking for familiar faces. My heart ached as I saw lazy, dark plumes of smoke on the horizon, marking the compound I'd grown up in. This is what Jessica had meant with her cryptic message. Submit to Nigel's rule, or Algrave would burn. And I'd let it happen. We waited another hour after they were out of sight, before continuing down the hill. The road was nearly impassable at a few points, but each time Jasmine maneuvered the horses around the obstacles until we could rejoin the rough concrete. The last stretch through the trees, the afternoon sun broke through the dense branches like a glittering shower. Here, the forest seemed to have reclaimed its domain with a vengeance. Houses were nearly swallowed in thick vines and roots, like they were being pulled down into the earth. Rotten logs sprouted with orange mushrooms, and we had to be careful to avoid nests of muted ants as long as my finger. Even once we were out of the dank, eerie forest, it took longer than I expected to reach the King's Road. Each time I was certain we were nearly there, another obstacle presented itself. We followed our path along the ravine of a river, going around bends in the road with tall, sparse trees and boulders for another hour. Occasionally, we'd pass the remains of a bridge, but none looked stable enough to cross. Finally, the road led to a dead end, with spray-painted arrows pointing to a haphazard pile of cars stretching between the riverbanks.
"You can't be serious," Luke said, pulling up short.
"Is it even wide enough for the carriage?" Kamina asked, poking her head out the back of the carriage. "It must be, or Damien wouldn't have sent us this way."
"He probably just jumps over the damn river," Luke smirked.
"He probably does," I thought. "Or he hasn't been here for 50 years. Elites had a somewhat unreliable sense of time." "You guys go first," Jasmine said, nodding toward me. "See if it'll hold your weight, at least." I took a deep breath and guided the horse forward. He turned his head up as we approached the edge of the makeshift bridge, neighing nervously until I reached down to pat its neck. I felt Trevor gulp behind me and reach around my waist for a tighter grip. The path was narrow, but the top was relatively flat, with long planks of wood and corrugated steel that had been nailed down and welded together roughly. I went about a dozen paces forward before turning back. "I think it's wide enough," I shouted. I rode to the other side and tied up our horse, before Trevor and I walked back across to the carriage. The bridge creaked beneath us, and the wind whipped my hair. We were probably 100 feet off the ground at the midpoint. Far below, the rushing water of a small creek was lined with trees and boulders. We unhooked one of the horses, which Kamina rode across the platform, then used the remaining horse to pull the wagon. I walked with it, calming it from the side, as Jasmine steered. Luke and Trevor helped push and guide the back to make sure the wheels didn't slip off the rugged edge. It seemed to take ages, but finally we made it to the other side. I let out a deep breath once we all regrouped. By now, it was late afternoon, and the fading sun cast a slanted, warm light. We rode in silence for another hour before I finally saw the intersection to the King's Road. It was familiar to me, and a flutter kicked up in my stomach as I recognized it. It had been so long since I'd seen anything familiar. But I'd never been here at dusk, with a band of rebels and a carriage full of elixir. My pulse raced as we followed a dirt path along the outer edge of the road until I found the hidden panel that would allow us access. I breathed easier once it was secured behind us, though my unease lingered as we pushed forward. It seemed so quiet the hoofbeats echoed off the tree trunks. I measured them against the beating of my heart, wondering which was faster. After the sun had set, we pulled up to rest and feed the horses. "So does he have an alarm clock in there, or?" Trevor said, jerking his thumb towards the carriage. "I'll wake him," I said. Though, really, I had no idea how to do that. I squeezed past Kamina as she got out of the carriage, then closed the door behind me. I'm not sure why I needed the privacy, but I felt like I was creeping into someone's bedroom. I waited a few moments, my hand on top of the coffin, waiting to see if I felt any movements. I even put my ear to the flat wooden top, listening for breaths or a heartbeat. But it was silent, and I felt foolish. So eventually, I just knocked. "Yes?" Damien's voice came back, so close and so quickly I jerked backward. "We're here," I stammered. "I mean, it's dark." I leaned back enough for him to unlatch the casket from the inside and raise the wooden lid. It was a fine piece, carved of thick hardwood and rimmed with silk. "Sleep well?" I asked. "Sleeping in someone else's coffin is not pleasant," he said. "Actually, sleeping in a coffin at all is pretty restrictive. But they're effective. I am rested, and I love to see you when I wake up." "Can you see me?" I asked, realizing how dark it was with the windows shuttered and the door closed. I could barely make out his pale face, his eyes gleaming in the darkness. The scent of elixir was intoxicating, like a bouquet of flowers that had gone slightly bad and were starting to rot, earthy and sweet. "I can see you," he purred, leaning forward. "Your chin, your lips, your nose, your eyelids." I felt a flush rise through me. He touched my throat softly, and I felt my own heartbeat beneath his fingers. Do you need to feed?" I asked. "Better not," he said, sitting up and crouching in the carriage. "You need your strength. Do you mind?" He pulled a flask out of his jacket pocket. I shook my head, and he took a long draught, tilting his head back. He licked his lips, then wiped them with the back of his sleeve. When I kissed him, I could taste blood. Then he nodded at me to open the door. Damien got out and stretched, looking around. The others filled him in on what we'd seen. He glanced at me, studying my face, but I kept it neutral. The citizens of Algrave would have to wait. "I would have liked to be farther ahead by now," he said. "Let's keep moving." Damien kept up a brisk pace, nearly racing the horses down the road. This time, Luke and Kamina took the spare horse, while Trevor and Jasmine rode inside the carriage, trying to get a few hours of sleep. We didn't stop again until we'd found the turnoff for the intersection that cut across towards Denvado. Luke helped Damien lift the swiveling section of the fence to open a passageway for the carriage, while I steered it through the narrow portal. The road was barely a trail, shrouded with foliage so thick we had to squeeze through it, and covered in dirt and ash for several miles. But Damien seemed to know where he was going. When he found an obstacle, he'd hand me the reins and fly off the carriage to clear the debris, tossing aside fallen branches or abandoned road signs. He'd be back again moments later, sometimes without even stopping the horses. But then we crossed over to an old highway, writhing through forests and valleys, until everything started to blur, and I fell asleep again. I woke up suddenly hours later, realizing that we'd stopped. The others were huddled in a circle not far away, speaking in hushed whispers. Something was wrong. I heard it a moment later, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. A long howl in the distance, and then another, a little closer, on the other side of us. I jumped down from the carriage to join the others. "We're being hunted," Trevor said. "I heard," I nodded. "So, should we hurry?" "We can't outrun Slagpaw," Damien said. "They've been following us for a few miles. They've caught our scent." "Can you take them?" Luke asked. "Maybe, if I'm well fed. But they're smart. A few of them will try to distract me while the others sneak back for the carriage." "Do they do that? Work together?" "The packs don't usually get very big," Damien said. "Between an elite and a Slagpaw, it's a coin flip. Those that survive an encounter, they get clever." "They're after the elixir, right?" Jasmine asked. "We're not carrying that much of it," Damien said. "Most went to Icklebot, a few dozen vials. No, they're probably hunting me." He exchanged a look with Trevor, something shared. They'd been discussing a plan while I was asleep, but they didn't think I was going to like it. "We can't make it to the King's Road before sunrise. If we keep going, they'll wait until I'm asleep. Then they'll attack from the shadows of the forest, just after dawn." "So what's the alternative?" I asked, my skin prickling with nervousness. I braced myself for the answer. We'd moved too slowly, putting us all in danger, which meant doing something risky and potentially dangerous. "We split up," Damien said. "I'll lead them away from the carriage and circle back up ahead. If they stop tracking you and follow me, maybe they'll lose your trail." "You shouldn't go alone," I said. "None of you could keep up with me." He smirked. "I can outrun a Slagpaw, and defeat one if I have to. But I will need that coffin to be in one piece so I'll be safe after sunrise. You need to protect the carriage." Part of me felt like he was placating me by giving me an important task, and I didn't want to be needy or controlling in front of the others. He was more vulnerable than he appeared, but I trusted him to be careful and avoid a fight he couldn't win. "Wait a moment," I said, reaching into the back of the carriage for the ornate wooden chest and opening it to reveal a dozen glowing vials of raw elixir. I pushed 3 into his hands, which he accepted with a bemused expression. "Spread it out," I said. "It'll confuse them, make it harder for them to track you." "Smart," Damien said, tucking them into the pocket of his cloak. "Keep going. Jasmine knows the way. I'll be back before sunrise." I nodded, and he squeezed my shoulder before taking a hard fork back the way we came. He was across the meadow in a blur, so fast I almost couldn't track him. "Be safe," I whispered. The wind snatched away the warning. The rest of us continued forward. I kept my ears peeled for sounds of struggle, but the air was quiet and heavy with dew that made my jeans damp. Jasmine tried to keep the same pace as Damien had set earlier, though we were much slower when the road was blocked. Trevor sat beside me on the carriage and helped move debris. It was all I could do to keep up, while scanning every shadow for invisible threats. An hour passed, then 2. I almost didn't notice Jasmine slowing until she pulled up suddenly on the reins. Damien was standing alone on the road up ahead, his dark silhouette waiting like a statue, his hand on his sword. Behind him, the sky was starting to lighten. When we were close enough to speak, he finally relaxed his pose. "Are you hurt?" Jasmine asked. My eyes scanned the dark stain on his coat, which looked like it had fresh tears, and his pants were splattered in mud.
"It's not my blood," he said. "I injured one of them."
"That was reckless," I said.
"It was necessary,"
he said, coming towards us with a slight limp. He was injured. His face was tense and pale in the dim light, and his eyes had a fiery orange ring around them. I recognized the signs of bloodthirst. I felt Kamina shift to the side, out of his path. Damien pulled open the back door of the carriage, rooting into the shelves and packages, our gear from Icklebot, and pulling out a leather case filled with glass bottles. Blood shipments. The others looked away as he drained half a bottle, and then refilled his flask, spilling dark red drops that stained his pale fingers. His hands were shaking. "Will you be okay?" I asked, climbing into the carriage behind him.
"That was closer than I'd have liked," he said softly. "But I'll be fine. Get inside the Royal Road as soon as you can. You should be there in a few hours. Then ride it all the way out to Denvado. And Emily?"
"Yes?"
"Ride swiftly. Get inside the compound gates before sunset. I don't think we'll survive another night out here alone."
He kissed me briefly, then lowered himself into his borrowed coffin and locked it from the inside. Chapter 22. We secured the back of the carriage and started moving again. Gradually, a yellow line divided the sky from the horizon and illuminating more detail in the landscape. An hour later, the sun was out, nearly blinding us through the trees in the distance. I welcomed the pleasing warmth at first, after the long, chilly night, but by late morning, it was scorching. If Damien's plan had worked, the Slagpaw would be less tempted to attack in the daylight, though we knew they could. But hopefully the distraction had kept them at bay just long enough to lose our scent. The road edged around an elevated hill, across a wide bridge full of ancient vehicles, and then through a long stretch of ruined suburbs that was probably crawling with mutids. Nobody tried to signal us with mirrors this time, but if there were survivors in these small towns, they'd probably steer clear of what appeared to be a royal carriage. Nobody was stupid enough to shoot us out in the open. Not when there were Slagpaw around, and everyone knew that the elite were the fiercest predators anyway. The landscape had changed again, and everything was foreign to me. Steep brown hills rose sharply like hay bales in a field, some with exposed cliffs. Portions of the ground cover had blossomed, thick with green moss and white flowers, but between them were long stretches of dead soil and the rooty, gnarled plants with burnt flesh and long thorns that I was more familiar with. Worn structures rose from the hills like sentinels, their few remaining windows reflecting each other across the rubble between them like glowing eyes. They peered over the dusty vestiges of apartment complexes and hotels. The roads were worse here, and Jasmine had to turn several blocks to navigate a way forward again. But then, after another short stretch through the tall trees and a long straight highway that rolled up and down like a wave, we found the fence again. It was almost invisible until we were right under it, but then it was imposing. Tall steel spikes, tipped with red glowing lights and connected with barbed wire. This one was still live. I could feel the electricity buzz in the air. Something about it felt comforting, like sneaking back into Allgrave after a long hunt. I watched as the boys found the small control panel on a switch next to the fence, and then swung open the gate for us to pass through. Once they'd closed and locked it behind us, I felt marginally safer. I breathed a sigh of relief when we were inside. "Should be a straight shot from here," Trevor said. "Let's get some food and water before we press on." We stretched, some of us laying out in the open across the road, or sitting on a log to the side, with an impromptu picnic from the supplies we'd brought with us. Jars of pickled fish and cheese, spiced ham and crusty bread, and the last of our bottled water. The sunlight filtered down through the trees, and I had to move twice to get out of the full warmth of its rays as it followed me. It was probably less than half an hour, but it felt like a respite. I was so comfortable on the hard pavement, I groaned when Luke and Trevor started packing up to go. "Another drop of elixir?" Kamina asked, holding up a vial. "I'm not your keeper," I said. "You don't have to ask permission." "In that case, make it 2. She took a long sip and passed the vial to Jasmine. "Are we expecting trouble?" I asked. "Aren't we always?" Jasmine grinned. "If the shipments from the Citadel left at the same time," Trevor said, "it's probably already come and gone." "Or it's still somewhere in between," Luke grumbled. 25 soldiers, 3 elite, Kamina counted. "But the elite will be sleeping in their coffins, and we could probably handle the guards between us." "Here's an idea," Luke said. "Light up their carriage with flaming arrows. Burn them to a crisp and leave them for the slagpaw. What did Damien call those things? S'mores? A crunchy, tasty treat filled with gooey elixir." Trevor had a thoughtful look on his face, like it was a plausible strategy, but then shook his head when I glared at him. I glanced back at the carriage, hoping Damien couldn't hear us. "The idea was to arrive in one piece," I said, "with something to offer. Let's not risk conflict if we don't have to." The boys each took a drop of elixir, and I had 3. I was eager to conserve it, out of habit, but we didn't know what we'd be facing when we arrived in Denvado, and we still had a long way to get there. We needed any advantage we could get, and with Slagpaw on our tail and Damien indisposed and vulnerable, we had to be careful. I tucked the vial away, in an easy-to-access pocket, in case we ran into more trouble on the journey. Then I grabbed the ornate bow I'd picked up in Icklebot. I hadn't had much time to practice with it, but it looked like a quality weapon, and I felt safer with it strapped around my arm. Even though I knew arrows would be fairly useless against Slagpaw, the elite used swords, like I'd done once in the Citadel, after drinking a full bottle of elixir. But I didn't trust myself to be that lucky twice. With elixir, I might be able to control one of them for a few moments, but we didn't know exactly how many were after us. After that, there was nothing more to do but follow the road ahead. We stopped once to change positions, but otherwise rode smoothly through long stretches of the King's Highway, as the sun seemed to chase behind us. In some places, the yellow fields spread in all directions, with only ancient, rotting road signs touting tourist attractions, an expanse of red hills and dry weeds, and angry, charred remains of massive structures that glinted like jagged shards of broken glass. We passed a long row of buses that looked like they'd been turned into shelters many decades ago, and crossed through a twisting area of steep cliffs before descending into another wooded valley. We were just discussing another stop when Jasmine hushed us with a wave of her hand, pointing up ahead. I saw the birds first, buzzards flying in circles above the trees. Something was blocking the road. "Those look like bodies," Trevor said, nodding to the dark clumps scattered across the path. We slowed down and approached on foot, our weapons ready. There were 5 bodies out in the open, and a handful more in the smooth white shell of an empty building off to one side. "They're dead. All of them," Kamina said, scanning the scene. The fluorescent lights of the station were busted and hanging. One remaining bulb flickered in the shadow of the trees. The red lights on the wooden poles above pulsed slowly. "The blood shipment?" Luke asked. "I don't think so. Different uniforms, and not enough of them.
Maybe the rest escaped, Trevor said.
No, Jasmine said. This was a guard post. I remember passing it on my way to the Citadel. They were stationed here. Someone attacked. Slagpaw? I asked, studying the splatters of blood and shredded fabric of their clothing. Elite, Kamina said, holding up the head of one of the soldiers. His throat had been torn out, and a long gash cut through his chest. Who would do this? To the king's forces? I asked. Another rebel elite? One we don't know about?
Well, it wasn't raiders, Luke said, or rebels. They didn't even take their elixir, or their weapons.
Just their blood, I said, my eyes widening. You think one elite did this? 12 guards?
But why? These deaths, they were savage, violent, Luke added. He couldn't have fed on all of them.
Not all of the elite abide by Richard's covenant, I said.
Especially now that he's dead. Trevor nodded. Nobody knows what the rules are anymore. This could be the start of something bigger. Maybe we have more allies than we thought.
That's a stretch, Jasmine said, kicking one of the corpses. He probably killed the others just to enjoy his meal in peace. After all, present company excluded, we know that some elite are psychopathic murderers who hunt for sport, especially when they're hungry.
He didn't kill all of them, Luke said. Look, knife marks. And this one still has a sword in him.
He pulled it out, studying the bloody blade of the royal weapon. They turned on each other? I felt a chill run down my spine. There were only a handful of elite with that kind of power. This isn't a mystery we need right now, Trevor said. Personally, I'm kind of glad the guards are dead and we don't have to explain ourselves. Whoever it was, if he fed on royal guards, he's probably not a threat to us directly, Jasmine said. Maybe he's even on our side. But mainly, with this much blood, he'll probably be sleeping it off for a few days, like a happy lion. It's already been a few days, Kamina said, kicking one of the corpses. 2, at least. Great, I said, crossing my arms. I feel much better now. The royal roads were supposed to be secure, and even though we were trespassing ourselves, it was unnerving to be faced with a mysterious new threat. In that case, Jasmine said, getting back on the carriage and grabbing the reins, we better hurry. You coming? I helped Luke and Trevor lift the bodies to the side of the road, stacking them in a neat pile so we could roll the carriage through. Luke checked their pockets and stashed some of their gear in the back of the carriage before we continued on our way forward. It seemed so crude, somehow. Stealing from the dead. But he'd been raised to be practical, in ways that I was not. I heard Kamina scoff as Luke strapped something around his waist. Some kind of leather harness. Then he reached into the carriage for the pistol he'd claimed from the Shire and fit it snugly into the harness. He must have found bullets in Icklebot. You know you can never use that thing, right? Trevor asked gravely.
Who knows? It could come in handy at the right moment.
Guns are death, Kamina said. The only thing they can give you is the chance to die on your own terms. You know what's the hardest thing about carrying a pistol like that? Resisting the urge to use it.
But it makes me look cool, right? Luke said, pulling out the gun.
I flinched when he tried to spin it around his finger and almost dropped it.
Relax, it's not even loaded. I just like playing with it.
We watched a movie once, in Algrave, Trevor said, about animated toys. There was a spaceman and a cowboy.
You look like the cowboy.
Badass, Luke grinned. He really wasn't, I said. It was years ago, but he was kind of thin and dorky looking, desperate for attention. I could feel the elixir in my veins now, soft and subtle like magic. But it made me antsy to get moving again. We'd been exposed for too long, and the stench of death around us was turning my stomach. I wanted to rinse my hands after moving the bodies, but there wasn't enough water. It would have to wait. We started off slowly, just a gentle trot, staying in the light and following the concrete path as it cut through the dry valley. At one point, we passed some industrial waste, giant white panels with worn surfaces, or massive curved antennas, each pointing toward the horizon like flowers seeking the sun. Then there were large factories and massive construction machines, interspersed with small roadside shops, ruined and rusted down to their nubs like melted candles. Some had been cleared away from the road and stacked in large piles of waste and debris. But finally, even that was behind us, revealing an ocean of sand that seemed to stretch forever. There was no shade, and heat radiated up from the hot concrete in waves, obscuring the view ahead until the black asphalt road seemed to curve and sway like a serpent. I took off my last layer and tied it around my waist, feeling the sweat pool at the base of my neck. Even the horses seemed skittish, but we realized it was just the concrete getting hot. "We need to go faster," I said, "at least until it cools down a bit." The muted horses had remarkable endurance, but they'd been riding for nearly 2 full days with little rest. Jasmine soaked a dry bar of oats in elixir and fed half to each of them. It seemed like forever until the landscape rose again. The road curved between a channel cut between a rocky hillside, and then into a long tunnel that carved straight through the stone. It was a relief to be in the shade, and we slowed to a walk in the darkness. But the echoes made me uneasy. A wave of elixir, triggered by fear, prepared my muscles for exertion, and I instinctively knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring back a few inches, until I could feel the tension. We'd just cleared the other side, and I raised a hand against the sudden brightness. My sharp senses felt overwhelming, and the ground seemed to tremble beneath me. "What is that?" Jasmine asked, her dark eyes wide. But I didn't answer. I lunged at her, rolling us both out of the way as a rock the size of my head crashed into the carriage. It smashed through the wooden seat where she'd been sitting just a moment before. The horses bolted as Jasmine let go of the reins, and I lost my grip as we tumbled off the side. I winced when we hit the ground, but the elixir dulled the pain. It exploded through my body, igniting against the adrenaline coursing through my limbic system. I glanced up at the cliff above the tunnel and thought I saw a flash of gray-blue fur. But then I heard a low growl right behind me that I felt in my bones. I dove to the side as the slagpaw pounced on me, its long claws striking against the concrete like nails on a chalkboard. I spun to confront the shaggy beast, raising a hand as it widened its steaming maw to chomp down on me. I felt my compulsion connect, just long enough to keep it from snapping its jaws shut. I held them open as rancid drool dripped down my arm and shoulder. His wet tongue pressed against me, and his sharp fang pierced my shoulder. My arms shook from the exertion. I wasn't nearly as strong as him, but my compulsion had caught him off guard. Now that it had tasted the elixir in my blood, it wouldn't stop until it had chewed out every drop in my body. Kamina lunged with a roar, slashing at its neck with a long sword that flashed in the light. The slagpaw spit me out with a snarl and darted to the side. I stood facing it, my back to the carriage, protecting Damien. But it was too clever by half. It slashed at me again with a massive paw, and when I ducked under its claws, it tore through one of the muted horses behind me. The animal let out a blood-curdling screech as its insides slopped to the ground. The slagpaw snatched it up by the neck and dragged it away into the trees, leaving a thick trail of blood behind it. I watched in horror as the still-connected carriage bounced over a log and then slammed into a tree. It was dangerously close to tilting over, but then crashed back to earth with a groan. The other horse, tangled up in the snapped leather reins, rolled over and kicked its legs with wild eyes. I held my hand out, compulsing the beast into stillness until Jasmine could hold its bridle. Then The back of the carriage snapped open, and Luke stepped out, holding his ribs.
"What the hell?"
"Shh," I commanded, waving him off. I listened in silence, taut bow pulled against my bleeding shoulder, waiting for an attack. Trevor was at my side a moment later.
"How many?"
he asked, holding his sword ready. "At least 2, I whispered. My heart was racing, and I felt like I'd already drained through my elixir. 3 drops hadn't been nearly enough to face a slagpaw, and I could feel it working to repair my injuries. When I killed one in the Citadel, I'd had a whole vial, and still barely survived. I held my breath in the following stillness, but after a few moments, I lowered my guard and rushed back to the carriage. "We have to keep moving," I said.
"We lost 1 horse," Trevor said, "but the other 2 should be fine to pull the carriage, if we all pile on."
Jasmine untangled the horse from the wagon and led it back to the center of the road with the other, stroking its dark flank. It was still spooked, but apart from a slight limp, seemed unharmed. One problem," Kamina said, stepping over the side of the road towards the carriage, which was leaning crookedly against a tree. We all joined her, and I felt my lungs deflate when I saw one of the wheels had broken off and snapped into pieces. "You awake in there?" I called inside the back of the carriage.
"I am now,"
Damien said.
"What happened?"
His voice sounded far away. "Rockslide," I said. "The carriage is damaged."
"Should I—"
"No, stay in there," I said, glancing around me. The sunlight spattered around us in bright patches, like daggers. "We'll figure it out." "We could carry him back to the tunnel," Jasmine suggested. "And what, hole up until nightfall?"
"It might be safest," Luke agreed. "Someone could take a horse and ride ahead for help."
"We shouldn't split up," I said. "Not now. That slagpaw knew exactly what it was doing. It crippled our transportation and left us stranded. It's after Damien, and it'll probably attack again before dark."
"I've got an idea,"
Trevor said, climbing into the carriage.
"Pardon me, my lord,"
he said, dragging the heavy coffin across the tilted carriage so he could rummage through the supplies. The stench of elixir was nearly overpowering, and I realized several of the vials must have broken. I swiped my fingers through a sticky patch and licked them. Trevor lifted a wooden panel from the floor and pulled out a leather satchel with tools.
"Repair kit," he said. "I noticed it earlier."
"You think you can fix this?" Kamina asked, holding up a chunk of the broken wheel.
"No, but maybe we don't need all 4 wheels."
Jasmine, Kamina, and I stood guard, while the boys worked on dismantling the carriage. Once the horses were clear, they broke off the roof entirely and carried it back to the road, then started on the front axles. I saw Trevor strain as he almost single-handedly lifted the carriage, no doubt with help from some of the spilled elixir in the back. Kamina went to help, and together the 3 of them lifted the bottom segment, connecting 2 of the wheels, and rolled it under the back of the curved hood. Trevor hammered it all together, sweating in the sun, with nails in his mouth. "It's like a sled," he said proudly. "It's a cart," I said. "Will it work?" Trevor shrugged, but together we lifted the coffin out of the wrecked carriage and carried it over to our new vehicle.
"Everything okay out there?"
Damien called from inside.
"I'll have to admit, the sound of pounding hammers makes me uneasy."
"A wheel busted," I said, "but we improvised."
"Then you should keep moving,"
he said. We strapped the coffin down with ropes and then covered it with blankets, tucking in the supplies we wanted to keep. Luke fretted about which of his treasures to leave behind: the fancy vampire kits, the antique weapons, or royal swords.
"We can collect it all later," Trevor said, "if we come back this way."
Sure.
Luke frowned. "Easy come, easy go."
Kamina wiped her face with a blanket, cleaning off a layer of blood that trawled down her neck. She handed it to me, and I dabbed at my shoulder. The wound was already repairing, but I'd bled a lot.
"So much for showing up in style," Jasmine grinned. You two look like shit. Then you'll have to be charming for all of us, Trevor said. Well, that won't be hard, she said, rolling her eyes. You're basically ruffians. I was more shaken than I wanted to admit by the attack. It had been way too close. We'd almost lost everything, and we weren't safe yet. Thanks, by the way, I said to Kamina, handing her back the blood-stained fabric. You probably just saved my life. If it had been anyone else, she said with a scowl, I would have already been too late. Somebody should ride back there with His Highness, Luke said. And by someone, I mean you. He hates being called that, I said. And this is a really stupid idea. I climbed into the back of the makeshift cart and straddled the coffin. With my hands free, I could still use my bow, but only if I didn't hold on to the rickety contraption Trevor had put together. An arrow wouldn't stop a slagpaw normally, but if we were moving quickly, I'd be able to get a few shots in as they approached. The wheels held as we rolled smoothly across the King's Road, and Jasmine spurred the horse into a gallop. Luke and Kamina took the spare horse this time, with Trevor and Jasmine both riding the horse up front. I felt marginally better once the landscape flattened out again, and I could see we weren't being followed. I felt bad for the horse we'd lost, but hopefully it would tide the slagpaw over long enough for us to get somewhere safe. It might not have counted on having to follow us into the open. An hour later, we passed what must have once been an airfield. Long shells of planes on black tarmacs, some torn open or with their wings snapped off. A few looked like they had been used as barricades. Trees grew between them, and sometimes around them. One of the planes had been practically lifted into the air, suspended by branches, like a child's hand playing with a toy. It reminded me of the model plane I'd won for Damien at a fair. That felt like ages ago, when life had just been fun and games, when I'd been a respected chosen, and now I was on the run with stolen horses, dragging the crowned prince in a box behind me. I can't believe those things used to fly, Trevor said. Damien used to fly them, I said. Smaller ones, I think. I saw a picture once. To the side of the airport was a large terminal and a parking lot that stretched for miles. The sun was suffocating, so our conversation died out. The heat from the sand blurred the horizon, obscuring the distances. I saw spots, and I didn't realize at first that the bright lights were reflections from tall towers that seemed to sprout out of the earth. A settlement of some kind that grew larger and more distant as we approached. We slowed our pace. There was nowhere to hide, only sand dunes that shifted like waves. Cutting between them was a deep crevice, spanned by a single, narrow bridge, lined with statues and blue banners. The canyon was so deep, I couldn't see the bottom. On the far side, giant stretches of rock, metal, and glass formed a wall that descended into darkness. A whole city, buried in the sand, deep beneath our feet, revealed by this violent chasm. What am I even looking at? Trevor asked, his eyes widening. Denvato. Jasmine shrugged. It was a great city in the before, but then it flooded. The waters retreated, leaving an ocean of sand. King Richard cleared a moat around it, and we used the top 3 floors of the skyscrapers, as they used to be called. Only now the sky is the earth, and the moat is the gap. But why even have a compound out here? What's the strategy? I asked. If you mean, what do they produce? Damien said through the coffin, his deep voice rumbling from beneath my seat. Remember that the elite only need one thing to survive. Blood, Trevor answered. Human blood. Putting all your eggs in one basket isn't a good idea, Damien continued. Valuable, resource-rich land would always be the most vulnerable. But this, way out here, it's remote. There's nothing here of value, aside from the humans. That's it?
I asked.
That's as much as I know. But apparently I didn't know as much as I should have. I didn't know about Squirmhead, the truth about the ash. So Denvado could be harboring some equally mind-blowing secret? Luke asked. I have no idea. I haven't been here for decades.
Damien's voice drifted off, fading away behind the squeaking wheels of our makeshift cart as we rolled closer to the city swallowed by sand.
Well, there's no way across that bridge, Trevor said, without, crossing the bridge. Should we wait until dark and do it with Damien? Luke asked. I mean, he's still a prince. They'll honor that, won't they?
They should, at least until we've had a chance to talk, Jasmine said. But it might be better for me to go in alone. If they see you, if they recognize you... No way, I said. I can be useful.
We don't know if we beat the other shipment, Luke said. If they're already inside, it would be better to scope it out first, while the sun is still up. We could dispose of the 25 soldiers, if the elite are locked up like Damien. Taking them out of the equation gives us an advantage. If the people are with us, we could seize control of everything during the day. Burn them in their coffins, like I said before. Why is this so complicated?
That's not a lot of time to find allies. But we shouldn't wait, I agreed. Those Slagpaw aren't far behind, and they're cunning. One of them damaged the carriage with that rock slide.
Wait, a Slagpaw did that? Luke asked.
I think so, I nodded, and it's probably still following us.
Better to avoid conflict for now,
Damien said, his voice distant.
You need to get us inside safely first. Learn as much as you can before dark. If the elite are here, our best weapon is information.
What if they arrive later? Jasmine asked. We might not be able to get out again. Denvado is a fortress, one way in or out. If they take the bridge while we're still inside, we'll be trapped.
By that time, if all goes well, we'll have Denvado on our side, Trevor said. As long as we get through the gates.
Wait, Kamina said. I've got an idea. What? I asked. A glamour. You said you nearly compulsed Jessica. What if that's not all you can do? What if we pretend to have the king in there, in the coffin? I mean, the royal carriage, the impressive horses, the uniforms? We could pretend we are the shipment. We don't have enough elixir, I frowned.
They don't know that, Trevor said. We'll say we got attacked on the journey, and we're all that's left. They'll let us in, at least, and probably take us right to their leaders. No violence. And then, after dark, Damien will have a chance to press our case. Assuming the real shipment doesn't show up. If they aren't here yet, they're probably a day behind.
If we convince the army, Jasmine added, and if they're with us, we'll be able to take the real shipment when it arrives. But don't expect it to be that easy. Political negotiations are based on trust and relationships in Denvado. They take time to ripen.
And if they're already here? Luke asked.
Then it's a choice between the 2 Slagpaw behind us and the 3 elite waiting in secret to pounce, Kamina said. But at least we've got an hour of daylight left to find out.
Do you want a quick death or a surprising death?
Damien joked darkly. Fine, I said, but we need to hurry, and Trevor and Luke should do the talking. I didn't like starting out with a lie, and loathed the idea of compulsing another human on purpose. It reminded me too much of the king's terrible power. But we were low on options. We waited as the boys quickly put on the scraps of uniforms we'd collected from royal guards. They looked rough, but it would help sell our story. Then we rolled the cart forward until the first row of guards saw us. A bugle sounded an alarm. We heard shouts as torches flickered to life down the sides of the bridge, then the rustling of metal and drawstrings. I flinched, scanning the line of archers on the far side of the bridge, but steeled myself not to duck behind the wooden cart. A few dozen men stood on the high ground, a line of silhouettes against the orange and pink sky, just as twinkling stars were first starting to appear. I was thirsty, but something told me I couldn't relax yet. Instead, I snuck another sip of elixir from my pocket. Luke and Trevor stood in front, in passable uniforms. The red patches on their coats inscribed with the royal insignia stood out against locals with dark beards and eyes, who were mostly wearing long robes with gold earrings or necklaces that sparkled in the setting sun.
"State your business."
A soldier stepped forward, in plated armor and a helmet, while two others blocked the passage with jagged spears.
"Royal envoy," Trevor said, squaring his shoulders. "Like hell you are. Where's the rest of you?"
"Had some trouble on the road, got separated," Luke said.
"What's your transport?"
"I assume you've seen the broadcast from the Capitol?" Trevor asked.
"We've seen it,"
the man said shrewdly, his hand on the hilt of a curved sword that hung from his waist. It was so long it nearly touched the ground. His gray eyes were bright with elixir, especially against his weathered dark skin. But if this was a trap, they would have attacked already. Trevor faltered, and I saw him reaching for his weapon, also sensing the threat. Jasmine shoved him aside impatiently, tossing her hair like a spoiled noble. "Then you've been expecting us. Those vile rebels got most of our elixir, but there should be more on its way. As for the blood shipment we've come to collect, due to our unorthodox arrival and the possibility of a drop in elixir provided, we are willing to discuss terms with you."
"Terms?"
The guard narrowed his eyes. "A temporary exemption of the blood tribute, only for right now, and only for Denvado. We'll be happy to go over the details once we're inside."
"Who are you to make such deals?"
The guard smiled wickedly.
"To bargain on behalf of the king."
He drew his sword and held it in a fighting stance. I saw Kamina shift, reaching for the dagger at the small of her back. Trevor returned the grin and gestured to the back of the cart. I lifted the blankets, revealing the sleek, black coffin. The guards shrank back, realizing what it must contain.
"Well,"
Trevor said, pulling out Damien's crown from a leather pouch. "You can probably guess who is inside of that box, but just in case, he told me to show you this." The guards ogled the jeweled crown and nervously looked behind them for support. They weren't qualified to make these kind of decisions. I could use that to my advantage. "We're exactly the right people for this," I said, turning to glare at the head guard. "And you obviously aren't, no offense." I kept my wrists hidden, but sensed he may have recognized me anyway. I focused my will at him until I felt a thread of understanding flow between us. "I promise, your leaders will want to hear what we have to say. So I suggest you let us in."
"Or," Luke pushed, "when the sun goes down, the king can express his displeasure personally. After all, he'll be thirsty after such a long journey."
The threat hung heavy in the air between us, but it had the intended effect. Their faces went slack with doubt and terror, but they were pushed aside by a man with elaborate black armor and a severe, narrow beard. He was bigger than Trevor and twice his age, carrying an axe. Gold bangles obscured the scars down his arm.
"It's a trick,"
he said, shoving the other man out of his way.
"There's nobody even in there. You will go no further until we verify your cargo."
"Open it," someone called out. My blade was unsheathed before the man took another step forward. I moved on impulse, rolling out of the cart faster than I expected, with the tip of Damien's regal sword inches from his neck, even though he towered over me. "Touch that cargo, and I'll drop your head into the abyss." I felt the rushing elixir flood through me, hot and sticky beneath my skin. The man glared down at me, glancing at the edge of the canyon behind him, then focusing on the dark red marks on my wrists and palms, which were partially hidden by recent bloodstains. I heard the clatter of weapons being drawn and realized we were surrounded, with a dozen guards pointing swords and a handful of archers just behind them. Jasmine gently pushed my blade down. "We can't open it," she said. "At least until sunset. The elite are sensitive to sunlight, and we're sworn to protect them."
"Chosen?"
the man asked, scrutinizing her. There was a flash of recognition, but he didn't back down until I nodded stiffly, then withdrew the point of Damien's sword from his throat. "I'll die before I let your thugs disturb His Majesty's rest." I was laying it on a little thick, but I was no actress, and the sentiment was real. The younger man in robes, with gray eyes and the long sword, smoothly slid the weapon away into his scabbard, then motioned for the rest of the guards to stand down.
"Well then, I suppose you'd better come inside."
He sighed, turning his back for us to follow him. Chapter 23. The guards stepped to the side to let us pass, forming wary rows behind us to block our escape. Large chunks of concrete created a narrow bridge over the still shifting sands as gusts of wind teased my hair. The creaking of the wheels felt like a high-pitched whine. The makeshift cart was barely holding together after our harrowing journey. On the other side of the bridge, a decorative iron gate stretched between two buildings, or rather, the tops of buildings, with patios extending around them. The walls were made of tall panes of glass, and it was hard to believe that the majority of these large structures were buried deep underground. Even the exposed tips were massive, 3 or 4 floors at least, and framed with potted trees in severe rows, with cultured beds of exotic flowers in the shade beneath them. Even the pavement was made from artfully arranged pieces of rubble, mosaics which made kaleidoscopic patterns in the dappled sunlight. They danced beneath our feet like a forgotten puzzle. Inside the gates, the town was unlike anything I'd ever seen. It unfolded like a desert flower. It reminded me a bit of the markets in the Citadel, with wide tents made of white canvas, lined with rugs and furniture. They scaled the buildings like spiderwebs, connected with bridges made of wooden planks and rope. Men drank sweet tea and played backgammon on wooden tables, beneath leafy palm trees in shaded gardens. A crowd grew around us, dressed in finely stitched robes. Some of the women covered their faces with translucent veils, peering at me with dark eyes. I froze when I saw a few of them with dark, geometric red stains on their hands and wrists, like mine. They raised their fingers to their lips in a gesture I couldn't understand. I wasn't sure if it was some kind of greeting or a defensive spell to ward off the evil eye. Jasmine had told me little about her compound or its customs. Few were armed, apart from the guards, but they studied me with piercing eyes, wondering whether I was a threat, and flinching when they saw the dark coffin the horses pulled behind us. Jasmine rode tall in her saddle, and a group of young boys trailed behind her, marveling at the muted beasts in awe. Luke and Trevor followed on foot. We stopped at a stable to water the horses, and I got out to stretch my legs. I noticed a trickle of water running through groves on the side of the street, and traced it towards the center, until I could see a wide fountain sprouting from a central platform, pumping streams between green ferns in great bronze pots. I smelled incense and found a miniature temple, raised up like a birdhouse. It was a tiny version of the Royal Renewal Center, with its sweeping arches and stained glass windows, but made of painted wood and broken glass. I glanced behind me, tensing as I realized I'd let my curiosity distract me from our mission. When I rejoined the others, our armed escorts had been replaced by 3 well-dressed citizens. 2 were women. The first wore light plates of armor that rippled in the light. She had knives on her belt and a short, curved spear across her back. They looked sharp, but also decorative. Security, I guessed. but not an ordinary guard. Her skin was spotted and wrinkled, and her hair touched with gray and pulled into tight braids above her ears. The other woman had smooth skin, only a shade lighter than Jasmine's, and teal eyes made more striking by the glittery eyeshadow. She was draped in a flowing dress, pinned together with sequins and far too much yellow fabric, that hung in narrow loops and intricate coils. She appeared unarmed, but I could sense she was the more dangerous one.
"Greetings, and apologies."
The man spoke first, giving us a formal bow.
"We would have had a real welcome for you, had we known you were visiting."
He was a curate, I realized, though the style of his garb was unknown to me, and even more strange than I was used to. Purple robes fell to the top of polished boots, and his long dark hair formed intricate, pointy spirals above the painted silver stars on his forehead. Mascara and gold eyeliner made his eyes seem enormous and feline.
"The royal broadcast should have alerted you to our arrival," Trevor said, "assuming you're still loyal to the kingdom."
I sucked in a breath. It was risky to goad them like that, but I used the opportunity to study their faces for any reaction.
"We understand the terms of the covenant," he assured us, "though the recent amendments seem extreme."
He was choosing his words carefully, giving nothing away. There was something greedy in his eyes, and I wondered if he was already planning to trade us in for Nigel's ransom.
"There has been some speculation about where the king and the prince actually are,"
the older woman said,
"and why they didn't make their intentions known to us directly."
She was fishing for information. A general, probably. "It's most unorthodox," interrupted the one in yellow. "And sudden. I mean, nothing like this has ever happened." Nobility, from her poise and sense of entitlement. She was used to getting her way, and I saw her scan our garments with a critical eye, as if our soiled fashion from Icklebot was offensive to her. "So much for showing up in style," Jasmine whispered, after dismounting from her horse to stand next to me. "We'll have to make up for it with charm." "I don't think I have any charm left in me," I said under my breath. "I don't know. You were pretty charming back there with the guards." "You were right," I smirked. "Politics is too slow, so I chose violence."
"You ask why the prince didn't contact you directly?" Luke asked, jerking his thumb towards the cart. "Well, who do you think is in the box?" "His Royal Highness?"
The curate blanched, his hands raised in the air, halfway to his head, like he didn't know what to do with them.
"Is he your captive?"
the general asked pointedly. "What?" I asked. "No, he's our escort. The three of us are chosen. Our oath is sacred, and we are bonded in our loyalty to the crown. Jasmine, you should know already." "Oh, yes," the woman in yellow sneered, raising an eyebrow and crossing her arms. "We know Jasmine." I felt like they were being deliberately obtuse, trying to trip us up. The elixir pulsed under my skin, still on edge from the long trip. I couldn't remember the last time I'd slept. I squinted against the setting sun, my throat parched, while we stood at an impasse. Trevor took out the crown and flashed it by his side casually, tapping it against his leg. The crowd tensed, and I noticed a dozen guards moving through the crowd, marked only by the subtle gleaming of their swords and armor. I got the feeling they were waiting for a command. "Of course, you can't be faulted for your caution," Jasmine said, stepping forward and pulling back her hood. "In fact, His Royal Highness expected it. That's why he entrusted us with his crown. At least until it's safe enough for him to address you himself, personally. Of course, he will also expect a report on how we were received after such a difficult and arduous journey." The general gave a slight shake of her head, imperceptible, nearly, but my eyes were keen with elixir. The curate regained his composure and then bent down in a low, graceful bow, twice as deep and slow as his previous one.
"We are honored to receive you," he said. "I am Rasha. This is Salma, and our mayor, Farah.
Curate, noble, and military, I decided, trying to figure out who exactly was in charge. I knew that mayors were often a title only, more of a liaison of sorts, and Farah seemed only a few years older than me. She had the smooth confidence of privilege, and she was pretty, in an exotic way, with wide eyes and a pinched nose. "Well," she said, glancing up at the fading sun, "it'll be dark soon. We can all talk then, and do this formal rigmarole again when we're better prepared. In the meantime, may I suggest a bath? Unless you'd prefer to eat first. You'll stay in the palace, of course." "You have a palace?" Kamina asked, raising her eyebrows. "I guess so," Jasmine said, crossing her arms, "though I've never seen inside it." "You're a royal guest," Farah said, waving her hand, assuming a practiced authority, "and you will be treated as such." Salma fell in step next to Jasmine. "Welcome home, daughter of Denvado," she murmured softly, just loud enough for us to hear it. "I was wondering whether you'd forgotten me," Jasmine whispered. "It's been less than a year since you were chosen," Salma said. "I may be old, but I'm not senile. Even if you did show up like scavengers, dressed in rags, it might take a month's supply of soap to scrub you clean again." She squeezed Jasmine's arm with a slight smile and then moved ahead to join the mayor and curate. We followed, with a group of guards behind us, their beards tucked into long navy coats with silver stitching. Luke and Trevor were like a pair of roses in a garden of black vines. The royal uniforms drew eyes, and I couldn't tell if they were respectful or hostile. The elixir made the sensations overwhelming, but also strong and captivating. Tiny white flowers filled the air with perfume. At the end of the main street was a glass pyramid, or the appearance of one. The structure was made of steel, and the entire thing looked like a transparent garden. A thin layer of ash made a light shade and welcoming coolness. The interior was filled with standing walls of greenery, hanging plants, and even crops, taking advantage of the high, spacious windows. The floor tiles were chipped, but clean, the walls painted in soothing light blue with ornate decorations. A giant painting covered one whole wall, of a battle scene, in a frame bigger than my house. "What about Damien?" I asked, nodding behind me. 6 guards were carrying him in our wake, like a funeral procession for a dead pharaoh. They'd halted just outside the steps of the entrance. Chills ran down my spine to see him handled this way, but it was better than leaving him in the stable with the horses. "He'll be fine," Curate Rasha said. "You will get the very comfortable suites we've set up for elite guests. But until the sun sets, I think it's best we store him down below. The lower floors are absolutely light-proof, and quite comfortable, I assure you. We have, as you mentioned, been preparing for an elite visit. Even though it's the first since our changed circumstances, you will not find fault with our hospitality, which is quite legendary. I have a bowl of chilled leeches, freshly engorged, that I'm sure he'll enjoy greatly." "I should go with him," I said. "It would be my honor to personally protect him," said the curate in an ingratiating tone. Most of the curates I'd known hadn't been that bad, but I was new here. I wished there was time to consult with Jasmine. I glanced at her, but she only shrugged. "Elite noses are very sensitive," Farah said, "especially when they're hungry. The courteous thing would be to clean yourselves up before dinner, so our conversation can be undistracted by unwanted sensations." "Especially that one," Salma said, nodding at Luke. "He smells nearly rancid." Trevor chuckled, and my tension lessened. "Hey, I shower once a week," Luke protested, "just like everyone." Farah turned around, floating away down a tall corridor of polished marble, warm sunlight illuminating her figure through the thin yellow fabric. "Follow me," she called over her shoulder, with a curved finger.
Yes, ma'am, Luke grinned. You know, if you want to share your experience of showers, give me some general tips.
Kamina rolled her eyes, and Jasmine grabbed her wrist.
Hey, pretty lady, got any hot shower tips? She giggled.
I looked back towards the entrance, where the curate gave me a solemn nod. Part of me didn't want to let Damien out of my sight, but I let Trevor steer me away after the others. Curates were mostly loyal to the crown, and if they weren't, then they were rebels, like us. Either way, he should be safe for an hour. On the second and third floor were wide, spacious apartments with ferns in gold pots, thick rugs, soft sheets and blankets. Artwork, antiques, and statues decorated the interiors, though it had a weird mesh of styles, almost like an upscale flea market. It was darker than the Citadel, even though the setting sun sliced through the tinted windows and skylights.
Holy shit, Luke said, going through a side door. Private bathrooms.
I heard the sound of running water, then Luke poked his head out. He'd already taken his shirt off.
I might be a while, he said. Anybody need to pee first?
We have our own bathrooms, Trevor said.
Knock yourself out.
Jasmine flopped on the bed, while Kamina went to the far bathroom in the connected apartment. I found a tray with snacks and pitchers full of juice and water. I poured myself a glass, and then another, quenching my thirst, before stretching out on the comfortable bed next to Jasmine. I must have dozed off, and sat up suddenly hours later. The room was dark, apart from a dim light plugged into the wall. I felt movement, and realized I wasn't alone. A hand clasped over my mouth, holding me down. "Relax," Jasmine whispered. "It's just me." I blinked at her, and she pulled her hand away, wiping it on her pants. "Ew, do you always drool when you sleep?" "Sorry," I said, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. "Shh," she said, nodding behind me. My eyes adjusted to the dark, and I spotted a dark shape on the couch. "Trevor?" I whispered. Jasmine nodded. "Let him sleep. He needs it. Luke's out too, in the other room. Here, put this on. You can shower later. Kamina's waiting outside." She tossed me a dress and some other garments. I got up quietly and slipped into my shoes. The dress left my legs bare, but was tight around my shoulders and hooded. Outside, down the hall, we met Kamina by the pillars in a covered courtyard. They'd both showered and changed. "How do I even wear this?" I asked, struggling with the long, flowy folds of fabric that hung from straps around my waist and arms, serving no purpose or function. Jasmine adjusted the metal loops and hooks that hung from the leather belt, then rubbed a small piece of coal under my eyes and blended it in with her finger. She'd already done the same on her dark almond eyes, making them seem larger. "What about Damien?" I asked. "He hasn't come up yet," Kamina said. "He's probably being entertained, showered with gifts and a selection of Denvado's most famous blood reserves, aged in oak barrels." "Don't forget the leeches," Jasmine said, wrinkling her nose. "Can't be much worse than the oysters we had in Crawlust." I didn't like the idea, but that sounded about right, after the spectacle in Squirmhead. Maybe Damien wanted to spare me from it this time. Or he blamed me for losing my cool out there with the guards. It made me angry to think he'd leave me out of important discussions. But we also both knew how much we needed this. And Denvado, from what I could tell so far, was a complicated place. Negotiations would go smoother without a loose cannon to blow it all up. Still, I was anxious. "Shouldn't we make a deal first?" I asked. "Talk to the elders or whatever?" "We don't have elders in Denvado," Jasmine said, her eyes softening. "We have precepts, like little mayors for each neighborhood. But they aren't the real seat of power around here." "They aren't?" I asked. "Nope. That's what I wanted to show you. Kamina was asking me about where I grew up, asking whether I had anybody I wanted to visit. I wanted to share it with you, too, so that you'd understand. Understand what? Everything. She waved for us to dart forward, down into an underground passage that led back to the main square we'd passed earlier. Sections of it were abandoned, and we passed through a storage center full of cobwebs and rats. "Why are we sneaking out?" Kamina said. "Aren't we royal guests?" "Let's just say Farah wouldn't love where we're going. But I promise it'll be better than a stuffy state dinner. Let Damien deal with the sycophants on the council," she added. "He can distract them while we see what's really going on." "But if we aren't meeting the nobles?" I asked. "Then why are we all dressed up?" All this noble crap was probably pulled from Farah's wardrobe personally, no doubt to humiliate us, Jasmine said. "But don't worry, we'll swap it with something better. Unless you have something else to change into." I let my objections fade and focused on not tripping over the loose folds of my dress as Jasmine darted between shadows. It was all I could do to keep up, though I'm sure I wasn't exactly stealthy. Finally, we found an exit to the labyrinthine palace and made our way down a flight of narrow steps to street level. The night air was thick and cool at the same time. Denvado during the day had seemed quiet, but already we could see the flickering of lights and hear voices up ahead as we cut through the mostly dark desert compound. At night, it was a city of melted glass and falling sand, with sharp ridges rising up at the edges of dangerous plummets that crossed through the city, canals to the dark abyss below. Rope bridges led across the chasms to plastic domes, lit up like giant lanterns. Deeper below, wooden cubicles, built using heavy scaffolding and scrap, stretched up the sides of the ancient metal towers like barnacles. Some of these were painted in bright colors. Tents were stretched between the buildings that smelled like garlic and spice. Jasmine traded some rare herbs from Scormhead with an old lady in black leather and a frilly maroon skirt, then bought us flatbread wrapped around juicy pork with a fried egg. Musicians played stringed instruments in shadowed courtyards to a small gathering of nobles, wrapped in colorful robes. A few couples were dancing, but it was strangely subdued and peaceful, almost like a performance. "This is spicy," Kamina said, her cheeks going red. "Barely," Jasmine smirked. "They make us eat ghost peppers when we're 5, to teach us that life is pain, and leave us to cry and suffer. After that, though, our food is tolerable." "You must think the Citadel food's so bland," I said. "You have no idea. But that's not the lesson. The point is that water is precious and tears are wasteful." "What about the fountains around the palace?" Kamina asked. "It's for show. It makes the nobles feel powerful, that they can bless the lower dredges with resources while beautifying their surroundings. But actually, the crops grow between the floors in vertical shafts. It's not a fountain, it's an irrigation system. All waste is recycled as the damp settles. But it's also true that the nobles consume more than their fair share, and the culture prevents the rest of us from voicing complaints." She led us around a wide, shallow pond filled with lilies. A handful of people were tending to reeds of purple rice in the lamplight, their arms and head covered. The fields stretched out behind them, illuminated by strings of lights, and dotted with tall white cranes. Then the buildings grew dense again. This area was less polished than the cultivated areas near the front gates, and in some places, makeshift stalls were crowded with piles of junk and relics, pulled from the buildings below. We passed a butcher, with roasted geese hanging on skewers, and piles of coarse, boiled and salted leaves, drying on woven mats by the street. In the middle of a courtyard between a circle of buildings, a wide hole receded into the earth with dangerous-looking levels and layers. It was perfectly round and pitch black, framed with jagged mosaics of mirrors and broken glass. But some of the apartments below had crumbled apart, and now seeped with climbing vines and leaking sand that dripped like dry waterfalls.
"What's this?" Kamina asked, peering into the void. "The death of our childhood," Jasmine said, her dark eyes dancing in the torchlight. Kamina nudged her playfully, and she laughed. "We have to jump," she explained. "It's our choice, when we're ready, but everyone must after they turn 12. Some do it right away. You? I was 14. I had nothing to prove, and I knew I wasn't afraid. I just thought I'd rather spend the extra years training. Fear will never be my enemy, as it is for some. The pit could wait. But if I faced the wrong monster too soon, it would be a real end."
It was no wonder the girls had seemed so strong and competent when we first met in the Citadel. They'd had harsher upbringings, despite the risks I took to feed my family.
"You're incredible," Kamina said, pulling her closer.
"I know," Jasmine said.
"What's at the bottom?"
I asked, leaning over the edge. "Nobody is allowed to talk about what happens after you fall, except that everybody survives. You can do it all alone, at midnight, or you can announce it and assemble a party, like a birthday. That's the beginning of our real lives." On one side of the pit, a rusty section of stairs clung to the side of the building, descending into darkness. Jasmine went down one flight of the stairs, then turned down another. "How deep does this go?" I asked, trying to see into the inky depths between the stairwells. "Until the bottom," Jasmine said. We descended 3 more flights of stairs, and then the space between the buildings was crushed in with rubble, concrete, and small round holes where sand slowly dribbled in, making a long hissing noise. Jasmine crossed through a long hall to an open doorway. I was about to step through it when she grabbed my wrist and pulled me back. "Careful," she said. She kicked a few pebbles into the darkness, and I heard them fall, pinging against the walls like bells, getting further away. "It's another 6 floors down, and I like you better with bones inside your body." She pounded on the wall, reverberating the metal. After a long moment, another answered her down below, then lit a blue lantern that illuminated the deep square well. "Elevator shaft," Jasmine said. "It's bent, so we can't get the elevator to work, but it's the only path to the lower floors. That's why the nobles never come down here. Ready to get these dresses dirty?" "What's down there?" I asked. "The real Denvado, the beating heart." She smirked, then jumped into the shaft, grabbing the thick cables hanging from the center and lowering herself down. Her dress fanned around her like an umbrella, revealing her dark legs. "After you," Kamina said. I sighed and followed, gripping the cables tightly. Everything was spinning and bouncing, so I descended as quickly as I could. I'd had a lot of practice climbing up things, but was less experienced climbing down. My arms were shaking when I reached the bottom, and sweat prickled at the base of my neck. We cut through a few more corridors and emerged from another door. I felt Kamina stiffen as we were bathed in bright lights. Disoriented, I stared around me, trying to make sense of what I was looking at. It was a whole city, buried in sand. The streets had been swept clean and cleared, and many of the buildings had been restored. Every few dozen paces, a tall lamp shone on a round patch of light. The streets were full of pedestrians and people selling goods or services, from blankets with handwritten signs. "Disappointed?" Jasmine asked. "Relieved," Kamina said. "I was picturing the morbid remains of foolish youth." "There's not much space up there in the tops," Jasmine said. "So those quarters are for noble families, the curate's and the mayor's house. But the majority of the population lives down here on the ground floor." She nodded to the bases of the buildings, their windows lit up from within. They disappeared into the sandy ceiling after a few floors, which was supported with heavy beams. A soft mechanical grinding filled the air. It reminded me of the purification engines, but harsher. More of a grating noise than the quiet purr I was used to. "There's no ash down here," Jasmine said, "but also no oxygen. The engines pump air in from outside, or they do now. We hacked the grid, but it's an open secret. The nobles benefit from the covenant, but we provide the value. And there's always more space down below, or treasure, for those who would seek to claim it. But it's dangerous." We passed a rolling cart with fried foods on sticks. Crickets and cockroaches, from what I could see. But also some rats, nearly as big as a rabbit. The meat was rolled into thin batter with sliced radishes. "What do you think makes all the holes?" Jasmine said when she caught me staring at the selection. "The vermin steal our food and consume our waste. So, we eat them. Except the sand beetles. Those are lucky. Tough, with blue and green iridescent shells. Strong, beautiful, and dangerous, like us. We keep them as pets." "They're poisonous?" Kamina asked. "Not really, but they bite. We use the scorpions for poison darts. We lose dozens of people a year to those bastards." We turned down one street at an intersection to an even busier area with more people. I could barely make out the distant wall of the cavern at the other end. "How did you even build all this?" I asked. "It must have taken decades." "At first, so they say, we were all cooped up in the first few levels, just underground. We took turns tending to crops or getting fresh air on the surface. There are parks and recreational areas up there, but no homes. We used the space to train and have public events. But the nobles used their privilege to move into the public buildings and started barring our entry. They'd look down on us, frown at our clothes, our dirt, because we had water rations that they refused to abide. It all trickles down, they'd say. But it was a lie, and resources became scarce. So we began to dig. Tunnels, at first, seeking loot from the before. Then whole apartments. My great-grandfather spent 10 years digging out around that building there," Jasmine said, pointing to a large structure with columns and steps. "He could have kept it for himself, but he told others. It was delicate work. The diggers explore, hoping to find resources or new spaces to inhabit. Finders keepers. But if a tunnel caves in, fills with sand, not everyone comes back. Eventually, they worked out a system. Carve out a little, plaster it up with epoxy, and use pulleys and buckets to haul up the sand or wheelbarrows to push it out into the canyon from the side. When they dig high enough, they pave the ceiling with concrete. It needs to be redone every few years." "It's like an ant colony," Kamina said. "Kind of." Jasmine frowned, though we prefer the sand beetles, if you're going to compare us to insects. There's thousands of us, and we work together. But it's not aimless obedience to some distant queen. It could take a lifetime to carve out just one apartment and fortify it. But we keep the spoils of our labor. There are special permissions and such, especially below the main palace and square, where digging is forbidden, because it's too unstable. But this area, in the back, and this deep, you're never sure when all that pressure from above will collapse the walls. High risk, high reward, I said. We breed quickly, we die quickly. Jasmine shrugged. It is what it is. We have a saying, the sand survives. It means things can shift and move, be displaced, but it won't change the fundamental nature of our existence. And it doesn't mean we can't rearrange things for our benefit. It's a common response. Change what you can, accept what you can't, Kamina said. Something like that? Here, let me show you. Let's change into something less comfortable. She stopped at some kind of clothing shop, with piles of attire on a tarp out front, and some of the finer items hanging on display. I didn't see any prices, but a handwritten sign said, equal or lesser. Jasmine dug through the piles and pulled out some garments for us,
then pointed at our dresses and did some negotiating with the shopkeeper. He approached with a measuring tape and a pair of scissors and began cutting away swaths of fabric from our gowns, removing the hanging tresses of material and puffy sleeves. I felt exposed, standing on the side of the street in little more than a satin top and a short skirt, like a ballerina. But it was a relief to be free of the restrictive costumes. Jasmine accessorized us with lightweight hooded robes and leather-plated armor. In the end, we looked a little like the stylish guards up above, and although few people were wearing armor down here, we still stood out less than we had in our bright, fancy dresses. "Can we afford all this?" Kamina asked, as Jasmine continued to add to our motley ensembles. "It's on Farah, remember?" Jasmine winked. "Joke's on her if she thinks she's getting these dresses back. I doubt anyone will buy them down here, but he can rent them out for special occasions or use them as window decoration for social clout. Trust me, he's getting the better deal." "What do people do down here?" I asked. "Sand or service," Jasmine said. "Not everyone's a digger. It's a dangerous occupation. We find ways to provide value. Bartering, mostly. We also train from an early age." "Train for what?" Kamina asked. "What is there to defend?" "Ourselves, mostly. We are the elite's food, their blood stores. Rather than wasting their time out here in this hellhole, they've made sure we can handle any threats from any predator." "You're trained to kill elites?" I asked. "Muteds, mostly, and raiders. But it's also, I don't know how to say it, a part of our culture." "You like to fight?" Kamina nodded. "It's more like a sport. Gives us something to do. Allows us to stay strong and healthy. There's beauty in it, like an art form. Icklebot is about strength and power. In Denvado, it's a dance." "I'd like to see that," Kamina said. "Looking for a fight?" Jasmine teased. "It's been a day or two. Getting restless." "I accept your challenge," Jasmine said. "But wait, not here." She gestured for us to follow, and we cut through the town, lit with fire and electricity, but never feeling the sun. A multi-dimensional city, with stairs and ladders leading to excavated chambers in every direction. I couldn't picture growing up in this cavernous existence, living in an open museum of the before, preserved in time. Some of the tunnels had been hollowed out and paved, with light bulbs strung through them. Others were simply hewn alcoves we had to duck under, or narrow holes propping up the sand with slabs of concrete. These were dark and slick, like the intestines of some great beast. Finally, we came to a room we could stand up in. Jasmine opened the wooden door against the far wall, letting in soft moonlight. The room had a table and a few worn mattresses. A pile of rusted swords and long sticks leaned in the corner. But outside drew my attention first. I stepped into a narrow, rich valley, filled with flowers and soft grass, and white, fluttering moths that scattered around my bare legs. The canyon walls on either side were the remains of once proud buildings, sealed together with concrete. The valley curved around us to either side, giving me a glimpse of the moody clouds far above, lit like silver from the moon. It was a secret oasis in the desert. "How is this possible?" I asked. "The generators kept the ash away," Jasmine said. "And over the decades, water seeped into the soil below us. Plants grew, but the oxygen had nowhere to go, so it hangs." I took a deep breath. Jasmine was right. The air was rich and humid. My older brother found this place with his friends. The kids keep it secret from the adults, until they're adults and they learn the truth. It's too deep, too difficult to access for anyone to use reliably. So it's ours. There are rules of initiation and challenges, awards and ranks. We're mostly left on our own. Kids call it the toe. "Why the toe?" Kamina asked. "Denvado is like a human body, buried to the neck.
Jasmine said. So they used to say, the head sees, the boot kicks. We were the muscle, but they kept us blind. Some people say the tops and the deeps. That's less politically charged. But the most popular down here is the den and the vat. The den is our home. We produce. The vat is the useless byproduct of our toil. When they say it all trickles down, we say the vat boils. Den, vat, toe. Kamina sounded it out, putting the pieces together. It's a joke. Jasmine nodded. Because kids know a stubbed toe can bring down your whole body. Without toes, the body stumbles. It was game. Vat beats den beats toe, toe beats vat. In Algrave, we play paper, scissors, stone, I said. Rock, snow, shoot, Kamina smiled, shaking her fist and showing the gestures. The toe sticks out from the boot, Jasmine went on. But it was more than that. It connected us with this secret paradise. Kids couldn't even see the outside until they were 7. We were rarely invited to public functions or affairs of state upstairs. The older kids would come down and train us, sharing what they'd seen and heard, telling us stories of the world above. And we'd lie here under the ashen skies and dream of earning our place in the light. Joining the army? Kamina asked. We have several branches of armed forces, not exactly an army, but that's the easiest, Jasmine said. We call it the spear. It has different parts. The blade is short range, with daggers and swords. The stick is long range, using arrows and javelins. But then there's the feather. What's that? Kamina asked. The blade slices. The stick pierces. But the feather kills, before you see it coming. Jasmine smiled. She weaved her neck like a snake, and then twisted around behind Kamina and tapped the back of her neck with her finger. She remained on one leg as Kamina reached for her, then darted away before slashing her elbow into the back of Kamina's knees. Jasmine rolled onto Kamina's back, her knees pressed against her spine, using her own weight to ride her into the ground. Ow! Kamina grumbled, picking weeds out of her mouth. I didn't know we were starting. People don't say ready, set, go before attacking. Were you always this fast? Kamina raised an eyebrow. It's probably the elixir, she said. We got 2 drops in the Citadel. Then it's the oxygen. Or maybe married life just suits me. She winked as Kamina wandered away to find weapons and nurse her pride, then turned back towards me. We weren't allowed to train, she said. So we trained ourselves. We wanted to participate, to belong. We fought for prestige and reputation. Because you were excluded, I said. Sometimes I wonder if the whole thing wasn't just a way to keep us kids busy and out of the way. Up top is where we are trained and governed, where we get chosen and recruited. Success finds the light, but it's for adults, and the majority of us end up in the den anyway, brooding in resentment. Thanks for sharing this with me, I said. Maybe it'll help somehow, with your politics. Maybe it will. Jasmine lowered her voice and leaned in closer. The thing is, she said, her dark eyes serious, a lot of us do make it into the military. Some of those soldiers up there, maybe even a lot of them, are really just kids from the toe. The lowest, most forgotten, most replaceable. The ones that didn't matter. They fight for their honor, not some noble. Their home is the den, not the vat. They were trained here first, even if they don't realize it. Is that what you would have become if you hadn't been chosen? You would have made a great feather. I think so too, Jasmine said. Soldiers get better rations, nicer apartments, to defend the compound. As for my choosing, that's a whole other story. And your brother? Is he up there, in the spear? No, she said sadly. He died, digging this tunnel.
Chapter 24.
Oh, I said, exhaling slowly. I'm sorry. I didn't even know Jasmine had a brother. She must have lost him years ago. He got trapped exploring. We never found the body. Later, one of his friends showed me what he'd discovered. This is where he went. This is what he died for. Now, she said, watch me kick my wife's ass. You can try, Kamina said, returning with her arms full of weapons. She dropped a pair of wooden sticks, a few carved sabers, and a dozen arrows, then unstrapped the bow behind her shoulders and tossed it to me. She won't need that, Jasmine said. Tonight we'll all become feathers. She jumped onto a log to demonstrate. First, we learned the moves. Repeat them until we can do them in our sleep. She closed her eyes, waving her hands like a conductor. She crouched low, sweeping her arms out, first straight, and then bent at precise angles, with her wrists twisted towards the sky. Her fingers struck the air, jabbing like a woodpecker seeking a worm. Then she lifted onto one leg and brought her other leg down sharply, making her spin around. She used the momentum to launch into a back handspring and then a flip kick. Her arms moved like liquid, wobbly and loose, then sharp and fluid. There was something hypnotic about it. Yeah, I'm not doing that tonight, Kamina said. And if you were dancing around like that in battle, someone would just cut off your arms. They'd have to catch me first, Jasmine said, opening her eyes. And it takes a lot of practice. It helps if you get the feel of it, though. She ducked down towards the green carpet, hunting under the leaves of a bush, then popped up again with something in her palm. What's that? I asked. We call them thundercaps, Jasmine said, holding up small white mushrooms. They only grow when they hear thunder, and they take you on a trip. Are they dangerous? Kamina asked. They amplify what you're feeling. My people find them therapeutic. She chewed one up and swallowed. Kamina shrugged and took another. We should stay alert, I said, and find Damien. It'll wear off by the time we make it back to the palace, Jasmine said. And it's not like alcohol. You won't feel slow or clumsy. You'll just have more awareness of your body and your surroundings. But no worries. We can save it for later. That doesn't sound terrible, I said, reaching out and taking the mushroom from her palm. It was little, with purple spots, and we had something similar in Allgrave. I'd never tried it, but Trevor filled me in. It had a woodsy flavor that lingered on my tongue. Jasmine showed us the moves again, in sequence. I followed up until the 13th step, and then started forgetting the order. But we'd start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, mimicking her movements. So what happened between you and Farah? Kamina asked. We continued practicing on our own. I had the moves now, but Jasmine corrected my form. A few decades ago, the nobles realized they really hated it when a girl from the boot got chosen instead of their own daughters, so they discouraged it. They didn't allow you into the ceremony? I asked. We can petition for a placement, but it's a process, and usually takes some silver changing hands. If a girl from the boot does get chosen, their whole family could become nobles. It's like a lottery ticket. But you'd need both a pretty daughter of the right age and enough cash for a bribe, so it's rare. And the girl would have to agree to participate. Otherwise, she'd just find a tunnel and hide out until it's too late. Most of the girls from the boot would rather have a razor than a ring. So how do you end up getting chosen? I asked. Got caught stealing, Jasmine grinned. I was already training. They have a youth group from 15, taught by soldiers. We had to make the trek up to the surface and back each day, but it was worth it. We weren't official, though, so they didn't feed us. I got sick of being hungry and tired, and I knew I could perform at my best if I was eating better. So I found a closet in an empty apartment,
After letting myself in through a broken window, I stole food. I was a soldier during the day and a thief at night. I considered both of them training. Things were going well until I got caught. Officially, I was a trespasser. Even though the spear encouraged us to start training early, we weren't supposed to spend the night, so they couldn't protect me. Farah was the one who had to decide what to do with me. She thought putting me in a dress on a stage would be humiliation enough. "Seems a bit harsh," Kamina said. "She never expected me to get chosen," Jasmine said. But I left the best part out. The apartment was Farah's, and she was using it for a clandestine affair. She knows I know her secret, though I've never brought it up. Let's just say, things are strained between us. Jasmine's voice drifted as we paced around the garden. Then it was close in my ear. She stepped in front of me and began making counter motions, jabbing around and between the moves she'd taught us earlier, sometimes pushing back against my arm or leg. It took so much concentration, I'd forgotten about the mushroom, until I felt the cool air against my skin. I glanced up, my eyes widening. The distant lights near the top of the city shone like stars, and the lush bushes around us rustled with energy and purpose. Even the grass waved beneath my feet, like the ocean behind Crawlust. I heard Jasmine's voice, whispering in my ear, but her mouth was closed. "The feather kills. The vat boils. Success finds the light. It all trickles down." It was like a song, but I'd forgotten the tune. I could almost see each letter, as if a book had come apart and the words were floating in front of me, pulsing like fireflies. Above us, the ledges and broken balconies of the upper levels shifted and moved. A magical, folding city, like origami. "Concentrate," Jasmine brought me back, her eyes finding mine. I hadn't even realized she'd brought in Kamina as well, and the three of us were pushing and pulling against each other in an organic rhythm. I heard soft clapping behind us and saw a tall figure in the shadows, his iridescent eyes gleaming in the darkness. I could smell the elixir in his veins. I started to smile, thinking it was Damien, finally joining us. But then I noticed he wasn't alone. I dove to the side, grabbing the bow Kamina had dropped earlier and raising an arrow. But the elite moved like the wind, and I couldn't track them both. My heart pounded in my chest as one pinned Kamina, holding her arms behind her. The other grabbed Jasmine by the throat, lifting her off her feet. I kept my arrow trained on the one I recognized, the one holding Jasmine. But he used her body as a shield, and the world was still spinning. Bryce's features seemed to warp and change, but I could never forget his smug face and cruel laughter. It was etched into my mind when Nigel almost had his way with me in the meadow. He smirked at me, holding his sharp fangs inches from Jasmine's cheek. The other vampire followed his lead. I grimaced, trying to hold my bow level, but I couldn't shoot an arrow through their black hearts without also killing the girls. Even if I got off one lucky shot, the other could reach me before I fired a second arrow.
"Don't struggle," Bryce said, raking his nails along Jasmine's throat. "Nigel wants you alive, but we'll kill these two right now unless you cooperate."
I cursed under my breath. Bryce, whose sandy blonde hair curled around his ears, was loyal to Nigel. But the other one was older, with a bulky frame and wrinkled face. Probably one of the king's cronies. Would that make him more or less dangerous? Could I offer him something that would make him change sides? "What do you want?" I asked.
"From you? Nothing. Just come peacefully. Besides, you know that bow is nearly useless against us."
"Well, I'm right here," I said, lowering my weapon slightly. "Come and get me."
"No thanks,"
the older one said in a gruff voice.
"I've heard you're poisonous. Bad fruit. I think I'll keep my distance. And don't count on your prince to save you, Bryce added. He had another engagement. I felt my blood run cold.
The elixir in my veins responded like cracked ice, hardening into crystals that made my skin crawl and sharpening my senses. "What have you done with him?" I said, my knuckles turning white as I squeezed my bow tightly.
We might let him live, as a prisoner, if you surrender now. But let's just say Nigel didn't seem all that concerned about him surviving. In other words, Emily Sharrow, don't start a fight you can't finish. Because if you attack, and even one of us escapes, we'll bury you with your prince in a shallow grave.
There was something confusing about his threat, and I felt a flicker of hope. He was trying too hard to frighten me, which meant he was probably lying, and Nigel wanted both Damien and me alive for some reason. Or it could be something else, that they were actually afraid of me, that they thought I could end one of them. Both were wearing dark, tailored suits and gold chains with large gemstone rings. Typical Citadel attire. They were strong, but they weren't used to getting their hands dirty. And they weren't trained in combat. Not like we were. "All right," I said slowly. "So, we agree that if it comes to a fight, one of you might die. The question is, which of you is ready to die tonight? For this. For me." I saw a flicker in the older elite's eyes. Doubt? Or fear? Vampires weren't used to considering their own mortality, and more of them had died recently in my presence than in all the decades before my birth. They were humans once, like us. There was a biological need for self-preservation that was stronger than politics or personal gain. If I could kill one of them, the other might surrender or run. But would he follow through on Bryce's threat to kill Damien before I could rescue him? I just needed a moment, a distraction. There were 3 of us and 2 of them. But they were so fast and so hard to kill.
Let's see. Last time you were saved by an elite and a slagpaw, if I recall,
Bryce said. "That slagpaw ate Thomas," I said, "and you had Nigel, who I maimed."
I never understood his obsession with you, Bryce said. At least, I didn't at first. But I get it now. We're hunters by nature. It's tantalizing to find prey that actually fights back.
His hand was still clasped around Jasmine's throat, his nails digging into her skin so hard they drew blood. I could tell she was straining against his grip, but even with a few drops of elixir in her system, he was too strong. "As long as we're counting," I said, "why not add the elite you sent to Icklebot? They won't be coming back, by the way, and neither will your king. We left his ashes in Scormhead." I saw the older elite flinch, and for a second, I thought I'd found an advantage, until Bryce leered at me.
"You did us a favor by killing Richard," he said. "Nigel's been planning a coup for a decade. You made it so much easier. It's over, darling. This whole rebellion."
I shuddered, remembering the way they'd treated me in the valley outside of Algrave. Playing with me, for sport. And now they were in charge. But he needed me to give myself up. Maybe I should, if only to buy us more time. I brushed my wrist against my pocket, feeling the vial of elixir I'd stashed earlier. There was no way to get it to them now, but if the girls were safe, I might have a chance to finish the vial discreetly and escape later. "Let the girls go," I said, nodding at Kamina and Jasmine, "and I'll surrender peacefully." This time the older one spoke first. He looked familiar, but I couldn't place him.
"I don't think I will," he said slowly. "You see, they were chosen, and this one is mine.
He clasped Kamina tighter, and the look of disgust in her eyes turned my stomach. He was the elite who had picked her out for his blood consort. And from the looks of it, it wasn't a happy match.
"You missed our wedding, dearest," he purred. "When we get back to the Citadel, maybe I'll put you in a cage. I need a new pet."
She struggled against him, her eyes furious and blazing with elixir. But it wasn't enough. I'd heard him mentioned before in passing, but couldn't remember his name.
"This is the way it should be," he said. "Find someone feisty, hunt them down, claim them. I love it when they need to be tamed."
He laughed, then pressed his nose against her cheek, his fangs tracing the air above her neck and collarbone. He inhaled deeply and then sighed with pleasure, his eyes black with thirst.
"This one is so mad I can smell it. Delicious." "Sorry, Emily." Bryce shrugged. "You know the rules of the Covenant. Live together or die apart. She forfeited her rights when she left the Citadel, separated from her elite master. Her life is his to decide now, not yours."
I shuddered as I realized King Richard might have actually been reining in the most brutal and sadistic elite. There was nothing stopping them now. That's why Kamina had been so sullen when we'd first escaped from the Citadel. She knew a reckoning like this would come one day. Jasmine caught my eye and jerked her chin, looking up over her shoulder at the levels above us. I scanned the broken balconies and glass windows, but it was just ruins and rubble in the darkness. And then I saw it. A flat plane of glass, already cracked and bulging outward from the pressure of the sand behind it. Someone had drawn a skull and crossbones in white chalk on the cement nearby as a warning. How much force would it take to shatter that window?
"Tell you what," Bryce said. "We'll let the dark meat go. It wouldn't be proper to feed on her without permission. Going, buddy? Want to go halvesies? That one attacked me once, and I didn't quite whet my appetite last time. Do you mind? She is your chosen, after all."
He was taunting me. I scowled at him, then glanced at the window again. Could I break the glass before the elites killed my friends? I held Jasmine's gaze, steadying my breath and planning my shots. The timing would have to be perfect, and it would still be a gamble.
"Be my guest,"
the older vampire leered, showing his fangs.
"I get the neck, but you can have a wrist."
Kamina let out a scream of frustration, kicking against her vampire consort, her eyes nearly white. She was angry, but there was something else there I'd never seen before. Fear. Something shiny moved near her feet. I blinked, widening my awareness and focusing my eyes. A sand beetle, as large as my thumb, crawling beneath the foliage. I forced all my attention on it, willing it to change direction until I saw it climb onto Bryce's polished loafer. Then I nodded at Jasmine. "That's not going to work for me," I said, drawing my bow. "Besides," Jasmine said, "she's mine now, asshole." Bryce flinched in surprise as the beetle bit his ankle. Jasmine stabbed a dagger near Bryce's groin and slashed upwards, wriggling out of his grip. He shrieked in pain, his sharp nails raking into the side of her neck, but she blocked the attack with her forearm and locked eyes with me. She licked the blade. I shot the glass. Time slowed down as I drew back my bow again. It was a flimsy thing, and I was half scared it would snap, but it held as I pulled the string back to my ear, nearly bending the bow in half. The arrows flew like darts. Bryce ducked instinctively as I shot over his head, but then his lips curved into a sneer, no doubt preparing to ridicule me for such a poor shot. The first arrow smacked off the window, deepening the splinters of glass. They spread up the wall like cracked ice over a frozen pond. I followed it with a second arrow an instant later. The window shattered, spewing out a torrent of rushing sand and glass. Then the balcony beneath it collapsed as well. The third shot found Bryce's now exposed throat, and my fourth pierced Cohen's wrist, sinking right through it into Kamina's shoulder, just as large chunks of debris crashed to the ground and swallowed them in a cloud of dust. Kamina dropped all of her weight, seizing Cohen's arms and pulling him to the ground with a leg tackle. Jasmine dove out of Bryce's reach as he fumbled for the arrow in his neck, grabbing a thin wooden sword from a debris pile. She snapped it across her knee, then held it over Cohen's chest, screaming Kamina's name. Kamina snapped to her feet and stomped on the handle, driving the jagged edge of broken wood through the vampire's chest until it pinned him to the ground. Sand was already piling up around their ankles, but Jasmine grabbed Kamina's hand and pulled her out of the way, just as another large chunk of balcony shook loose, crashing downward in a storm of broken concrete. They raced across the canyon floor towards me. "This way!" Jasmine shouted. She leapt towards a cable device hanging from the opposite wall and sliced through the taut wire with her dagger. We held onto her tightly as the cord yanked us into the air, then spun wildly until it tossed us through a busted level a few floors up, half filled with sand and ancient office furniture. We rolled to a stop, groaning and gasping for breath. Kamina was the first on her feet, studying the scene below. "Are they?" Jasmine rasped. "I don't see them. Probably got buried in the sand." "It won't hold them for long," I said. "We need to move." Kamina checked the wounds on Jasmine's neck, but the gouges had already started to heal. Kamina's shoulder was bleeding, but the wound wasn't deep. I swallowed half a bottle of elixir and gave them the rest. They drank it without complaint. Then we climbed across the external walls of the caverns, searching for a pathway up. The climb would have probably been too treacherous sober. My arms and legs shook from exertion as we leaped and tossed ourselves from handhold to handhold between the exposed, rounded edges of the interior compartments, ripped open by sand and time. Gradually, we reached the nicer apartments and open-air domiciles that jutted out like flower petals in ragged formations, their ledges protected by a wall of concrete. We made it to the top and darted into the shadows to catch our breath. The thundercaps were peaking, and now that I was standing still, the ground seemed to tilt uncomfortably. Geometric patterns surrounded every lantern, and I felt nauseous. But the elixir flooding my system kept me sharp. "What's our move?" Jasmine asked. "I have to find Damien," I answered, "and the others." "So I guess an alliance with Denvado is out then?" Kamina asked. "I'm sorry," Jasmine said. "Maybe if we had more time. Not everyone is with the elites, with Nigel. If we'd had a chance." "It's not your fault," I said, "but it's too late now. If the elite are here, we don't know how many others are with them. If we can find Damien, he'll help us escape, but we have to do it before dawn." They exchanged a look, and I felt my pulse spike. They'd almost died a moment ago, and I was asking them to go straight back into danger. "I'm sorry about your elite," I said. "That couldn't have been easy." "Cohen was one of the king's advisors," Kamina said. "His last chosen died tragically not long ago. He goes through them quickly." "Why did I never know all this?" "We each had our own problems in the Citadel," Jasmine said. "It was dangerous to speak freely." "And you didn't ask," Kamina said. "But mostly, it was better not to think about it. Anyway, he said he liked it when we fight. So he got what he deserved. If he's dead, I'm glad." "It's a miracle we survived that," I said. "I told you sand beetles are lucky," Jasmine said, squeezing my hand. "And we know Damien isn't like that." "He saved me once," I said softly. "Now it's my turn to protect him." I felt like I should explain myself better. But how could I defend one elite when we'd nearly been killed by two others? "We've got you," Kamina said. Let's go find your prince and get the hell out of here. We cut through the dark streets of Denvado towards the glass pyramid of the palace. I could see its glowing edges, illuminated with soft white lights and reflected through the dark prisms of the other buildings. But even so, I would have gotten lost in the tight alleyways and narrow bridges if Jasmine hadn't been leading us. Twice we stopped, waiting for one of Denvado's soldiers to pass out of view. Now I knew why they dressed the way they did, in full-length robes. In the shadows, they were nearly invisible apart from the gleam of their eyes and the decorative hilts of their swords. The main streets were lit with just enough light to see, and the occasional row of torches or gas lanterns lighting up personal spaces. "I haven't seen any royal guards yet," Kamina said. "If they aren't here yet, we're in luck," I said. "But either way, they'll be a lot easier to avoid than Denvado's soldiers. We don't even know whose side they are on." "Let's not find out," Kamina said. "Besides, they probably don't even know themselves. Who are they loyal to?" "Salma, I guess," Jasmine said. "I don't think they've ever had to make a choice like this before. But I can't see them listening to the nobles or curates. But they're patrolling for thieves from down below, not 3 ladies in fine gowns." "We left half our gowns in the den," Kamina reminded her, "and the half we're wearing is soaked in blood." "Yes, there is that," Jasmine said. "But it's dark. If we were trying to hide, we wouldn't be so conspicuous." We were nearly to the palace when a figure passed us up ahead, his face drawn in shadows. But it didn't matter. I recognized his fancy purple robe. His expression blanched when he saw us. I could tell he was thinking about running until Jasmine tossed a short blade into his leg. A moment later, I kicked out his knees and had my dagger across his throat. "Under your personal protection, huh?"
"They were already here," Rasha said. "They were waiting for you. We had to play along. They would have killed us."
"It doesn't even matter whether I believe you," I snarled. "Take me to Damien. Now."
"I can't free him. I don't have the authority."
"In that case," Kamina said, "we'll just kill you now." He hesitated, and she punched him, breaking his nose.
"You'll never make it out of here in time,"
the curate scowled, pinching his nose to stop the bleeding before it dripped onto his robes.
"There's no shelter for 100 miles. If he leaves with you, he's as good as dead."
"I don't give a shit. Just show where he is." Kamina raised her fist again, but this time he deflated, shrinking backward. He held his palms up and nodded his head.
"I'll take you," he said. "Stop hitting me."
"You two get the others," I said. "Meet us by the front entrance." "Are you sure?" Jasmine asked. "They either don't know we've been compromised yet, or they're already prisoners. Either way, it might take both you, and we'll attract less attention in smaller groups." Kamina nodded and squeezed my shoulder. "Go quietly," Jasmine said, pressing her forehead against mine. I kept a tight grip on the back of Rasha's robe, with my knife hidden in the folds at the small of his back. We saw a few guards, but nobody looked close enough. A curved staircase led to a side exit, through an exposed balcony, and then down into a large space made of clay bricks and sheets of concrete. "You call this comfortable?" I asked. Rasha fumbled with the keys at a rusted metal door. He dropped them and bent down with a shaky arm, then swung for me with a concealed blade in his other hand. I caught his wrist, but he twisted away, kicking off the wall and flipping over my shoulder. He rolled to face me, pinning me against the wall with his fingers around my throat.
"Guards!" he shouted.
He was surprisingly strong, using some of the fluid moves I saw Jasmine use below. I broke away twice, but each time he wrestled me back into place, shoving my face into the wall with my arms pinned. I underestimated him, like I had everything in Denvado. It was a rose in the desert, with thorns all the way down. I heard the jangling of armor as 2 more guards appeared at the end of the hall, rushing towards us with their swords out.
"You know, I'm grateful to you," Rasha purred. "You delivered the traitor prince, all boxed up. We'll bleed him dry, claim our reward, then ship him back to the citadel in a crate to stand judgment. And there's nothing you can do to stop it."
His thumb pushed into my neck, choking the veins to stop the blood from reaching my brain. My vision blurred, then went black. But I could still hear the silence behind him, then the heavy thuds as the guards fell to the ground. Rasha realized it a second too late, turning just as a small dart embedded into the back of his neck, followed by 2 more to his thigh and shoulder. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed, taking me down with him. I gasped for breath, crawling across the floor to reach for the keys. I held them up like a weapon as a dark figure strode towards me, holding a dart gun. He held out a hand, helping me to my feet. "And you are?" I asked. He was tall and lithe, but only a few years older than me, in worn black leather held together by blue strips of fabric, and a braided metal collar around his neck. His frizzy dark hair fell to his shoulders.
"An old friend of Jasmine's," he said. "We've been looking for you, trying to warn you, but we barely knew what was happening. The first 2 elite, they arrived last night, but the rest are outside, blocking the gates."
"Wait, are you on our side?" I asked, leaning against the door behind me. For all I knew, he could be an assassin.
"It would appear that way,"
he said, nodding to the unconscious curate, and then the 2 guards behind him. "I mean, are you loyal to the crown, or—"
"I don't give a fig about politics, but Jasmine and I go way back. If she's with you, then so am I. That tells me all I need to know, about everything. I don't know how much I can help, but I'll do what I can."
He bent down to retrieve the darts, plucking them out of the curate and tucking them carefully into hidden pockets beneath his robes.
"Poisonous darts," he said. "They'll sleep it off. It's a rare tranquilizer. Expensive, decades old. Found it in the deep. But it should work."
"How long will they sleep?"
"I don't know. Only tested it on rabbits so far. They didn't always survive. Amir, by the way."
"Emily." He nodded, glancing at my wrists. "Won't you get in trouble for this?" I asked.
"They didn't see my face." He smirked. "And I'll be long gone before they wake up. Besides, I could hide in the deep for years, and they'd never be able to find me down there. One thing at a time. Let's check on your prince."
Chapter 25. Amir waited while I unlocked the door and stepped inside. I blinked in the darkness until my eyes adjusted, then sucked in a breath when I saw Damien's coffin. It had been stood on its end against the far wall. Parts of it were cracked and broken, and a small hole in the top corner allowed me to see his face, barely in the shadows. A hole had been drilled in the side of the coffin and a tube inserted. It was dripping into a bucket, pungent with the scent of fresh elixir. Some kind of semi-religious altar had been set up, with fancy silver dishes, white towels, and brass pots. His dark, elite blood sparkled from 3 nearly full carafes, like wine that had been set out to breathe. They were bleeding him, torturing him. I ran to him, tugging against the thick iron bars that held the coffin like a cage. They were bound to thick metal rungs in the wall and secured with a padlock. Damien stirred within, and through the small crack, I could see just one clear blue eye focus on my face. His eyes were bright, his skin pale. He needed blood. I pried at the edges of the coffin, scraping until my fingernails cracked. Then I started punching against the lid until my knuckles bled.
"It's no use," he said. "They were made to be sturdy, and they've nailed it shut."
I saw them now, the dark iron of hundreds of nails, driven deep in the wood every few inches. I scanned the room for a weapon, something to pry open the wood, a crowbar or a hatchet. All I had was the small dagger in my boot. I wasn't strong enough, but maybe Damien was. I held the knife against my fingertip and sliced it deep. Damien's pupil widened, and he flared his nostrils. I pushed my finger through the small hole, letting it drip onto his lips, but he hissed and turned his head away.
"Stop it, Emily. You'll need your strength to get out of here."
"I'm not leaving without you. Live together, right?"
"Not this time."
His voice sounded so distant, so tired, it sickened me. I leaned my forehead against the cool wood of the coffin, scratching it slowly with my nails out of frustration. "I don't know what to do," I whispered.
"Hide out until sunrise. Then escape. The elite will be trapped here. That'll give you a day's head start."
"I'm not running away."
"You must. Staying together. Maybe that was our mistake. You're stronger in the day. I'm strongest at night. I can't protect you. Not like this. But I don't have to. You can protect yourself."
I felt a warm tear on my cheek. It felt like he was saying goodbye. "What about the revolution?" I asked.
"You are the revolution, but only if you survive. Seriously, Emily, I'm just one elite against 100, a literal anchor holding you back. I'm an old symbol of something I don't even believe in anymore. That might ease the transition, but it won't win the battle. They need something new to believe in. But if you and your friends are captured tonight, the revolution ends. Then I'll really have no hope."
"But what will happen to you?"
"Nigel won't kill me. Not yet," Damien said. "Not if he can help it. He'll take me to the Citadel. Parade me around. I'll wait for you there. After it's all over, if we're both still alive, I'll find you. And we'll pick up the pieces together."
"I can't do this alone," I begged. "I don't want to."
"Of course you can. Think of all the things you've done already. We'd have never made it this far without you. You didn't need me to choose you. You were always special."
I choked back a sob, but then wiped my eyes roughly with my sleeve and took a deep breath. "I wish I could kiss you," I said. His eye twinkled, and I was sure he was smiling.
"Save it for our honeymoon,"
he said. "Promise?" I asked. He lifted his hand towards the hole, extending his little finger. I laughed and shook his pinky with mine.
"Now go," he commanded. "Save your friends. They could be back at any moment."
I nodded, then grabbed one of the glass pitchers from the altar and gulped it down, feeling the warm, elite blood drip down my chin. I was stronger than all of them. Or, at least, I could be. The alarm on my bracelet beeped its warning, but I refused to be limited. If they wanted a marked rebel, I'd give them one. Amir balked when I came out, my cheeks sticky with blood, my eyes wet with tears, my fingers raw and red from scraping at the lid of the coffin. But he recovered quickly, glancing behind me at the chained prison.
"I'm sorry,"
he said. I grabbed a sword from one of the fallen guards and stepped over the body of the curate, boiling with rage. I wanted to cut out his heart and bring it with me as a trophy. But Amir was already at the end of the hall and waved me to follow him. The exit was blocked by a row of soldiers.
"Don't worry," Amir whispered. "I know another way."
He ducked around the corner, gesturing for me to follow. We went 3 doors down, up a ladder in the ceiling, then crawled on our stomachs through a crawl space. He peered through a grate, making sure it was clear, then lowered himself down, dropping to the floor below. We traced the dark passage up the steps, emerging a few blocks from the palace, in a narrow street lined with orange trees. The fresh morning air smelled cool and citrusy, the tiles wet with dew. Already it was light enough to see, though the sun had yet to rise. The sky was orange and purple, filled with blue clouds and bright stars. We were almost to the front gates when a dark shape flew towards Amir. Before I could shout a warning, she'd tackled him with her legs. He raised the dart gun to fire, but she smacked his arm with the flat end of her sword, sending it clattering into the shadows, then held the tip of her blade at his throat. A moment later, we were surrounded by soldiers from Denvado, who arrived like ghosts, at least a dozen, in their inky blue and gray robes, with gold bangles and rings that caught the light. I bared my teeth at them, swinging my sword wildly. I was tired of sneaking around anyway. My sword thirsted for blood. "The skies are clear, Salma. You can't stop the winds of change. The Den outnumbers your soldiers 100 to 1. Is tonight the night you want to start a revolution? She's already a hero to them. Don't make her a martyr." "It's all right," I growled. "I think I can take them." "They aren't your enemy," Amir said, holding his palms up and then gently pushing the tip of Salma's blade away from his neck. "You know our customs," he said, raising his voice so all the guards could hear. "No punishment without defense. Surely it hasn't been so long since you've been in the boot that you've forgotten our ways. Or are you really just the mayor's puppet, as some have said for years?" The guards shifted at Amir's challenge. He had a surprising amount of authority, and I had the feeling he'd addressed crowds before. Salma frowned at him, then put her sword away, allowing Amir to rise and dust himself off. "Fine," she said, folding her arms. "Let the girl speak. Everything weighed and measured. You came here for a purpose, I suppose. We never had that proper welcome we promised, and I'll admit that doesn't sit right with me. What was your plan? Why did you come here?" I glanced around at the dark soldiers in armor, counting up the daggers and arrows I could see, comparing them to the red marks on my wrists, as if they were equally dangerous. Amir nodded for me to answer. Jasmine had hinted at the real seat of power, and Amir seemed to trust Salma, enough to think she might listen. This wasn't the audience I had in mind, but it would have to do. "You have 10 seconds, Salma said, glaring at me, "to give me as many reasons as you can why I shouldn't just hand you over to the royal guards. Go." I sucked in a breath, then rattled off as much as I could. "I killed the king. I turned off the ash. We're working on an antidote to hobble the elite. We have a bomb to get into the citadel and a plan to restore Damien to the throne. We have allies in other compounds and within the citadel, even some of the curates." I didn't have time to explain everything, but Salma's eyes narrowed with each revelation. She paused for a moment, and I heard my heart racing in the silence that followed. The elixir was burning in my veins now. Everything felt warm and glowy, the sounds both too close and too distant, like I was underwater. "Correct me if I'm wrong," Salma said, "but isn't Damien still locked up in our keep? Am I to assume you're leaving him behind?" I gritted my teeth. This felt like a test. Was she questioning my loyalty? "I hate to leave him there, but right now, if I don't get out of here in one piece, hundreds will die. Nigel and his ilk will rule with violence and terror, in a way we've never seen before. There is no going back to the way it was. The only question is, what kind of future comes tomorrow? That's all that matters now, for all of us." Salma nodded, her eyes bright in the early dawn. "So you're here to start a coup, force us into a war with ourselves, erase our history, our traditions, our health and safety, to fight a petty skirmish between the elite and see who gets to sit on a distant throne? Those who seek to rule are not worthy of the privilege." "Damien has no wish to rule," I said, "but the crown is his by right. Nigel is stealing it through force." "So you'd use force to steal it back?" "Sometimes force is justified if it stops more violence. The coup has already started. I'm the only one who can stop it.
Violence is not justice, she retorted. I felt like we were jousting with words, and her tongue was sharp. From what I can see, she continued, Nigel has already won. It doesn't matter if he has a crown, it's just a sparkly chunk of gold. He has the citadel, the living heart of the kingdom, that pumps blood and elixir to its compounds, the veins of trade and commerce. This is the system that sustains us, and we are sworn to protect it. If you destroy the heart, you destroy everything. Maybe it needs to be destroyed. I felt the weakness of my words, but I said it with passion, and I felt it hit an emotional chord with the soldiers. A few of them murmured in agreement, or nodded approvingly. Maybe it does, Salma said with a sly smile. I sympathize with your cause, and I like you. A bit talkative, but I know you can fight, too. And your words are poetic, if naive. But I'm sorry, we can't help you. The price is too steep. The soldiers raised their swords, and I heard the waxy twine of 5 drawstrings as close-range archers drew their bows. But she held up a hand to stop them. Denvado will be best served staying out of this fight altogether. If the kingdom falls, maybe Denvado will be left on its own. You'll run out of elixir, I said. We can live without it. She raised her arm and let out a soft, low whistle. I flinched, expecting to be pierced through with arrows, but instead, the guards faded away back into the shadows, leaving Salma alone with us. We can't help you, she said quietly, but we also won't stop you. Like I said, it's not our place to get involved. Before I could thank her, she was gone. Amir guided me the last few blocks toward the main gate, which was unguarded. We slipped outside and found the others, hiding not far away. Thank God, Trevor said, his eyes widening as he looked behind me. Where's Damien? I shook my head, biting my lip. It was too much to explain. Then I guess we're on our own, Luke said. Not entirely, Amir said behind me. Jasmine shifted forward and clasped his arm in a half-embrace. So a couple of dirty toes against an army? She smiled. More than a couple. Salma's guards won't engage with royal troops, but you aren't without allies. The underground is deep. Fight our way out? Trevor said. That or surrender peacefully, Kamina said. But there's a good chance they'd kill us anyway. Not loving that option, Luke said. How many are out there? I asked. Same as in Icklebot, I think. We didn't have to fight them last time, remember? They cowered when we took out their leaders. Didn't you just do that? I mean, you buried those 2 vamps in sand, right? I doubt it will hold them, and I have a feeling this lot won't listen to speeches. As if on cue, drums started beating on the other side of the long, narrow bridge. Figures trotted out on the other side, forming 3 lines with shields and swords. We don't have to kill them all, Jasmine said. We just have to make it past them. Remember the games we played in the training center? Red Rover, Kamina nodded. We will keep them distracted, Amir said. He gave a short whistle from the side of his mouth, and I heard the rattling of sticks. Hundreds of children in dirty rags poked out from every direction, banging their wooden swords on the ground. Thanks, I said. I won't forget this. Neither will they, he said, nodding at the guards. So for both our sakes, I hope you win. Those 2 horses we rode in on? Jasmine called over her shoulder. Keep them. They're yours. I could buy an apartment in the sun with those, he smiled. Do it. Buy one just to shit in it and stink up the upper gardens, so the kids can watch the nobles pinch their noses. She wrinkled her nose at him, and he laughed. The rest of us gathered on the edge of the bridge. The guards will have had 2 drops at least, maybe more. That'll make them strong and fast, Kamina said. But they're trained to work in groups,
not individual combat. Their armor is tight, so don't attack them from the front. Get past them. Back of the knees, inside the arms, or right here, under the armpit. Or, if you're fast enough, break their finger or thumb so they can't hold a sword. Take them out of the fight."
"If that was a pep talk, it sucked," Luke said. "I mean, I can take a punch. I can dodge a knife. That's about it. The only thing I can do with this sword is swing it around and hope I hit something other than myself."
"Preferably not one of us," Trevor said. "Stay behind me, Princess," Jasmine said. "I'll protect you." "How come every time we get dressed up for a party, it ends up turning into a fight?" I asked. "I don't know. Maybe it's you," Kamina said. "And I guess we were trained for it. To be chosen is to be beautiful and dangerous. Remember how they dressed us up at the trials?" "Well then, let's give them a good show," I said. "Maybe they'll sing about us one day." We started across the bridge, in a fast stride that became a sprint. The soldiers ahead raised their spears and swords. A line of 6 archers raised bows, but they were overcome by a small army of children that sliced their legs, darting quickly out of harm's way before disappearing into little tunnels beneath the far side, or descending from the outer ledges with knotted ropes of thick twine. Someone tossed metal canisters that spun in circles, unleashing thick clouds of orange smoke. I heard the guards scatter as something large barreled through them. There were 2 of them, and I could feel their steps tremble against the sturdy bridge. Twice the size of any man, with gray skin and rippling muscle. Some kind of new muted, maybe one of the king's evil experiments, using ash as poison. They were dressed modestly, in swaths of loose cloth around one shoulder and a large metal belt around their groin. Armor, like the hood of a car, lined their muscular arms and shins. One had a club and a helmet with jagged spikes. The other, a sword and a round shield as tall as I was. I slowed my gait as they approached, waiting for them to attack. Behind them, the sky turned a sharp orange against the blue sky as the sun rose over the dunes. I felt a rush of wind sweep past me, and the blur of a knife. It missed my throat by an inch as I ducked to the side. I heard a shout behind me, where my friends had scattered. Trevor was on the ground, holding his ribs. Behind them, framed against the closed gates of Denvado, was a vampire in a long black coat and leather gloves. His wrists and neck were wrapped in bandages and long strips of fabric, like a mummy risen from a tomb. His face was mostly covered with a pair of round, tinted goggles, and his whole head was in the shadow of a wide-brimmed hat, almost as big as an umbrella. It cast shade down to his waist. I didn't recognize him until he spoke.
"See what it's come to?"
Bryce asked, his voice strained.
"I had the tailor make this, just so I could risk the sun."
Mist steamed off his body as he spoke.
"It's very uncomfortable, and in case I wasn't clear earlier, I'm bringing your body back to the Citadel, dead or alive. But first, I'm going to kill your friends in front of you, one by one."
Everything else faded as the elixir rushed through my body, sharpening my focus. I nodded at Trevor as he got to his feet. It was us against him. Us against an elite. But nobody was coming to save us this time. Before I could react, Bryce grabbed Kamina and dragged her toward the edge of the bridge, ripping into her neck with his fangs. She fought him off at first, tearing at his face with her fingernails. But the wounds healed quickly as he sucked the life out of her, leering at me with bloody lips. Handsome and terrible, squeezing her body until she turned pale. Her legs kicked uselessly as she dangled in his arms. I wanted to charge, but he was too close to the edge. I knew he'd drop her if I made a move, but if I didn't act quickly, he'd drain her.
"Sorry about that," he said. "I was simply parched, and you interrupted my meal earlier. But lesson learned, I suppose. Never play with your food."
He shifted his stance, lifting Kamina out over the ledge. He was going to drop her. With the elixir in my system, I knew I was fast, but I'd never reach her in time. As I drew my next breath, I saw movement from the corner of my eye. Jasmine reached around Luke, snatching the pistol from his belt. Then she tore the bullet from her necklace, breaking the silver chain, and slammed it into the spinning chamber. I shouted as she raised her hand to fire, the barrel gleaming in the sunrise. But it was too late. Bryce's head snapped back as the bullet found its mark, splitting the back of his skull and spraying blood across Kamina's face. The gunshot echoed through the canyon below us and seemed to multiply in volume until it became a roar. The vampire turned with a stunned impression. The shot had knocked his goggles askew and ripped a hole in his large hat. He winced as a thin band of sunlight burned his cheek like a hot iron. He snarled and raced towards Jasmine, dropping his prey. Kamina fell over the edge, but managed to grab onto a chunk of concrete. I dove to catch her hand and pull her to safety. She was drained, nearly unconscious. She lifted her eyes weakly, searching for Jasmine. The sunlight slowed Bryce down. He seemed to be almost melting beneath his thick robes. Even so, he was moving quickly. But with blood in his eyes and parts of his brain missing, he didn't see Trevor's sword until he'd practically impaled himself on it with his own momentum. Trevor held it firm, slashing through the elite's neck like a guillotine, so deep that his head bent to the side at a crooked angle. Bryce stumbled forward into Jasmine's arms. She twisted his head quickly, snapping his spine. His severed neck pumped hot elixir across her gown, staining her with splashes of bold crimson. The vampire's wide-eyed head rolled into her palms, for one moment, like a hot potato. Luke shot him in the back, with a crossbow at close range, as the rest of his body crumpled to the ground. "Nice shot," Trevor smirked, though a little late.
"Better safe than sorry,"
Luke started, but then his eyes rounded in horror at something behind me. I heard the snarls before I saw them. The slagpaw, who'd followed us from Icklebot, who'd been prowling, waiting for us to emerge, drawn by the noise and blood. The gunshot was like a beacon for them, and the potent scent of elixir draining from the elite's open corpse drove them to a frenzy. They smashed through the guards with a tearing and snapping of paws, fighting between them. Before I could blink, one chomped Jasmine nearly in half, grinding her bones between its teeth. Then the other bit through her legs and ripped her apart. Trevor was shouting something, pointing our way forward. I was cut, but I didn't feel it. I only felt the pounding of my heart as a rage stormed through my veins, thick and blinding. The slagpaw took their prize and sprinted back over the dunes of sand where they'd come from. With Bryce dead, the royal guards looked unsure about their orders and shaken from the slagpaw attack. But I wasn't in the mood for diplomacy. A silent scream tore through me, igniting the rest of the elixir in my system. I felt like I was on fire, moving between time, my eyelids glued open. The closest guard screamed as I put my dagger through his neck, drawing his sword as he fell. My eyes burning with intention, I compulsed the rows of guards with a spectral vision, sending a pair of ghost slagpaw charging through them. They scattered to the side, and I kicked them closer to the edge. A few fell screaming into the abyss. I compulsed 3 archers with another flick of my wrist, and they shot as one into one of the jumbo elite guards, making a pincushion out of his helmet. He fell to his knees before me and I used his shoulder as a springboard, launching into the air and slicing cleanly through the other brute's neck with a massive slash of my sword. I landed in a crouch, cape and dark hair fluttering in the wind, swishing the blood off my blade. It hummed in my palm, thirsty for more, and so was I. Trevor had lifted Kamina over his shoulder and followed through the path I'd carved out. Luke was just behind him, with a crossbow, blocking attacks with a flat broadsword. There were still dozens of guards around us, but few seemed eager to make the first move. "Tell Nigel," I said, picking up Bryce's head by the hair, "that he's only captured a prince and not a crown. If he wants it, he better keep something to trade. Something I want." I tossed it over the edge, watching it plunge into the depths where it would crash like a watermelon. Then I rubbed my soiled palms on the fabric of my dress, leaving dark stains across my chest. We'd made it through to the other side, but the victory felt hollow. The desolate, arid landscape before us, a punishment rather than a reward. I heard trumpets and glanced back at the far wall. A woman stood on the edge of a platform above the gates, her silver dress flapping in the wind, commanding a line of archers with flaming torches. Farah, arms crossed, looking smug. She wasn't about to lose her bargaining chip. On the other side, across the desert plain, I saw a swirling cloud of sand and dust. Something was moving towards us, fast. More soldiers, or more slagpaw. Either way, we were trapped. I felt a sudden chill as the elixir faded from my veins, and a shiver ran down my spine. The mayor let her hand fall. The archers fired. The deep blue sky filled with 100 flaming arrows, arching down towards us like shooting stars. I couldn't compulse these away. I might be able to outrun them, but Luke and Trevor couldn't, especially not with Kamina injured. "I'm sorry, Em," Trevor said, reaching out to squeeze my palm with his free hand. It couldn't end like this. A low humming filled my ears. I looked again at the horizon, and my keen eyes saw something shiny and black, racing towards us like dragonflies. They spun in a circle around us, kicking up dust, carrying masked riders with rifles around their shoulders. I raised my weapon, but a gloved hand reached out toward me. "Grab on!" a voice called. It was like Damien's motorcycle, but curved and sleek, with spinning fans lifting it off the ground. The riders were in black leather and reflective helmets. One lifted his visor so I could see his face. He wasn't anyone I recognized. "No time to explain," he said. "Augustine sent me." I could see the looming wall of arrows behind me in the reflection of his visor. It looked like the sky was burning. I nodded to Trevor, and he hefted Kamina into the back seat of one of the vehicles, then clung to the machine behind her. Luke and I squirmed onto the other. I tapped the driver's shoulder, and we were off. Luke shouted as an arrow pierced his leg, and I smelled sizzling flesh. But the others bounced off harmlessly, merely a few feet behind us, and snuffed out in the sand. I looked over at Trevor, racing next to us as we sped across the endless dunes. Kamina sobbing, wind and dust and blood choking my throat. Denvado behind us like a desert jewel, sparkling in the light of dawn. To be continued. Read the thrilling conclusion in Book 4, Tomb of Vampires. This has been Throne of Vampire, written by D.S. Murphy, narrated by Kim Churchill. Thank you for listening.